Near the amethyst underground city in the southern border of the Rhodes Kingdom, a forest lay under the veil of early autumn night. The season's first rain drizzled steadily over a small campsite hidden deep within the dense woods. Beneath a crude wooden shelter, a campfire crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows against the surrounding darkness. Orange-red embers scattered into the air. Beneath the wooden shelter, an adventuring party of 2 men and 2 women sat around the campfire, toasting soft white bread and smoked meat over the flames. The white bread was yielding in texture with a rich, fragrant aroma of wheat. However, it was by no means the best choice of provisions for adventurers venturing out to hunt monsters. Not because of its price, but because it simply did not keep well. Ella, just relax. Goblins are small fry. I could handle them by myself, let alone with all 4 of us together. The young male warrior, a brand new short sword at his hip, spoke reassuringly to the slightly worried female mage beside him. That's right, we've already taken on 2 monster hunting commissions before. Sure, they weren't goblins last time, but you really don't need to worry. But I'm only level 7, and this is my very first monster hunt. Is it really going to be okay? Ella recalled the worried expression on the face of the young lady at the Adventurers Guild counter, and could not help but speak up. Don't worry about it. Even though we're only level 8, goblins are weaklings who couldn't even beat a farmer. Besides, I'm destined to become a titled adventurer one day, and claim the glory of slaying a dragon. There you go again with your big talk. Maybe first try becoming a professional adventurer, and earning your way into the underground city, will you? The female archer gave an exasperated pout, then turned with a bright smile toward Ella. Even though our captain loves to brag, dealing with a few goblins won't be a problem. After all, they're just a bunch of short, scrawny green monkeys. What's the point of being an adventurer if you're a coward? Instead of worrying about being attacked by goblins, why not worry about not catching any and failing the commission? The C-grade magic crystal Ella wore on her wrist was 2 whole grades higher than the E-grade magic crystal embedded in his staff. Some little miss with delusions of being an adventurer. Go crying back to daddy's arms. The priest thought. Then aloud, goblins have indeed been showing up less often lately. There are far fewer related commissions at the Adventurers Guild too. Does anyone know why? The female archer asked curiously. The male warrior and the priest both shook their heads. It was Ella on her first adventure who actually knew the answer. The lady at the counter said it's because some adventurer who specializes in hunting goblins has appeared in the area these past few days. Because of his hunting, the goblin population has dropped and incidents of attacks on caravans and villages have gone down too. That's why there are far fewer goblin-related commissions now. This was intelligence Ella had deliberately gathered before setting out. Is that so? If someone can handle whole packs of goblins alone, shouldn't they be a professional adventurer already? Why would they still go after low-level monsters like goblins instead of entering the underground city? Probably for the thrill of slaughtering weak monsters. It's pretty common among adventurers, honestly. The male priest spoke up. What a disgusting hobby. Maybe he's just a coward who doesn't dare face stronger monsters, so he only picks on goblins. Listening to their mockery, Ella remained silent. Goblins are also a real threat to caravans and small villages. That adventurer is clearly doing good deeds. Yet in these people's mouths, he sounds so contemptible. She bit into her portion of white bread and smoked meat, silently resolving in her heart that once this commission was over, she would cancel her party membership with them. Night deepened, the downpour relentless. In the darkness, the male warrior gazed at the dense forest nearby, sensing shadowy movements flickering between the trees. He rose to his feet and stepped out of the wooden shelter, trying to see what was out there. Whoosh! A stone the size of a chicken egg, razor sharp, came hurtling through the air from the darkness. It struck his right eye with unerring accuracy. The warrior's eyeball burst open instantly, the ruined orb hanging from his cheek by red sinew. Af! The male warrior clutched his eye and howled in agony, drawing his brand new longsword and slashing wildly. His anguished scream alerted Ella and the other 2. The female archer knocked an arrow and aimed into the darkness. As an archer, her eyesight was the sharpest among them, but even she could only make out vague outlines. It's goblins. Whoosh. The wooden arrow flew off, vanishing into the dense forest without a target. More shadows stirred in the darkness. The male priest fumbled for his staff. Holy light! The staff flared with a great halo of light. The halo illuminated the darkness, but also stung the eyes of the 4 companions. Ella forced her eyes open against the pain and looked toward the shadows. What lay hidden in the darkness was a swarm of goblins. Their rough, dark green skin was covered in scars, and their crimson eyes burned with feral violence and cunning. A strip of tattered brown cloth was tied around their waists. Their limbs were thin, while their bellies were round and bulging. While the 4 stared in shock, one goblin leapt up violently, a spiked hammer in its grip, and brought it crashing down on the still screaming warrior's head. The head that had been whole a moment ago exploded in an instant. Crimson blood mixed with thick white brain matter burst outward in a spray, like a rotten watermelon covered in white mold smashed open. Ella touched the brain matter that had splattered across her own face, her expression blank, her pupils contracted. In the rainy forest beneath the purple moon, Summer thrust his cracked longsword into the body of a still screaming goblin, twisting the blade until it stopped moving. Rainwater washed over the corpse and fresh blood stained the flowing water red. 3 goblin corpses in total lay scattered around Xia Lai. He cut off the left ears of the 3 dead goblins to claim the bounty. A regular goblin's bounty is only 1 silver coin. What a measly price, truly the sewer monster of any fantasy world. While mentally complaining to himself, Xia Lai pulled up his status panel. Name: Xia Lai, race human, level LV9, attributes strength 15, agility 12, constitution 10, perception 8, spirit 6, talent eye of the gods, view the information of target persons and items. Skills: instant slash LV5, dodge LV3, fire resistance LV1, title Goblin Slayer, when hunting goblins experience doubles. Duration 7 days. Remaining time 16 hours. Born swordsman can rapidly master sword skills. Otherworldly visitor, no level cap. Xia Lai stared at the panel in front of him, feeling it was still a little unfamiliar. Although it had been almost a week since his soul had transmigrated into this other world, every time he saw this game-like panel, it still felt unreal to him. In his previous life, he had been a small-town exam-cramming student. Though his studies were merely average, his luck had been extraordinary. In college, through his own efforts, the school had been elevated to a double first-class university. Thanks to that, right after graduation, he had landed a suitable job at a major internet company. But unexpectedly, on his very first day at work, he had struck it unlucky in the worst way. After that, everything went black, and he awoke in the body of a 17-year-old boy who had just died. The original owner was a greenhorn adventurer who, fired up with hot-blooded enthusiasm, had set out alone to hunt monsters. After eating moldy white bread, he suffered severe diarrhea and died of dehydration deep in the forest. Sigh, 2 unlucky fools. Xia Lai sighed. It was what it was, time to focus on the present. Thanks to the panel and the Goblin Slayer title, in just a few short days since arriving in this world, he had already risen to level 9. Only 1 level away from the level 10 required to become a professional adventurer. Since I'm already here, I might as well make the best of it. Holding on to that principle, Xia Lai could always adapt to new environments remarkably fast. Even if he'd been transported to another world, he was determined to live well. Driven by the thought that being an adventurer might be a decent alternative compared to being a farmer who couldn't earn a few silver coins in a whole year, and with the existence of his status panel as assurance, Xia Lai embarked on his adventuring career without a shred of surprise. Blood flowed freely, and the rain went on drumming down, washing the gore from his 2-handed sword. Need to find some shelter from the rain, Xia Lai thought, glancing down at his thoroughly soaked clothes. I remember there's a campsite ahead with a wooden lean-to that can keep the rain off. Xia Lai had been hunting goblins in this stretch of dense forest for some time now, so he knew the surroundings well. Relying on his memory, he quickly locked onto the direction. His damp clothes stuck uncomfortably to his skin. Xia Lai quickened his pace. The purple moon pierced through layers of clouds, casting its glow upon the dense forest. Footsteps echoed through the trees. Splashing sounds rang out as leather boots swept through puddles, scattering droplets into the air. Ayla gasped for air, her chest heaving. An arrow had pierced her shoulder, and crimson blood had soaked through her sea-blue robe. She cried out desperately in her native tongue. 2 goblins chattered in their incomprehensible language, bows in hand, pursuing her from behind. The goblins drew their bows and loosed arrows aimed straight at Ayla's head. The arrows struck a glowing red magical barrier that flared to life around Ayla, deflecting them harmlessly. The 2 goblins shrieked in fury, their thin limbs bulging with muscle as they loosed a relentless volley of arrows. The crimson barrier grew ever thinner. When the goblins finally exhausted their last arrow, it pierced through the weakened shield and embedded itself in a puddle right in front of Ayla. There is no escape. Running without the barrier only exposes my back to the goblins. I will die faster. Ayla stared at the quivering arrow feathers at her feet, then slowly turned her head to look back. Her ice-blue eyes burned with determination and stubbornness. Her speed had never matched the goblins. The only reason she had escaped this far was thanks to that red energy barrier. But the barrier's power had been completely exhausted. She could only fight now. She watched the approaching goblins, gripping their rusted short blades, their ugly, cunning faces blending in her mind with the gore she had witnessed. She suppressed the urge to vomit as magical power gathered in Ayla's hands. A blue-green magic circle took shape. Moments before completion, the goblins were only a few steps away. She could even smell the blood on the goblins. Even if her magic succeeded, the best outcome would be mutual destruction. Just as she resigned herself to mutual destruction, rustling sounds came from the forest. A dark shadow burst from the bushes beside the goblins. Summer, covered in fallen leaves, stared at the 2 goblins before him, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. What luck! I never expected to run into goblins on my way. Summer stepped forward with his right foot, both hands gripping his longsword drawn back to his right shoulder, muscles bulging as he gathered strength. Planting his right foot as a pivot, he leaned forward, his boot sinking 3 inches into the soft, wet earth. An indescribable force mobilized through his entire body, climbing along his muscles up into his hands. As Summer swung his sword, the power poured out. Instant slash. Ayla saw only a flash of sword light streak from the youth, and the two goblins were instantly bisected at the waist. A wet slicing sound. Green-skinned entrails and blood scattered across the ground. In the rain, a red halo of blood spread outward. The sword energy did not dissipate fully after passing through the goblins. It carved a 3-inch deep gash into a thick tree several meters away. Summer efficiently finished them off, cutting off their ears. Ayla watched the goblins she had feared as a deadly threat be dispatched, like helpless lambs in his hands. She remained frozen, her hands still held in the gesture of drawing a magic circle. Only when Summer walked toward her did she finally snap back to reality. Ayla hurriedly lowered her head in gratitude, offering to repay her debt to her savior. Summer looked at the grateful Ayla in surprise. He had originally come over to apologize for stealing her goblins. After all, his earlier actions had essentially stolen experience points from someone else. He never expected that this tall girl with long silver-white hair would thank him first instead of scolding him. Summer rubbed his chin and glanced at the wounds on Ayla's body, calculating internally, a novice adventurer on her first hunt. Summer's thoughts stirred, and Ayla's status panel appeared before his eyes. Name Ayla. Race human. Level LV7. Attributes Strength 4, Agility 5, Constitution 4, Perception 30, E-Spirit 20. Talent none. Skills would Magic LV2, Water Magic LV1, Magic Control LV4. Title Blood of the Hero. Descendant of heroes breaking past the ordinary human level cap of 50, capable of reaching up to LV70. An LV7 with Perception at 30 and Spirit at 20. A descendant of heroes with absurdly high talent. Summer looked at those two double-digit values and sharply inhaled. Although numerical values could be improved through skills, and leveling the process was slow. Only those born with extraordinary talent would possess such high values at a low level. At LV7, having either perception or spirit reach double digits already marked a mage with strong talent. And Ayla with both values in the double digits, and not just barely, simply had to be a genius among geniuses. Ayla looked at the dazed Summer before her, and called out in confusion, asking if he had heard her. Summer nodded and waved his hand dismissively, saying he had heard her, but there was no need for repayment. Hearing Summer's words, Ayla shook her head firmly. No, you are my savior, which means you are a benefactor of the Hayward family. The Hayward people always repay their debts. I must repay you. What does the savior require as repayment? Gold coins, weapons. Hearing Ayla speak so formally, Summer scratched his head. He had originally come to steal experience points from her goblins, yet instead of being scolded, he was being eagerly pressed for repayment. He looked at the beautiful Ayla before him, thought briefly, and spoke. I have no need for gold or weapons. If you truly wish to repay me, then give me your friendship. Ayla tilted her head in confusion. Friendship. Summer nodded, confirming she had heard correctly. In truth, he had his own reasons for this request. Summer had only recently arrived in this world. His original identity was that of a rookie adventurer, and his knowledge about adventurers was pitifully scarce. This somewhat airhead beautiful girl before him was a perfect candidate to help him learn about the outside world. Furthermore, from Ayla's attribute values and her title, he could tell she was a true genius of this world. Building a good relationship with her would certainly bring no harm. Summer spoke. So are you willing to form a bond of friendship with me? To become friends? Or would you rather not? Hearing his words, Ayla snapped out of her confusion and nodded vigorously, exclaiming her willingness. I am willing. She extended her hand and placed it over her heart, swearing by the name of Hero Hayward above all gods, Ayla Hayward is willing to form a bond of life friendship with. Ayla asked for his name. Summer promptly answered. Summer. Above all gods, Ayla Hayward shall form a bond of friendship with Summer, becoming life friends sworn to each other. I pledge that through fortune and adversity, through closeness and distance, I choose understanding over judgment, and standing together over fleeing. This heart bears witness, this resolve unshaken. Hearing an oath that sounded remarkably like wedding vows, Summer could barely hold back his reaction. But under Ayla's urging, he could only press his own hand over his heart and repeat her oath word for word, completing the vow of life friendship with unwavering resolve. After speaking, Summer scratched his head with a dazed look. He had only casually stolen a goblin's experience points, yet somehow ended up forming a life friendship bond with a beautiful girl. However, this naturally brought him no loss. Ayla shyly spoke. Now that we are life friends, I shall call you Summer. Why is your face red like that? A beautiful girl's blushing face has quite an impact. Summer forced himself to stay composed. In that case, I shall call you Ayla. By the way, Ayla, I noticed you came from the direction of a campsite. Was it attacked by goblins? Yes, I was the only one who escaped. Ayla revealed everything that had happened at the campsite in full detail. After the warrior fell, the cleric was next. A stone crushed her skull. The female archer was overwhelmed by a swarm of goblins. From that moment, aside from Ayla, who escaped with a magical tool, the entire party was annihilated. Summer rubbed his chin and thought, a party of greenhorn adventurers thrown together, truly a ragtag squad. The term came from a mismatched meal he often ate in his previous life. Such inexperienced newcomers with no strategy and nothing but reckless courage truly deserve that name. How many goblins did you say there were? There were 12 at first. The cleric took down one, the archer shot one. Ayla glanced at the two bisected goblins not far away. Just now, Summer, you took out two more. That leaves 8. 8. I can handle that. The buffs from Goblin Slayer only have less than 16 hours left, and he must seize every opportunity to hunt goblins to raise his level. Summer, are you thinking of going after those goblins? Yes. But that is 8 goblins. Even if Summer is a professional adventurer above LV 10, it would not be easy, and besides. Summer interrupted Ayla, actually I haven't reached LV 10 yet. I'm not even a professional adventurer. In the tranquil, dense forest, layers of trees stood still, with only the rustling sound of falling rain. Slap. Footsteps trod upon a puddle, splashing water and shattering the quietude. Xia Lai and Ai La trudged through the rain. Xia Lai glanced at Ai La, who kept turning her head back and forth, nervously scanning the surroundings. He had originally planned to deal with the goblins alone, but Ai La, who still harbored the fear of death, insisted. You saved my life, and you're not yet a professional adventurer. I won't let you go alone. Despite repeated persuasion, it was to no avail. Xia Lai had no choice but to let her follow. Moreover, a level 7 mage, as long as she wasn't too terrified when facing monsters, could still play a significant role. In truth, the ragtag team Ai La had been in terms of strength could have dealt with a group of 12 goblins. With caution, they might not have eliminated all of them, but they could have retreated. But unfortunately, as novice adventurers, they lacked experience, were utterly careless, and even arrogant, underestimating the goblins simply because they were the hunting target. Some lucky ragtag teams managed to survive, becoming cautious and stronger, gradually rising to become professional adventurers and entering the underground city for real adventures. AILA's team, however, was not so fortunate. They would forever rest in this dense forest. It's just behind that bush ahead. In the rain, Ai La leaned down, half crouching, and pointed to Xia Lai. Xia Lai drew his great sword, parting the bushes to create a gap. Crackling. In the darkness, the light of the campfire seeped through the gap. Xia Lai and Ai La squeezed together, peering through the gap as raindrops trickled down their cheeks. The green-skinned monkeys, with only a piece of cloth around their loins, gathered around the campfire, screeching and crowding in a circle. Their thin arms raised high, their filthy long nails pointing skyward. Jebulin Gubulin. As if they were performing a bizarre ritual. AILA's gaze passed through the goblins, fixing on the central bonfire. The sight of human-shaped meat roasting over the flames made her pupils contract. Ai La looked up at Xia Lai, only to find him calmly observing the scene. Is this the quality of a seasoned adventurer? So she quietly adjusted her breathing, suppressing her discomfort. Ai La, is that the special goblin you mentioned? Xia Lai pointed his sword tip at a goblin wearing a wooden armor on its chest. Unlike the goblins that only had a piece of cloth around their waists, the wooden armored goblin had unusually thick arms aside from its armor. Race goblin, goblin thrower. Level LV7. Skill, throw LV2. That's right, it's the one. Ai La remembered clearly. The stones thrown from its hands had instantly incapacitated the warrior and the priest. A goblin thrower with a skill, huh? How do you know, Xia Lai? From the Goblin Guide. It has introductions for corresponding goblins. Xia Lai pulled out a small pamphlet made of papyrus and handed it over. Mine is the deluxe edition, priced at 1 gold coin. Besides covering different types of goblins, it also includes their habits and lifestyles. The Adventurers Guild sells it, didn't you know? Ai La flipped open the pamphlet and found that it indeed contained records. Goblin thrower level 6 or above usually learns the skill throw. Additionally, the guide also recorded the living habits of goblins. Understanding those habits allowed for the formulation of specialized combat strategies. That was why Xia Lai had bought the guide. If it were just simple level and race information, his golden finger, the status panel, could easily provide it. Xia Lai, how do you plan to deal with them? Ai La returned the guide to Xia Lai. You said you can use the first tier spell, Entangle. Xia Lai stared at the goblins by the bonfire, the flames reflected in his brown pupils. The warm breath from his words brushed against Ai-La's earlobe. Only then did she realize how close they were. Because they had to peer through the gap, although not tightly pressed together, they were nearly so. Xia Lai's handsome face was so close that she could even see the bloodshot veins in his eyes. I've finished. Any thoughts? Why is your face so red? Are you sick? Xia Lai finished his plan and noticed that Ai-La's fair cheeks had turned crimson, her silver hair plastered to her face by the rain, making her look exceptionally cute. No, I'm not feverish. I've heard your plan. Ai La ran her fingers through her hair, unnaturally changing the subject. You want me to use Entangle to trap those goblins, but my mana consumption is high. The spell can only last a very short time. The goblin thrower is on the periphery, so I can only trap the ones near the bonfire. That's fine. Just create a one-on-one situation between me and the goblin thrower, even if it's for a brief moment. The most troublesome aspect of the goblin thrower was that it could hide behind other goblins and throw without distraction. This would allow its throw skill to be executed perfectly, making things complicated. But as long as it couldn't use its skill effectively, it was just a slightly stronger goblin wearing armor. Xia Lai raised her right hand in front of her chest, channeling mana to draw a magic circle. The purple magic crystal on her wrist glowed. With the final stroke of the magic circle complete, the earth beneath the bonfire churned. Dozens of green vines as thick as a thumb burst forth, coiling around the nearby goblins like venomous snakes. First tier spell, Entangle. Xia Lai, hurry. I can't hold it for long. Xia Lai urged him quickly. Without the magic crystal's assistance, she would never have been able to cast such a large-scale spell, while already depleted of most of her mana. But even so, she couldn't sustain it for long. Xia Lai looked toward the camp. Aila's spell hadn't trapped all the goblins. Aside from the thrower, 2 ordinary goblins farther from the bonfire remained free. That was still quite good. Entangle was a first-tier spell after all, controlling that many goblins was already an exceptional performance. Leave it to me. Xia Lai leaped out of the bushes, greatsword in hand, charging toward the thrower like a startled rabbit. The 2 ordinary goblins stood in front of the thrower, brandishing a mace and a short blade, snarling and waving their arms. Their yellowed teeth were stained with foul saliva. Suddenly, a jagged stone the size of a fist hurtled towards Xia Lai. The 2 goblins also charged, flanking him from left and right. Combined with the sharp stone from the front, it was a threefold threat. Dodge. Xia Lai's body, which had been surging forward, suddenly shifted to the right, narrowly evading the oncoming stone. But at that moment, the mace in the right goblin's hand was about to smash into Xia Lai's thigh. The twisted mace head bore dried bloodstains that even the rain couldn't wash away. Xia Lai saw this and felt a pang of fear. Yet Xia Lai's face remained unchanged. He simply tensed the muscles in his right leg and pushed off forcefully. Carried by inertia, his body surged forward, leaping into the air. Xia Lai first breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment her heart leaped into her throat. Although Xia Lai had avoided the mace by leaping, the thrower was still there, and its thrown stones were far more dangerous than the mace. And in midair, Xia Lai could not dodge a high-speed stone. As she had guessed, the thrower hurled another sharp stone at Xia Lai in the air. The rough stone whistled through the air, shattering raindrops in its path. It left behind a rainless arc in the sky. Xia Lai watched the stone with terror, her face pale, as if she could already see Xia Lai's head burst open. Xia Lai watched the incoming stone and murmured. Instant slash. The kinetic energy of his body blended with the surging power was unleashed through the blade. The blade cut through the rain curtain without stirring a ripple. Xia Lai only saw the rough stone split in half midair, then fall. The split surfaces of the stone were as smooth as a mirror. Then a crimson streak flashed through the rain, and the goblin thrower was cleaved in 2. Organs spilled onto the ground, blood diffusing in the torrential rain. And all this, from Xia Lai's burst from the bushes to the goblin thrower being split in 2, took only a few seconds. Xia Lai landed in the rain, splashing crimson water. He turned to face the mace-wielding goblin holding the great sword in one hand. He pulled out a bottle of oil, doused the blade, and the next moment flames ignited in the downpour. Xia Lai held the great sword horizontally before him with both hands. The fiery sword blazed with heat, and the boy's determined eyes hid behind the distorted heat. His soaked hair tousled freely. In his bright brown pupils, the crimson flames reflected as if a fire demon were clawing its way out. The bonfire crackled, and the goblins trapped by the vines gradually broke free from the entanglement. The torrential rain, the flames, the longsword, the roaring goblins, and the young adventurer. Xia Lai felt that this scene surpassed every legend ever sung by bards. Fire oil is a flammable liquid specially refined by mages, capable of burning even in heavy rain. Goblins slashed by Xia Lai would be coated in flames, which continued to burn until all the adhered fire oil was consumed. This was a method Xia Lai had invented himself to deal with goblins. After all, continuously using skills within a short span inevitably placed a burden on the body. And without using skills, he could not guarantee that a single strike would disable a goblin. But fire oil could solve this problem. Even if his blow failed to connect and was blocked, the fire oil would still splash onto the goblin, and even if it extinguished quickly, it still neutralized one combatant. Thrust, stab, poke, slash. Facing goblins who charged forward relentlessly, Xia Lai's greatsword moved as naturally as an extension of his own arm. Thanks to his title natural swordsman and the continuous combat practice over these past few days, Xia Lai could not yet be called a swordsmanship master, but his fundamental techniques were solid. Even without relying on skills, his movements appeared remarkably proficient. One goblin after another was coated in fire oil, writhing and rolling on the ground while howling in agony. A sour, acrid stench of charred flesh rose from the scene, until the last goblin became a burning fireball. Xia Lai exhaled, flicking the residual fire oil from his blade into a puddle. Several fine cracks had appeared on the blade. This was unavoidable. This greatsword was originally nothing more than an ordinary village-grade weapon made of common materials with mediocre craftsmanship. Its smith was no dwarf master, merely a commonplace blacksmith. Under the scorching heat, only a few hairline fractures was already decent performance. Ordinary greatsword. Type, greatsword. Rank, common white. Description: an ordinary greatsword, yet its existence is far from ordinary. In the field of slaying goblins it excels, though shattering may come with the next swing. Level LV9. The level had not changed. Dismissing the status panel, Xia Lai used his sword to slice off the goblin's ears. Even charred goblin ears can be sold for money. 1 silver piece per goblin. 10 silvers make 1 gold. A farmer's annual income is barely 3 gold coins. Thanks to the memories of his former self, he knew this world's currency ratio. Gold, silver, copper, 11010000. 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 1,000 copper pieces, and 20 coppers were enough to enjoy a sumptuous feast in town. Xia Lai gathered the goblin ears and walked toward Ella in the downpour. 3 corpses, 2 male 1 female, were placed together. The headless warrior among them had been charcoal roasted beyond recognition. Ella had to suppress her disgust to drag them out from the bonfire. Though Ella had only teamed up with them for the first time, mere acquaintances, seeing the corpses still stirred sorrow within her. Ella broke some broad branches to cover the bodies, preventing the rain from directly washing over them. Xia Lai dragged the goblin thrower's corpse while Ella carried the 3 weapons, walking beneath the wooden shelter of the camp. By the orange glow of the bonfire, the two sat on a broken log. 7 ordinary goblins, 1 goblin thrower. Ella, these are yours. Xia Lai handed over 4 ears. I get a share too. Of course. Without your spells we certainly wouldn't have cleared them so easily. The reason Xia Lai was so generous was to leave a good impression on this local prodigy. An opportunity to forge a favorable alliance for just a few silver pieces was an excellent bargain. Ella hesitated for a long time because she felt she had hardly contributed. She had only cast 1 spell throughout the battle, while Xia Lai had done all the fighting. But she ultimately accepted it. Though 4 silver pieces could not even buy a cheap spell robe, they symbolized her first adventure. Thank you. No need to mention it. There's still loot to divide. Xia Lai dragged over the goblin thrower's corpse. Holding a scavenged short blade, he sliced open the thrower's arm. 2 dice-sized crystalline bone fragments were pried from the forearm bone. These bone fragments from throwers can serve as alchemical materials. The Adventurers Guild buys them for 3 silver pieces, while apothecary shops pay 4 silver pieces. How do you know all this? A strategy guide. Xia Lai took out the guide and handed it to her. It's in the last few pages. Ella flipped through the booklet and found it was indeed true. Xia Lai, I want to buy this guide from you. Xia Lai looked at the gold coin in his hand bearing the portrait of the goddess of wealth Tyrus and stuffed it into his pocket with a peculiar expression. He had originally spent 1 gold coin to buy the guide, then turned around and sold it back. He had essentially obtained all the goblin-related knowledge from it for free. In the forest's heavy rain, the bonfire flickered beneath the wooden shelter. After the exertion of battle, both were somewhat hungry. They were now crouching by the fire roasting Xia Lai's gray bread to eat. Gray bread was specially dehydrated with coarse fibers mixed in to extend its shelf life. At first, when Ella saw Xia Lai take out the gray bread, she had said that her pack contained soft, fragrant white bread. Then, under Xia Lai's meaningful expression, she discovered that the once soft white bread in her pack had long since soaked and swollen in the rain. You need to wrap your food in waterproof paper, and you should stop carrying white bread on future adventures. Its flaws go beyond just poor shelf stability and bulky volume. If you don't like the coarse texture of gray bread, you can buy lembas made by elves. But your smoked meat isn't bad. Though a bit damp, it becomes quite delicious when roasted. Ella's face flushed completely red by the bonfire. She now fully understood how reckless and ignorant she had been and how fortunate she truly was. She glanced at the 3 corpses beneath the leaves. If it weren't for the luck of meeting Xia Lai, there should be 4 bodies lying there instead. Gray bread sandwiched with smoked meat was swallowed down. Xia Lai handed Ella a cup of hot water with a small chunk of honey at the bottom. Replenishing sugar after intense exercise is good for the body. Is this also written in the guide? No, this is a little-known tip from my homeland. Is that so? A place of wise people then. Where is your homeland, Xia Lai? To the east, very far to the east. The Eastern Archipelago. No, even farther than that, so far that I may never return in this lifetime. Xia Lai held the water cup, looked up at the purple moon arching across the sky, and murmured softly. Through the rising steam, Ella sensed a profound sadness. I'm sorry. Never mind, let's not talk about that. Actually, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. You want to ask me? Ella pointed at herself in disbelief. Really? Don't look so shocked, all right. As a novice who has only been an adventurer for half a month, I merely happen to know some combat methods against goblins. I'm not as impressive as you think. These past days, apart from returning to town to restock supplies, Xia Lai had only been hunting goblins in the forest, living a monotonous routine. His understanding of this world was indeed limited. Before becoming an adventurer, I was merely a farmer. I didn't even know what countries and regions existed beyond the Duchy of Rod. So, I'd like to ask you some questions about geography and magic. Is that all right? Hearing Xia Lai say this, Ella tucked her silver-white hair behind her ear. Her pretty face grew serious as she faced him. Please ask. I will certainly share everything I know. Is this really necessary? Witnessing this atmosphere reminiscent of a classroom session from his past life, Xia Lai couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The first question I want to ask concerns magic. Is there any possibility of bringing them back to life? Xia Lai gestured toward the 3 corpses in the heavy rain. Tap tap. Raindrops pattered against the leaves, rustling loudly. Xia Lai and Ai La sat by the orange-red campfire, cups in hand, drying their damp clothes. Are you talking about resurrect? Ai La took a sip from her cup, the sweet honey soothing her taste buds. It's not impossible, but it's not that they can't be revived. It's that they don't deserve to be. Xia Lai, have you heard of talent? Ai La suddenly asked Xia Lai a seemingly unrelated question. I not only know about it, I even have one. Xia Lai thought to himself, but he didn't show it. Because over this period he had discovered that aside from himself no other adventurer possessed a talent. Although he hadn't been in this world long, he had met over a dozen adventurers. Yet whether they were LV1 or LV9, none had a talent. I've heard of it, but only heard. Talent is a unique skill that awakens automatically every 10 levels an adventurer gains. It cannot be analyzed, deciphered, or learned. Once acquired, it cannot be changed. The reason why adventurers of level 10 and above are called professional adventurers is precisely because they awaken their first talent upon breaking through to level 10. Only one talent awakens every 10 levels. Then what is my talent? Divine Eye, a cheat code. Xia Lai fell into thought, then interrupted. Ai La, can talents only be awakened every 10 levels? With so many adventurers, hasn't there ever been an exception? No. Ai La stated firmly, even in the legends sung by bards there has never been an exception. Xia Lai nodded, signaling Ai La to continue. And the only thing that can bring the dead back to life is a talent. A talent that awakens automatically, cannot be copied, learned, or analyzed. It's not a skill or spell that can be learned. Because of the uncontrollable nature of talent awakening, the number of adventurers who awaken the resurrect talent is extremely rare, making them invaluable assets to the various kingdoms. Moreover, the cost of resurrecting a person is enormous. At least the equivalent weight in magic crystals. It seems resurrection in this world isn't as common as in some fantasy worlds. It's equally rare. Do you have any more questions? Yes, I do. The orange-red campfire stretched their silhouettes long. In the distance, rain pattered against leaves, and a salamander sheltering under the foliage blinked its eyelids, gazing blankly at the 2 conversing figures. The rain gradually ceased, and the hour grew late. Xia Lai noticed Ai La fighting off yawns, her eyelids drooping. It's getting late. You sleep first. I'll take the first watch, you can take the second. Ai La had intended to be polite, but drowsiness surged over her like a tide. She crawled into her sleeping bag and soon fell asleep. Xia Lai squatted by the campfire, idly poking the burning wood, sending sparks flying. At dawn, insects chirped softly. The forest after the rain was exceptionally fresh. Xia Lai took a deep breath, drawing in the crisp scent of grass and wood. He stretched in his sleeping bag, then rubbed his face vigorously with both hands. You're awake. Ai La was crouching by the fire, toasting bread. The bread is almost ready. Xia Lai grunted in response, rolled up his sleeping bag, and stuffed it into his backpack. Then he went to check the alarm devices he had set up near the camp the night before. By the time he returned, the dark bread was already toasted. If you keep going in this direction, you'll reach the town. Xia Lai swallowed the dark bread, and pointed a direction for Ai La. Aren't you coming back? Ai La turned to look at Xia Lai. No, I still need to hunt goblins. The effect of the Goblin Slayer title had only 6 hours remaining. After hunting over a dozen goblins yesterday, Xia Lai was close to reaching level 10. He wanted to hunt as many goblins as possible within these few hours. This isn't a dungeon. The number of goblins in a forest nest is at most 30. Yesterday we hunted the goblin hunting party, the main force. That means even if there are still some goblins left in the nest, the number won't be large. So you're planning to go to the goblin nest alone and hunt the remaining goblins? Yes. Xia Lai slung the greatsword diagonally across his back and picked up a one-handed sword from the puzzle team legacy. Buddy, I saved your corpse and avenged you. Using your sword shouldn't be a problem, right? Ai La saw that Xia Lai neither invited her nor intended to discuss it. She bit her lips, pearly white teeth pressing against them, then took off a lady's ring from her finger and handed it to Xia Lai. The ring was entirely silver white, set with a rice grain-sized red magic crystal. From the crystal, countless fine lines extended outward. Though the rice grain-sized magic crystal seemed unremarkable, it was a genuine B-rank magic crystal. Due to its small size, it couldn't even match some C-rank crystals, but on this ring its size was perfectly proportioned. Red shield. Type ring. Grade blue, extraordinary. Effect: magic shield deploys a red shield that blocks 1 physical attack. Cooldown 2 hours. Description: its effect is hardly worth mentioning, but its former owner was quite famous. Asimo, an outstanding mage from Raven Fendor Magic Academy. This magical item, take it for now. When you return to town, give it back. The effect is... Ai La explained to Xia Lai, since you don't have mana, you can't replenish it with energy. So after using it once, it'll take about 2 hours to cool down before you can use it again. Xia Lai looked at the ring in his hand, and then at Ai La, who was chatting away. He interrupted, are you so trusting of me? Aren't you afraid I'll just take the ring and run? From what I understand, an ordinary magical item can sell for several hundred gold pieces, or even more. and a single silver coin was enough for an ordinary adventurer to live comfortably in a town for 3 to 5 days. Even professional adventurers didn't necessarily own a magical item. Yet Xia Lai offered to lend such a valuable magical item so casually. Was it because she was too naive, or because she was a rich girl? Or both? Do you trust others this easily too? Of course not. It's because you saved my life, Xia Lai, and you seem very reliable, so I trust you. I may be a rookie adventurer, but I'm very good at judging people. Damn, do I really look that honest and reliable? Xia Lai scratched his head and put the ring into his pocket. Hunting goblins might not necessarily bring danger, but having an extra trump card was always good. I should be able to wipe out the remaining goblins and return to town tonight. If it's convenient, wait for me at the Oak Tavern in town. I'll return the ring to you. Bidding farewell to Xia Lai, Xia Lai began searching for the goblin nest. Xia Lai gazed at the dense forest and pondered. Goblins usually go out hunting at dusk. According to Xia Lai, they were attacked by goblins shortly after nightfall, so the nest shouldn't be far from the camp. The town is to the north of the camp. Xia Lai and her group came from the town, and they didn't see any goblin nests along the way. I came from the west of the camp, and I didn't see any either. That leaves the south and east. But to the east isn't far from the main road leading from the town to the dungeon. So that leaves only the south. After a brief thought, Xia Lai pinpointed the general direction of the nest and began searching southward through the forest. Squelch. He trudged through the forest, 1 foot sinking deep after another, the muddy soil clinging to his boots. After searching for 3 hours, pushing aside layers of dense foliage and shrubs, Xia Lai finally spotted the dark, gaping goblin nest beneath a thorn-covered mound. Beneath a thorn-covered hillock lay a pitch-black cave. The cave walls near the entrance had been clearly smoothed by living creatures, and drag marks left by animals scarred the flat ground before the mouth. Coupled with the stench emanating from the cave, a foulness that even the fresh post-rain air could not mask, there was no doubt this was a goblin lair. Goblins are nocturnal monsters. For them, deep human night is their day, and the human day is their deep night. An ordinary adventurer, knowing only the habits of goblins, would attack the lair during the day when the creatures were supposed to be sleeping. But that would be a mistake. Just as humans become more vigilant in the wild at night, goblins are actually more alert during their nighttime. They station dedicated sentries, the strongest of the horde, to keep watch. Moreover, because goblins are about the height of a human child of 8 or 9, the caves they inhabit are relatively low and cramped for adventurers. Weapons that are easy to use outside become clumsy and restricted inside the cave. Thus, for an adventurer below level 10, rashly entering a goblin lair during the day would lead to a predictably grim outcome. So what was the best way to deal with the goblins inside the cave? Xia Lai answered with action. Smoke them out. He would smoke the goblins out of the cave and finish them in the open. A pile of wood was set ablaze at the cave mouth, covered with large wet branches. Thick smoke billowed into the cave. Xia Lai, his face masked with a damp cloth, stood behind the fire, a great sword in hand, waiting silently. Green-skinned goblins covered in sores, rubbing their bloodshot eyes, screeched as they dashed out of the cave, only to collide with the blade that bore fine cracks. Xia Lai swung his sword expressionlessly, a crimson arc splashing toward the sky. 1, 2, 6, 7. He counted the goblin corpses on the ground. 7 in total. As he pulled the greatsword from a goblin's body, a panel appeared named Xia Lai level LV10. With the increase in his stats, Xia Lai let out a long sigh. Finally, he had leveled up. According to Ayla, level 10 was a watershed. Only by breaking through level 10 and awakening a talent could one become a professional adventurer. Although he already possessed a talent called Eye of the Divine, he was still extremely excited. The panel displayed information talent Super Intuition, scans a 20-meter area and detects anomalies in the surroundings. Axe Proficiency learns axe-related skills quickly. Heavy Strike deals a charged blow that inflicts 200 of normal damage. Cooldown 1 hour. Select 1 as your awakened talent. This is different from ordinary adventurers again. Xia Lai frowned in deep thought. Ayla had told him that talent awakening was random and uncontrollable, but clearly this rule did not apply to Xia Lai. This must be the benefit of being a transmigrator. He chalked it up to his golden finger and pushed it aside. Then he began to consider which talent to awaken. Axe Proficiency. I already have Born Swordsman. Taking another would be redundant. Biting off more than one can chew. Just one sword style is enough for me to master. Axe Proficiency is out. Heavy Strike can boost my heavy attack power, which might surprise a strong enemy, but it doesn't help in other aspects. I don't lack offensive means, and this one has a cooldown limitation. With that thought, Xia Lai already had his answer. It's use Super Intuition. No explanation needed. The mere ability to scan a 20-meter area was enough to prove its power. Within that range, no movement, no matter how subtle, could escape his notice. Although it couldn't compare to Heavy Strike in offense in terms of support, it was practically divine. And on top of that, there was the ability to detect anomalies. Super Intuition. Greatness needs no words. After selecting the talent, Xia Lai turned his gaze to the cave. No more goblins emerged. He removed the wet branches from the fire and waited for the smoke to clear. Goblins were infamous for their greed, deceit, cunning, and brutality. They had a hobby of collecting trophies, with finely crafted metal coins being their favorites. Xia Lai naturally intended to claim the hoard of loot stored in the goblin lair. As the smoke dissipated, he glanced at the battered great sword in his hand, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. Then in the next second, he snapped the blade in two. Although no more goblins had come out, there was no guarantee that other monsters weren't lurking inside. In the cramped space of the cave, a broken sword being shorter would be easier to maneuver than a full-length greatsword. Though Xia Lai was somewhat reluctant to part with this weapon, the first he had ever owned in this world, it was already on the verge of shattering. Rather than let it crumble to time, he would let it fulfill its final purpose. This was its final ripple. Xia Lai pulled a torch from the fire, took the broken sword in his other hand, and stepped into the foul-smelling cave. The darkness swallowed him, and he thrust the torch ahead. The torchlight swept across the semicircular tunnel, illuminating the lair's gloom. Firelight flickered, and round water droplets dripped from the ceiling. Sword cuts and axe marks scarred the walls on both sides, traces left by adventurers who had come before. Previously, when Xia Lai entered a goblin lair, he would move cautiously, hugging the walls, afraid that some monster might spring from a hidden corner. But this time he did not tread carefully. He strode boldly through the tunnel with the torch, his face only slightly contorted by the stench, otherwise no different from walking in the forest. Because within a 20-meter radius the entire cave was laid out before him like a god's eye view. This was the confidence granted by the talent super intuition. After using this talent, Xia Lai believed that if others knew of its power, adventurer parties would flood him with invitations like a tidal wave. For in the dungeons, the greatest cause of casualties among adventurers was not the fearsome monsters they could see, but the attacks lurking in the darkness. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open arrow but hard to avoid a hidden one. With super intuition, while not all attacks could be prevented, more than 90% could be avoided. Xia Lai walked briskly along the passage. The torch in his hand suddenly flickered left and right, caught in the crosscurrent of two drafts. Ahead, the tunnel forked into left and right branches. At the fork, Xia Lai hesitated for a moment, then chose the right branch and entered. At the end of the branch was a rough-hewn chamber dug out by goblins. In the center of the chamber stood a large cauldron over fading embers. The green soup inside bubbled with a vomit-inducing stench, unknown bones floating on its surface. In a corner of the room lay a heap of pale bone fragments and a bound beast. And there was a female priest, barely clothed, draped in a clerical robe. Outside the goblin cave entrance, a tall, thin adventurer and a short, stout one crossed the forest and spotted a campfire still smoldering. "Hey Maka, look what we found. A goblin nest, haha." The stout adventurer, his face covered in a thick beard and holding a battle axe the size of a palm, let out an excited cry. "My eyes are fine, Somu." The tall, thin adventurer, carrying a longbow and wooden arrows, gazed at the pitch-black cave. He pinched the campfire with his fingers, then bent down to examine the footprints and goblin corpses on the ground. The fire is still burning, the footprints are fresh. The one who entered the cave to hunt goblins hasn't come out yet. So the treasure the goblins have hoarded inside hasn't been taken yet, haha. And it even comes with that guy's loot. The stout adventurer Somu toyed with his battle axe, a smirk curling on his lips, his eyes brimming with greed. Indeed, but there's one odd thing. The footprints at the entrance are all of the same style and size, so only one person must have entered the goblin nest. The archer Mako first measured the footprints with his fingers, then examined the wounds on the goblin bodies. The wounds were made by a longsword. A lone adventurer using a longsword hunting goblins. Where have I heard that before? Somu racked his brain, which had little capacity. The one who's been making a name lately. The adventurer called the Goblin Slayer, Mako reminded. "Oh, that guy." Somu suddenly understood, then lowered his voice. "If it's that Goblin Slayer in the nest, we'd better leave. I heard in the tavern that he's a professional adventurer who has awakened a talent. That's how he can kill a dozen or more goblins, all by himself." Both Mako and Somu were level LV8 and had been hanging around the dungeon for years. Although they were bottom-tier adventurers who only hunted minor monsters, their long experience had made them seasoned veterans. Unlike novice adventurers, they knew the danger of goblin packs. After all, earning a silver coin was no easy task. Even though the two of them could handle a dozen goblins, they were still no match for an awakened talent adventurer. "Don't worry, Somu." Maka took down his bow and set it in his hand. "I know that guy. 2 days ago, I happened to overhear him talking to someone from the Adventurers Guild. He's not a professional adventurer at all, just a kid with some talent for swordsmanship. You don't think he could have become a professional adventurer in just a few days, do you?" Seeing Somu still hesitating, Mako's voice sounded like a devil's temptation. "That kid has been hunting goblins all this time, so he must have plenty of money on him. And it'll all be ours. Besides, he's only experienced against goblins, but we're raiders. Dealing with people is what we're good at. Raiders, the scum among adventurers, often ambush adventurers who have just finished hunting monsters, taking their lives and loot." After hearing Mako's analysis, Somu gained confidence and perked up, greed shining in his eyes. "Right, that kid must have had a tough fight in the nest. and he's probably badly wounded now. That works out perfectly for us, ha. Suamu took the lead. Maku followed, both holding weapons, as they entered the cave. A ragged female priest lay dying in the corner, barely breathing. Although goblins in this world had females, when the number of females was scarce, they would raid other races for females to reproduce, otherwise they were just treated as food. Fortunately, the number of females in this goblin nest was sufficient, so the priestess had not suffered the fate commonly seen in those dungeons. Xia Lai bent down for a brief check. The female priest's expression was agonized, her eyes vacant, pupils dilated. Her beautiful face twitched in pain, and her muscles trembled uncontrollably. No hope. The priestess had already endured inhuman treatment, clinging to life only by the magic in her body. After the smoke, even that final breath began to fade. Xia Lai sighed. If he hadn't used the smoke strategy but instead charged into the nest, fought the goblins in the cramped space, and burst into this room, perhaps he could have saved the priestess. If this were a shonen manga, the protagonist would have done that. But sadly this wasn't a manga. Kill me, please kill me. The priestess's lips moved, whispering a plea. Xia Lai opened a vial of potion, dabbed a bit on her nose. Her face stopped twitching, and she closed her eyes, becoming serene. A faint smile lingered on her lips, not like a priestess about to die in a goblin cave, but more like a maiden sleeping on velvet, dreaming sweet dreams. Xia Lai picked up the broken sword and thrust it into the priestess's heart. Crimson blood flowed from the smiling girl's lips, streaming down her pale neck like stained velvet. Xia Lai pulled out the broken sword, and a red arc of blood sprayed onto his face, forming a lip print shape. Miss, may you have sweet dreams. Xia Lai laid the priestess's body flat and walked toward another passage. The torchlight probed into the room where weapons and coins in the corner glittered with an orange-red glow. A shadow fell from the rock ceiling beyond the torchlight, wielding a rusty short blade. It was a silent attack. The goblin's crimson eyes held a vicious gleam. Without even looking up, Xia Lai shifted slightly to the left and effortlessly thrust the broken sword upward. The goblin's corpse tumbled down. Though the room was pitch dark to Xia Lai, who possessed the talent super intuition, everything was clear. 4 ordinary goblins, 1 goblin shaman. This nest is quite impressive. Not only does it have goblin throwers, but also a goblin shaman. At the far end of the room, 4 goblins wielding weapons surrounded a goblin shaman in the center, who had feathers stuck in his hand, wore animal skins, and held a wooden staff. On the crude wooden staff, a D-grade magic crystal the size of an egg was tied with grass rope. Besides that, a string of magic crystals of various sizes hung around its neck, all taken from adventurers who died at goblin hands. Race goblin. Goblin shaman, level LV8, skill totem enhancement LV2. The shaman held the wooden staff, muttering incantations as a faint light flickered upon it. Seeing this, Xia Lai extended his left hand. He hurled the torch toward the shaman. It spun several times in the air, the flame forming a forward ring of light, scattering sparks like shattered stars. The goblin's crimson, cunning eyes flashed with confusion as they followed the torch. A broken sword thrust out from the darkness behind the torch, its jagged edge plunging into the shaman's throat. Blood splattered over the still stunned goblin faces. The torch fell to the ground, plunging the room back into darkness. The goblins howled and launched frantic attacks in the dark. But against Xia Lai, who possessed super intuition, it was all futile. Soon, all the goblins were dead. A hand, muscular with long slender fingers, reached out from the darkness and grabbed the torch on the ground. The remaining flames flared up. Xia Lai did not cut off the goblin's ears as he usually did, nor did he collect the valuable items in the room. He raised the torch, turned around, and extended the flame toward the entrance of the room. Have you two seen enough? In such deep darkness we can see him because he holds a torch standing in the light. But how can he see us? That was the thought that simultaneously surfaced in Maku and Suamu's minds. The two exchanged a glance in the darkness, seeing the shock in each other's eyes, and tightened their grips on their weapons. They followed the sounds of battle and came directly through the fork. Extinguishing the torch was meant to facilitate a sneak attack in the darkness, but they never expected Xia Lai's battle with the goblins to end so quickly. Nor did they expect Xia Lai to be able to see them in the dark. Maku stared at Xia Lai, who was holding a torch and staring straight at them, uncertain whether he truly saw them or was bluffing. Think I'm bluffing. Xia Lai lowered his head and twirled the broken sword in his hand. Tall and thin, short and stout. Need me to be more specific? Damn it, this kid really recognized us. Suamu, who was originally hot-tempered, cursed out loud upon seeing that Xia Lai perfectly described their physiques. Maku lit a torch, revealing the two of them. Since the other could see clearly in the dark, there was no need to hide anymore. Xia Lai raised his brown eyes, and a panel appeared. Suamu. Race human. Level LV8. The short and stout adventurer's stats were nothing special, but the tall and thin adventurer, named Maku, was somewhat unusual. Maku. Race human, blood servant. Level LV8. Title blood disciple, one who has made a pact with the vampire race, craving blood, but possessing strong recovery ability, difficult to kill. Xia Lai had never seen an adventurer with this title before. Hey kid, leave the treasure, and you can go, Suamu said, weighing the battle axe in his hand. Seeing that Xia Lai didn't react, Mako added, "We've heard of you, the goblin slayer who's been making waves. Everyone says you're already a professional adventurer, but we know you haven't reached that level yet. The forest is dangerous, we don't want to cause you too much trouble. How about splitting the treasure from the goblin nest half and half?" While saying this, Mako began to knock an arrow. His words were only meant to deceive Xia Lai. He had no intention of letting him go. "Not good at all. Open your mouth and ask for half. Who do you think you are?" Xia Lai stared at the two, the firelight reflected in his eyes. He had been willing to share half of the previous spoils with AI Law, because she had contributed and had investment potential. "The two of you are nothing but trash. You haven't lifted a finger, done any work, but you open your mouth and ask for half. Do you think this is a divorce settlement? Are you Wang Shi's 13 spices?" Xia Lai's blunt and straightforward words made Mako pause. He hadn't expected Xia Lai to say that. He wondered if Xia Lai had gone stupid from killing goblins. Hadn't he heard that Mako already knew his strength? Couldn't he see that there were two of them? Was the advantage on their side? "How it seems you take us for weak goblins. Let me tell you, kid, maybe you're good at hunting goblins, but as long as you haven't become a professional adventurer, you can't beat us. Is your bow ready?" Xia Lai interrupted impatiently. "If it's ready, stop wasting words. Both of you come at me together." Seeing his actions exposed, Mako said no more. He drew his longbow, storing elastic potential energy, and aimed at Xia Lai. In the cramped room, there wasn't much room to dodge. Mako's shot was practically a guaranteed hit. "Suamu, let's attack together. I don't believe this kid can dodge both of our assaults. Mako, I told you earlier, just charge in and smash him to pulp. Why say so much?" Suamu raised his battle axe, eager to fight. Xia Lai drew his single-handed sword, its blade reflecting light. The room was spacious enough that the single-handed sword wouldn't be too restricted. The three separated into two sides, glaring at each other, ready to strike. The torches on both sides crackled, illuminating the two parties. In an instant, the room fell into a silent stillness. Xia Lai made the first move, throwing his torch at the two. "Do you take us for stupid goblins?" Mako released the bowstring, and the wooden arrow shot towards Xia Lai, with a gust of wind sweeping away the heat from the flames. Precision, LV3. At the same moment Mako released his arrow, Suamu raised his battle axe and swung it down. Axe strike, LV3. Xia Lai didn't bother to block Mako's wooden arrow, even though he knew that if it hit him it would either kill or severely injure him. Yet he still charged forward without dodging. A sudden light appeared on the sword blade as it swung towards Suamu. Instant slash, LV5. The wooden arrow, the battle axe, and the sword blade converged in an instant. In a flash, Suamu's head flew backward, blood splattering like a red curtain. His body, still carrying the momentum of his charge, stumbled forward a few steps blankly before collapsing with a thud. Mako stared in disbelief at the red shield gradually dissipating around Xia Lai. "A magic item? You actually have a magic item." The red shield was precisely the magic item that AI Law had lent to Xia Lai. Without it, Xia Lai would not have adopted this fighting style against Mako and Suamu, but would have used other methods. Xia Lai said nothing, raising his sword toward Mako. Mako hastily drew his bow and shot, sending wooden arrows towards Xia Lai with gusts of wind. Seeing his arrows all blocked, Mako instantly panicked. He was not a melee fighter to begin with. This narrow space was not suitable for him. When Suamu was still alive, the two could coordinate with one front and one back, complementing each other perfectly. But now Suamu lay on the ground. In Xia Lai's words, he was cosplaying Louis XVI. Mako shot his last arrow, even threw away his longbow, turned around, and ran. Xia Lai deflected the wooden arrow with his single-handed sword, closely following Mako, and swung his sword with gathered strength. Instant slash. The slash cut open Mako's chest, revealing his thumping heart. With his heart exposed, Mako's face instantly turned pale, but he still ran forward without slowing down. So this is the ability of the blood disciple, Xia Lai thought to himself, while continuously stabbing with his sword. Soon Mako lay weakly against the rock wall, his body covered with gaping wounds, his heart pumping tirelessly, but with no blood left to work. "You should know by now that I am not ordinary. If you continue, you will provoke an existence you absolutely cannot afford to offend." Mako forced himself to speak, uttering lies like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. "Who are you trying to scare? If you were really that important, why would you be a raider?" Xia Lai pierced through Mako's flimsy lie and mercilessly stabbed his heart. He wiped the blood off his single-handed sword with his arm and went back to collect his spoils. Meanwhile, in the secret ancient castle on the 4th floor of the Amethyst Dungeon. In the castle's library hall, 2 men and a woman were seated at desks reading books. A young girl with red hair and red pupils, wearing a Gothic-style dress and a veil over her face, sat in front of an intricately patterned, oddly shaped, and exquisite armchair, holding a white porcelain teacup with a gold-inlaid silver handle. She brought the scarlet tea to her lips, closed her eyes in enjoyment, and licked her sharp fangs with her tongue. She heard a man beside her let out a soft. She asked curiously, "What's the matter, Fu La Da?" "Nothing." Li Li Sha, the elegant man called Fu La Da, waved his hand. Just that the blood servant I placed on the outskirts of the dungeon suddenly lost contact. It must have been killed by some adventurer. Aren't you going to go punish them? Li Sha asked with interest. It's just a casually converted blood servant. We shouldn't delay our main business. Xia Lai hefted the bulging money pouch where copper and silver coins intermingled, concealing a few brilliant gold pieces. He picked out the gold coins. There were only 5. Xia Lai scanned the remaining coins inside the pouch, roughly worth about 10 gold coins. Although the pouch was stuffed, copper coins made up the majority. Yet this was already quite decent enough for those low-tier adventurers with no grand ambitions to indulge in debauchery for a long time. Moreover, there were other spoils. The weapons from adventurers whom the goblins had hunted in the room had all rotted away worthless. But the magic crystals strung on the goblin shaman's body and the wooden staff were of considerable value. The D-grade crystal bound to the staff, though somewhat depleted, could still fetch a high price of 15 gold at a shop. The remaining magic crystals also added up to no small sum. Additionally, the coins and items from Maku and Suamu amounted to another 5 gold. Taking a silver coin per goblin as a rough standard, the total haul from this trip was worth over 500 goblins, directly doubling Xia Lai's wealth. A truly great victory, a great victory. Xia Lai couldn't help but beam with joy. At that moment, a panel popped up displaying words Goblin Slayer time limit reached. The title began to slowly fade. This title, like a novice gift pack, had guided Xia Lai into the career of a professional adventurer, and now, as if its mission was completed, vanished. Xia Lai gathered the loot, walked out of the cave, and set off on the journey back. He had an appointment to meet Ayla tonight. The Goblin Slayer title had disappeared. Hunting goblins no longer brought extra benefits, and his trusty two-handed sword was broken. It was better to return to town for a proper rest. The midday sun was scorching, and the forest steamed like a furnace. When layers of thin salt crystals had formed on Xia Lai's body, he finally stepped onto the Zijing Avenue, a road built by the principality extending from the town to the dungeon. The Zijing Avenue was paved with blue stone slabs wide enough for 2 4-horse carriages to pass side by side. Along the avenue, medieval stone brick cottages occasionally appeared, usually belonging to nearby villagers who earned a fee by providing services to adventurers heading to the dungeon. Xia Lai spent 30 copper coins to rent an argali for carrying goods. These argalis were fierce-tempered, highly enduring, and especially suited for galloping across hilly terrain. In the dwarf kingdom where hills overlapped, they were specially bred as mounts for dwarf warriors. Following the avenue, the greenery gradually thinned, and houses began to multiply. A stream flowed out of the forest, merging into green wheat fields where several windmills slowly turned. Crows pecked at the leftover blackberries on the bushes, and Xia Lai plucked a few to pop into his mouth. The sour juice burst in his mouth, and with his face twisted in sourness, Xia Lai arrived at the town. Sagu Town was originally just an ordinary town in the southeastern reaches of the Road Kingdom, yet it had become extraordinary because of the dungeon. The various treasures and monsters born from the dungeon attracted wave after wave of adventurers and mercenaries to gather here, feasting and celebrating together. From a backward town on the edge of the forest, Sagu Town had continuously expanded and now rivaled some medium-sized cities. Watchtowers stood on the 8-meter-high city walls, and leather-armored guards bearing the mark of the Sagu family held long spears. 2 rows of guards stood at the city gate, checking the incoming crowd. Xia Lai took out his identity token, showed it to the guard, and entered. Everything in Sagu Town now came from the endless stream of adventurers, so the Adventurers Association occupied the widest and most prosperous area within the city. Taverns and brothels were arranged around the Adventurers Association like a spiderweb. As the saying goes, food and sex are human nature. For adventurers who risked life and death in battle, these were indispensable outlets. As long as you had money, this place would offer you the best wine, food, and women in Sagu. Walking through this area, Xia Lai occasionally noticed adventurers eyeing the heavily laden argali with greed. But upon seeing that Xia Lai was alone, they cleverly concealed their greed. An adventurer who hunted monsters alone was either a lone wolf of formidable strength or a vicious character who liked to betray comrades. Either way, it was best not to provoke them. Since arriving in town, the ever-present danger of the forest was gone. In this safe environment, Xia Lai couldn't help but slow his pace. He had always been a curious person, and the various sights along the roadside in this other world could easily catch his eye. Otherwise, he wouldn't have eaten those terribly sour blackberries. Thus, stopping and starting along the way, Xia Lai reached the Adventurers Association. It was a 3-story stone building adorned with reliefs of heroes from bard songs and bizarre grotesque monsters. At first glance, sanctity and strangeness blended seamlessly. On the semicircular stone arch above the main door were carved from left to right an elf, a human, and a dwarf. These were the 3 most numerous races among adventurers and key members of the Humanoid Alliance. He entered the gate. First came a vast hall covering an area as large as 2 or 3 basketball courts, with adventurers of all kinds moving through. On both sides of the hall were wooden boards filled with wanted posters, surrounded by crowds of adventurers. In the middle of the hall stretched a long counter, behind which sat young women in association uniforms. Xia Lai squeezed up to the counter and placed a bag full of goblin ears on it. "Hello, the bounty for goblins." There are 42 goblins here. In front of Xia Lai was a young woman with long golden hair tied back with a hairband. She had been leaning over to organize documents, but at Xia Lai's words she started. Although goblins were low-level monsters, hunting such a large number was no simple task. She looked up in confusion, saw Xia Lai's cheerful face, and suddenly realized, oh, it's you. Xia Lai had come to the association 3 days ago, and the same long-haired girl had helped him accept the goblin bounty quest. I remember last time you hunted 30 goblins. I didn't expect that in just a few days you'd have caught over 40 more. The long-haired girl took out a tray, poured the ears onto it, and began counting them one by one. Black bloodstains smeared her pale hands, but the girl showed no sign of disgust. I'm surprised you still remember me. It was just luck. I came across a goblin nest. Being able to wipe out a goblin nest alone is more than just luck. The girl counted, quickly finishing half in just a few sentences. I recall you hadn't reached LV10 yet. To be so strong. I've broken through just now. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have dared to target a goblin nest. I see. The girl showed a warm smile. The goblin ears were all counted. No mistake. Give me your adventurer token. Xia Lai handed over the iron plate. The long-haired girl sat behind the counter, worked for a moment, and soon a few gold and silver coins slid down the pipes above the hall. The girl picked up the coins and placed them together with the token into Xia Lai's hand. Since you've already broken through to LV10, it's time to exchange it for a professional adventurer's token. Come find me when you're free, and I'll give you the rank test and issue the token. Then you'll be qualified to enter the dungeon. My name is Lao Na. Just mention my name when you come. Lao Na smiled brightly at Xia Lai. Xia Lai had just stepped back from the counter when the adventurer behind him hurried forward. Miss Lao Na, I finally get to see you. You have no idea what I encountered today. Lao Na replied with a professional smile, nodding politely. An honest gemstone shop offering fair prices where magical crystals and various attribute gems can be bought or sold at the most reasonable rates. Xia Lai pushed open the dark red wooden door of the treasure shop adorned with inlaid glass. He lifted the curtain woven from depleted magical crystals. What came into view were gems of all manner of strange shapes. Most captivating of all was a colossal purple magical crystal as large as a person. Though its quality was merely F rank, one of such immense size was a rarity. The shopkeeper, a dwarf named Padora wearing spectacles with 10-centimeter-long tubes, sat behind the counter and flashed a cunning grin at Xia Lai. Sir, how may I be of service? Padora Gemstone Shop is at your utmost service, Padora continued. Xia Lai pushed through the door and stepped out, flipping the 40 gold coins in his pouch, a secret smile tugging at his lips. He looks like a sharp dealer, yet the prices were surprisingly fair. I have nearly 100 gold pieces on me now. Even modest magical artifacts are within my reach. Truly, this has been a profitable venture. Although Xia Lai had only dealt with the spoils from this expedition and still needed to purchase several replacements for what had been lost, the hour was growing late. The setting sun painted the sky in molten gold. He had promised to meet Ella at the Oak Tavern this evening. Xia Lai secured the pouch against his chest and made his way toward the tavern. A tin sign bearing 2 clinking oak goblets hung beneath a stone arch, swaying gently on its rope. The wind stirred the metal into a soft rumble, and the tavern door swung open and shut in the draft. Ella sat curled up on a round chair in the tavern's corner, her ocean blue robe draped over a white fitted garment that traced her graceful figure. Her gaze was fixed upon a massive tome on the table before her, the deluxe edition Adventurer's Guide to the Amethyst Dungeon. Unlike the seedy taverns catering to amateur adventurers with watered-down ale, the Oak Tavern's drinks were nothing short of exceptional for their price. The correspondingly higher prices meant the clientele here were no ordinary drifters seeking to pass the time. Worth noting as well was the tavern's cream-baked cheese mushroom soup, an undisputed delicacy. Though costly, absolutely worth every coin. The Oak Tavern. Silver-white strands of hair fell across the yellowed papyrus, and Ella tucked them behind her ear without looking up, turning several more pages before finally lifting her head and stretching her neck. Xia Lai. Ella spotted the male adventurer seated opposite her and exclaimed loudly, "When did you arrive? Why didn't you wake me? Over 10 minutes ago. I saw you were completely engrossed and didn't wish to disturb you." Xia Lai brushed his lips, his gaze sweeping across the tavern. Silken banners of every hue hung from the crossbeams above. At the center of the tavern, a bronze cauldron held a sacred flame, casting a warm golden glow throughout the room. Stacks of oak barrels were piled in the corners, and even the bar counter itself was constructed from them. Young adventurers raised their cups in boisterous debate, while middle-aged ones sipped their beer in contemplative silence. A feline maid wove through the crowd with a tray laden with tankards. A bard with cascading curls strummed his lute, spinning tale after tale of legend from his lips. Xia Lai took a deep breath, listening to the raucous songs laced with slang and coarse humor, and sighed. This is truly another world. Though more than half the tables remained empty, patrons continued to pour in steadily. Dusk was approaching, the hour when the tavern typically fills to capacity. By 10 at night the crowd would reach its peak. Yet even now the beginnings of that bustle were evident. Xia Lai returned the prop red hood to Ella and glanced at the thick tome already halfway through. Curiosity getting the better of him, he asked, "How much of this have you read?" Xia Lai had seen this deluxe edition before displayed at the association, though nobody seemed eager to purchase it. It was simply far too substantial and unwieldy. While its contents were thorough, most of the information was of little use to the average adventurer. A standard edition would suffice for routine quests. For those adventurers lacking patience for lengthy reading, even the simplified version would serve adequately. Xia Lai struggled to imagine who would ever need the deluxe edition. It would take over 10 days of non-stop reading to finish. So when Xia Lai learned Ella had bought it, he initially assumed she was simply haunted by past traumas from the goblin encounter and had no real intention of reading it thoroughly, merely glancing through the middle sections. However, Ella's next words left him utterly stunned. "I've read all of this, approximately a third of the book," she said, pointing to the open pages. "You mean you spent the entire afternoon here at the tavern and finished all of this?" Xia Lai stared at her in disbelief. Sensing his astonishment, Ella grew slightly embarrassed. "Yes. I simply read faster than most people." Faster. Xia Lai thought back to his own consideration of the simplified edition and couldn't help but lament the injustice of heaven. His stomach growled then, which was understandable. He had eaten nothing but smoked meat since leaving the goblin nest. There was nothing for it but to eat first. "Are you hungry, Xia Lai? Let me treat you to a meal." "No, let me treat you instead. Your assistance with that item this morning helped me enormously." Xia Lai flicked a silver coin into the air, watching it spin through the crowded tavern before landing neatly in the waitress's tray. 2 servings of forest rat roasted meat, with rice, 2 charcoal grilled yellow fish, 2 bowls of cream mushroom soup, and 2 glasses of dark rye beer. The feline waitress gleefully collected the silver coin, slipping it into her ample dimensional pouch with a bright smile. The total came to merely 40 or 50 copper pieces, and the dashing young customer had tipped exceedingly generously. Soon the meal arrived. Forest rats differ from common gray rats. Their meat carries a distinctive fragrance when roasted, enhanced by spices to an utterly irresistible savor. The palm-sized yellow fish were grilled to perfection, seasoned with coarse salt over charcoal. With a steaming bowl of soup, it was nothing short of a feast for the senses. When the meal drew to a close, washing it all down with dark beer rich with malt fragrance was pure indulgence. A rare treat indeed for adventurers fresh from the wilderness. "Can you tell me what happened to you today?" Ella looked at Xia Lai with keen interest, and having nothing to conceal, he recounted everything in full. In truth, Ella was the first person with whom he had forged a meaningful connection in this other world. Though they were not yet particularly close, sharing certain inconsequential matters was hardly improper. After all, Xia Lai was only human, and he too harbored a desire to unburden himself. So the two dined and talked as time slipped away, and more patrons filed into the Oak Tavern until it grew cramped. As they were deep in conversation, the tavern door swung open, and a trio of 3 squeezed inside. Leading them was Laura, the long-haired girl from the Adventurer Association. Counter her expression troubled at the crowded room. Scanning the room, she spotted Xia Lai and Ella occupying a table, and her face lit up with relief. Quickening her pace, she led her 2 companions straight toward them. "Hey, mister. Xia Lai, can we sit with you? It's too crowded elsewhere." Lona greeted Xia Lai cheerfully and asked. Xia Lai thought for a moment and gave up half the table to them. After all, this round table could easily seat 5. The newcomers were staff from the Adventurers Association, and there might be dealings with them in the future. Xia Lai looked at the 2 adventurers behind Lona, a man and a woman. The woman had short, dark red hair, and although autumn had arrived, she was still dressed in summer attire. Her tight, short-sleeved shirt revealed large swaths of bronze skin with majestic peaks on her chest that would make most women envious. What was most striking were her hands, thick and calloused, covered in scars. She was a warrior who lived by her fists. Name Lai, level LV-15, the other male adventurer, was a halfling with brown hair and black eyes, his smooth hair clinging to his head. Name Gooda, race halfling, level LV-15. Besides that, Xia Lai found an interesting trait on the halfling's panel: talent lockpicking. There's a talent like that. Xia Lai was a bit stunned. Innate thief constitution, he could make a fortune by starting a lockpicking company. The red-haired Leia took a hearty gulp of her ice-cold beer, letting out a comfortable, strange cry. "Ah, so good. Leia, don't drink so fast, you'll get a headache." "Hee, it's fine, Lona." The red-haired Leia laughed, carelessly addressing Xia Lai. "Hey, thanks, handsome. Otherwise I wouldn't have enjoyed such great beer today." Xia Lai nodded in acknowledgement. Lona, seemingly troubled by Leia's boisterous behavior, gave Xia Lai an apologetic smile, and then began their conversation. Lona and her companions lowered their voices, not wanting others to overhear their discussion. But Xia Lai, having awakened super intuition, possessed a keen sense of hearing beyond ordinary people. Although he wasn't in the habit of eavesdropping, Lona's words still reached his ears. "Did you really find a treasure chamber?" Hearing Lona's words, Xia Lai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A treasure chamber was a special area that randomly appeared in dungeons. It wasn't necessarily a room, it could be a cave, a lake. The form varied, but one thing was certain. That was the treasure chamber contained treasure chests, and within those chests were treasures. Most of these treasures were extremely valuable, and more than just treasures. They were precious magical artifacts, each chest worth a fortune. Thus, treasure chambers were the most coveted discovery for adventurers. However, due to their randomness and rarity, few were found by adventurers. So when Xia Lai heard they had found a treasure chamber, even though he knew it had nothing to do with him, he couldn't help but eavesdrop. The halfling Gouda replied, "We can't believe it either, but we did find one. However, finding the treasure chamber is just the beginning. If we can't break through the surrounding monsters, it's a tantalizing but unattainable dream." Lona frowned. "Are the monsters in the treasure chamber that terrifying? You all are among the top tier of the obsidian adventurers. Can't you even break in?" Gouda shook his head. "The important thing isn't the monsters inside the treasure chamber, but the black mist that blocks all perception." Lona asked curiously, "Black mist?" The red-haired Leia finished her beer and spread her hands. "Yeah, right. The treasure chest is surrounded by a layer of annoying black mist. As soon as you step in, you can only see 1 or 2 meters in front of you. Beyond that, nothing. Without vision, you have no idea where the monsters will attack from, and you're controlled to death. How to fight? How to pass?" Hearing Leia's words, Lona sighed. "What will you do now?" Gouda said, "The captain is studying it now. He's looking for a way to get information about the surroundings in the black mist." Lona asked, "Are there any magical items or potions that can maintain vision in the black mist?" Gouda nodded, then shook his head. Although such magical items exist that can provide information in an environment with limited vision, they are all held by higher-level adventurer teams. If we want to hire them, the price would be exorbitant, and we might have to give them all the treasures from the treasure chamber. Potions can only provide very limited help because it's not ordinary black mist, but a perception-blocking mist composed of magical power. According to our discussion, only those with a perception value of 80 or more can see without being affected by the black mist. Xia Lai, eavesdropping nearby, was almost anxious hearing this. The ability to be unaffected by the black mist. Wasn't that exactly his talent, super intuition? However, if he volunteered now, Lona and the others would surely think he had ulterior motives. So Xia Lai had to restrain his restless heart and continue listening, hoping for an opportunity to join them, since he also had designs on the treasures in the treasure chamber. Xia Lai chatted with Ayla while eavesdropping. Gouda sighed. "If we can't find a way to get through the black mist, we'll have to sell the information about the treasure chamber to other adventurer teams." Lona asked, "What's wrong?" Leia said, "Recently some bastard spread the news about us finding the treasure chamber. Many adventurers know about it, and several teams are eyeing it. If we really have to give it to them, then what was all our effort for?" Leia took a big gulp of beer, indignant. But angry as they were, they all knew that if there was no better way, this was the only option. Although they could still earn a few hundred gold coins in the end compared to the at least 1,000 gold coins of profit from the treasure chamber, it was ultimately unsatisfying. Gouda stabbed a piece of roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth. "Even if we find a way into the black mist, we don't have enough people. We need at least 2 more professional adventurers." "But what's wrong?" Lona asked. Leia said, "The captain is afraid that new recruits might be moles sent by other teams, so he hasn't been able to find suitable people. So he wants you to help find an adventurer with a clean background and decent strength." Leia spoke while devouring the carrot stew on their table. Soft white bread was torn and soaked in the thick gravy, the bread absorbing the rich flavor. As she spoke, gravy clung to the corners of her mouth. Lona softly repeated the requirements: an adventurer with a clean background and decent strength. Her eyes suddenly lit up, thinking of Xia Lai. He had single-handedly hunted dozens of goblins without injury, which showed his strength was considerable. Moreover, he had just advanced to a professional adventurer, his level untested, never entered a dungeon, and judging by his behavior, he hadn't joined any adventurer team, which also met the condition of a clean background. Calculating this, there was simply no adventurer more suitable for Leia and her team than Xia Lai. She cast her gaze to the other end of the table, where Xia Lai was talking with the beautiful female mage across from him. Lona sipped her mead, looked at Xia Lai, and said to the two, "There is now a person who perfectly meets your standards." Facing Leia and the other who wanted to recruit him, Xia Lai, though inwardly very excited, maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. Although he had already eavesdropped on Lona and the others' conversation, he still listened patiently as they explained, "You want me to join your team to find the treasure chamber?" Gouda took a sip of beer. "Yes, that's right. Besides that, you also need a way to ensure safety in the black mist. You don't need to worry about the black mist, we'll handle it. If we can't solve it within this time, and ultimately fail to obtain the treasures from the treasure chamber, you won't have to do anything, and we'll give you 10 gold coins. If we find a solution and you enter the dungeon with us, we'll give you 50 gold coins." Gouda's response was watertight. "Of course, if you play a significant role in exploring the treasure chamber, your reward will be higher. If your contribution is great enough, you might even get a share of the treasures." Xia Lai asked, "How many treasures are typically in a treasure chamber?" He had only heard of treasure chambers before, but didn't know much. Such private information was usually exchanged among adventurers. Generally, there are 3 treasures in the chamber, but the exact number is uncertain because the chests were blocked by the black mist, and we didn't go over there. Xia Lai took a sip of the beer Leia had ordered. It was rich with malt aroma. No wonder it was favored by seasoned adventurers. What else is in the chamber besides the black mist? Leia and Gudao exchanged a glance and said, "We encountered vampire bats in the black mist last time, but there should be other creatures. We just didn't get a clear picture because it was too rushed. So do you want to join us?" Xia Lai pondered for a long time. "I'll not only join you, but can even help you solve the black mist problem. However, if there are 2 or more treasures in the chest, one of them belongs to me. You can solve the black mist." "Haha, handsome, it's not as simple as lighting a torch in a cave." Leia couldn't help but laugh heartily, her chest heaving, spilling beer everywhere. "Of course I know, but my method isn't anything as simple as a torch. It's a talent." Xia Lai finished his beer and casually set the cup aside. Only the 3 of them remained at the round table. Leia rubbed his messy dark red short hair. "Hey Guda, do you think that guy was telling the truth? Does he really have that kind of talent? How would I know? After all, talents are bizarre and varied, and they cannot be detected. Only the talent holder knows their ability. Like before, I never thought lockpicking could become a talent. But if he really awakened the talent he described, then it could actually work, and it would be our best option right now. You know, an adventurer with that kind of talent is highly sought after, even in high-level adventuring parties." Lorna interrupted the conversation. "Didn't Mr. Charlie say that tomorrow afternoon, when we go to the Adventurers Association to test your rank, he'll demonstrate his talent? Then we'll know everything, right? By tomorrow afternoon we'll know everything." Leia raised a mug of beer that was about to spill and laughed heartily. "Now is the time for drinking. Raise your glasses. Today I'm going to drink until I'm dead drunk." At the Red Maple, in a single room in the corner on the 2nd floor. The room was decent, equipped with all kinds of washing utensils, and even had a glass window. The price was reasonable, 20 copper coins per night, and cheaper for long stays. Charlie lay on the bed, stretching his body. The quilt, washed with herbal soap, emitted a bitter fragrance that tickled his nose, yet it wasn't unpleasant. Instead, it was oddly relaxing. He recalled what had happened at the Oak Tavern. Joining Leia's party to head to the treasure room was not an impulsive decision, but one made after careful deliberation. First, Charlie had just advanced to professional adventurer, so he would inevitably have to enter the dungeon. But the dangers of the dungeon far exceeded those of the forests near the town. If Charlie ventured there alone, he would be repeating the same mistake that led to his predecessor's death. However, those who entered the dungeon all had their own adventuring parties formed long before they became professional adventurers. But because Charlie had leveled up alone and too quickly, he had become a relatively rare solo adventurer. He now needed to join a party to help him quickly understand the dungeon, since no matter how detailed the guidebook was, it couldn't compare to first-hand experience. Second, there were the treasures in the treasure room. "I want a magical artifact too, but they're too expensive. Even the cheapest enhancement item costs several hundred gold coins. But if this operation goes smoothly, I might just get a free artifact." Charlie thought to himself, "Not only can I learn about the dungeon, but I might also obtain a magical artifact. This deal is worth it." The scarlet moonlight streamed in through the glass window. Charlie looked out at the red moon hanging high in the sky. Yesterday the purple moon, today the red moon. Tomorrow should be the white moon. 3 moons, each one different. I guess this is really another world, he thought. Every time Charlie looked up at the moon, he felt an indescribable strangeness, but he couldn't figure out why. "Forget it, I'll just get a good night's sleep." Charlie slept until around 10 in the morning. It wasn't because the lodging was so excellent. In fact, the inn was only decent, far inferior to the more luxurious hotels. Moreover, the inn was right next to a tavern, and from time to time the noise of drunkards could be heard in the middle of the night. But thanks to the long periods spent in dangerous forests without adequate sleep, Charlie had a very sound sleep. Charlie stretched, rubbing his face with his 10 fingers. After washing up, he doused himself with a bucket of water. By the time he finished, it was noon. Charlie went to the Oak Tavern for lunch. Braised venison, 2 pieces of white bread, and a bowl of creamy mushroom soup. Oh, and a glass of red hawthorn beer. This was the beer Leia had drunk yesterday. Compared to ordinary beer, it had an extra touch of sweetness and sourness over the malt aroma, making it more layered in flavor. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Charlie arrived at the entrance of the Adventurers Association. After the rank test, he would become an obsidian-level professional adventurer. At the thought, Charlie couldn't help but feel excited. He had been working hard toward this goal for a long time, and now the moment of reaping the rewards had finally come. Charlie took a deep breath and walked in. He didn't linger on the crowded, bustling first floor. He went straight up to the 2nd floor. "Mr. Charlie." Lorna greeted him energetically, her golden hair bouncing like an elf. Beside her were 3 others, the red-haired Leia and the half-human Gudda, whom he had met before. The other was a male sorcerer with dark circles under his eyes, wearing a pale purple tight sorcerer's robe and holding a white copper staff. "This is Sorcerer Fred, the captain of Leia's party. And this is Charlie." Lorna introduced them. "Fred, level LV-15. Hey, handsome." Leia greeted boisterously, and Gudda nodded. "Hello, Charlie. Just call me Fred." Fred extended his hand and gave a shy smile. Charlie felt this party was interesting. Each of the 3 had a distinct personality. After a brief exchange, Fred agreed to Charlie's request and promised him 1 treasure as a condition. He even said that if there was only one treasure inside the three of them, would give Charlie 400 gold coins. That amount was enough to buy some cheap magical artifacts. Then Charlie entered the room designated for testing ranks and talents. After all, no matter how well they had negotiated, it was all based on the premise that Charlie truly possessed the ability he claimed. The room was very spacious with only 3 people, including Charlie, Lorna, and a male staff member in association attire. The most striking feature was the huge mirror in the center of the room, framed in silver and adorned with various gems. In front of the mirror was a long table divided into 2 parts. One part was smooth. The other part had a groove with a magic crystal placed on it. This was Charlie's first time experiencing a rank test. Previously he had relied on the interface to judge, so he couldn't help but be curious. Mirror of Alodes. Imitation type mirror, rank rare, purple, status dormant, effects, communication, ultra long distance information, transmission information, displays the tester's rank description, a replica, made in imitation of the shattered mirror of the creator god Alodes. Even so, it is extraordinary. Just a mere imitation reached the rare rank. Then the original must be heavenly. Charlie was astonished by the data displayed on the interface. He asked Lorna, "Is this also a magical artifact?" "Yes," Lorna explained. "Every Adventurers Association has such a mirror. At the headquarters in the kingdom's capital, there is an even larger mirror. They can transmit information to each other and even objects along with many other abilities. It is thanks to this mirror that the Adventurers Association was established." Ahem. The lean male association staff member coughed, abruptly interrupting Lorna. Lorna shrank her head like a child who had done something wrong, then playfully stuck out her tongue at Charlie. "Place your hand on the smooth part and calm your mind." Lorna reminded Charlie. He did as instructed and suddenly felt a warm current flow from within him. A layer of mist appeared on the mirror's surface, and after a while a line of information emerged. "Edge." The lean man's soft exclamation went unnoticed by Charlie and Lorna. "Level LV 10." Seeing the words appear, Lorna clapped her hands. "Mr. Charlie, congratulations on becoming a professional adventurer. Your information will be registered at the Adventurers Association headquarters, and you will enjoy a series of privileges exclusive to adventurers. For example, entering any city in the United Kingdom without paying fees and other rights that are mostly useless but save a lot of trouble." Lorna joked. Of course, sometimes there are also obligations like accepting commissions from the association to deal with monsters. Charlie nodded and took the obsidian plaque that Lorna handed him. It was much heavier than the previous iron piece. "Now let's test your talent. Talents cannot be directly displayed by the mirror. Tell me the name of your talent and describe it. We will set up a corresponding scenario for you to test." The talent is called Super Intuition. Its ability is to roughly judge what is within a 20-meter range. Charlie concealed part of his talent. In reality, within that 20-meter range, he could even detect the trajectory of a fly. "All right, follow me." Lorna led Charlie to another larger room. The lean man was left alone in the room, staring at the mist on the mirror, somewhat puzzled. He didn't know why the mist had appeared. However, after tentatively wiping it with a velvet cloth and finding it was just ordinary mist with no other anomalies, he decided not to report the matter. As the primary custodian of the mirror, if anything happened to it, he would be the first to be implicated. Another peaceful day, the lean man mused, feeling that his job was truly easy. He glanced at the table. How did this magic crystal run out so quickly? Meanwhile, deep within the Adventurers Association headquarters in the United Kingdom, in a secret chamber unknown to most, the room was very empty, with only a mirror taller than a person placed at the far end. This mirror was the association's treasure, the Mirror of Alodes. It was framed in dark silver metal, and its surface monotonously reflected the surroundings, as if it had remained unchanged since time immemorial. But then a thin layer of mist suddenly appeared on the mirror's surface. In the second-floor corridor of the Adventure Association, the mage Fulay, the red-haired warrior Leah, and the half-elf Geta were awaiting the results of Xia Lai's assessment. Leah leaned back on the bench, cracking her fingers out of boredom, the sharp snaps echoing in the hallway. "How dull. I'm dying for a drink," she sighed. Fulay, dark circles under his eyes, propped himself against the wall. With a soft click, Leona pushed the door open and led Xia Lai out. As the team's captain, Fulay immediately stepped forward to meet them. "Mr. Xia Lai's talent perfectly meets your requirements. If other adventurers learned of his gift, I'm certain that steel grade or even higher-ranked adventurers would extend him invitations." The moment Leona finished speaking, Fulay let out a long, relieved breath. The sleepless days and nights he had spent searching for a solution had carved deep shadows beneath his eyes. "When do you plan to set out?" Xia Lai asked the group. "Time is of the essence," Fulay replied. "The treasure room may be discovered by others, so we'll leave the day after tomorrow. We can't rush into the dungeon unprepared. We need to procure supplies, and I especially need rest. Besides," Fulay continued, "if you have no objections, we'll meet at the city gates at 6 in the morning 2 days from now." "The day after tomorrow, He said he'd handle his own food supplies, but I've exhausted my potions. I'll need to restock. And my weapon. After leveling up, my stats skyrocketed, but this scavenged one-handed sword feels too light and clumsy. I was planning to commission a custom blade with the money I've saved, and maybe new clothes too. Xia Lai pondered briefly. But the treasure room takes priority. I'll push these plans aside for now. No problem. I'll be there at dawn. Fule and the others departed first while Xia Lai followed Leona downstairs. Miss Leona, is there a decent weapon shop nearby? I'd like to prepare for the expedition. Xia Lai had been using the old village good sword from his predecessor, and he knew little about weapon shops. The adventurer's guide recommended several weapon stores, but it was like a paid search engine. Quality varied wildly. Leona thought for a moment. Salan's weapon shop. He sells standard weapons, and can also customize them to your needs. Thank you, Miss Leona. Not at all. I should thank you, Mr. Xia Lai. If you hadn't joined Leah's team, who knows how long they'd have to wait. Last night Xia Lai had noticed Leona's special bond with the red-haired Leah, but he didn't pry. He simply waved goodbye and left. As he stepped out of the association, he ran into a 4-person adventuring party, their clothes stained with fresh blood, a team just returning from a quest. Ayla was among them. The moment she spotted Xia Lai, her fatigue vanished, and a joyful smile lit up her face as she bounded toward him. Finished your hunting commission. Xia Lai recalled that yesterday Ayla had mentioned teaming up with 3 rookies to take on a White Wolf quest. Yes. Did you finish your talent assessment? Did you blow their minds? Ayla knew why Xia Lai had come to the association. How you're that confident in me? Maybe my talent isn't that impressive and they kicked me out, he joked casually. Impossible. I believe in you. You said it yourself, it must be true. Even if they did kick you out, it just means their test was flawed. Ayla's ice blue eyes stared at him, glistening with sincerity. Faced with her earnest gaze, Xia Lai felt a sudden urge to scratch his head. So did you shock them? She pressed. Indeed I did shock them. No, I shocked them to the core. How I knew it. Where are you heading now, Xia Lai? Back to the inn. No, I need to buy some supplies. They wanted to chat more, but the crowd at the association entrance was too dense. Xia Lai bid a quick farewell and started to walk away, but for some reason he turned back. Amid the surging tide of people, Ayla stood like an immovable rock, her expression dazed. When she saw him turn, her eyes lit up. Seeing this, Xia Lai made a few gestures and shouted over the bustling crowd. How about dinner tonight at the Oak Tavern? Ayla watched him miming shoveling food into his mouth and burst into laughter. Sure. Salan's weapon shop, like most weapon stores in Sage Town, was named after its owner. Recommended by the association staff, it enjoyed a well-earned reputation for quality. Besides low-level adventurers, even those who had awakened 2 talents occasionally came to commission custom weapons. Salan Boren, a dwarf shopkeeper who never removed his bullhorned helmet. When he swung his hammer, the black and red muscles of his shoulders bulged, making him look forged from steel. What kind of weapon do you want? Salan handed his hammer to a nearby smith, twisted his long reddish-brown braid that hung to his chest, and looked up from his 1.3-meter stature. Contrary to the stereotypical roughness of dwarf architecture, the shop was meticulously organized, and Salan himself lacked the usual dwarven impulsiveness. A long sword, and I'd also like to see some armor. The dangers of the dungeon far exceeded those of the forest. Besides a fence, Xia Lai wanted to boost his defense. Please come to this showcase. These are full-body armors. This chainmail is woven from iron rings with barbs. When an enemy's weapon strikes it, there's a chance it will be disarmed. Its advantage is flexibility, but it's weak against blunt force. Price, 300 gold. This plate armor is made of forged steel plates riveted together. It offers excellent defense, but is cumbersome and drains the user's stamina. Price, 500 gold. Salan's detailed explanations turned into a jumble in Xia Lai's ears. This one is 3,000 goblins. That one is 5,000 goblins, and that fine one, 2,000 goblins. Xia Lai stood beneath a suit of armor, his eyes glazed. He never imagined armor could be so expensive, rivaling magical artifacts. This heavy armor is my masterpiece. Salan exclaimed, gazing at the armor Xia Lai was staring at. The visored helm was fitted with a conical helmet, and the steel plates were connected by internal buckles. The gauntlets were linked to chainmail for flexibility, and the leg armor's metal scales fit tightly like fish scales. It exuded the cold, stark beauty of steel. I used the best materials I could gather, and spent half a year forging it. The joints are lined with calfskin leather, and I even tempered it with holy water. If you want it, I'll give it to you for 2,000 gold. The price isn't bad, but I don't think it suits me. Not because of the cost, of course. You see, I'm a nimble swordsman. Anyway, please recommend something else. Xia Lai's rambling practically screamed, I'm broke. In his mind, he was begging, please, I need something a poor guy can afford. Salan gave a knowing look, rummaged through a dusty corner, and pulled out a box filled with grimy armor. Well, these should fit your requirements. Xia Lai scratched his head awkwardly, but his eyes were instantly caught by a bracer carved with twisting vines. Boss, are you sure this arm guard costs only 10 gold? Xia Lai lifted a gray iron arm guard and inquired. Arm guard of friendship, damage type armor grade, excellent blue effect, impact -20. Description: this arm guard was meticulously crafted by a dwarf smith for his elven friend, symbolizing a rare friendship. Remark: Jean Lee, your craftsmanship has improved again. Ordinary cheap arm guards can reduce 10 of impact, which is considered decent quality. This arm guard actually has 20. And the price is only 10 gold. To be honest, I've forgotten where I got this arm guard. The craftsmanship is dwarven, but the carvings on it look like the style of those blasted elves. I remember it was probably some adventurer's loot from the dungeon, and they sold it to me. Suo Lin scratched his thick beard, recalling, the arm guard looks good quality, but it's not a pair, only one. Pick a longsword too, and I'll sell them together. So Xia Lai decisively picked a longsword. Standard two-handed sword, grade common, white effect, slash damage 5. Xia Lai casually swung it. Although it still felt a bit light, it was acceptable. After this adventure, I'll have to commission a weapon that suits me. Arm guard 10, two-handed sword 50, total 60 gold. Deduct the sword you brought, and just give me 40. So after paying a one-handed sword and 40 gold coins, Xia Lai walked out of the shop with his satisfactory weapon and a pleasant surprise. I still need to buy potions, and the fire oil is running low. Xia Lai weighed his money pouch. There were still several dozen gold coins, enough for his subsequent purchases. Senuofei Pharmacy. The owner of the pharmacy is a grandmother and her granddaughter. The grandmother's temples were completely white, and she was probably the oldest apothecary in Sarge Town. The granddaughter, named Senuofei, is an introverted yet talented apothecary. She has never hunted monsters, but relying solely on the experience gained from studying and making potions, she broke through to LV10 and awakened her talent. That's right, there are many sources of experience in this world, not solely from hunting monsters. Blacksmithing, learning magic, making potions, and practicing skills can all provide experience. Of course, hunting monsters is the fastest way to gain experience, which is why there are so many adventurers. Xia Lai could smell a strong and strange odor, even just standing outside the door. The bitterness of plants mixed with a smoky aroma, strong and pungent. Xia Lai pushed the door open, startling the girl inside, who was holding a screaming mandrake and wearing round glasses. Senuofei. Senuofei's hair was a rare grassy green, fluffy, like a squirrel's tail. She slowly turned her head with her shoulders hunched like a mannequin, her expression dull, and her voice as faint as a mosquito's. Welcome to Senuofei Pharmacy. When she realized it was Xia Lai, whom she had met before, she regained a bit of liveliness. Are you going to the dungeon? Yes, so I want to buy some potions. Then you'll probably need these. Although Senuofei was timid and introverted. But once it came to potions, she would immediately become excited and talk endlessly. In the blink of an eye, she brought out a series of potions. Corpse poison potion is essential, agility potion is also recommended, and watching Senuofei, who was like a different person from before, Xia Lai muttered inwardly, is it because of her title? Passionate apothecary has a great thirst for pharmaceutical knowledge. When learning related knowledge, learning speed is 200. Is it because of the title that she became passionate about potions? Or is it because she is passionate that she obtained the title? Xia Lai looked at the excited Senuofei, this question arising in his mind. For a first-time dungeon explorer, this many potions should be enough. Senuofei's weak voice sounded, interrupting Xia Lai's wandering thoughts. Xia Lai examined the potions on the table, filtered through them, and then paid 26 gold coins without hesitation. Just as he was about to leave, Senuofei hurriedly called out to Xia Lai as if it were the first time, Mr. Xia Lai, I have a commission. Could you take it? A commission? I have a job this time in the dungeon, and will only be active on the first floor. I might not be able to complete your commission. You can post it at the Adventurers Guild. I believe there will be more suitable adventurers. The Adventurers Guild. There must be lots of people there. Just imagining the crowded scene, Senuofei shook her head frantically, tears welling up. My commission is very simple. It can be done on the first floor, and it absolutely won't interfere with your work. Let me see your commission first. Xia Lai didn't refuse because he felt that if he did, the girl would definitely cry. I'll just check what the commission is first. If I can't do it, I'll go to the guild for her and post it. Senuofei quickly took out a pre-written commission and handed it over. It seemed she had already written the commission long ago, but had never had the courage to go to the Adventurers Guild to post it. Mission name: harvesting howling grass. Type: harvesting. Fee: 1 silver per plant. Brief description: Senuofei Pharmacy urgently needs howling grass, yoming grass, growing on the first floor of the dungeon, the underground cemetery. Quantity: 100 to 200 plants. Harvesting plants. That's not too difficult. Xia Lai put away the commission. Leave it to me. Seeing Xia Lai accept the commission, Senuofei let out a long sigh, shook her fluffy squirrel tail-like hair, puffed out her cheeks, and clenched her fists. You must succeed. At the Oak Tavern, the place was bustling with people. Every table was occupied by several people, but Xia Lai occupied a table all by himself. There were also many who wanted Xia Lai to give up his seat, but when they saw the obsidian badge on his chest, symbolizing a professional adventurer, they all left in disappointment. Damn, a professional adventurer, and he still comes to a tavern like this. Xia Lai acted as if he hadn't heard, sipping his beer leisurely. I just love the look of people who can't stand me, but can't do anything about it. Until Ayla pushed open the door, wearing an elegant light blue dress. Her silver-white hair cascaded down her back with smoke-blue crystal earrings and ice-blue eyes that shimmered like rippling water. It gave her an overall aura of cool detachment, perfectly complementing her features, a stark contrast to her previous robe-clad appearance. The moment Ayla entered, the entire tavern fell silent in an instant. Everyone's gaze fixed on her, hoping that this cool, aloof girl would sit at their table. Xia Lai could even hear the low voices of adventurers at the next table. If she were my girlfriend, I'd be willing to drop dead right here on the spot. Bro, really? That fragile? Forget it, girls like that are usually nobles' descendants. Even if they marry an adventurer, it'll be a high-rank one. Another adventurer said. Sigh. Xia Lai suddenly felt playful. He turned to the two adventurers and said, "Don't be so discouraged. In my village there was an 80-year-old widower who had nothing but confidence. One day while sunbathing at the village entrance, a princess of the kingdom under 20 suddenly appeared. She took one look at him and fell desperately in love, insisting on marrying him no matter what. In the end, she brought a duke's title and 200 maids as dowry. So as long as you're confident, anything is possible." Bro, are you bullshitting? Where would such a good thing come from? You don't believe me? That widower, before leaving to become a duke, passed on all his life's knowledge to me. It's not that powerful, but it's enough to attract the opposite sex. Want me to show you too? The two adventurers sized up Xia Lai. You look decent. How about this? If you stand up, greet her, and she comes over to sit with you, I'll believe you. That's right. Not only will we believe, we'll give you a gold coin. Of course, if that girl ignores you, you give us a gold coin. Really? No backing out. No backing out. The two adventurers exchanged glances and spoke in unison. In their eyes, Xia Lai's looks were decent, but not godly, and his adventurer rank was merely obsidian. His overall package, hardware and software, was decent, but far from the level to attract a top-tier woman. The outcome was bound to be rejection and a harsh public humiliation. So in their view, they could both enjoy a laugh and earn some drinking money. Why not? But soon they sensed something was off. Under their watchful eye, Xia Lai stood up with a playful smile and greeted the indescribably beautiful girl. The girl, who had been as expressionless as a muse statue, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. She trotted briskly over to Xia Lai. The two adventurers looked at each other in astonishment. Bro, is it really working? What did that old widower teach you? You've got to teach us that. The white moon cast a clear moonlight, illuminating the street lined with taverns and inns on both sides. Xia Lai and Ayla walked casually out of the Oak Tavern. From time to time, adventurers reeking of alcohol stumbled out of the tavern, crouched by the wall to vomit, and then collapsed into their own vomit, falling into a drunken sleep. Heavily made-up prostitutes stood outside the inns soliciting customers. Compared to those adventurers with foul breath, they preferred someone like Xia Lai, young, energetic, and handsome. But Ayla standing beside Xia Lai deterred their eager intentions to pull in customers. Under the moonlight, Ayla wore high-heeled sandals with crystal soles and a single strap, her smooth, fair feet bare, except for silk threads tied around her ankles. She looked down at her own toes, round and lustrous like pearls, and also saw the brown-gray leather gorilla boots of the man beside her. They were boots that looked particularly cheap, made of ordinary rabbit skin rather than specially tanned cowhide. Suddenly a thought popped into Ayla's mind. Such shoes must be uncomfortable for long walks. She secretly glanced at Xia Lai, who was idly flipping a gold coin in his hand. The coin repeated the monotonous motion of being tossed into the air and falling back into his palm. The image of the goddess of wealth, Timason, spun continuously in the air. She vaguely remembered that two adventurers in the tavern had given him the coin. Xia Lai yawned, looked up at the pale moonlight, and remarked, "Compared to the purple moon or red moon, this kind of moon is more pleasing to the eye." "The moonlight is beautiful tonight. I really like the white moon," said Ayla, noticing Xia Lai's movement, looking up. Then she noticed that Xia Lai froze for a moment, though he quickly recovered. But the fallen coin did not lie. "Really? I also like the white moon," Xia Lai said as he picked up the coin. He wiped imaginary sweat off his forehead. He had just thought Ayla was about to confess her feelings, but then he remembered that in this world there was no Natsume Soseki. After leaving the tavern, the two didn't talk much, occasionally exchanging a few words, but mostly enjoying the walk in tacit understanding. Xia Lai initially tried to find topics to talk about, but seeing her enjoying the walk, he also didn't bother to say much. Thus they embarked on a seemingly eerie, silent stroll. Of course, that was from an outsider's perspective. Xia Lai and Ayla themselves both enjoyed the moment. So they walked and paused, finally arriving at an exceptionally grand four-story inn. This was the inn where Ayla stayed, far more luxurious than the Red Maple Inn where Xia Lai was staying. The cheapest single room cost 1 silver coin, 5 times the price of Xia Lai's room. The inn's door was made of expensive cedar wrapped in iron on the outside, appearing exceptionally sturdy. Above the door, a relief sculpture depicted a series of heroes from epics. The relief was painted with gold lacquer gleaming under the moonlight. The vivid faces of the heroes seemed especially sacred. Xia Lai couldn't help stopping to gaze. Among them, he recognized several figures from the ballads sung by bards in the tavern. That one bathed in dragon's blood should be Sigurd the Dragon Slayer from the Song of the Nibelungs. The one wearing a crown and holding a golden scepter is Agamemnon, the king of men from the Iliad. By the way, Ayla is a descendant of a hero. She once said her ancestor was the hero Haywood, but why haven't I heard that name in the bard's songs? Xia Lai looked at the hero relief and suddenly remembered Ayla, who possessed hero's blood. He then looked at Ayla, finding her also staring at the relief, but fixing her gaze on a blank spot that had been chiseled away, her expression sorrowful. From the remaining traces on the blank relief and the heroes beside it, it could be inferred that a hero relief had originally been carved there. Xia Lai understood something and used a sentence to awaken Ayla, pulling her out of her sorrowful memories. I'm going into the dungeon the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll practice swordsmanship to hone my newly purchased two-handed sword. Only through practice can a new sword establish a connection, become familiar, and eventually move as if it were part of one's arm. I understand. I also accepted a quest tomorrow. Ayla came back to her senses, hiding her sadness. Xia Lai said goodbye to Ayla, and as he was about to leave, Ayla smiled sweetly, just about to say something, but Xia Lai directly interrupted. Are you about to say something like, come back safely? Ayla looked at Xia Lai's strange expression, curious. How did you know? She really was going to set a flag for me. Good thing I stopped her in time. I beg you don't say it, because if you do I might not come back. Why? Well, in my hometown, this represents bad luck. It's a kind of curse called poison milk. For example, if someone says, after this war ends I'm going home to get married, that person will surely die on the battlefield. Xia Lai said with lingering fear. Ayla tilted her head, her small face filled with confusion. Though she felt what Xia Lai said was somewhat inexplicable, she still nodded. Instead of speaking, she clenched her fist and made a cheering gesture towards Xia Lai. The next day, under the warm autumn sun, Xia Lai woke up at the Red Maple Inn. Fully equipped, the arm guard he had picked up was strapped to his left arm with a leather belt, and the two-handed sword hung at his waist. As he came downstairs, a maid in a linen dress stopped him. Mr. Xia Lai, a beautiful young lady left this for you. Saying so, the maid took out a pair of brand-new gorilla boots from under the counter. Comfortable gorilla boots. Type boots. Grade common white. Effect walking speed 10. Description: these boots are made of fine leather. Though they have no magical effect, they keep your feet comfortable during long walks. Xia Lai opened the note that came with the boots. A gift for you. Ayla. Soon Xia Lai, wearing the new boots, arrived at the training room specially rented to adventurers for skill practice. After paying 50 copper coins, Xia Lai obtained a space of about 50 square meters on which stood several iron training dummies. Xia Lai concentrated, took out his two-handed sword, and began to get accustomed to the new weapon. The sun rose and set, and Xia Lai swung his sword again and again. Sweat formed a thin layer of salt crystals on his body. At dusk, Xia Lai suddenly drew his sword with both hands and swung it with lightning speed. In an instant, a silver flash passed, and a 10-centimeter deep gash appeared on the iron dummy. Phew! Xia Lai let out a long breath. Instant/LV6. Some insights about instant/ flowed into his body. In addition, his experience also increased. Sheathing his sword, Xia Lai thought to himself, phew, my skill leveled up before departure. That's a good piece of news. However, the time spent leveling from LV5 to LV6 was much longer than before, and I have a feeling that reaching LV7 will take even more time. It seems I need to learn some other skills. Relying only on instant/ is a bit monotonous. Xia Lai thought to himself. Then the next second, a new entry popped up, titled Diligent Swordsman. Diligent Swordsman, the next two skills to be learned have double learning speed until reaching LV5. Truly a pillow arrives just as one feels sleepy. Xia Lai sighed inwardly. But we're entering the dungeon tomorrow. I'll wait until I return to learn the new skills. The learning of skills is diverse, mainly divided into three types. First, comprehension through combat. For instance, Xia Lai's dodge and fire resistance were comprehended in battle. Fire resistance was accidentally learned while waving a long sword drenched in oil. Dodge was gained during combat with goblins. Second, learning through skill scrolls. A skill scroll is typically a leather scroll inscribed with the skill's name and techniques. Using the scroll causes it to vanish, but the knowledge of how to use the skill is imprinted in the user's mind. All that remains is to practice incessantly. Xia Lai's instant/ came from a skill scroll. The reason he, a mere farmer, could become an adventurer was that his predecessor, while hoeing the fields, stumbled upon a skill scroll by sheer luck. Third, research. This method of learning skills is mainly used by mages and alchemists. They study magical arrays and potion ingredients to grasp the principles and master them step by step. Xia Lai felt this resembled scientific research in his previous world. The deeper one delved into a subject, the more proficient one became, and the higher the level. Of course, there are other ways to learn skills, but these three are the mainstream. For Xia Lai, the fastest way to learn a skill was to purchase a skill scroll. I heard the third floor of the Adventurers Guild sells skill scrolls, but they're said to be expensive, the cheapest costing 50 gold coins. Xia Lai scratched his head and sighed. He still needed to make money. For now, though, he'd head back to the inn. He had to wake up early tomorrow for the dungeon. Xia Lai returned to the inn and went to bed early. The next day, outside the town of Sage, the autumn air was crisp and clear. Carrying his backpack, Xia Lai spotted the four figures under the shade from afar. Besides the warlock Fu lay the red-haired Leia and the halfling Dago. There was an additional spearman. The spearman was a man in his 30s, unshaven, with a weary face, pale complexion, and an air of deep desolation. He wore a tattered leather armor with holes and his handguards were worn out. He looked as destitute as could be. The only thing that seemed decent was the long spear slung across his back. The spear's shaft made of ironwood gleamed with a dark metallic hue complementing the silver gray of the fine steel spearhead. Xia Lai's eyes swept over the strange man scrutinizing him. Seeing this, Fu Lei immediately stepped forward to introduce him. This is the spearman Xia Lai, a seasoned adventurer at LV-18. He'll accompany us into the dungeon. Xia Lai, this is Xia Lai whom I mentioned. The spearman coughed indifferently, no need for so many words. I'm paid for the job, and I'll only escort you to the agreed place. Then he turned away. Being LV-18 indeed gave him the right to be arrogant. After all, aside from him, the highest level among the group was Fu Lei at LV-15. Fu Lei said softly to Xia Lai, his companions are trapped inside the dungeon. He was the only one who escaped back then, and now he's returning to rescue them. So he's a bit impatient. But he won't be traveling with us for long. I hired him mainly to conserve our strength and keep our spirits up during the part of the journey we share. After all, the environment of the Black Mist is extremely dangerous. We need to face it in the best possible condition. Fu Lei, are you setting out or not? If you keep dawdling, I'll go alone, the spearman Xia Lai said impatiently. We're leaving now, Fu Lei replied, then whispered to Xia Lai, if he says anything harsh on the way, don't take it too seriously. Xia Lai looked at the stat block floating above the spearman Xia Lai and nodded silently. Status: blood venom curse hidden. He's in such a rush to save people, he doesn't even know he's been cursed. Although the curse is still hidden and hasn't activated yet, I need to be cautious along the way. Who knows what might happen? I just hope it doesn't awaken before we part ways. Xia Lai thought to himself. The group took a carriage and soon arrived at the dungeon. From a bird's-eye view, the dungeon's entrance was merely an unremarkable hillside hidden in the forest. But before Xia Lai's eyes stood a massive cave 30 to 40 meters high and over 10 meters wide. Chilling gusts of wind howled out from the cave, making Xia Lai's hair stand on end. The Ge noticed this and said to Xia Lai, this wind comes from the tomb on the first underground floor. It carries the unique erosion of the undead. Unless you've awakened a specific talent or learned the corresponding skill, you'll only feel colder and colder. This cold comes from within. Wearing thicker clothes won't help. Although it's just cold, an adventurer in the dungeon must always be in optimal condition. With that, the halfling handed Xia Lai an E-grade magic crystal and said, this crystal stores the holy fire spell. It's not very powerful, but it's enough to resist elemental erosion. It's one of the essential supplies for entering the dungeon. The Ge knew this was Xia Lai's first time in a dungeon, so he was a novice. He patiently explained some useful little tips. These tips were common knowledge for veteran adventurers, but for a newcomer like Xia Lai they were fresh and extremely helpful. Seeing Xia Lai listening attentively, De Gu continued to explain other useful tidbits. The original plan of Fu Lei and his two companions was to get along well with Xia Lai, since having a detection-type talent in the dungeon was like a hot commodity. Even if he didn't join them, they'd have a connection in case they ever needed his help in the future. Xia Lai noticed that Fu Lei was talking to the guild staff in front of the cave. Every team entering the dungeon must be registered with the guild. Each person pays 1 gold coin. If you don't come out within 2 weeks and no one sees you inside, the guild will list you as missing and issue a commission. If there's still no news after a month, the guild will declare you dead and cancel your adventurer registration. Just as the Gu finished, Fu Lei called everyone to enter the dungeon. Unlike the seasoned dungeon veterans around him, Xia Lai entering for the first time had a unique sensation. Stepping onto the ground packed solid by years of tread, he crossed into the cave. The lush forest scenery with its scent of grass and trees rushed behind him like a train. What met his eyes was a pitch-black rocky cave with icy stalactite droplets falling into puddles playing a hollow melody. Wails carried by the chilling wind echoed from the depths, making everything seem extraordinarily terrifying. Xia Lai took deep breaths, yet he was still extremely excited. His hands trembled with curiosity about the unknown. Dungeon, here I come. The entrance to the dungeon was hourglass-shaped, narrowing the deeper one ventured into the cave. As Xia Lai and his companions followed the naturally formed cave path, the initially spacious corridor was soon replaced by a stone-paved passage. The moment he stepped into the passage, Xia Lai felt his vision abruptly darken. Unlike the cave corridor, the passage was exceptionally dim, and the torch in Fred's hand could only illuminate a small area. However, Xia Lai was actually unaffected. Thanks to his talent, every detail of the passage was presented clearly in his mind. The interior of the passage was semi-arched 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. It was constructed of bluish-gray stone bricks with some long-extinguished torches inserted on both sides. Geta hopped up, took down a torch, lit it with a flint, and handed it to the others. Facing the offered torch, Xia Lai hesitated for a moment before taking it. Although he could see in the dark, humans are inherently phototropic creatures. Geta unfolded a parchment map in front of everyone. The most distinctive feature of the dungeon compared to other places was its unpredictability. This uncertainty was also reflected in its structure. The dungeon was mutable. While it usually didn't undergo major changes, minor alterations occurred. For instance, a passage might suddenly shorten, or a corridor originally with only 2 forks might gain an extra one. Hence maps were highly time-sensitive. The association could only sell outdated ones. The actual changes could only be known by adventurers who had experienced them firsthand. The latest maps were only circulated among adventurers. The warm yellow torchlight cast upon the map. Our current location is here. Geta pointed to a red mark on the map labeled Skeleton Corridor, and said to the group, "Our route is to pass through this skeleton corridor and the Manor Cemetery regions." As the thief of the team, maps and traps were Geta's forte. He drew a crooked line on the map. This is the route most adventurers take. Its advantage is fewer monsters, but the downside is time-consuming. With that, Geta drew another line on the map, this one containing far fewer twists. This route is less traveled because the number of monsters is double that of the first route, but the time is halved. It only takes 4 days to traverse the entire path. After speaking, Geta looked up at the others. The meaning was clear: choose whether to pick the first option with fewer monsters, but more time, or the second option with double the monster count, but half the time. The second one. The silent spear wielder Gray spoke for the first time. Fred glanced around and noticed that Xia Lai in particular showed no objection. So he nodded. The second route it is. Geta led the way and the group continued forward. Whitened, brittle, and fragmented bones were scattered everywhere in the passage. The shadows of the group were cast by the torchlight onto the bluish-gray bricks, flickering and indistinct. As they walked, Geta suddenly stopped, bent down, and pressed his ear against the wall. Perception LV4. Xia Lai and the others halted, waiting for Geta's report. Although Geta's skill was inferior to Xia Lai's talent, it had an advantage in range. There's a squad of skeleton soldiers ahead, about 20 in number, roughly 40 meters away. Geta withdrew his ear and spoke to the others. Then he flashed from the foremost position to the rearmost. Such combat was not his domain. Rhea cracked her knuckles, her bronze ample chest swaying within her leather corset. A grin of excitement spread across her face. Time for me to stretch my muscles. On the other side, her fist underwent a transformation. An iron blue hue engulfed it, turning it as hard as metal. Talent Iron Fist. Xia Lai meanwhile unsheathed his greatsword and securely fastened the scabbard with a rope. Blunt force was more effective against skeleton soldiers than slashing. Gray, gripping his spear, stood at the forefront. Clack, clack, clack. The skeleton's jaws clattered, emitting a chilling sound. There were over 20 skeleton soldiers armed with rusty swords, shields, and spears. When they spotted Xia Lai and his group, a faint crimson glow flared within their hollow eye sockets, brimming with craving, like starving hounds darting toward food. Their jaws clattered as they uttered indistinct words like wailing ghosts, blood, flesh. So hungry, so hungry. Greedy, confused creatures bid farewell to this world. Rhea stepped forward, clenched her iron blue fist, and punched a skeleton swordsman's skull. The entire cranium shattered like broken ice into fragments. Race skeleton soldier, swordsman level LV6, with the skull crushed, the body collapsed like dismantled parts, clattering into a heap on the ground. A tiny ethereal blue flame floated above the bone pile. On the other side, Xia Lai was brutally beating a skeleton soldier with the scabbard of his greatsword. Bone shards flew, fragments splintered. Watching this savage, Xia Lai, Fred looked astonished. Skeleton soldiers were born with the skill slashing resistance. Thus they were unfavorable for swordsmen, but Xia Lai, a first-time dungeon explorer, handled them with surprising proficiency. However, despite Xia Lai's ferocity, the most effective combatant was the spearman Gray. His spear thrusts were precise. Every flicker of silver light pierced a skeleton soldier's skull. Soon his feet were buried in bones, leaving no ground to stand on. The opponents were merely over 20 low-level skeleton soldiers, and the battle was fleeting. "Sigh, over 20 skeletons, and I only killed 5. Xia Lai sighed, inwardly lamenting that the precious experience was wasted on others. In truth, the number he had slain was respectable, as he specialized in swordsmanship, and fighting skeletons was not his forte. Rhea had killed only 6. The remaining dozen or so skeleton soldiers fell to Gray's spear. With the battle over, Xia Lai and his team began to clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Although their goal was the treasure room, they weren't about to discard the loot along the way. Xia Lai gazed at the clusters of ethereal blue flames atop the bone piles, thinking, soul flames, each worth 3 silver coins. Geta tossed Xia Lai a small crystal bottle 2 centimeters in diameter. Open the bottle mouth near the flame, and it will be collected inside. Be careful, 1 bottle can only hold up to 10 flames. He then bent down, aligned the bottle mouth with the blue flame, and in an instant the flame darted inside. The others followed suit, beginning to collect as well. Only Gray, pale-faced, stared into the dark depths of the passage, leaning on his spear in silence. After collecting the flames, Xia Lai and the others wore delighted expressions. This harvest was worth nearly 100 silver coins, a good omen for their expedition. Fred calculated the time. Since entering the dungeon, they had been trekking non-stop, without rest or food. And though they had just fought a battle, it was effortless, but he knew it was only the beginning. As they delved deeper, the number of monsters would increase, and their levels would rise. So he said to the group, "Rest here." They sat in a circle on the ground, taking this break, mainly to eat and replenish their energy. Xia Lai tore at the dry smoked meat, the fruity aroma from its surface indicating that it had been smoked over fruitwood. This kind of smoked meat cost considerably more than that smoked over ordinary wood. Fu Lei and the others were not stingy when it came to food choices. Xia Lai tore off a strip of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The intense smoky flavor accompanied by the scent of fruitwood first filled his nostrils, then the saltiness spread across his tongue. As he chewed, the dried meat strands began to swell, and the savory saltiness filled every corner of his mouth. Xia Lai took a sip of the non-alcoholic beer in his cup. The rich malt aroma made him let out a satisfied sound. It would be even better if it were cold. In the dungeon, beer was a better water source than fresh water. The dungeon area was vast, and adventurers typically stayed for over a week. In such conditions, fresh water would inevitably breed bacteria and parasites. Drinking it without any treatment could lead to illness. Just like in the Age of Sail, when sailors drank fresh water mixed with rum, the specially cultured and fermented low-alcohol non-alcoholic beer had become one of the adventurers' methods for securing water. Boiling water was another solution, but in some areas of the dungeon, fuel was not easy to find. Xia Lai picked up a piece of gray bread. While eating, he asked Guda about the dungeon. The Zijing Underground has 5 floors. The first underground floor is mainly inhabited by various undead monsters, so it is also called the Underground Tomb. Guda explained to Xia Lai, due to the environment and the types of monsters that gather there, it is mainly divided into 4 sections: the Skeleton Corridor, the Manor Cemetery, the Pyramid Tomb, and the Ghost Riverbank. These 4 areas all have passages leading to the second floor of the dungeon, the Misty Forest. The main monsters of the Skeleton Corridor are the ones you just saw, these skeleton-type monsters. Among them, skeleton soldiers are the most numerous, but also the lowest level, all below LV10. For Obsidian tier adventurers who have entered the professional realm, as long as the numbers are not too large, they are just walking gold coins. Xia Lai nodded lightly. The skeleton monsters that pose a threat to Obsidian adventurers are the superior versions of skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and skeleton wizards. Their levels are all above LV10, and they do not act alone. They are always accompanied by a large number of skeleton soldiers. However, in such situations, even if the adventurers cannot defeat them, escaping is still not too difficult. But if they encounter a LV20 skeleton knight, then they can only pray for good luck. Fortunate ones might escape with severe injuries, while the unfortunate ones die on the spot. There are LV20 monsters on the first underground floor. Xia Lai was surprised. From what he knew, the Adventurers Association recommended that adventurers between LV10 and LV20 operate within the first 2 floors. So he thought that even if LV20 monsters existed within the first 2 floors, they should be on the second underground floor, never expecting to find them on the first. Monsters above LV20 are not as terrifying as you think. The silent Galay pulled out his Jadeite badge and spoke in a hoarse voice. Do you know why the association set up 2 adventure tiers, Obsidian and Jadeite, for adventurers between LV10 and LV20, even though they only have 1 talent? There is no level restriction for promotion from Obsidian to Jadeite. The promotion is judged on your comprehensive combat capabilities, such as skill level, weapon level, and team coordination. As long as a team of 5 or fewer members successfully hunts a monster above LV20, they can be promoted to the Jadeite badge. Of course, if you are confident enough in your own strength, you can also hunt alone. An adventurer below LV20 hunting a LV20 monster. There can't be such a person, right? Fu Lei murmured. There is. Gulei shook his head, denying Fu Lei's words. There is such an adventurer in the Zijing dungeon. He killed a LV20 cocktail snake when he was LV17. Don't think the level gap is small. You are all adventurers who have awakened talents. You should know how huge the improvement from LV9 to LV10 is. Gulei glanced at the others, recalling that wolf-like man with lingering fear. He is a battle maniac and a lone wolf. He never stops until one of them dies when facing a monster. It is said that he has a skill upgraded to LV7, which is also the key to his killing of the cocktail snake. LV7. Leia was somewhat shocked. She knew that her highest skill was only LV5, and even that was already top tier among Obsidian-level adventurers. Because skill levels become increasingly difficult to upgrade as they rise, consuming more and more time. Just like Xia Lai's instant slash with the help of his golden finger went from LV3 to LV5 in 4 days, but then from LV5 to LV6 took twice as long. As for ordinary adventurers, by the time they reach LV30, only a very few can have a LV8 skill. Some adventurers who only focus on leveling up and neglect combat training have a highest skill of only LV5. That's right, exactly. Everyone says he will break the LV50 limit and become a hero, but only if he doesn't die in battle. However, it seems that dying in battle is highly probable. Xia Lai and the others finished eating, packed their bags, and set off. They needed to get out of the skeleton corridor within 2 days. The skeleton corridor was not a monotonous narrow passage. Beside the passage there were occasional side chambers of several dozen square meters. The skeleton monsters that spawned would gather here due to the space, and because of their kinship, they would act together, attacking passing adventurers. Along the route Xia Lai and his team were walking, there was a side chamber of over 100 square meters containing a group of over 40 skeletons. Dozens of torches were inserted on both sides of the side chamber, illuminating the entire space. Leading the group were two LV-12 skeleton warriors, one carrying a heavy sword on his back, the other with two short swords tucked at his waist. They were surrounded by the many skeletons, their eyes glowing with a sinister red light. A deathly chill emanated from their bodies, and they wore worn-out mercenary leather armor, their bones gleaming with an iron-black luster. Wispy undead mana condensed into strands of purple mist entwining around the exposed bones. Suddenly, the evil red light in their hollow eye sockets flared up. Attack perception LV2. Two green arrows of life energy shot from afar. The two skeleton warriors pulled over a dazed skeleton soldier beside them and blocked it in front of themselves. Crack! The light arrows pierced through the skeleton soldier's head, making a sound like a jar breaking. Then they weakly struck the two skeleton warriors, but even the mere contact dissipated part of the deathly mist that had been clinging to them. Roar! The skeleton warrior roared. All the skeleton soldiers looked towards Xia Lai and the others in the distance, and the next second they charged out together. A sly grin of achieving their goal appeared on the faces of Xia Lai and his companions. The narrow passage caused the skeletons to rub against and collide with each other. Even if they all rushed out at once, the passage could only allow 4 or 5 skeletons to pass simultaneously. Meanwhile, Xia Lai, Leia, and Golay were able to block the passage in front of them completely, watching the skeleton soldiers crowding together, jostling to get ahead. Xia Lai raised his greatsword high and smashed it down fiercely onto the skeleton soldier in front of him. In the firelit side chamber, Xia Lai and the others were cleaning up the battlefield. The skeletal remains piled up in the corner like a small hill, and soon they cleared an area large enough to rest. According to Guda's calculations, they had been in the dungeon for 14 hours. After several battles, they had also completed half the journey through the skeletal corridor. The side chamber was a good resting place for the group. A dozen torches formed a circle, and Xia Lai and the others sat inside to eat. The night watch is divided into 3 shifts. The first 3 hours are for Xia Lai and me, the middle 2 hours for Golay, and the last 3 hours for Leia and Fu Lei. Guda arranged for everyone. His night watch arrangement was quite reasonable. Golay was the strongest, so he stood watch alone, and because his sleep would be interrupted, he only needed to watch for 2 hours. After eating, they quickly said goodnight and fell asleep. After all, in this situation, sleep time was already scarce. If they didn't rest well, their condition would be affected when fighting enemies. The circle of torches cast a warm yellow glow on Xia Lai and Guda's faces. Xia Lai suddenly thought of the circle drawn by the great sage for Tang monk in Journey to the West. Xia Lai, how long have you been an adventurer? Half a year. You. Xia Lai and Guda chatted idly. Xia Lai wasn't lying. His previous self had indeed left the village and become an adventurer half a year ago. I left the Thieves Guild and officially became an adventurer about a year and a half ago. Thieves Guild? Oh, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Members of the Thieves Guild rarely come to the Duchy of Rhode. Its members mainly operate in the south of the United Kingdom in the several independent small states of the Hangfus Alliance. The twisted flames of the torch burned upward, reflected in Guda's eyes. Why did you think of coming to the Duchy of Rhode? Looking at the twisted flames in Guda's eyes, Xia Lai thought to himself. The Duchy of Rhode was a part of the United Kingdom. The Grand Duke of the Duchy was a vassal of the king, guarding the eastern frontier for the king. The kingdom's lands were vast. From the eastern frontier to the south, it would take at least a month by horseback. However, when he saw Guda silent, just staring at the leaping flames on the torch with a dazed look as if lost in memories, he knew this was something he shouldn't know. Everyone has secrets. Beside him, Guda fell into a silent recollection, while Xia Lai looked around and yawned in boredom. The side chamber was silent. The decaying bones emitted a foul odor piled together, and the residual death aura exuded a bone-chilling cold. The flames on the torch seemed to have grown fiercer. Xia Lai thought idly, is this right? He watched the rust-green flames rising from the torch. What beautiful flames. Flames should be like this. Yes, flames are green, and they should burn brighter and bigger. Flames should be like this, don't you think? Xia Lai replied to the greatsword warrior beside him, you're right. The greatsword warrior's cheeks curved upward, revealing a row of square white teeth. I'm glad to adventure with you, Xia Lai. Xia Lai lowered his head with a shy smile, awkwardly scratching his head. Me too. He felt that the greatsword warrior opposite him was really kind. Along the way, he had helped him solve many dangers. For instance, when facing the female corpse in the river, if it weren't for his help, he would have almost died at the hands of that monster. By the way, what's his name? Xia Lai suddenly realized he still didn't know the greatsword warrior's name. You asked my name? In response to Xia Lai's question, the greatsword warrior still curved his cheeks, revealing a row of square white teeth. Xia Lai, my name is Xia Lai. You're called Xia Lai? Yes, I'm Xia Lai. Then what am I called? You're called Kilian. I'm called Kilian. Of course, what else would you be called if not Kilian? The square-toothed warrior smiled. The young man was stunned for a moment. Although he felt something was off, his lips twitched a few times, yet he still didn't say anything. He looked at the bonfire burning with rust-green flames, picked up a bone nearby, and threw it in. The bonfire crackled and burned the rust-green flames, shooting straight up. A strong wind rustled the branches in the dark forest rustling. He looked at the purple moon in the sky, feeling that everything was normal. Mr. Xia Lai, what are we going to do now? The Xia Lai with curved cheeks and square white teeth said, go home. Go home. Where to? Of course back to Hexiao village. Didn't you say you wanted to end the adventure and marry your childhood sweetheart from the same village? The young man was silent. What's wrong, Kilian? Don't you want to marry that girl? Xia Lai's voice was full of temptation. Isn't marrying that girl your dream? Think about her big bosoms swaying like water bags filled with goat's milk as she walks. And her, but big and perky, I can guarantee it feels bouncier than a used bottom. Xia Lai saw that Kilian was silent, just staring at the bonfire in front of him. His demon-like, tempting words kept pouring out. Suddenly the silent Kilian spoke up, interrupting the incessant Xia Lai. Do you see that fire? Fire. Xia Lai hesitated, his voice uncertain. Hasn't the fire always been rust green? Yes, the fire has always been rust green, Kilian said firmly. Xia Lai breathed a sigh of relief and was about to tempt Kilian again, but saw him speak. But why doesn't its shape change? It always points upward. Kilian looked at the branches constantly shaking in the strong wind. Despite such a strong wind, why hasn't the shape of the flame changed at all? Why oi? Why oi? Why oi? Kilian suddenly drew his greatsword. A silver-white flash of sword light passed, and he placed it against Xia Lai's neck. His expression ferocious, veins bulging on his arms, he said word by word. Can you tell me why, Mr. Xia Lai? A horizontal slash. Xia Lai's head was severed from his body, the thrown head flying high. It still maintained curved cheeks, smiling, revealing a row of square white teeth. The next moment, the scene of the bonfire burning in the rain-mist forest dissolved like snow fog from all directions. Xia Lai held his breath and concentrated, watching the forest peel off like old wallpaper, revealing the appearance of the side chamber in the skeletal corridor. In the middle of the side chamber, directly in front of Xia Lai, floated a semi-translucent, ghostly blue body, a full 4 to 5 meters tall. The upper part resembled a twisted humanoid form, with 2 rust-green vortices, where human eyes would be. The lower part was a mass of black mist with countless agonized faces floating within. A panel appeared before Xia Lai. Race, Soul Devourer level. Race, Soul Devourer. Level, LV16. Skill, Soul, Snatch, LV5. Description: Soul Devourers are born from vast quantities of unappeased resentment coalesced from the lingering hatred and fear of the dead. They roam regions dense with death energy, devouring the souls of the living to sustain their existence, and attempt to fill their own void through plundering souls. Xia Lai looked at the 4-meter-tall Soul Devourer before him, his back drenched in cold sweat. From the very beginning of the dream, he had felt nothing unusual. It was only when the fake Xia Lai said it was time to go home that he sensed something amiss. Because that was not his home, or at least not the home of the current Xia Lai. But that alone could not awaken Xia Lai from the dream. He needed to discover the true inconsistencies in reality. Had it not been for the talent hyperintuition, detecting the anomaly in the flames burning, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Huff. Xia Lai let out a long breath. The 4 people around him were in various states within their dreams. Delay, I will definitely save you. Gulay ground his teeth, forcing the words out through clenched jaws in his sleep. Haha, wine. I want a drink. I want wine, haha. Can't drink anymore. No, drink me to death. Leia thrashed about in her dream, her surging bosom threatening to burst forth. I swear by the name of Hermes, the god of theft and deception, that I will never leave the Thieves' Guild. Gouda spoke with a solemn expression. Among the 4, only the team leader Freed remained silent. His expression shifted between gloom and uncertainty, occasionally revealing a look of suspicion. Xia Lai suspected that he too might have sensed something wrong, relying on his own abilities or some item. It was just that he couldn't break free for the moment. Xia Lai gazed at the towering Soul Devourer, and the Soul Devourer noticed him in return. 2 rust-green vortexes stared back at Xia Lai. The black mist of its lower body spread like a skirt, and within it agonized faces writhed like ghosts struggling in hell. The mournful wails intermingled with resentment roared from mouths twisted into deformity. Come quickly, join us. Come, join us in suffering. Howl, LV2. Xia Lai ignored the wail, drawing his greatsword with one hand, while pulling a silver potion from his satchel with the other. He poured the silver liquid over the blade, slowly rotating the sword to coat it evenly. Under the firelight, it gleamed with a silvery sheen. Quicksilver can directly contact ghost-type monsters. The Soul Devourer had no physical attacks. Its main abilities were Soul Devour and Howl. If one could break free from the dream, even an adventurer who had not awakened a talent could easily deal with it, as long as they knew the method. Xia Lai leaped high, soaring over 2 meters to match the Soul Devourer's height. The momentum of his body drove the blade, compressing and storing all his strength. As he closed in, he unleashed the accumulated power onto the edge of the sword, channeling it into a single strike aimed at the Soul Devourer. Instant slash. Two sword arcs shot out. Clang. The gorilla boots landed from the height onto the bluish-gray stone tiles, kicking up layers of dust. The owner of the gorilla boots bent his knees to absorb the impact, then sheathed his sword and turned to walk away. Behind him, the Soul Devourer's body, severed into 3 parts, dissipated into black mist, slowly fading like smoke from a chimney. As Xia Lai slew the Soul Devourer, Leia freed, and the others opened their eyes. Leia rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, "I had a wonderful dream. There was a guy who kept buying me drinks." Hearing this, Xia Lai thought it might not be a bad idea to let her stay in the dream. However, the others were not as empty-headed as Leia. When they saw the dissipating Soul Devourer before Xia Lai, they immediately understood what had happened. While everyone had been pulled into the dream by the Soul Devourer, Xia Lai had broken free and saved them. Xia Lai knelt on the ground, his head touching the floor, gasping for breath, his sweat soaking the tiles beneath him. Perhaps because of his worry for the trapped companion, he had suffered the most in the dream among the 5. Freed, thanks Xia Lai. Thank you. If it weren't for you, our lives would have ended here. Though he was curious about how Xia Lai had been the first to break free from the dream. Because Xia Lai as a swordsman was only LV-10-0, and his spirit stat shouldn't be very high. Given his class and level, he shouldn't have been the first to escape the dream. But Freed did not ask further. Adventurers all have their secrets. Even after cooperating for a year, he didn't know what Gouda had experienced in the Thieves' Guild. Though he showed nothing on the surface, he secretly raised his opinion of Xia Lai. Hearing Freed's thanks, Gouda, along with the belatedly comprehending Leia, immediately expressed their gratitude to Xia Lai. Thank you, thanks a lot, Xia Lai. Gouda patted Xia Lai on the shoulder. When we get back, I'll treat you to a drink. A day of interactions had shown Xia Lai that Gouda was not as cold as he appeared. His efforts to save his comrades proved he was a man of deep loyalty. But, brother, why are you rushing to set up a death flag? Then he glanced at Gouda's stat panel. The curse still lingered. Good, I'll wait for your drink. After a few exchanges, the group turned their gaze to where the Soul Devourer had been. The 4 to 5 meter tall ghostly monster had completely dissipated, replaced by a palm-sized spherical energy crystal of a deep blue hue. The crystal's surface bore patterns reminiscent of soul fluctuations, and within it flowing mists swirled. The Soul Devourer core has a drop rate of less than 20, worth over 100 gold coins. If sold to a necromancer, its value would be even higher. Freed looked at the energy crystal and couldn't help but remark. Usually their total income from a dungeon run was no more than 100 gold coins. And that had to be split among them. Yet this single Soul Devourer core was worth the total income of their past dungeon explorations. Put it away, Xia Lai. This is your loot. I think everyone here agrees with me. Hearing Freed say this, Xia Lai, who had been silently gripping his longsword, loosened his wrist slightly. Though he felt it was unlikely, he had indeed feared that the others might be tempted by greed and turn hostile. After all, in novels, scenes of disputes over loot distribution leading to violent conflict were not uncommon. But Freed and the others had clear eyes free of avarice. Xia Lai felt that the team Leuna had recommended was quite reliable, at least not the kind of adventuring party that valued wealth above all else. Xia Lai, you just killed the Soul Devourer, so you don't need to keep watch. Get some good rest. Gouda said considerately, seeing Xia Lai put the Soul Devourer core back into his satchel. Xia Lai did not decline, though he didn't feel particularly exhausted. But when it came to rest, the longer the better. So Gouda and Gouda took the first watch while Leia and Freed took the second. The next day, boom. A flame the size of a soccer ball condensed in front of Frederick, shooting toward the pile of skeleton soldiers, setting off a series of explosions in the passage known as the Bone Corridor. Skeleton leg bones, arm bones, shoulder blades, and vertebrae exploded across the ground. The blast cast a fiery crimson silhouette, like a special effects blockbuster produced by Hollywood. A dark figure crashed through the cinematic silhouettes and dove straight into the still warm center of the explosion, relentlessly striking at the nearby skeleton soldiers. Bone fragments flew in all directions. A line of text materialized out of thin air, level LV-12. Frederick watched Xia Lai grow increasingly ferocious, opening his mouth to warn him, but ultimately said nothing. Xia Lai's frenzied monster slaying had been evident from the first day. Despite being only LV-10, he had dispatched as many monsters, if not more, than Leia at LV-15. Gouda, watching Frederick from the side, spoke up. He's not our kind. We hunt monsters to achieve a purpose. For someone like Xia Lai, killing monsters is the purpose itself. After 2 days of fighting side by side, Gouda had grown less taciturn than when they first met. I know you want to bring him into your adventurer party, but I advise against it. Why, oi? Frederick asked, puzzled. When power levels are not matched, people cannot walk the same path. That adventurer who single-handedly kills monsters beyond his rank chose to roam alone, because creatures his companions would face as grave threats are nothing but a breeze to him. He could hunt LV-20 monsters himself, but his companions would meet certain death if they accompanied him. Right now the gap between you and Xia Lai is not large, but when he reaches your level you will understand the difference. In my opinion, that day is not far off. it may come even sooner. With that, Xia Lai raised his spear and charged toward the skeleton soldiers. When the battle ended, Xia Lai stretched his neck somewhat weary. He then checked his status panel named Xia Lai race, human level LV12 attribute strength 22, agility 19, constitution 17, perception 19, spirit 9, skills instant/LV6, dodge LV4, fire resistance LV1. Over the past 2 days of relentless monster hunting, Xia Lai's leveling speed had surged dramatically, climbing straight from LV10 to LV12. His skill dodge had also reached LV4. All in all, he had gained quite a lot. Xia Lai happily dismissed the panel and began collecting the loot. This should be the last monster gathering spot. According to the map, if we continue in this direction for over an hour, we will enter a fixed camp on the outskirts of the manor cemetery, a safe zone cleared by adventurers. Geta studied the map and addressed the group. Let's keep moving. Frederick surveyed the others, who despite another long day of travel, their energy remained solid. Rather than resting here, we should wait until we reach the camp. The camps are maintained by high-level adventurers commissioned by the association, so there is no need to worry about encountering raiders. The crimson moon hung like a plate in the sky, and the fierce wind howled like ghosts. Everything within sight was barren land and piles of graves. At the edge of the land stood a magnificent ancient castle rising from nothing and connected to the low houses beside it, forming a Gothic estate reminiscent of noble manors. In this land, Gothic estates and clusters of graves blended together seamlessly, while the air carried the mingled scent of decay and sulfur. The withered tree branches twisted like tormented souls. The fierce wind swept from the estate, carrying something haunting and barely audible, a church dirge. Where the hell did I end up? Is this really a dungeon? Stepping into the manor graveyard zone, Xia Lai glanced up at the swaying crimson moon and felt the fierce wind whip past his ears, the thought bubbling up before he could stop it. Though he had already read about this in the strategy guide, seeing it with his own eyes underground still took him aback. How could he see such a vivid crimson moon and weather identical to the surface while being underground? Only a true dungeon could produce something like this. I wonder if this crimson moon is even real. Xia Lai tilted his head back to gaze upward. Geta, watching from the side, spoke up. Once upon a time, a level 30 mage had the very same thought as you, wanting to see whether this crimson moon was real or not. So he cast a flight spell and soared toward it in full view of everyone. He flew farther and farther away until no one could see him anymore. He simply vanished from everyone's sight. Geta fell silent at this point, but Xia Lai pressed on with a question. What happened next? What occurred afterward? That's it, nothing else. Nothing, Xia Lai repeated, puzzled. He never came down from the sky that day, and no one saw him again afterward. He simply disappeared as though he had never existed. Afterward, the Adventurers Association issued a regulation prohibiting high-altitude flight in the manor cemetery. Listening to Geta's story, Xia Lai found it sounded like the same hackneyed ghost tale sold for 5 yuan for 3 copies at roadside stalls. What was the name of that missing adventurer? I believe his name was Sterling. After all, he was a level 30, quite well known among adventurers. Then, while chatting idly, the group made their way toward the safe camp that earlier adventurers had carved out. Xia Lai, whose narrow experiences left him wide-eyed, stared in shock at the scene before him. His only thought echoed, where the hell did I end up? Is this really a dungeon? 4 tall poles stood at each corner of the camp, each bearing a flame of holy fire summoned by the priest. Within the area illuminated by this sacred light, no monsters could take form and no eerie incidents would occur. Xia Lai gazed at the bustling camp teeming with people, his face etched with astonishment. Easily over 100 souls. So many people here, and this was merely a stationary camp. Could the Amethyst Dungeon really hold so many professional adventurers? For the first time, Xia Lai encountered such a large-scale camp, and curiosity naturally arose. Geta, standing nearby, offered an explanation. The fixed camp divides into 2 sections, the rest area and the trading district. The cluster of people over there marks the trading zone. Sometimes adventurers with rare materials will trade here first before selling to the town shops or the association. But this is merely the first underground level. The materials sold here tend to be subpar. More often, merchants peddle potions and food. Adventurers facing unexpected encounters frequently run low on supplies, and returning to the surface wastes too much time, so they purchase provisions here instead. Prices here run 2 to 3 times higher than surface rates. That is what passes for honest merchants. It's still early, so you could go check out the scene. The moment Geta finished speaking, Xia Lai wandered off like an old man taking an evening stroll. No way, bro. You're actually selling skeleton soldier bones at your stall, eh? 1 bottle of fire oil, and you're asking 8 silver. A kilogram of smoked meat for 5 gold coins. Are you claiming this is dragon meat seasoned with Demon King salt and smoked over elven sacred wood? Xia Lai stared utterly dumbfounded at the young merchant sitting cross-legged opposite him, boasting loudly about his smoked goods. Xia Lai finally understood. This trading district was much like the street markets back in his past life. There was no real difference from elders pointing at microwave-safe plates on their stalls and demanding 80,000. It was all the same, more trash than quality goods. But as Xia Lai wandered aimlessly through the market, he stumbled upon something genuinely useful, a skill scroll. The stall owner selling skill scrolls was a middle-aged man around 30. The scroll slowly unfurled in Xia Lai's hands. It was made of parchment, and the contents were inscribed with a sky-blue mineral pigment. On the whole parchment scroll were drawn two nimble, graceful common language characters: thrust. Thrust, a relatively common skill often learned by swordsmen and spearmen. Xia Lai had mastered this skill, and had even leveled it up to LV5. After a moment of thought, Xia Lai decided to purchase the scroll. The demands of combat, coupled with the title Diligent Swordsman, which have the experience required for skill upgrades, made him eager to learn several more skills. Now that an opportunity presented itself, he naturally would not let it slip. After paying with the ghost fire of 100 skeleton soldiers valued at 30 gold coins, Xia Lai pocketed the skill scroll. Xia Lai unfurled the scroll and focused his attention on the two sky blue characters. The skill scroll suddenly ignited, and then the usage methods and power techniques of thrust emerged in Xia Lai's mind. After a few minutes, the scroll burned to ashes. Xia Lai savored the newly acquired sword techniques and power methods in his mind. The panel also began to display relevant information. Thrust LV1 concentrates all the body's power into a single point for explosive release focused attack with astonishing power. Xia Lai was quite satisfied with this skill. It complemented instant slash perfectly. When successfully executed, instant slash would release a blade of energy. Although the blade had a decent range, because the power was not concentrated, the damage was also dispersed. Against opponents with heavy armor and very small weak points, thrust is an excellent skill. Xia Lai pondered inwardly. Then he walked toward Fu Lei and the others on the other side. Where did that rabbit come from? Xia Lai asked in confusion, looking at the fresh rabbit being roasted over the fire. An adventurer brought it back from the misty forest on the second basement level. The captain spent 2 silver coins to buy it. Guda explained as he turned the rabbit. Truly, scarcity makes things precious. On the surface, a rabbit like this would cost only 20 copper coins, but here it's 10 times that. Xia Lai sighed inwardly. Whether it was due to inheriting the halfling's culinary skills, Guda's barbecue technique was excellent. Even a rabbit or rodent with little fat could be roasted by him until it was glossy and succulent. Eating the rabbit meat with toasted gray bread was the first hot meal they had had in 2 days. After the meal, Xia Lai boiled some water and dropped a piece of honey into it. The sweet aroma spread as the honey water bubbled. Sweet foods best soothe the body after continuous exertion. That's why assembly line workers love to buy a bottle of cheap iced tea after work. Wow. Delicious, absolutely delicious. Leia poured the honey water into her light beer and took a big gulp, shouting in delight. It's just like downing a mouthful of ice-cold beer after trekking under the scorching sun. Kid, I'm liking you more and more. With that, Leia boldly draped her arm over Xia Lai's shoulder, drinking the honey water in her cup and swaying her body left and right. Xia Lai's head was wedged between Leia's upper arm and her bouncy bosom. With every sway Leia made, Xia Lai distinctly felt his face sinking deeper. At first, Xia Lai tried to resist, but as Leia drank more and more, held him tighter and tighter, and his face grew softer and softer, Xia Lai suddenly felt that it was not so bad. Not only was Xia Lai's group having fun, but other teams in the rest area were also enjoying themselves in lively merriment. Purchasing a few cups of exorbitantly priced low-quality beer from street vendors, the adventurers gathered around their own campfires, bragging and making merry as if in a tavern. Adventurers chatted with each other, boasting about how terrifying the monsters they had slain were. The firelight illuminated the entire rest area, making it feel like a grand party. And when a bard plucked the strings of his lute, the underground gathering reached its climax. The bard's fingers swept across the strings, and a simple, yet familiar melody rang out. The Ballad of Stars and Dragon Bones. This song's fame in this world was household. It was said that the dragon-slaying hero Siegfried had sung this ballad when he first killed the evil dragon. Xia Lai had heard it many times every day in the tavern. Infected by the surrounding adventurers, Xia Lai followed Leia and the others, swaying with the crowd around the campfire and singing freely. When the silver moon's scythe cuts the cocoon of clouds, the dragon bones deep in the earth begin to recite poems. Who is sipping the shadows of 1,000 dynasties? The elven wine cellar flows with amber keys. Oh, travelers crossing the sea of shadows, do not pick up the smiling ivory on the dunes. Listen to the weathered stone tablet whispering a warning. Every speck of stardust was once a dragon's scale. The ballad ended, marking the end of this frenzy belonging to the adventurers. Although they were in a safe camp, Good still arranged for a night watch. If it were me, tonight would be the perfect opportunity to transfer other people's belongings. Looking at the professional Good, Xia Lai nodded in deep agreement. After all, he was an old thief who had once mixed in the Thieves' Guild. The next day, the crimson moon hung high. The manor cemetery had no daylight, only night. The only difference was that the crimson moon was bright during the day and dim at night. Xia Lai and his companions packed their gear and set off toward their target. According to Guda, the manor cemetery covered a large area roughly the size of the core territory of a barony. Although the core of this area was the Gothic manor, the tombs and gravestones scattered everywhere made it clear to passing adventurers that this was not a friendly region. Withered gnarled trees were entwined with black-green vines. Xia Lai and his companions leaped forward among the graves. Broken stone tablets stood on the graves. Some graves had been dug open, revealing empty coffins. The coffins bore claw marks and teeth impressions. Ghouls Gouda said, looking at the violently excavated graves and piled-up coffins, and warned the others, there are many, probably around 20. Compared to the easily shattered skeleton soldiers and the weak but cunning goblins, ghouls were violent and ferocious, possessing both outstanding strength and terrifying beastly instincts. While Gouda was using his ability to analyze the movements of the ghouls, Xia Lai's super intuition suddenly made him keenly aware. He observed the excavated coffins. He felt that something was extremely, even 9/10 wrong. These coffins were of the same style and stacked layer upon layer. Moreover, the soil clinging to the coffins varied. Some had long dried into clods while others were still damp. They did not seem to be dug out together. Instead, it looked as if these coffins had been deliberately piled up. Xia Lai rubbed his chin, thinking, why? Why is that? Suddenly a flash of insight struck Xia Lai. Damn it, it's exactly like goblins using branches to hide their lairs. Realizing this, Xia Lai immediately shouted to Gouda, get out of the way, that's a ghoul's cave. Before Xia Lai could finish speaking, a ghoul burst through the wooden planks, sending wood chips flying and revealing the hidden tomb passage. The immense impact sent Gouda, who had been standing on the planks, flying. Then another ghoul sprang out from the tomb passage, its hind legs launching it forward, its powerful arms swinging sharp claws toward Gouda, who was still in midair. The ghoul's teeth were bared, its claws covered in mud, and in the next second it was about to swipe across Gouda's body, which was just over a meter tall. If the claws connected, Xia Lai had no doubt that Gouda would be cleaved in two. No one had time to intervene. Gouda, having been launched into the air without any foothold, suddenly twisted his body into an incredibly difficult maneuver, causing his falling body to abruptly pause in midair for a few seconds. He dodged the ghoul's otherwise unavoidable attack. The ghoul swept past beneath him. The halfling lightly tapped his foot on the ghoul's back, executed a world championship-level difficult roll, and landed behind the others. Skill Acrobatics LV4. Your turn to strike, Gouda said calmly to the others. Ghouls emerged one after another from the corridor, 20 or so, circling around Xia Lai and the others. Though they possessed hands and feet like humans, they moved on all fours like dogs or wild beasts. Their faces appeared human, yet there was not a trace of reason, emotion, or even consciousness to be seen. What drove them was nothing but an insatiable desire for human flesh. Inverted black-red bone spurs jutted from their calves, thick frames and black fur could barely contain their exposed flesh and gore. Their dripping yellowish mouths faced the group as they howled like crying infants. The level of ghouls clustered around LV8, but 3 of them stood distinctly apart from the rest. They took a triangular formation atop the mound, their eerie green eyes locked upon Xia Lai and the others. Xia Lai noticed their levels had reached LV10. The ghouls formed an outer ring around Xia Lai and the group, while they themselves tightened into a small circle with Gouda and Fu Lei at its center. For the first time, Gouda drew his weapon, a single-arm hand crossbow with silver-tipped bolts neatly arranged and ready to fire. Fu Lei planted his staff upon the ground and began chanting. Several rings of light expanded outward from him, rippling across the earth like disturbances on water. Strength Enhancement LV3, Agility Enhancement LV2. As the ripple swept over Xia Lai, he felt as though a gentle breeze had brushed past him, seeping through his pores into flesh and sinew. His muscles had not swelled and his weight had not lessened, yet Xia Lai suddenly felt his body grow lighter and his stored strength surge within. So this is what a warlock's magic feels like. Xia Lai marveled inwardly at the wonder of spells. Leia produced a potion and poured it over her fists, which became wreathed in holy light. Against the undead, a holy light-shrouded fist was like a whip dipped in chilly water. Golei remained unchanged, leaning heavily on his long spear, as expected for someone at LV18 with such sheer capability. Xia Lai poured the holy fire oil he had purchased from the potion shop onto his longsword, and instantly orange-red flames coiled upward like living serpents. This holy fire oil had cost 2 more silver coins than the regular fire oil Xia Lai had bought before, but it dealt special damage against the undead. Gripping his sword with both hands, he brought it to the side of his ear, the tip aimed squarely at the ghoul's skull. As tough-skinned undead, conventional attacks could not deliver fatal blows unless they were cleaved in half or the ghoul's brain was destroyed outright. Destroy that, and a ghoul would drop dead instantly. But to reach the brain, one first had to pierce through their iron-hard skulls. Before today, only Gulei's spear in the party could accomplish such a feat. Now, having learned piercing strikes, Xia Lai could barely manage it as well. With a roar from the lead, ghoul battle erupted. 20 ghouls charged forth in unison. To everyone's surprise, the first damage was dealt by Gouda. A silver bolt carved a curved arc through the air and buried itself in a ghoul's eye socket, spraying forth a foul-smelling white fluid. Leia and Gulei charged out on separate fronts. Lai led the vanguard, immediately swarmed by more than a dozen ghouls. His spear clashed against their metallic skulls with a ringing clatter. Xia Lai stilled his breath and focused entirely on the 4 ghouls before him. Both hands gripping his sword with the hilt pressed to his chest, flames wreathing the blade, he stepped forward with his left foot. His gorilla boots sank into the damp black soil as his calf coiled with stored power. He repeated the mechanics from the skill scroll in his mind. Power gathered from his entire body into a single point, transferring from his palm through the blade as Xia Lai twisted it in a slightly awkward motion. He thrust the flame-wreathed sword forward with all his might. Piercing strike, clang. Cracking. The tip struck the ghoul's exposed skull, splitting it open. Flames consumed the brains within, sizzling audibly. Finally, the tip reached the back of the skull, destroying the spinal cord. The ghoul collapsed lifelessly upon the ground. It worked. Xia Lai marveled. Thanks to his remarkable natural strength, combined with Fu Lei's enhancement, even a LV1 piercing strike had actually pierced through a ghoul's skull. Xia Lai was certain that only a swift strike at LV3 would achieve such results. But he had no time to dwell on it. The remaining 3 ghouls lunged forward. Twisting his blade, he generated a ring of flame to block the 2 on his right. The 4th ghoul surged in from the left with startling speed, clawing straight for his heart. Xia Lai raised his free left hand to parry. The razor claws sparked against his bracer. Seizing the moment, he retreated while channeling power through his right arm. Under the crimson moon, a flash of white light erupted. The 4th ghoul's arms were severed clean. Black-red blood sprayed like water from a broken pipe. Swift strike, Xia Lai immediately bounded forward, driving his sword once more toward the 2nd and 3rd ghouls. The 2nd skull was pierced and utterly destroyed. The 3rd was cleaved in half as it turned to flee, its entrails and black blood splattering across the ground. Having cleared his area, Xia Lai turned and threw himself into the other skirmishes. Heavy hammer, LV5. Leia drew back her arm and smashed the skull of the ghoul before her. Putrid brains and black blood splattered across her face, distorting her features with the foul stench. I hate these ghouls the most. Her fist fell like a torrential storm. Face my lion's fawn. Watching Leia descend into frenzy, those words flashed through Xia Lai's mind. Who gave those 3 LV10 ghouls such confidence? They had waited until the ordinary ghouls were nearly slaughtered before making their move. Each fell swiftly to Xia Lai, Leia, and Lai respectively. With his sword, Xia Lai severed a ghoul's claw at the root and placed it into a transparent crystal vial. Ghoul claws fetched 6 silver coins on the market, a respectable price among low-tier monster materials. Also check for pulsating hearts. They have a 10% drop rate and sell for 15 gold coins. Good added. Watching the heart in his hand pulse relentlessly despite having no blood supply, Xia Lai found it truly wondrous. After wrapping it, he tossed it into Leia's pack. Her bag, primarily stocked with food and water, had shrunk considerably after nearly 3 days of rationing, making it just the right size for storing loot. Do not store it in the same compartment as the food. I refuse to taste ghoul stench in my rations, Leia cautioned. After this brief interlude, the group continued their journey. Once the silhouette of the distant manor came into view, Xia Lai and the others ended their day's march. In a cluttered clearing, they gathered in a circle around a campfire. The fire burned the twisted trees they had collected along the way from the cemetery grounds. Unattractive in appearance, yet highly combustible. One more step, and we would enter the manor's core zone, where the monsters are considerably more dangerous. Let us rest tonight and press deeper into the manor tomorrow, Gouda told them. After we breach the scattered village outside the manor and reach the castle, I will part ways with you all. Lai scanned the group. Safe travels to you all. Beneath the crimson moon, the campfire burned brightly. Xia Lai and his companions had gone to such great lengths to gather firewood, not merely for cooking. Rather, the monsters in the graveyard naturally feared fire, and the burning flames often deterred many of them from launching attacks. Geta had deliberately tossed a crystal the size of an egg, glowing with fiery red hues, into the fire. The crystal was crystal clear, containing mixed magical power within. After that crystal was thrown in, Xia Lai suddenly felt the temperature around them rise significantly. The bone-chilling aura of the undead in the air had weakened considerably. He asked in confusion, "What did you throw into the fire?" "Red dragon dung. As a top-tier monster that commands fire, its aura naturally suppresses undead creatures. There's no need to worry about monsters bothering us tonight." Geta tossed a piece of wood into the fire. "Dragon." Xia Lai repeated the word that signified power in any world. The word dragon appeared everywhere, in bards' ballads, the boasting of lowly adventurers, and in all sorts of shops and places bearing the name of dragons. However, this was Xia Lai's first time encountering something dragon-related. That crystal-clear crystal was actually dragon dung. "Have you ever seen a dragon with your own eyes?" Xia Lai asked curiously. "I've only seen subspecies, never a true dragon. It is said that in a dungeon within the United Kingdom, at the very bottom, a mature red dragon dwells. Its level reached LV80. Though not yet at the limit of LV90 compared to the human limit where only heroes could reach LV70, it was already a full tier higher." Get aside. Speaking of which, humans and humanoids are truly the weakest race. Why do you say that? Other races such as orcs, fairies, and vampires naturally gain levels as they age. But humans and humanoids must train for years before they can begin their path to leveling up. Furthermore, there are level limits. Ordinary humans and halflings are capped at LV 50, while dwarves fare slightly better at LV 55. Only elves have a level limit of LV 60, but because elves have long lifespans and already reach LV 20 upon adulthood, it is difficult to classify them as humanoids. Yet elves and humans face no reproductive isolation. To this day, the Academy Alliance still debates whether elves belong to the humanoid category. But haven't elves already joined the humanoid alliance? It is merely a matter of sticking together for warmth. Get aside. If not for what happens once every 50 years. The humanoid alliance would surely be tearing itself apart. The flames cast flickering light across Geta's childlike face, revealing a troubled expression as he fell silent. Though Xia Lai was eager to learn what that 50th year event Geta mentioned was. But judging by Geta's expression, it was clear no answer would come. Once we exit the dungeon, I will investigate what Geta was referring to. By the way, Ayla, as a descendant of heroes, she must know what Geta meant. Meanwhile, on the surface, Ayla, who was sipping honey water by the forest camp, suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Ayla, are you feeling unwell? The female swordswoman with a ponytail seated beside Ayla asked with concern. Nothing, just a sneeze. Ayla smiled politely. Her silver hair danced in the firelight, her rosy cheeks looking exceptionally charming. Seeing this, the ponytailed swordswoman couldn't help but blush. Ayla, you're so beautiful. No, I mean you're so amazing. Hearing the swordswoman's words, the two male adventurers tending to their wounds exchanged glances of reluctant acknowledgement, but said nothing. First, Ayla was simply too beautiful. For men, tolerance for stunning women always runs high. Second, if it hadn't been for Ayla's warning just now, they certainly wouldn't have dispatched those over a dozen goblins so easily. Can you tell me how you became so powerful? The female swordswoman gazed at Ayla with starry-eyed admiration. Beneath the silver moon, Ayla finished the honey water at the bottom of her cup, a genuine smile spreading across her face. I'm not particularly strong, but if you're asking why I have so much experience facing goblins, it's because of Xia Lai. Xia Lai, is he an adventurer? The swordswoman looked puzzled. According to her memory, there wasn't a senior adventurer named Xia Lai in Sage Town. Yes, an outstanding adventurer. Hugh. The outstanding adventurer, Xia Lai, was sleeping soundly. Gray called for nearly 10 full seconds before finally waking him. Who is it? What's wrong? What happened? Xia Lai rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at Gray before him, posing 3 questions from the depths of his soul. Calm yourself, feel the power flowing through your body, compress it, and converge it at one point. That is the technique of thrusting. Gray demonstrated with his own spear, personally teaching Xia Lai. Xia Lai watched Gray's movements and instructions with focused attention. As a veteran with Thrust LV5, every point Gray shared came from his own first-hand experience. Yesterday I noticed that since you just learned thrusting, your power-generating movements weren't quite coordinated. Thrusting relies on explosive force in an instant, which differs from ordinary sword techniques, so some of your power-generating postures need to be adjusted. Follow the posture I just explained and try again. Xia Lai nodded. He deeply valued Gray's instruction. He took a deep breath, centering his focus on his body. Standing with feet apart, left foot forward, right foot back. Leaning his body forward, both hands gripping the sword at his rib side. Right shoulder slides down, left arm moves to the right. Gray's voice sounded at just the right moment, and Xia Lai promptly made the adjustments. The changes to his movements were subtle, barely more than fine-tuning. Yet as the master of his body, Xia Lai could feel the overall coordination had improved significantly. His strength was also more concentrated than before. Strike. No sooner had Gray's words left his lips than Xia Lai lunged forward with his sword, the power pouring forth with it. Xia Lai felt as though something within him had shot out along with it. He felt extraordinarily refreshed. Skill thrust LV2. Excellent. Remember the feeling of this strike and the posture for generating power. With more practice, your progress will be swift. Xia Lai sheathed his sword and bowed deeply to the bearded Gray. Thank you for your instruction. Though he didn't understand why Gray had suddenly woken him up to teach him thrust. But his gains were undeniable. In less than 2 days, thrust had progressed from LV1 to LV2. Worthy of Xia Lai bowing to Gray. Gray waved his hand. You're smart and diligent, and your talent surpasses most adventurers I've encountered. All I can teach you is some experience. Xia Lai, you will become an outstanding adventurer. Under the blood-red moon, Xia Lai and his companions groped their way into the village houses outside the manor. A decrepit mill, a dried-up well, and rotting heaps of grain. Xia Lai grabbed a handful of wheat. With a slight squeeze, the rotten grains turned into a mass of fluff. Xia Lai, over here. Leia beckoned in a low voice, stepping into a stone-in timber house. As soon as they entered, Guda closed the wooden door of the stone house. The wooden bolt sliding within its socket let out a creaking sound that was jarringly loud in the lifeless village. Guda pressed his ear against the door, gesturing for everyone to stay silent. Soon he whispered, "The whispering choir is coming." The moment Guda spoke, Xia Lai sensed a faint elegy drifting in. At first the melody was elegant and serene, as if one were in a church listening to a choir of melodious nuns. But listening longer it turned ominous. The song was interwoven with unintelligible whispers, like the blasphemous mutterings of apostates corrupted by an evil god. Just hearing it could cause one to bleed from every orifice and burst apart. Here, taking the cotton and plugging his ears, Xia Lai peered through the gap at the eerie, uninhabited village under the crimson moon. After a while 4 nuns in a single file drifted over from afar. They looked similar, all in translucent black nun habits, hands crossed over their chests, faces shrouded in shadow, and surrounded by violet light specks. Each held a fragmented musical score emitting a different glow. One was deep blue, another pitch black, cradled before their full breasts beneath the tight-fitting robes. The whispering choir was a well-known monster, seemingly 4 entities, but actually a single whole. The different colors of the scores indicated different abilities. This particular whispering choir had 2 colors in its scores, meaning it could use 2 skills. The reason Xia Lai and his team were so cautious was that the Whispering Choir's record was terrifying. Several LV-20 adventurers had already died at its hands. Thanks to the cemetery environment, it could summon thousands of corpses in this manner. Previously, an LV-20 adventurer had dismissed it and was eventually worn down by sheer numbers. It was one of the most dangerous monsters in the manor cemetery. Yet the Whispering Choir was also called the safest monster. Unlike ghouls and skeletons that actively attacked adventurers, the Whispering Choir did not initiate attacks. As long as you did not appear on its patrol route while it was inspecting the manor, it would never attack you. They hid because they had arrived at the village just as the Whispering Choir was making its evening rounds. So they had to wait for the patrol to finish before entering the manor. A glint flashed in Xia Lai's eyes as monster information appeared. Race Spirit, Whispering Choir level. Skills Corpse Enslavement LV4, Fear LV4. Title Exiled, Nun, the ghost of a banished nun forever adhering to the command to patrol the manor, awaiting the one who will redeem her. Level is a question mark. Skills also have question marks. Xia Lai was full of doubt. This had never happened before. It seems the Whispering Choir is even more legendary than people say. Moreover, the title on the Whispering Choir was the first time he had seen such a thing on a monster. So it's not just humanoid races, monsters have titles too. The 4 ghostly nuns of the Whispering Choir gradually faded from sight. As Xia Lai watched their graceful retreating figures, he suddenly thought, what a great figure. The moment the thought surfaced, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, wondering if he had been too repressed. The appearance of the Whispering Choir was just a minor interlude. The group continued forward and soon reached the iron gate of the manor. Low walls and an iron gate separated the manor from the village. Though the gate was still rusted, rampant vines layered thickly over it. The twisted, tough vines coiled like venomous snakes, forming an obstacle before the group. Race Living Vine level LV2. Xia Lai slashed with his sword, and the severed tendrils writhed like cut earthworms. When Xia Lai raised his sword again to clear the path, the vines scrambled to shrink back, opening a narrow entrance just wide enough for one person. Obedient, they filed in, and the manor's interior came into view. It consisted of 2 parts, a Gothic castle for the nobility and a monastery built of black marble. At this point, Xia Lai had to part ways with Xia Lai. Xia Lai's target was the castle, while Xia Lai's group headed for the monastery. Over the past few days, Xia Lai learned that Xia Lai's companion was trapped in a room inside the castle by a vampire banshee. That banshee's level reached LV20. Here are the potions you asked for. Fu Lei pulled a bundle of potions from his backpack and handed them over, part of their deal. Xia Lai thanked him in a hoarse voice. Then he walked toward the castle without looking back. The castle had 3 floors, each 100 meters long. Xia had told Xia Lai that each floor had dozens of rooms. Similar to treasure rooms, coins and monsters would occasionally spawn in the castle rooms, and many adventurers would search them. It's just bad luck for Xia Lai and his companion. They encountered a vampire banshee, which is extremely fast and powerful. Xia said as he watched Xia Lai. So much time has passed. Can his companion still be alive? Xia Lai asked doubtfully. I don't know, but there should be a way to survive. Otherwise, why would Xia Lai be so eager to go back? The day before we entered the underground level, he just came out of there. For an experienced adventurer, he should know the toll this takes on his body. Xia Lai's group watched until he stepped into the castle's main building. All right, it's time for us to go. They set off, passing through paths overrun with living vines and a fountain bubbling with black slime. They arrived at the steps of the Black Monastery. Xia Lai noticed that in the courtyard, where vines were everywhere, none grew near the monastery. Vines rooted and spread in the cracks of the stone slabs, but these wildly growing, uncontrolled vines stopped about 10 meters from the monastery. And the vines near the monastery showed signs of fleeing, as if something inside terrified them. Xia Lai looked up at the monastery. The austere black marble exterior under the red moon appeared sinister and ominous. Bang! The heavy black door of the monastery swung open. The interior was fully revealed. Through the decaying inner courtyard and the dormitory buildings on either side, a chapel stood open directly facing the gate. The stained glass windows of the chapel lay shattered on the floor. The long rows of pews used for mass were rotted, splattered with large patches of black bloodstains. On the central dais stood a life-sized statue. The craftsmanship was exquisite and delicate, barefoot and clad in sackcloth as if suffering for the world's sins, radiating sanctity. Strangely, the statue was headless from the neck up, and the clean cross-section indicated that the head was not broken off by external force. Rather, the sculptor had carved a headless statue from the start, exuding an eerie aura. Without a head, no matter which direction one looked, it felt as if the statue's non-existent head was watching. Xia Lai felt a chill down his spine and tried to look away. Just as he turned his head, gush, a tide of black blood surged from inside the statue. Xia Lai was startled by the statue suddenly bleeding. The foul blood surged upward rapidly, soon submerging his shoes. Just as he was about to draw his sword, Fu Lei's cool hand pressed down on his. Calm down, take a deep breath, this is an illusion. Fu Lei's words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. Xia Lai immediately took 2 deep breaths. When he opened his eyes again, the foul blood that was about to drown him had indeed vanished. No blood gushed from the headless statue either. Fu Lei murmured softly, "You can't stare at the statue, or you'll fall into an illusion. This monastery is eerie, but as long as you're careful, it'll be fine." Xia Lai nodded with lingering fear and cautiously followed the others into the inner courtyard of the monastery. In this well-shaped monastery, the inner courtyard was right at the center. The church faced the main gate with the nuns' dormitory buildings on the left and right. As Xia Lai stood in the inner courtyard, he occasionally heard thump-thump footsteps from the dormitories on both sides. La la ha ha la la ha ha. Along with them came the playful laughter of young girls, as crisp and ethereal as wind chimes at midnight. Damn, there aren't ghosts, are there? Xia Lai glanced at the spirits peeking out from the dormitory and felt a chill. Aren't Western ghosts supposed to be bloody and gory? This atmosphere is too eerie, too Chinese horror style. While thinking this, he followed Buddha and the others to a slanted underground passage. This is the entrance to the monastery's underground catacombs. At the end of the passage there are 3 bone depositories. The left wall of the middle room is hollow, knock twice to enter the treasure room. But it's a one-way entrance. You can only go in, not out. But inside the treasure room, there's a teleportation array that can send you directly out of the manor cemetery. Fu Lei explained to Xia Lai in detail. They had never told Xia Lai exactly where the treasure room was, only that it was in the monastery. After speaking, Fu Lei lit a torch and walked into the passage first. Then came Buddha, Xia Lai, and Leia. In the dim, narrow passage they walked in a single file. The flame on Fu Lei's torch at the front flickered, casting a warm yellow glow that passed back. Illuminating the burial walls around the passage, densely packed skeletons were arranged in neat rows. Xia Lai observed carefully and found a wide variety of skeletons on the walls, including humanoid orc, and he even suspected some belonged to demons. Just then a sinister wind blew and a phantom gray spirit emerged from the wall. Then came a procession of girls, spirits dressed in the student uniforms of the monastery. They passed through Xia Lai and the others, their ethereal laughter echoing like boarding students sneaking out at night to avoid the dorm mother. As the last spirit passed, a dark silver item dropped, flashing before Xia Lai's eyes. If not for the effect of super intuition, that inconspicuous object would have been overlooked in the dim environment. But now the object landed in Xia Lai's hand. It's a key. Feeling the outline of the item in his hand, Xia Lai roughly guessed what it was. I wonder what key it is. Hope it's the key to some divine treasure chest. Xia Lai called up his panel and took a peek. Key of Redemption Part 1 type key effect, save souls banished for defying divine will. Description: you who save the wandering souls in their long exile shall become their new Lord of Redemption. Key of Redemption. Redeem whom? Xia Lai was full of question marks. Anyway, keeping it for now was definitely the right move. He tucked the key into his pocket. Gazing into the distance, he looked past the 2 ahead and saw the bone depository at the end of the passage. Unexpectedly, there were no bones inside the depository, only a few empty coffins. Buddha lit the torches stuck around the walls, and the dim firelight instantly illuminated the entire room. There used to be quite a few bone fragments in these coffins. At first, everyone thought they were ordinary bones. Then someone discovered that grinding them into powder had the effect of curing male impotence. Xia Lai was stunned by Buddha's explanation. He had imagined many reasons for the absence of bones, but this was not one of them. Indeed, the ability to boost virility is the greatest danger a species can face. He couldn't help but comment. Tonight we'll rest here first. Rest up. Tomorrow we'll enter the treasure room. Fu Lei instructed them, get a good rest, tomorrow will be a tough battle. Xia Lai took out his greatsword and began practicing as Gu Lei had taught him. Holding his breath and focusing, he gathered strength in his body and channeled it into the tip of the sword. Just as the power was about to release, he burst forth abruptly. Like a waterfall, hot sweat gushed out like spring water, and Xia Lai felt an extraordinary sense of exhilaration. Xia Lai's current feeling was like those who madly lift weights in a gym in his past life. His body kept releasing pleasant dopamine. It was even more satisfying than piloting a plane. Huff! Xia Lai exhaled a mouthful of stale air. Feels like Thrust is about to reach LV3. With the effects of the titles Born Swordsman and Diligent Swordsman, Xia Lai's skill leveling wasn't just fast, it was like riding a plane. 4 ordinary adventurers going from learning a skill to being able to use it smoothly at LV1 required 2 or 3 days of practice. From LV1 to LV2 took a week of hard work. From LV2 to LV3, it took at least 2 weeks, usually a month, and stupid adventurers even longer. But Xia Lai from acquiring the skill to almost reaching LV3 only took 2 days. Well, that's what a cheat is for. Xia Lai munched on gray bread, savoring the thought. The next day, Xia Lai took the potion Fu Lei handed him. A small transparent vial like a chemical test tube containing a greenish fluid. As they drank it down in one gulp, a watery green light shimmered in their eyes. The way Xia Lai perceived objects felt like a nearsighted person suddenly putting on glasses. The potion can only assist in the black fog, helping us see a bit more clearly. The main thing relies on your talent. After hearing Fu Lei's words, Xia Lai nodded. To get paid for the work, if he wanted to share, it was time for him to contribute. Buddha pressed his ear against the wall of the bone depository and knocked left and right. Thump thump. A hollow sound came from behind the wall. Then a pitch-black vortex the size of a head appeared on the wall. After tossing 2 magic crystals into it, the vortex expanded to human height. Leia led the way with Xia Lai last. As soon as he stepped in, Xia Lai felt total darkness with only 2 places emitting white light in the entire room. One was the area of about 10 square meters where they stood bathed in a gentle white glow with a teleportation array in the corner. The other was a patch of land like an island at the end of the black fog where a closed wooden treasure chest sat amidst a pile of gold and silver coins. The coins reflected in Xia Lai's brown eyes. Even without considering the treasure inside, the outer coins alone were worth 300 or 400 gold. The gold and silver glistened under the white light, as intoxicating as mellow wine. But at the same time, they could hear the faint whoosh of wings flapping in the black fog. After taking the potion, Xia Lai and the others could see 1 to 2 meters into the black fog. Countless pea-sized scarlet eyes stared at them from within like a red spider web hidden in the darkness. Sharp fangs screeched and low-frequency cheeps vibrated from their throats. Race Vampire Bat level LV3. With super intuition expanded, hundreds of vampire bats blocked the 100-meter path to the treasure chest. Xia Lai poured sacred oil onto his greatsword, and orange flames wrapped around it. Vampire bats as a species had strong light aversion, and fire dealt bonus damage to them. Xia Lai looked back. Uleia and the others were ready too. Fists enveloped in gentle holy light, a staff with a newly replaced magic crystal, and a crossbow loaded with arrows tipped with red crystal. Xia Lai stood in front of the 3, lightly swinging his flaming sword. The high temperature of the flame distorted the air, and his brown eyes hidden behind the rippling air were resolute. His arm muscles bulged as he slashed forward with force. Squeak! A vampire bat was cut in 2 by the greatsword. Xia Lai felt the experience increase on his panel and was elated. Although vampire bats were low level and provided little experience, their sheer numbers made up for it. Accumulation leads to transformation. A smile curled at the corner of Xia Lai's mouth as he stepped into the black fog. I hope you can bring me plenty of experience. The cemetery of the manor, the main castle. At the end of the 2nd floor, a reception room with its wooden door wide open. Peering in from outside, the interior was in utter disarray. Medicine bottles lay shattered, their shards clinging to the blood-soaked figure of Gu Lei, stained with vivid crimson. Gu Lei propped himself up with his spear, exerting every ounce of strength. Scarcely any bone in his body remained intact. His head drooped like a puppet with severed strings, his eyelids cloaked in grime and blood. His left eye dangled outside its socket. With great effort, he pried open his remaining right eye. Red, blood red. Before him lay a world drenched in gore. Gu Lei saw the seductive woman standing deep in the room. Crimson eyes, pallid skin, a voluptuous figure, and a gaping wound in her chest where her breast was exposed. Her heart thumped powerfully in the open air. Gu Lei's blood dripped steadily onto the floor, pooling into crimson threads that converged toward the vampire named Zhu Li. The wound on Zhu Li's chest healed at a visible speed, her face twisted with lingering anger. Moments ago she had been careless, allowing this adventurer to rip open her chest with his spear. Though not a fatal injury for a vampire like herself, being wounded by a human of lower rank infuriated her deeply. If those sisters of mine learned that I was hurt by such a creature, they would mock me, and even Lady Lily C might despise me, thinking my abilities are no more than this. At this thought, Zhu Li's crimson eyes flickered, fury erupting. Gu Lei paid no heed to the vampire's rage, his gaze fixed on the corner where a middle-aged mage lay, his blood already dried. That was his companion, the mage Xia Lai. Mana-depleted magic crystals were scattered around him. He had never made it in time for Gu Lei's arrival. Failed again. Gu Lei murmured vacantly, his spear no longer able to support his shattered body. He crashed heavily onto the stained floor, shards of glass piercing his skin, yet he felt no pain. Gu Lei struggled to keep his eyes open, blood blurring his lids. So tired. I just want to sleep. Perhaps because death was near, memories surged forth like a tide. Days earlier the mage Xia Lai had been brimming with confidence as they prepared to enter this room. With their combined strength, as long as they were careful, death was not a threat in the manor. They had agreed after this adventure they would visit the capital of the duchy, renowned for its finest wine and food. The brothels there boasted the most beautiful women, even fallen nobles' descendants. At the thought, Xia Lai's lips twitched into a faint smile. Then he saw even older memories, a time when he was a fledgling adventurer. Xia Lai was likewise a young mage fresh out of an intermediate magic academy. Both drenched in blood, they had fought their way out of a goblin horde. Their faces showed lingering fear, but then seeing each other's disheveled state, they burst into hearty laughter. Further back he saw his father, a taciturn farmer. When he insisted on becoming an adventurer, his usually silent father sat on the land, all night saying nothing. The next day his father took the family savings to the village blacksmith and had a spearhead forged. The material was mediocre, the craftsmanship unremarkable, not even on par with a decent village blade, but it was the best his father could offer. On the day he left home, his father, ever quiet, patted his shoulder, his lips moving for a long while before he managed to say, "Just live well." Pulling back from the memory, Xia Lai felt his eyelids heavy as lead. He couldn't help but close them, seeing the vampire lunging at him, leaving only one word: "Father, I'm sorry." The vampire Xia Lai dissolved into a blood mist from which a swarm of bats emerged. They screeched like nails on a blackboard, sinking their fangs into Xia Lai and sucking greedily. Blood flowed through transparent esophageal tubes into the bats. Except for his head, Xia Lai's corpse rapidly shriveled. The bats swarmed together, coalescing into the humanoid form of Xia Lai. She lightly licked the blood from her lips, frowned, and murmured, "Not enough." She glanced at the skin and bones, Xia Lai pondering, this one couldn't have come alone. There must be others in the manor. If I use their blood, I can quickly recover my injuries. With that, Xia Lai grabbed Xia Lai's head, extended her claws, and blood-red mana surged in her palm. Closing her eyes, she extracted the lingering memories from Xia Lai's life. The faces of Xia Lai, Fu Lei, and Leiyu appeared in her mind. Fragmented dialogues accompanied by the voiceover from Xia Lai's brain flowed to her. As a vampire who had lived for nearly a century, Xia Lai quickly pieced together Xia Lai's goal. Judging by their actions and purposeful advance, could they have found a treasure room? Xia Lai's eyes lit up, crimson flashing. If they truly knew the location of a treasure room, that would be excellent news for her. After all, as dungeon monsters, her kind of vampire had too few ways to acquire items. Only through Lady Lily C's favor or from fallen adventurers. However, every adventurer carrying magical artifacts was formidable, with considerable strength. Treating adventurers as loot-dropping NPCs was a fantasy, and not being treated as drop material by them was already a stroke of luck. So if there truly was a treasure room with a known location, it would be a tremendous boon for her. If it contained rare artifacts, and she presented them to Lady Lily C, perhaps the lady would elevate her bloodline, transforming her from a subspecies vampire into a true bloodkin. Then she would rise above those sisters. When they see me become a noble bloodkin, first what expressions will they wear? They'll be shocked and kneel before me, ha ha ha. Just imagining the scene before it happened, Xia Lai cackled maniacally. Only one thought filled her mind: she must obtain that treasure room. Then her form dispersed into a blood mist, transforming into swarms of bats that scoured the direction Xia Lai and the others had taken as gleaned from Xia Lai's memories. Time slipped by. Xia Lai, pale and weak, leaned against the monastery gate, glaring at the receding, whispering choir, and spat viciously, a pack of wretched old hags. While searching for Xia Lai's trail, she had been discovered by the whispering choir, and many of her bat clones were destroyed. Her already weakened body suffered further injury. If not for the fact that they could not enter the monastery, she might have died at their hands. Having lived long in the dungeon, she knew the true power of the whispering choir. Even Lady Lily C had to treat the whispering choir with respect, though most of their power was sealed away. Resting for a long while, Xia Lai stopped at the entrance to an underground passage within the monastery. She caught the scent of living humans. The next moment, a bat formed of blood mist slithered into the tunnel. In the treasure room, black mist swirled. Leiyu and the others, lost in the darkness, could only follow closely behind Xia Lai, forming a tight circle. Vampire bats, like moths drawn to a flame, swarmed and attacked them in droves. Squeak! A vampire bat with a wingspan half a meter wide flew out of the black mist toward Xia Lai. Wielding a greatsword wreathed in flames, Xia Lai swept it horizontally. The blade struck the charging bat, sending it flying like a baseball hit by a bat. Blazing oil splattered onto its body, and in the next moment its purplish-black form began to burn. The stricken bat, disoriented, collided with 3 or 4 of its kin before falling helplessly to the ground. Xia Lai then crushed the charred carcass underfoot, the blackened remains crumbling instantly. Initially, Xia Lai used slashing strikes against the vampire bats, but soon discovered that horizontal sweeps dealt greater damage. A slash could only kill one bat, but a sweep would cover the hit bat, with blazing oil causing it to fly erratically and ignite others, often killing 4 or 5 in a chain reaction. The group had advanced through the black mist for 5 minutes, yet covered only a few dozen meters all because of the terrifyingly numerous vampire bats. These bats displayed a near-suicidal determination, hurling themselves at the group without regard for survival. In just those few minutes, Xia Lai had killed no fewer than 100. If not for the crossbow bolt in Getta's hands that could erupt into flames, the group would surely have exhausted their strength. But the ordeal was not without gain. Level LV13. The level up was a well-earned reward for this grueling battle. Xia Lai gasped for breath, pulled a stamina recovery potion from his pocket, bit off the cork, and drank. The bitter grass-green liquid flowed from his mouth down his throat, and a surge of vitality spread through his body like rain upon parched earth. Xia Lai exhaled in relief. That's more like it. This 5 gold coin potion was truly potent. Wiping the residual potion from his lips with a finger, he closed his eyes and used his talent super intuition to survey the surroundings. Flapping bat wings, chattering fangs, and the gradually emerging silhouettes of humanoid monsters. Getta, a large swarm of bats 15 meters to the left front. Getta's crossbow, named Fury Flame, was their key weapon against the massive bat swarms. The bolt, upon firing, burst into a colossal blaze living up to its name. It effortlessly dealt with the low-level bats, even in great numbers. So when Xia Lai detected the approaching horde of bats, he shouted loudly in time. Getta, with a pained expression, loaded and fired Fury Flame. These crystal bolts, meticulously polished by craftsmen, were highly effective, but also costly. Each bolt priced at 20 gold. Getta and his companions had emptied their savings for this adventure and the treasure in the room. All the wealth they had accumulated from dungeon diving, monster hunting, and quests was completely exhausted. Such expensive magical bolts were not frequently purchased, even by the 3 career adventurers, but for this expedition. Getta had bought 10 Fury Flame bolts costing 200 gold coins, half of their total savings. And they had already used 5 of them along the way. Still, you can't catch a wolf without risking a child. Though Getta's face showed reluctance, his hands moved swiftly. Load the crossbow, knock the bolt, pull the trigger, all in one fluid motion. The Fury Flame shot out like a crimson sunset into the black mist. Then a booming explosion echoed. Getta and the others could only see a red flash in the darkness, followed by a wave of scorching heat that blasted back toward them. They heard the agonized screeches of dying vampire bats, a cacophony that pounded against their ears. But it confirmed Xia Lai's words. The swarm numbered in the hundreds. Since entering the black mist, Xia Lai's importance had become increasingly evident. If Getta and the others had been skeptical of his abilities at first, they now trusted him completely. With the explosion, hundreds of bats perished, leaving only a dozen or so survivors that still charged at Xia Lai and the others with suicidal fervor. Xia Lai made a few quick thrusts, skewering several attacking bats. The bats impaled on his greatsword resembled skewers at a night market barbecue. He flicked the sword, and the charred bats fell to the ground with a thud. The flames on his greatsword slowly died. He pulled out another bottle of blazing oil, poured it on, and mentally counted his remaining supplies. Blazing oil 3 bottles, stamina recovery potion 3, strength stimulant 2, agility stimulant 1, potential stimulant 2, and 2 bottles of corpse-repelling oil. Xia Lai calculated his remaining resources. Though much had been consumed, the anticipated rewards were even greater. Not to mention the materials harvested from slain monsters, and the treasure chest, just the gold coins alone. Evenly split, they would cover the expenses. Bang! Leia punched a vampire bat that lunged at her. The bat's body shattered under the impact, exploding into a cloud of blood. Gasping, she shouted to Xia Lai. Xia Lai, are there any more bats on my side? Leia could only see about 2 meters ahead, so she relied on Xia Lai to tell her how many monsters were nearby and whether more were coming. No more, the bats are eliminated. You can rest for a bit, Xia Lai replied. Leia nodded and downed 2 stamina recovery potions in quick succession. Because she never knew where the bats would attack from, she had to stay constantly alert. This caused her stamina to drain much faster than Xia Lai's. Xia Lai said, the bats are gone, but other monsters have appeared. Only a few scattered bats remained, and they no longer swarmed, but that didn't mean the group could safely cross the black mist. In Xia Lai's vision, 4 humanoid monsters fully emerged. Fred finished drinking a mana recovery potion, a trace of pale purple liquid lingering at the corner of his mouth. Hearing Xia Lai's words, he asked, do you know what kind of monsters they are? When Fred and the others first entered the black mist, they sensed other creatures besides the bats, but their abilities were limited, and they never saw their true forms. Xia Lai didn't answer. Instead, he stared grimly into the mist ahead. The motionless humanoid monsters began to stir after Fred spoke. They hung their heads low, then twisted their necks in ways no human could, staring at the group with blood-red eyes like parched beasts. Race: Blood Clan. Bloodthirster. Level 17. Skills: Blood Rage LV 4, Self-Heal LV 5. Description: Race: Vampire. Subspecies: Bloodthirster. Level 17. Skills: Bloodlust LV 5, Self-Healing LV 4. Description: Humans corrupted by the Crimson Moon who have lost their sanity in endless mental torment, left with only madness and the instinct to crave blood. Xia Lai tightened his grip on the long sword, his expression grim. Everyone prepare yourselves. What we are about to face are bloodthirsters. As soon as he spoke, a flicker of unease crossed the faces of Fu Lei and the others. Among low-tier monsters, the Bloodthirster was notoriously difficult to deal with. Though they had lost their intellect after being corrupted by the Crimson Moon, they had gained the instincts of wild beasts. With their high-level self-healing skill, they fought with reckless abandon, unafraid of death. But soon the group steadied themselves. As adventurers, they had long prepared for such encounters. After all, these were just bloodthirsters, not true high-ranking vampires. The treasure chest was right before them. Even if a real vampire appeared, they would not easily give up. How many bloodthirsters are there? Guda took out the remaining rage flame, arrows, loaded them into the crossbow, and held it at the ready. 1, 2. 4 in total. Xia Lai observed the monsters in his field of vision. 4. A silence fell over the group, though it seemed like one per person. But neither Guda nor Fu Lei were close combat types, especially in the black mist. In reality, only Xia Lai and Lei Yi would be directly confronting the bloodthirsters. As the team leader, Fu Lei pondered for a moment before speaking. Xia Lai, Lei Yi, you two stand at the front to block them. Xia Lai, direct Guda to release the rage flame and keep them clustered in a general direction. Don't let them spread out. With that, Fu Lei took a deep breath. And protect me. Buy me 10 minutes. Without hesitation, he reached for a vial. He pulled out a potion, twisted off the stopper, and the viscous ink-purple liquid flowed into his mouth. Gulp! His Adam's apple bobbed as purple patterns began to crawl across his face. The mana inside the crystal on Fu Lei's wand was instantly drained and power converged from all directions, compressing around him. It was clearly a sign of a powerful spell. Xia Lai shook off his thoughts and fixed his gaze on the monsters not far away. As if sensing the surge of mana, the previously still creatures sprang into motion. Their joints cracked, and their crimson eyes flared to life. Drool dripped from their fanged mouths as they charged towards Xia Lai and the others. Guda, 10 o'clock on the left, 1 o'clock on the right. Seeing the bloodthirsters spread out in an attempt to encircle them, Xia Lai immediately ordered Guda to use the rage flame to prevent them from scattering and disturbing Fu Lei as he charged his ultimate. The moment Xia Lai's command reached him, Guda aimed the ready crossbow and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A piercing sound was followed by a boom of explosions. The heat waves from the blast sent the group's hair flying. Feeling the fiery explosions to his left and right, Xia Lai looked at the gap between them, his face devoid of joy. The bloodthirsters reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the blast radius. Although some flames clung to their bodies, their self-healing at LV5 rendered the burns negligible. That said, the rage flame was not entirely ineffective. It at least confined their movements, forcing them into a cluster. Energy potion, strength potion, agility potion, potential stimulation potion. Xia Lai downed 4 vials in quick succession. And that wasn't all. He pulled out a bottle of spirit-repelling corpse oil and coated his longsword with it. Spirit-repelling corpse oil. Type potion. Effect deals an additional 20 damage per hit against undead creatures. Description: an effective fluid extracted from monster corpses. Expensive, priced at around 20 gold coins. With all preparations complete, Xia Lai glanced at Lei Yi beside him. Several empty potion bottles lay at her feet. Burp. Lei Yi wiped the residual potion from her lips, let out a burp, and smiled at him. I'm ready. Xia Lai nodded. Lei Yi, charge forward with me. With that, he dashed forward. The explosions had prevented the bloodthirsters from encircling them, but once the flames subsided, they would resume their pincer attack. Just like wolves hunting prey, they would attack from different directions. This was the wisdom of beasts. So Xia Lai and his team had to take the initiative, pushing forward to trap the bloodthirsters in a limited area, preventing them from scattering and striking at Fu Lei while he charged his ultimate. Lei Yi followed closely behind Xia Lai, her face tense. In the black mist, she could barely see anything beyond 2 meters. Even with Xia Lai's vision leading the way, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Watch out ahead, Xia Lai warned. Lei Yi snapped to attention, ready for anything. Just then a pair of inhuman claws shot out of the black mist. Moving at lightning speed, the knuckles spasmed and contorted as they reached for her heart. Clang! The sound of metal rang out. Lei Yi saw the claws blocked by her iron fist and let out a long breath of relief. At the same time, a wave of fear washed over her. If not for Xia Lai's timely warning, she would have lost her heart. She turned to look in his direction. She saw Xia Lai, his expression feverish from the potions, gathering strength to swing his sword into the black mist. The corpse oil-coated blade gleamed with silver light, carving a semicircle as it plunged into the darkness. Instant slash! A scream rang out, and a stream of foul blood arced through the air. A crimson arm was severed, falling to the ground, writhing as if trying to crawl back into the mist. Xia Lai stepped on it, reversed his sword, and pierced the arm, twisting it left and right. The arm went still, and the screams from the mist grew even more intense. He let out a long breath. Fine beads of sweat had formed in his palms. His actions were not as effortless as they seemed. Lei Yi had faced only 1 bloodthirster, while the remaining 3 were all before him. Though he appeared to be handling things with ease, he was in fact plucking a chestnut from the fire. He had taken advantage of the moment they were still reeling from the explosion's aftermath to launch a surprise attack. His original plan was to use his LV6 instant slash to decapitate one of them, but the monster's reactions exceeded his expectations. The wounded monster retreated quickly while the other two swung their claws at him. He had to settle for severing one of his target's arms. Xia Lai gripped his sword with both hands, staring into the black mist. The next moment 4 claws came at him from left and right. Dodge. He leaped backward through the air, evading the attack, then twisted midair and thrust his sword at one of the bloodthirsters. Thrust. The silver tip of the blade pierced into the creature's head, but at the same time a heavy object slammed into him. It was the one-armed bloodthirster. The immense kinetic energy from its charge sent Xia Lai skidding backward. Thud. Leia reacted quickly, reaching out to grab him. Are you alright? Xia Lai shook his head, licked the bitter fresh blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze turned fierce. The next second he charged at them again, without hesitation. In the bone chamber of the underground secret passage, Julie stared solemnly at the black vortex that had yet to dissipate before her. She sensed a familiar aura within it, one she had never encountered before. All the bloodline of the vampires in the Amethyst underground city belonged to Lily Xia and 2 other lords, but the bloodline aura emanating from within did not match any of these 3. Could it be that the blood servant inside belongs to another lord? She sniffed and let out a mature voice. The bloodline is chaotic like mine, not true vampire, but a subspecies. No, beneath the chaotic aura lies the essence of a pure-blood vampire, but it does not emanate from a living being. Julie could not help but speculate. The bloodline aura is too pure. I have only felt such purity from Lady Lily Xia. But Lady Lily Xia is a descendant of the blood god. In terms of bloodline alone, even the other 2 lords are inferior to her. A chaotic blood servant, a pure blood aura, and a non-living entity. Integrating these pieces of information, an idea surfaced in Julie's mind. Could there be a high-ranking vampire relic inside? Those blood servants were not transformed by a vampire lord, but by the influence of the relic. Yes, that must be it. At this thought, Julie's eyes widened, her breathing quickened, and she could not contain her excitement. If that were true, it would be an unparalleled opportunity for her. By obtaining the relic, she could not only ascend from a blood servant to a true vampire, but also transform her bloodline and become a true luminary among vampires. By then perhaps I too could become a descendant of the blood god, being no less than Lady Lily Xia. Ha ha ha. Julie could not help but burst into laughter. At that moment the magical artifacts in the treasure room seemed trivial to her. High-ranking relic, you belong to me. The next second her body exploded into a mist of blood. A basin-sized bloodbat plunged into the black vortex, entering the treasure room. Meanwhile Xia Lai was drenched in blood. Crimson fluid flowed down his arm along the blade, finally dripping onto the ground with a plop. He held the head of a bloodthirsty creature in his hand, its jaws snapping open and shut, emitting hoarse growls. Not far away the headless body staggered about. The other 2 bloodthirsty creatures exchanged glances and in tacit understanding crouched over the stumbling headless one, beginning to suck its blood. As the blood entered their stomachs, the wounds on their bodies rapidly healed, and even their crimson eyes gained a hint of clarity. Xia Lai listened to the head's increasingly faint growls and paused to rest. He downed a stamina potion, which revitalized his weary body. The 2 bloodthirsty creatures had finished their feeding. Their glowing red eyes locked onto Xia Lai. Phew. Just as he sighed and prepared to fight for his life again, Fred's voice suddenly rang out. Xia Lai, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. Turning toward the voice, Xia Lai saw a massive crimson-purple magic circle forming. Fred, pale-faced, nodded at him. Leah, let's go. Xia Lai commanded, his figure retreating swiftly. Leah followed closely. Xia Lai direction. Fred gritted his teeth. The immense magical energy converging on the circle caused blood beads to seep from his arms. Directly ahead at 1 o'clock. Xia Lai's voice rang out. Countless arrows of light poured from the magic circle, so fast and numerous that even the swift, bloodthirsty creatures had no time to react. In an instant, countless holes were pierced through their bodies. Red light flickered on their forms, mending the damage, but against the thousands of light arrows, it was only a drop in the bucket. The magic circle dissipated and Fred collapsed to the ground. Geta quickly helped him up and looked at Xia Lai. Are there any other monsters left? Xia Lai shook his head and pointed in a direction. No, but the bloodthirsty creatures aren't completely dead yet. The treasure area is that way. You go ahead, I'll catch up later. At that, Geta and Leah helped Fred away. Xia Lai remained staring at the bloodthirsty creature on the ground, its body riddled with holes. He had to admit the vampire's physique was truly formidable. Even in this state, they still maintained a faint breath. But it was just as well. It left the finishing blow for him. It seems I'll have to enjoy the experience alone. Xia Lai stepped forward with satisfaction, sword in hand. He thrust the blade into the heart, twisting it until the organs ceased beating. Then he took out a glass vial and squeezed out the heart's blood. Soon a drop of highly active blood pulsed within the bottle. Active blood, essential material for brewing potion of potential stimulation. The potion of potential stimulation was one of the most common potions used by adventurers, often in short supply. As the main ingredient, the recovery price of active blood had remained high, with a single drop selling for around 10 gold coins. The 4 bloodthirsty creatures yielded no fewer than 10 drops of active blood, amounting to hundreds of gold coins. Clang! As Xia Lai thrust his sword into the heart of the last bloodthirsty creature before him, he unexpectedly heard the sound of metal striking metal. Suspicious, he reached into the heart. He pulled out an adventurer's badge engraved with the name, Sterling. Sterling. The name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it not long ago. Oh, he remembered. Geta had once told him an anecdote about a level 30 mage who used a flight spell to investigate whether the red moon over the manor cemetery was real or fake. As a result, after flying up into the sky, he disappeared. Staring at the white copper badge in his hand, Xia Lai was certain its owner was that adventurous adventurer. Xia Lai's gaze shifted from the badge to the bloodthirsty creature. The tattered fabric clinging to its body barely revealed the remnants of an adventurer's attire. So this bloodthirsty creature is likely the adventurer, Sterling. Looking at the senior adventurer turned monster, Xia Lai could not help but sigh. The next moment, he bent down and searched the creature's body. As a high-level adventurer, you should have some valuables. Since you no longer need them, I might as well make use of them. After a thorough search, Xia Lai indeed found something. He stared at the palm-sized crystal shard in his hand, from which emanated a rich, sweet mana like aged wine. The information from the interface made him jolt, then his face lit up with ecstasy. Red Moon Fragment, Sacred Relic, Grade Divine Artifact, Broken Status, Sealed, Effect, Blood God's Pressure, Sacrifice blood, to summon the Blood God's Phantom, exerting pressure on enemies. Effect varies by target race. 100 suppression on vampire subspecies. Description: the Red Moon is the symbol of the Blood God and the origin of all vampire bloodlines. No way, just looting a corpse, and you get a divine artifact. Is this luck? Although apart from the level and name, the description was scarce, that did not diminish its value. The words Blood God alone guaranteed its worth. As one of the most powerful deities, anything associated with him could not be ordinary. It seemed that the most precious item in the entire treasure room was not the artifacts in the chest, but this Red Moon Fragment. Xia Lai unceremoniously tucked it away into his bag. White light shimmered beside the treasure chest. Fry lay upon the ground, drenched in cold sweat, his face ashen. Crimson fissures split his fair arms, resembling shattered porcelain, hastily glued back together. Tiny beads of blood seeped from the cracks, drenching his entire arm. Xia Lai gazed upon the gruesome sight in silence. Geta uncorked a bottle of emerald green elixir and slowly poured it between Frey's lips. Healing potion. Xia Lai had heard of such brews. Even the most rudimentary grade commanded 40 gold pieces. But its price was justified, its efficacy rivaled that of a LV6 heal spell. A verdant radiance bloomed outward from within, enveloping both arms in an aura thick with vitality. The horrifying wounds knitted together before their eyes, closing at a visible rate. Soon the blood droplets vanished, and the cracks sealed shut. Though Fry remained pale, color gradually returned to his cheeks, and he opened his eyes. A vial of pale red elixir was held before his face. Do not drink too much. Half only, or your body will not withstand it. Fry nodded, and tremulously tipped it into his mouth. As the potion slid down his throat, strength surged through him, and he rose slowly. I can manage on my own. Geta, go open the chest. At these words, Geta approached the treasure chest and brushed aside the scattered gold and silver coins. From his pack, he drew a cloth pouch strung with an array of lockpicks. He selected 2 curved iron wires and inserted them into the keyhole. Talent lockpick. Xia Lai watched with keen interest. Soon the lockbolt clicked, and with a soft clack, the chest lid sprang open. A glittering expanse of golden treasure met their eyes. Roughly 1,000 coins, perhaps more. We've truly struck riches. Leah's eyes glaze over as she seized a handful of gold pieces and murmured dreamily, how many barrels of ale could this buy? Xia Lai understood Leah's reaction all too well. Faced with such a fortune, he himself felt the same primal urge. Yet the coins were not the most captivating treasures in the chest. Those 4 items glowing with an otherworldly luminescence. That was the true prize of this expedition, a translucent crimson bracer, a dagger set with emeralds, a luminous violet ring, and an egg-sized piece of dark silver metal. Geta held his breath and laid the 4 treasures in a row. He examined each one in turn, trying them on, studying them closely, occasionally glancing through a small notebook. After a long while, Geta spoke. The bracer enhances the wearer's strength by approximately 15 to 20 points. Best suited for warriors. Its price is around 1,100 gold. The dagger is forged from refined steel sharp enough to cleave iron. Within the emerald lies an embedded toxin numbness enchantment capable of paralyzing foes in combat. Ideal for assassins. Worth 12 to 1,300 gold. The ring reduces the caster's mana consumption by 20%. Best suited for mages and warlocks. Its value is approximately 1,500 gold. Mithril, one of the rarest and most precious metals. Its magic resistance density is exceptionally high. Pieces larger than a thumb are seldom seen. Geta struggled to lift the piece of mithril and held it towards Xia Lai. Though it is only the size of an egg, it weighs roughly 5 kilograms. Mithril commands a premium. Market prices range from 180 to 220 gold per kilogram. Your current longsword is a standard issue blade. A proper adventurer should wield a weapon crafted to measure, and mithril is clearly superior material. However, in value compared to the other treasures, it is the least. Setting the mithril aside, Geta placed the 4 precious items together. Turning to Fry and Leah, the 3 exchanged glances and nodded. Geta said, "We have an understanding. Your contributions have been plainly visible. Without you along this journey, success would have been impossible. So you choose first." Hearing this, Xia Lai regarded the 4 treasures before him. In terms of pure value, the Mana Saver Ring was the most precious, followed by the Paralysis Dagger. The Strength Bracer and Mithril ranked lowest. But as Geta had noted, aside from the Mithril, none of the others offered much benefit to him. After careful deliberation, Xia Lai reached out and took the piece of Mithril. Seeing his choice, Fry let out a quiet breath of relief. By value alone, the optimal pick would have been the Mana Saver Ring, and it was among the 4 treasures the only item suited to a warlock. Its effects were significant, and its compatibility near perfect. If Xia Lai had chosen the ring, Fry himself would have gone empty-handed. Remembering this, Fry cast a grateful glance at Xia Lai. Then each took their selection. Fry claimed the Mana Saver Ring, Leah took the Strength Bracer, and Geta tucked the Paralysis Dagger into his belt. Everyone appeared thoroughly satisfied. Though the Mithril's monetary value seemed modest, it was undeniably the most suitable choice for Xia Lai. A weapon forged from Mithril typically commanded double the raw material cost. The dagger crafted from Xia Lai's piece alone would be worth no less than 1,500 gold. Moreover, he still possessed the Key of Salvation and the Red Moon fragment acquired throughout the journey. In his estimation, while the Key of Salvation could not compare to the artifact-grade Red Moon fragment, it was far from an ordinary trinket. Besides, he trusted that Fry and the others would not let him suffer such a disadvantage if they wished to continue partnering with him. As expected, after a brief hushed discussion, Fry spoke up. "Xia Lai, your contribution to this expedition has been invaluable. The Mithril hardly compensates for what you've done. We've discussed it among ourselves. From these gold coins, each of us will take 100. The remainder is entirely yours. What do you think?" Xia Lai's eyes lit up instantly. The total hoard inside and around the chest was substantial. After setting aside 309 to 1,000 gold pieces remained. He had merely expected to split the wealth evenly. Half for himself, the rest divided among the 3. To be offered more than he dared imagine was unexpected generosity. "Then I thank you." Xia Lai smiled and accepted without hesitation. He made no pretense of modesty. He had plenty of use for coin, and commissioning a blacksmith to forge a mithril weapon alone would not be a trivial expense. Seeing Xia Lai's agreement, Fry and the others smiled as well. They began sorting the coins. 100, 200, 900, 1,000, 1,001, 1,004. Xia Lai gazed at the 2 piles of gold and silver before him, delight evident in his eyes. The total value comes to 1,468 gold and 3 silver. 1,126 gold coins and 3,423 silver coins, Geta reported. His voice carried the measured cadence of an auctioneer building anticipation. "Xia Lai, your share is 1,168 gold and 3 silver. Congratulations, you could live comfortably for an entire lifetime on this sum in the Southern Archipelago. As far as I know, you are the only first-time dungeon explorer to return with such a haul. At this rate, you'll soon be spoken of as a legend among our kind." Xia Lai accepted the head-sized pouch, feeling its weight settle into his palm. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Legends, or not, real gold was real gold. He didn't care whether it was legendary or not, but these gold coins were the real deal. Xia Lai shook his shoulders. The gold coins in his backpack weighed 1,000 pounds, yet he enjoyed every bit of the burden. He felt he could carry another few thousand gene. On one hand, because Xia Lai had been leveling up continuously, his strength stat had surged to a terrifying 45 points, an increase of 30 from LV9. On the other hand, there was a psychological factor. As heavy as a gene of iron may be compared to a gene of cotton, 10 gene of gold bars would certainly feel lighter than a single gene of iron. Xia Lai turned to the 3 who had finished packing their gear. "Let's go." The others nodded and followed him into the dark room, heading toward the teleportation array at the entrance. The passage leading to the treasure room was one way. Entering was possible, but exiting directly was not. To leave, they would need to use the teleportation array at the entrance, which would randomly scatter them to villages outside the manor. The teleportation array bore intricate patterns carved into its surface, with several hollow sockets clustered at the center. Fry retrieved an F-grade magic crystal and set it into one of the recesses. Magic energy surged through the black-purple array, sending ripples of power outward. Xia Lai and the others stepped onto the center of the array, ready for teleportation. Dark purple mana began climbing from their feet upward, and once it enveloped their entire bodies, the teleportation would take hold. As the group departed with satisfaction from their bountiful harvest, a woman's voice rang out with commanding presence. "Leaving so soon? Why not stay and play with your sister for a while?" "Hee hee. The sudden laughter made Xia Lai and the others' expressions turn grim. Turning toward the sound, they saw a cloud of blood fog bearing down on them. In an instant the fog closed the distance, and from within it emerged a bat the size of a person charging straight at Xia Lai. Damn it! Xia Lai cursed and raised his long sword to block. The blade caught between the bat's flailing fangs, but the force drove him backward despite his resistance. Instant slash. A blade of sword energy flashed forth, causing the bat's body to explode before rejoining the blood mist. The recoil sent Xia Lai sliding backward. He skidded backward, breaking free from the array's range. The dark purple mana that had climbed to his waist faded quickly, while Fry and the other two began to dissipate. Xia Lai catched. Fry and the others acted swiftly, tossing items to him before vanishing. Fry threw a bottle of healing potion. Gouda hurled his crossbow along with his last 2 rage flame arrows. Lei Ya's offering proved the most valuable. When Xia Lai saw what she threw, he nearly convinced himself he'd misread it. She had tossed him the magic accessory she'd obtained, the power bracelet. What incredible sacrificial courage. Sister Lei, get out alive. Bring me back my gear. Leia called out before fading away. Xia Lai tapped his chest twice in acknowledgement and picked up the bracelet. Power bracelet type, bracelet grade blue, transcendent effect, increases user's strength by 18 points. Description: even a frail woman would wield strength far beyond ordinary humans once wearing this. He fastened the bracelet to his wrist, his gaze locked on the blood mist, and poured his last reserve of exorcism oil over his longsword. He downed potions without restraint, his objective clear, push himself to peak condition. Only then did he have a fighting chance. His eyes fixed on the blood mist as information about his opponent materialized. Race: vampiric subspecies. Blood-sucking demonist, level LV 21, skills blood mist LV 6, self-healing LV 5, dagger proficiency LV 5, bat shadow clone LV 6. What kind of LV 21 monster has every skill at minimum LV 5? Xia Lai prepared for battle. A pair of long legs emerged from the blood mist. Julie's eyes glowed crimson as she cupped her burning cheeks, gazing at Xia Lai with an infatuated expression. Little brother, there's something about you that's making my whole body feel so hot. The pure-blood vampiric aura radiating from Xia Lai had her thoroughly excited, her voice sultry and breathless. Would you give that thing to your sister? Xia Lai could feel the red moon fragment trembling against his chest, and he understood exactly what this vampiric subspecies was after. Whatever ended up in Xia Lai's pocket wasn't going anywhere. Besides, even if he handed over the red moon fragment, it would still be a dead end for him. He loaded the crossbow and loosed 2 rage flame arrows that streaked toward Julie like red dragons striking home. Flames engulfed her, but Xia Lai remained on high alert. He knew this wouldn't deal a fatal blow. Even a LV-17 bloodthirster could dodge this attack, so the only reason Julie, a LV-21 vampire banshee, didn't bother avoiding it was because she believed it posed no real threat. Julie emerged from the flames completely unscathed as expected. Xia Lai recognized this would be a brutal fight, though nothing would stop him from mocking her. He leveled his sword and twisted the blade. Is it yours? You just asked for it openly. Do you think this is a bride price? Though Julie didn't understand what a bride price was, she knew it wasn't complimentary, and she sneered. I hope you'll still have words to speak after I've drained all your blood. Before her words faded, her figure shattered into a swarm of bats charging toward Xia Lai. Skill bat shadow clone LV 6. The air erupted with flapping wings as shadows filled every direction surrounding him. His instant slash carved through the bat bodies, but the severed forms reassembled moments later. These bats born from Julie held no physical substance. They were purely concentrated energy, yet they attacked with full force. Fangs carved through every exposed inch of his skin, leaving neat rows of puncture wounds. Blood pumped from the canine's breeches, and the mounting blood loss made Xia Lai stagger and lurch. The bat swarm scattered with a rustling sound as he propped himself upright with his sword barely staying on his feet. Damn, this is getting serious. In just one exchange, Xia Lai felt the chasm between them and Julie. He looked up at Julie, formed from the bat shadows, astonished that the gap between LV-13 and LV-21 could be so immense. Julie watched the swaying young adventurer and let out a derisive laugh. Crack! A kick sent him sliding across the floor for dozens of meters. What's wrong? Can't talk now. Julie's heels clicked against the ground as she looked down at the fallen adventurer with disdain. Cough, cough. Xia Lai swallowed the blood in his throat and forced a casual tone. If you want to hear me talk so badly, do you like me at? If your mouth's so stubborn, I wonder if the rest of you is as tough. Julie sneered, materializing a blood-red dagger that spun deftly in her grip. Skilled dagger mastery LV-6. Her heel struck the ground, and she lunged forward. Stop! Xia Lai shouted, pulling out the red moon fragment from his chest. Julie's cold laugh echoed when she heard Xia Lai's voice. You tell me to stop, and I stop. Do you think I have no pride? Yet the moment her eyes landed on the red moon fragment, she halted immediately. It was pure instinct. Staring at that intensely red crystal, her mouth fell open involuntarily. Her body shuddered, barely keeping her from dropping to her knees. The bloodline within is even purer than Lady Lashasha's. Lady Lashasha is a true descendant of the blood god, and the only thing purer than her lineage is the blood god himself. Her voice quivered between terror and ecstasy. This isn't an ordinary vampire relic. It belongs to him, the blood god's own artifact. Julie abandoned all pretense of elegance and nobility, snarling at Xia Lai with ferocious desperation. Boy, hand over that thing right now. Xia Lai watched Julie's unhinged fury and sneered. Giving it to you? Impossible. But I can show you something spectacular. He sliced his wrist with his long sword, letting blood stream down like a river onto the red moon fragment. The fragment absorbed every drop like a parched sponge. Seeing this, Julie's eyes widened with dread as she struggled to stop his bizarre actions. The moment she moved forward, an overwhelming pressure from the crystal pinned her to the ground. All she could do was watch helplessly as the young adventurer continued. Xia Lai's ruddy complexion drained to pallor, his lips losing all color. The red moon fragment showed no signs of stopping. In fact, it seemed to accelerate the bleeding. Xia Lai felt he'd already lost 2/3 of his blood vision, blurring into double images. At this rate, forget about defeating the vampire. She'll drain me dry first. Have you had enough, you damn thing? Xia Lai pressed his hand against the wound, cursing furiously. From its actions, he was certain it possessed a measure of intelligence. This wasn't surprising. The Adventurer's Guide documented that certain legendary weapons and artifacts possessed consciousness. The red moon fragment hovered in the air, shaking almost humanly, signaling to Xia Lai that it wasn't enough. Not enough. Too bad, get to work. Xia Lai seized the fragment and slammed it hard against the ground despite its violent thrashing. Otherwise I'll smash you to pieces. The moment Xia Lai spoke, a blood-red bat phantom emerged from the crystal shard, growing larger until wings spanning 5 meters unfurled behind him. Effect: blood god suppression. The instant Julie witnessed the bat shadow, her mind went blank. She collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant. She pressed herself as low as possible, groveling completely. This was how low-ranking wolves showed submission to their alpha. Xia Lai's brown eyes took on a crimson tint, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. He picked up his sword and walked calmly toward the blood demoness. The sword swept through her long hair, strands falling like silk. Julie trembled but remained prostrate. Xia Lai raised his blade and slowly beheaded her. Her head rolled across the ground, the tenacious vampire claiming its prize so effortlessly. The bat shadows dissipated and the crimson hue faded from his irises. Xia Lai's legs gave out, and he collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Level 13-14, gasping heavily, his hands shook as he opened Frey's healing potion and drained every last drop. The bitter licorice potion slid down his throat, a cool vitality blossoming from its medicinal effect. His hematopoietic system began to function and fresh blood coursed through his body as his heart pumped. Xia Lai's complexion gradually regained color. Only then did he slowly exhale. The reason he had moved with such an unhurried grace and lowered his sword so slowly was not to show off, but because he truly had no strength left. After resting for a few minutes, no longer seeing stars, several notifications popped up. Title: Thief of Divine Power. You discovered the intoxicating allure of divine power and conceived the idea of stealing it. Each time you use divine power, there is a chance to learn a corresponding skill. Skill: Self-Healing LV1, increases body recovery speed by 20. Xia Lai stared at these two notifications, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. Anyone who had played similar games knew the immense potential hidden within. This title meant he could continuously acquire high-level skills without spending a single coin. Mind you, the self-healing skill was no common commodity like thrust. Such a powerful skill would never be put up for open sale. Adventurers who obtained similar skills either learned them immediately or had them privately purchased. The Adventurer Association once sold a self-healing scroll for 300 gold coins, 10 times the price of thrust. Though the price was somewhat inflated, it wasn't outrageously so. On the black market, a self-healing scroll went for 200 gold pieces. Pulling himself together, Xia Lai rose and staggered into the teleportation array. He waited as the dark purple engulfed his entire body. I hope Leia and the others haven't gone too far. He touched the bracelet on his arm, feeling a surge of gratitude. If it had been him, he would never have tossed over the item he had just obtained. After all, anyone with eyes could see that under such dire circumstances the chances of surviving were extremely slim. Sister Lei is truly a righteous one. As the dark purple spread to the top of his head, Xia Lai's figure dissipated within the treasure room. The secret chamber fell into silence once more, until Julie's head, which had rolled to a corner, blinked its eyes again. The scarlet eyes that opened seemed to act as a gateway, and within them another pair of eyes appeared. A maiden's voice, distinct from Julie's original tone, exclaimed in surprise, "Julie is dead." The head transformed into a blood-marked bat, flapping its wings. Lilisa looked at the headless corpse, which bore no other wounds, and her expression turned suspicious. As my thrall, she should not have died so easily. She parted her lips slightly, and the blood from the headless body flowed into her mouth. There's the scent of another vampire, a very pure bloodline. Could it be a high-ranking vampire? But why would he kill Julie? Could she have accidentally offended him? She glanced at the teleportation array, pondered for a moment, and flew over. She cared little about Julie's life or death. What she wanted was to identify the high-ranking vampire. The cemetery manor, the village cottages. The crimson moon hung eternally, casting its light over this eerie, ghostly land. Suddenly a scream shattered the terrifying atmosphere. "Ah!" Xia Lai cried out as he fell from the sky, wind roaring in his ears. They said random teleportation, but they didn't mean it would put him in midair. Though his physique would protect him from death, the pain was unavoidable. He closed his eyes, bracing for the impact with the ground. The expected pain never came. Xia Lai felt a soft touch against his face and opened his eyes in confusion. He looked up past breasts as heavy as milk bags. He stared at the figure before him, a nun in a black hooded robe, her eyes covered by a black cloth, her delicate features pale and exquisite. Confused, he asked, "And nun?" But the next second he sprang away from the nun's embrace, rolling to the ground and drawing his long sword. This wasn't the surface. It was the dungeon, the cemetery manor. The only nuns here were the monsters known as the Whispering Choir. Xia Lai grimaced, unable to voice his frustration. Truly out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's lair. Damn it, when others were reincarnated into another world, they got harems and princesses falling for them. But for him, storms and rain. Gripes aside, Xia Lai gripped his sword and assumed a combat stance. The leading nun smoothed the music score in her arms, but did not sing or attack. Her pale ethereal hand extended towards Xia Lai. Her lips a sickly pink parted and her voice echoed like a spirit, the key. When Xia Lai didn't respond, she repeated, "The key of redemption." Oh, Xia Lai belatedly realized. He hadn't expected the key of redemption he found in the monastery's ossuary to be used here. He pulled the ancient key from his bosom and handed it over. The nun took the key of redemption, lifted the black robe covering her chest, revealing a stretch of fair skin. Xia Lai was startled to discover a keyhole embedded in the nun's chest. He turned to look at the other nuns, a puzzled thought crossing his mind. Do they have keyholes too? As the key slid into the lock on the leading nun's chest, all the nuns began to glow with vibrant colors of various hues. Xia Lai felt the magical power emanating from them intensify, doubling their previous strength. The next moment, the leading nun knelt on one knee. She took Xia Lai's hand and placed it upon her head. Her ethereal voice spoke again, and with each phrase the other three repeated in unison, "Great Lord of Redemption, we the exiled pitiful souls hereby pledge our allegiance to you. When you gather the remaining 3 keys and redeem your lost lambs from the prison of time, we shall serve you eternally, Great Lord of Redemption." After speaking, she prostrated herself. "Great Lord of Redemption, my lord." The other 3 nuns followed suit. "Great Lord of Redemption, my lord. Great Lord of Redemption, my lord. Great Lord of Redemption, my lord." The 4 nuns knelt in a posture that showcased their round buttocks, making it almost impossible for Xia Lai to look away. It wasn't until they slowly rose that Xia Lai managed to shift his gaze upward, stopping somewhere between their stomachs and necks. His earlier impression had been correct. Their figures were indeed stunning. "So you're saying that if I find the remaining 3 keys and redeem you, I'll become your master?" The nun shook her head. "You are already our lord now, but only when you collect the other 3 keys and fully redeem us, ending our 1,000-year exile, can we follow you." "Do you know where the other 3 keys of redemption are?" Xia Lai asked, considering the formidable strength of these 4 nuns. If he could gain their aid, he could walk this dungeon with impunity as long as he remained cautious. Though Xia Lai admitted he harbored a few other thoughts. After all, serving could be comprehensive. The leading nun shook her head. "I do not know. What if the other keys are found by someone else?" "Do not worry. The keys will only be found by the Lord of Redemption, who is destined to possess them. Just as you found the first key for you are their true master." The nun's words were cryptic, leaving Xia Lai somewhat bewildered. Still, he understood that the keys could only be found by him. "Good, so no one else can get ahead of me. But what about the location? Can the keys only be found in the cemetery manor?" The nun shook her head. "They can be found anywhere in this dungeon." The nun bowed. "We are not yet fully redeemed, still exiled beings. We cannot speak too much with our lord. We only hope that you will redeem us." Xia Lai nodded. "I understand. I'll find the remaining 3 keys as soon as possible." Hearing this, the nun knelt on one knee. Manor cemetery, eerie winds blowing. Several nun spirits with graceful figures knelt on one knee, kissed Xia Lai's hand in turn, and drifted away into the distance. Xia Lai watched them well. The spirits drifted away. A message popped up, title Redeemer of Nuns, one who bears the fate of saving nuns. Another title activated. This is already my 6th title. Xia Lai now has the following titles: Otherworldly Visitor, Born Swordsman, Diligent Swordsman, Thief of Divine Power, Redeemer of Nuns. After removing the Lost Goblin Slayer, he now has 5 titles left. Truly impressive. Xia Lai sighed. Apart from himself, the most he had seen was an adventurer with 3 titles. That was an unlucky fellow. His 3 titles were Unlucky Gambler, Man with Kidney Deficiency, and Clumsy Thief. Now I am truly the chosen one. With a thought, he summoned his entire status panel named Xia Lai race human level LV14 attributes strength 45, 18, agility 422, constitution 41, perception 58, spirit 26, talents ultra intuition scans a 20-meter radius area and detects abnormal phenomena. Divine eye views information of target people or objects. Skills instant slash LV6, dodge LV4, fire resistance LV2, thrust LV3, self-healing LV1. Skills instant slash LV6, dodge LV4, fire resistance LV2, thrust LV3, self-healing LV1. Judging by level alone, Xia Lai was undoubtedly a novice who had just become a professional adventurer, but his attribute values were far higher than his level. Take Leia, who is LV16, as a comparison. Name Leia attributes strength 46, agility 37, constitution 40, perception 23, spirit 19. As a warrior, her strength was 46, only slightly higher than Xia Lai's. In the other attributes, Xia Lai could be said to have a complete victory. Purely in terms of numbers, he was equivalent to a LV17 adventurer. Xia Lai nodded with satisfaction, marveling at his gains in the dungeon. He walked without delay towards the outskirts of the manor. About half an hour later, he saw a boisterous adventurer group of 10 people. In the center of the group were Fu Lei, Guda, and Leia. The first to spot Xia Lai was Guda, who was a ranger, followed by Leia. Leia shook her dark red short hair, put her hands on her hips, and laughed heartily. "Ha, I knew you were still alive." With that, she threw her arms around Xia Lai and gave him a solid chest hug. Guda didn't speak, just smiled. Fu Lei also breathed a sigh of relief and waved to Xia Lai from afar. He took out a pouch of coins and began distributing money to the 7 adventurers who had come with them. These 7 adventurers belonged to 2 small teams, each receiving 3 gold coins. This was the price they had agreed upon earlier, 10 gold coins per person for fighting, 3 gold coins for not fighting. After a day of urgent travel, Xia Lai and his group returned to the camp located between Manor Cemetery and Skeleton Corridor. After receiving the money, the 2 teams graciously escorted them back to this semi-official camp. To avoid encountering the plunderers on the road, the group sat cross-legged before the campfire, the firewood crackling. 4-skinned forest rats were skewered on it, sprinkled with prepared marinade. Guda said, "These 2 teams have good reputations. We have cooperated with them before, which is why we hired them to rescue you. Otherwise, we would have been worried about encountering those ill-intentioned adventurers." Guda recounted what happened after they separated, which was roughly what Xia Lai had guessed. They did not encounter the Whispering Choir and were directly teleported to the edge of the village. As soon as they got out, they looked for reliable adventurer teams, and then without delay, they led the group boisterously to rescue him. They were also curious about how Xia Lai escaped from inside, but he brushed it off with luck. Seeing this, they stopped asking. After all, everyone has their own secrets. The campfire blazed, heat waves distorting the air. The aroma of roasted forest rat was tantalizing. Although it couldn't compare to the meticulous cooking at the Oak Tavern, it was truly a rare delicacy in the dungeon. Each of them had one paired with gray bread, eating until their mouths were greasy. Xia Lai tore off a piece of rat meat and asked, "How do we get out?" "Return through the skeleton corridor the same way." Guda shook his head. "There's a teleportation array built by the Adventurers Guild nearby that can directly teleport us to the dungeon entrance. However, the price is steep, 20 gold coins per use. Only those wealthy adventurers would use it. But this time we've gained so much that we need to get back to town quickly lest someone gets jealous and strikes. Expensive as it is, let it be." Xia Lai nodded in agreement. After meeting the 3 to thank Fu Lei and the others for their help, he gave each of the 3 100 gold coins. But even so, he still had nearly 1,000 gold coins. Actually, he had initially planned to give them 200 gold coins each, but they refused. Whether it was giving equipment in the critical moment or finding people to rescue him, Fu Lei and the other 2 were quite benevolent. A true bro from the northeast, a bro in another world. The relationship among the team members was considered one of the best among all adventurer teams. Xia Lai spoke. "Fu Lei, if possible, I'd like to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with your team. Whenever you need me for an adventure, just come find me, and I'll definitely come." Leia drank a cup of honey water and asked in confusion, "If that's the case, why don't you just join us directly? The captain is very generous when it comes to distributing spoils." Xia Lai gently shook his head, his voice soft, but tone firm. "It's not about money. Unlike ordinary adventurers, I will be going into the dungeon very frequently. You won't be able to keep up with my pace and you'll die." Leia and Guda fell silent. They didn't think Xia Lai was boasting. Along the way, Xia Lai had already proven his strength except for some common knowledge about the dungeon that he didn't understand. Otherwise, whether it was his combat experience against monsters or his ruthlessness, he didn't resemble a novice adventurer who had just entered the profession. Upon hearing this, Fu Lei suddenly recalled the advice given to him by the spearman Golei. "He is not the same kind of person as you. If you stay with him for long, you will die." He shook off the meat crumbs from his robe and nodded. "As you say, don't join us, but establish a cooperative relationship." Then he looked at Xia Lai and extended his hand. "Pleasure to cooperate." Xia Lai grinned and laughed. "Pleasure to cooperate." The flammable Leia got excited, stretched out her greasy arms, and hugged Fu Lei and Xia Lai, shouting, "Yeah. When we get back to town, we'll drink to our heart's content." Haha. She originally wanted to hug Guda, but he rolled away and escaped. Xia Lai didn't mind Leia's greasy hands smearing on him at all. Instead, he loudly echoed, "Drink to our heart's content, drink to our heart's content." Fu Lei looked at Leia's greasy hands, showing a difficult expression, and kept trying to dodge, but was suppressed by Leia's strength. After struggling in vain, he gave up resistance with a glazed look. This robe is done for. At the manor cemetery, Lilia in her bat form flapped her wings and looked at the nun before her. "The scent has vanished. Was it your doing?" The nun remained silent, flipping through the score in her hands as magic ripples spread into the ground. Corpse domination LV6. The next moment, withered arms burst from the earth, and countless corpses emerged one after another. Lilia gazed at the living dead, now several times more numerous than before, and exclaimed in surprise, "Your curse has been lifted." The next second, she shook her head gently. "No, your strength has somewhat recovered, but only a fraction of it. Someone must have found one of the keys of salvation. It seems that unknown vampire found the key, which explains why you hid his scent. I never imagined that something I spent over a decade searching for would fall into someone else's hands so easily. It appears I truly have no fate with you." Lilia elegantly swayed her bat-like head and chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I have no intention of opposing you. If you can break this 1,000-year exile, I would only rejoice for you. No one should understand the agony of imprisonment better than I do." Lilia's voice gradually lowered. Seeing this, the nun smoothed the fluttering score and bowed slightly. She sighed. "I hope that person can find the remaining 3 keys and grant you freedom. If possible, I would like to meet that person. Since he can give you freedom, perhaps he can also bring me on dreaming again." Bang! The bat exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and Lilia's figure vanished. In the hidden castle of the 4th underground city, chandeliers illuminated the fortress everywhere. Inside the grand banquet hall, dozens of vampires and subspecies danced to classical music. Vlad, clad in a form-fitting black and red robe, scanned the crowd. He pulled aside a maid who was preparing blood beverages and asked, "Have you seen Lilia? Where is she?" The maid replied, "Reporting to Count Vlad, Her Highness Princess Lilia has just returned to her room." Returned to her room. Vlad frowned. Among the aloof and cold-blooded vampires, Lilia was an exception. She loved festivities and parties. She would stay until the end whenever a party was held. Why would she suddenly go back to her room? Just as he was wondering whether to check on her, a delicate hand reached out, picked up a glass of Bloody Mary, and took a small sip. Lilia licked the blood from the corner of her mouth with her tongue. "Vlad, were you looking for me?" Vlad said, "No, it's nothing." Lilia laughed. "Since it's nothing, why is Count Vlad so concerned about my whereabouts? Could it be that you're spying on me?" Vlad's face went blank, his usual elegance gone. Of course he was spying on her. Lilia was the core of their plan. But such matters were tacitly understood. They pretended not to know, maintaining surface harmony. He didn't know why Lilia had suddenly gone mad, bringing the issue into the open. Vlad said urgently, "Don't forget it's my father." He was cut off before finishing. Lilia said indifferently, "Duke Aban. Is it he who is spying on me? As a princess, every time he saw me before he knelt and kissed my hand, swearing loyalty. Now he dares to spy on me. Has my mother's slumber made him forget his reverence?" Lilia's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. At this, the once noisy banquet hall fell silent instantly. Whether vampires or subspecies, all stared fixedly at their own feet. They had only one thought: "I heard nothing, I know nothing." Vlad's face flushed crimson. He didn't understand why the usually docile Lilia was being so aggressive. But he couldn't say anything, for the facts were plain, and any explanation would seem hollow. He couldn't lie. Not only a mere count like him, but even his father, one of the few vampire dukes, dared not lie to a princess. Because although her mother slept, the red moon still existed. Just as he was at a loss, Lilia let out a laugh. "Haha, Vlad, I was just joking. Duke Abahan is like an uncle to me. How could he spy on me? You're still so bad at taking jokes, haha." Lilia thrust the glass into Vlad's hand and turned to plunge into the center of the crowd. She clapped her hands. Music continue. Dance don't stop. Instantly the orchestra struck up and the crowd began to move. Everyone resumed smiling and greeting each other as if nothing had happened. Only Vlad's eyes darkened as he stared at the crimson liquid in his hand. Ireson, one of the best lodgings in Sagtown, home to at least professional adventurers. Truly no commoners passed through its doors. Unlike those low-grade inns where adventurers spent a few copper coins for a night's stay, the Ireson charged 2 silver coins per night, 10 times what Xia Lai had paid at the Red Maple Inn. But the high cost came with benefits. In this medieval fantasy world, this inn actually provided hot water 24 hours a day. Can you believe it? After returning from the dungeon, Fry had recommended it to Xia Lai. Xia Lai gladly accepted without a hint of reluctance. For one, he was now well off. His cash alone could cover 5,000 nights. Second, Xia Lai had never been one to deny himself comfort, as evidenced by the honey he carried in the forest. So when he heard the Ireson offered round-the-clock hot water, he checked in immediately, eager for a hot bath he hadn't had in ages. Shoo! In the steam-filled shower, Xia Lai braced his hands against the wall, letting the hot water cascade over him. The soothing sensation made him stay until he felt dizzy from lack of oxygen before stepping out. Greta mentioned the inn has a hot spring. I should find time to soak. Xia Lai mused, never having visited a hot spring in his past life, yet now enjoying such luxury in this other world. He threw himself onto the bed, burying his face in the freshly washed quilt, the faint scent of grass filling his nostrils. The tension that had gripped him in the dungeon finally relaxed, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. Almost the moment he closed his eyes, he fell asleep, soft snoring soon filling the room. He slept straight through until the next afternoon. Groggily opening his eyes, he glanced at the sun slanting westward outside the window. He shouted, "Oh no." Hastily dressing, he rushed out of the inn. He had agreed to meet Fry and the others for drinks today. But before that, he had some matters to attend to. Xia Lai slung his backpack filled with gold coins and howling grass and headed toward the Adventurers Association. Snowfie's potion shop. Snowfie, with hair as fluffy as a squirrel's tail, stared intently at the conical flask on the counter. Holding a test tube in her hand, she carefully mixed the deep green liquid with the red liquid in the conical flask. Fizz. The liquids of different colors mixed together, emitting an ominous sound. Pop. Crack. The conical flask shattered and the mixed liquid spilled across the counter. Snowfie's small face instantly fell. Failed again. Without howling grass, it's impossible to craft the potion. I hope Mr. Xia Lai can bring back the howling grass soon. She wiped the counter in disappointment. At that moment, the bell at the door chimed. Snowfie instinctively hid behind the counter, a faint voice emanating from behind it. WL, welcome to Snowfie's Puh. Her words trailed off as she spotted the young adventurer pushing through the door. Her eyes lit up instantly, and she called out in a loud voice, Mr. Xia Lai. In the next moment, she shook her emerald green long hair and jumped out, her face full of anticipation. Where is the howling grass? You must have completed the quest, right? Xia Lai observed the girl, who, whenever materials were mentioned, became completely different from her usual self. He found her genuine and pure. His original thought to tease her vanished. Opening his backpack, he revealed over 100 bundles of howling grass tied together. On his way to the manor graveyard, Xia Lai happened to encounter a large cluster of howling grass. Without much effort, he completed Snowfie's commission. The howling grass had an extensive root system, with each root resembling the famous painting The Scream. As the grass leaves swayed, waves of wailing sounds echoed from the roots. Snowfie took them with an excited expression, without saying a word, and returned to the operating table. Grinding, extracting, distilling. She skillfully extracted an azure liquid from the howling grass. Then she brought out the pre-prepared deep green and blood red liquids, and the 3 liquids of different colors fused together. Under Snowfie's expectations and Xia Lai's curious observation, the liquid successfully merged into an eerie black-green color. Shaking the bottle, the liquid emitted a faint wailing sound. Success! Snowfie raised both hands high and cheered happily. Xia Lai clapped his hands in congratulations, congratulations. Hearing his words, Snowfie suddenly remembered that Xia Lai was still there, and her cheeks instantly turned red. She adjusted her black-framed glasses. Oh, sorry, Mr. Xia Lai, I was too excited and forgot you were still here. I'll give you the commission now. Speaking of which, she opened the cash register, counted out 12 gold coins, and handed them to Xia Lai. 1 howling grass costs 1 silver coin. Her commission was for 100 plants, so she should have given 10 gold coins, but she ended up giving 12. No matter how he looked at it, he was getting a bargain, but why not take advantage of it? Xia Lai put the gold coins in his pocket and casually asked, is this a potion you newly developed? That's right. Snowfie nodded proudly. Xia Lai was curious, what does it do? Snowfie poured the liquid into a potion bottle. Apply this to your weapon, and without needing any skills, you can directly attack spiritual entities. Hearing this effect, Xia Lai questioned, the effect is similar to exorcising corpse oil. Snowfie nodded. That's correct, but the cost of this potion is only 1/10 of the exorcising corpse oil. The selling price of exorcising corpse oil is 20 gold coins with a cost of 10 gold coins, so the cost of this potion is only 1 gold coin. Xia Lai was completely shocked, so cheap. Snowfie felt embarrassed. Although both can attack spiritual entities, it doesn't have an attack bonus, so it's still not as good as exorcising corpse oil. Xia Lai shook his head. Even so, its effect and price are attractive enough for those adventurers with empty pockets. It will sell very well. Snowfie, you're a potion genius. Hearing Xia Lai's praise, Snowfie blushed and looked down. Have you named it? Not yet. Snowfie shook her head, her green long hair bouncing. How about calling it soul-devouring potion? Xia Lai suggested. Soul-devouring potion. Snowfie hummed a few times, then looked up with a smile. Okay, let's call it soul-devouring potion. The two chatted for a while more, and seeing it was getting late, Xia Lai quickly bid farewell. Snowfie then gave him another commission. You want me to accompany you to negotiate with the Adventurers Association. You provide the soul-devouring potion and let the association help you sell it. Snowfie nodded. Xia Lai was puzzled. Why don't you sell it yourself? The price from the Adventurers Association is definitely not as good as selling it yourself. With such significant effects, the soul-devouring potion would make you a lot of money. I don't want to have a lot of money. As long as I have enough money to quietly research potions, that's enough. If everyone knows that I'm making and selling the soul-devouring potion, then I won't have time to develop new potions. Don't want to have a lot of money. Are you also surnamed Ma? You're also not interested in money. Hearing her words, Xia Lai couldn't hold it anymore. But he still agreed because he knew Snowfi wasn't showing off. With the title of passionate alchemist, she was truly not interested. The sunset was like blood, and Xia Lai hurriedly left Snowfi's potion shop and rushed to the next location. Temison Bank. Named after the goddess of wealth Temison, this bank is one of the most ancient banks on the entire continent. Its business extends beyond just the United Kingdom in the west, the Henforth Alliance in the south, the human nations in the northern realm, Mahakam and Black Mountain where the dwarves reside, and the Brokeland Forest where the elves live. Even in the lands where half-orcs dwell, it has a presence. It handles 1/3 of the continent's financial business. Xia Lai looked at the building before him, towering higher than the Adventurers Association, with gold powder painted on the external statues. He marveled at its immense wealth and entered. His purpose for coming was simple: to deposit the gold coins he had obtained from the dungeon. After all, he couldn't carry such a large amount of money on his person indefinitely. Hello, Mr. Adventurer. How may I assist you? The blonde beauty behind the counter smiled. Xia Lai grabbed a money bag from his backpack and slammed it onto the counter with a thud. Deposit money. The beauty's expression changed slightly, and she secretly glanced at Xia Lai. Judging by his attire, he doesn't look like a formidable adventurer. Could this large bag be entirely copper coins? This could take me forever to count. Her tone carried a hint of impatience. Do you have an account with us at Temison? No. Xia Lai shook his head. Hearing Xia Lai's reply, her expression grew even more impatient. As expected, a novice adventurer. Then this bag must be filled with copper coins. If you don't have an account, we need to charge 5 gold coins as an account opening fee. Note that it's 5 gold coins, not copper or silver coins. She emphasized the last part, her voice tinged with sarcasm. Xia Lai raised an eyebrow. He understood her implication. With a cold snort and a mocking laugh, he said, "Oh, it's just 5 gold coins. I was expecting 5 A-grade magic crystals." Saying this, he opened the money bag, revealing bright gold coins that sparkled brilliantly, making the woman's eyes unable to bear the glare. Honorable adventurer, the money has been counted. The total amount is 956 gold coins. Please verify. After deducting the 5 gold coin account opening fee, there are 951 gold coins remaining. The woman smiled like a blooming flower and handed a parchment voucher to Xia Lai with both hands. This is a deposit voucher. You can use your account at any Temison bank with this proof. Xia Lai took the voucher, equivalent to a bank book from his past life, glanced at it, stuffed it into his chest, and stood up to leave. But as he was about to exit, the woman slipped a key into his hand. She stole a glance at her colleague and whispered, "Sir, I'd like to properly apologize to you tonight." Xia Lai looked at the in-room, key in his hand, and smiled. The moment he stepped outside, he casually tossed it away. He didn't stop, but headed straight for the tavern where Fred and the others had arranged to meet. The Oakwood Tavern buzzed with clamor. At a long table in the corner sat a few figures, among them the trio of Xia Lai, Geta, and Leah. There was also Leona, a blonde staff member of the Adventurers Guild. Beyond these 4 expected individuals, Ayla was also present. When Xia Lai entered the tavern and caught sight of that silver hair, he paused abruptly. Aya, who had been watching the entrance, stood up immediately and waved her arm joyfully at the stunned Xia Lai. Xia Lai. Xia Lai. Xia Lai walked directly over. Witnessing this scene, whispers erupted in the tavern. Who is that guy? He actually made our Miss Ayla welcome him. A scrawny adventurer carrying a lute muttered resentfully. A one-eyed, burly man at a nearby table thumped his head hard. You mad lad, can't you see the badge on his chest? That's a professional adventurer. The lute-carrying adventurer clutched his head, protesting aggrievedly. I was just asking. The one-eyed man then smacked him on the back, making him yelp in pain. You kid, don't tell me you have designs on Miss Ayla. Someone like her is far beyond your reach. Just getting to look at her is already lucky enough for you. And no, he retorted, blushing, his words lacking any conviction. I just think that guy isn't worthy of Miss Ayla. And then who do you think is worthy? The one-eyed man laughed, downing his drink. Well, at least someone like Lonnie, an adventurer from a noble family, would be worthy of Miss Ayla. The one-eyed man queried Lonnie. Hasn't that guy already confessed to Miss Ayla and been rejected? And he still hasn't given up. The lewd adventurer wagged his finger. Oh no, he's confessed over a dozen times now, though each time he's been turned down. Gazing at Ayla, whose smile bloomed like a flower in the distance, the one-eyed man spoke with considerable sympathy. Poor Lonnie. Meanwhile, over by the trio, Xia Lai settled down right next to Ayla. He glanced around curiously, asking, why are there so many unfamiliar faces in the tavern? Not only had many new faces appeared, but the tavern was also much more crowded than when he had last visited. Hearing this, Ayla sighed helplessly. Leona smiled. During these 10 days while you were in the dungeon, Ayla and I often came here for drinks. Somehow the news of a beautiful female adventurer spread, and quite a few people drinking here have come to catch a glimpse of Ayla's beauty. What? Man, is she really that charming? Xia Lai turned his head and scrutinized Ayla from top to bottom, then nodded. Indeed she is. Though Ayla's chest was merely average, her overall figure was perfectly balanced. Her silver hair, blue eyes, and well-proportioned long legs were all formidable assets. Combined with her identity as a genius mage, she was simply perfect. Noticing Xia Lai's gaze, a blush colored Ayla's cheeks. Yet she said nothing, feeling that Xia Lai's look was different from others, as she did not find it displeasing. Leona continued jokingly. Ayla is quite famous now, with no shortage of admirers. One of them, Lonnie, has been rejected over a dozen times, yet still hasn't given up. Hearing the name Lonnie, Aya sighed with exasperation. She was utterly fed up with that shameless fellow. Over a dozen times. Xia Lai was astonished. To be rejected so many times in just a few days was sheer nightmare stuff. Just then Leah interjected from the drinking table, "Forget about Lonnie or Zhengni or whatever, hurry up and drink. I'm thirsty, bring the drinks quickly." A cat girl, maid named Kate, approached carrying a tray of glasses. Clang. 6 full mugs of beer were set down on the table with a loud thud. Ah, how refreshing. The group clinked glasses and began to drink heartily. They paired their drinks with the tavern's signature dish, creamy cheese mushroom soup. The salty cream blended with cheese created a rich, layered flavor, truly deserving its reputation as the tavern's signature dish. Xia Lai scooped up a piece of stewed chicken from the soup and popped it into his mouth watering instantly. Swallowing the chicken, he turned to the half-human Gogeta in a casual manner and asked, "Geta, could you introduce this thief guild to me?" Geta put down his spoon and looked at Xia Lai. "Did you cross paths with them?" Xia Lai shook his head. "Just curious. After all, I was merely a farmer before, so I know little about other organizations on the continent." Hearing this, Geta fell silent for a moment before speaking. "If you want to understand the Thief Guild, I'll tell you my story. We've been partners for so long, and I know you were curious about my past. I feared it might cause discomfort, but there's nothing to hide. I simply never found the right opportunity. The Thief Guild is an organization active in the southern region of the Hangfo's Alliance, which is also my birthplace. You should know of the Hangfo's Alliance." Xia Lai nodded. A city-state nation composed of multiple races: humans, orcs, dark elves known as drow, and lizard men. The political structure is rather decentralized. Its largest cities are the human-ruled Bayfield and the Orcish Kellyiding. Geta took a sip of beer. From the racial composition of the Hangfo's Alliance, you can likely infer the state of this nation. Although external pressures led these city-states to form an alliance, they remain unified only outwardly. His expression turned bitter. But call it an alliance if you wish, in truth it's a mess. City-states attack each other, and the defeated lose everything. My home city-state was destroyed under such circumstances. It was a city-state that housed humans, dwarves, and halflings. My parents perished there. Hearing Geta's tale, everyone at the table fell silent. Xia Lai and Leah, though longtime partners with Geta, had never inquired about his past, due to their reserved natures. Xia Lai murmured, "I'm sorry." Geta shook his head, indicating it was fine. When a city-state falls, its inhabitants suffer such fates. The elderly are killed, the young become slaves, and the beautiful are sold as male or female prostitutes. Thus the slave trade thrives within the Hangfo's Alliance. And what of the young children? They are too valuable to sell, yet too pitiful to kill. However, children are young and highly malleable. So some took notice of these children and trained them to become assassins and thieves, performing tasks that adults could not conveniently undertake. At the age of 5, I joined a small gang in the human city-state of Bayfield that survived by theft. I stayed there for 8 years, and by 12, leveraging my talent for thievery and accumulated experience, I became a renowned thief. One night, after completing a heist, I received an invitation from the Thief Guild to join their ranks. Geta took a sip of beer to moisten his throat. After that, I joined the Thief Guild. Under their guidance, I was promoted before the statue of the god of masks and theft, awakening my talent lockpicking. Then, after a failed theft mission, I severed ties with the organization and arrived at the Amethyst Dungeon, where I met Xia Lai. Geta glossed over the latter half of his story. He did not specify what mission had failed nor how it went wrong. Xia Lai and the others, with mutual understanding, let the matter drop. Geta continued, the Thief Guild's headquarters lies in a city-state called Wuing City. No written records exist, and outsiders cannot locate it. Its members are few but elite, divided into 2 factions: the thieves who specialize in burglary, marked by a key, and the masks who excel at assassination, marked by a dagger. The guild leader bears the title Lord of the Lock and Blade. His rank has reached the heroic tier. The organization's hierarchy is strict, and superiors can arbitrarily control the lives of their subordinates. They undertake any mission related to theft or assassination provided you have sufficient gold coins and can locate them. Serving gold coins is their creed. I can share no more. And my sole advice is do not cross them, for even former heroes have fallen by their hands. Meanwhile, in the Hangfo's Alliance, over 1,000 kilometers from Sage City, a deep, dim underground fortress. Originally built as a prison for criminals, it had sunk underground after a seismic shift. A cloaked figure in black moved through the fortress. Hearing the grating sounds of grinding teeth and claws from the cells, he quickened his pace. He arrived at the very deepest part of the fortress before a throne formed of shadows. The figure knelt on one knee before the throne and spoke. "Greetings, Lord of the Lock and Blade." As soon as he finished speaking, a humanoid shadow emerged from the throne. An androgynous voice, indistinguishable as male or female, resonated from the shadow. "Ulrich, there is a commission from the Principality of Rod. The employer demands an act that must be striking, merciless, and known throughout the world as an assassination from the Thief Guild. I have decided to send you alongside Xia." Upon finishing his words, a graceful figure slipped out from the unseen darkness. Xia, adorned with a distinctive twin dagger emblem on her chest, knelt before the throne in salute. Shadow waved a hand signaling them to depart. As the two drew away from the throne, the androgynous voice drifted softly. "The city where you carry out your mission, Sage City, is the place Geta stayed after fleeing the organization. Do not forget to check on him. If he does not see his family, he might truly believe he has cut ties with us." At the Iris Inn, after a hot bath, Xia Lai, tipsy from wine, felt refreshed as he lay on the bed. With both hands behind his head, he thought, "Tomorrow morning I'll accompany Sinuo Fi to the Adventurers Association. In the afternoon, I'll take the Mithril to Salin's weapon shop and have him forge a suitable weapon for me." Having planned out the next day's tasks, Xia Lai turned over and began to contemplate his next moves. Fry and the others have no plans to enter the dungeon for at least a week. Well, that's the choice of most adventurers. The dungeon's oppressive atmosphere truly demands a good rest. But this conflicts with my plans. There's still a side quest, seeking the key of redemption, which requires entering the dungeon. Even without that quest, Xia Lai would still venture into the dungeon frequently, because with his status panel, he couldn't resist the positive feedback of reaping rewards from effort. Heaven rewards diligence, and once proven, forever proven, were the greatest benefits of the panel. The feeling that every monster slain, every bit of effort was clearly reflected on the panel fully stimulated his adrenaline. The pleasure akin to a climax, that form surpassed any other golden finger. In his past life, people lacked motivation and embraced lying flat, not because they were unwilling to work, but because after striving they still reaped nothing. The negative feedback of effort without reward kept piling up. It was a miracle they didn't go mad, let alone lie flat. But Xia Lai with his panel had no such worries. Xia Lai sighed. "Must I act alone again, entering the dungeon by myself? Perhaps I could go with Ayla. She's already LV9 now, and with her talent she'll become a professional adventurer before long." He nodded, finding it a feasible plan. A single team couldn't match his frequency of dungeon dives, but two teams could. Xia Lai closed his eyes. "Since arriving in this world, I haven't had a proper rest. Maybe I should treat myself to a vacation." Valentine in second floor room. The room where Xia Lai had discarded the key. In the afternoon, Belia, the blonde clerk from Mason Bank who had served Xia Lai, was half reclining on the bed in a bathrobe. She swirled the glass in her hand, the bright red liquid spinning. The wine bottle on the cabinet held only a dreg. She poured the remaining wine into her glass, her eyes glazed as she stared at it, her bathrobe slipping off one shoulder, filling the room with an intimate atmosphere. "He didn't come, huh? Do I have no charm left at all?" She downed the glass in one gulp. Once she had been courted by a stream of suitors, noble sons, adventurers of topaz and white copper rank. But now she was 25 and her pursuers had become obese old nobles and low-tier adventurers. With her looks, she could easily be a mistress to the upper class. For instance, the transport officer of Sage Town had recently been pursuing her, wanting her as his mistress. But that would be no different from being a prostitute. Prostitute. Belia sneered, but then sadness crept in. Her age was increasing, her beauty fading rapidly. She urgently needed to find a man to settle down with. That adventurer named Xia Lai today is a good prospect. An obsidian rank who can pull out that many gold coins. He must be a rising star. If I could snag him, I'd live the life of a wealthy wife. But alas. Knock knock, fingers rapped on the door. Hearing the sound, Belia's eyes lit up instantly. She straightened her attire, deliberately pulled her bathrobe lower, and scurried to open the door. Creak, the door swung open. Behind it stood not the young adventurer she longed for, but a tall, alluring woman with flowing red curls. "Who are you and why are you knocking on my door?" Belia demanded. The woman didn't answer. She opened a book, flipped to a page, and read aloud. Belia Bates, age 25, born into a farmer's family in the Duchy of Rhode, employee of Mason Bank, currently being courted by the transport officer of Sage Town, hobbies red wine, favorite exercise. Correct, isn't it? The seductive woman read for 3 full minutes, including details even Belia herself had forgotten. Belia's expression shifted from confusion to terror. She blustered, "How do you have my information? What do you want?" The seductive woman's scarlet eyes flickered, and she bared her fangs with a smile. "Nothing much. I'd like to borrow your identity." The next moment her mouth stretched wider and wider, and she sank her teeth into Belia's neck. Belia tried to scream for help, but no sound came out. Gulp, gulp. The woman's throat moved as blood gushed out. The once plump Belia quickly turned into a desiccated corpse, which the woman casually dropped from her arms. She tilted her head back in ecstasy, her voice seductive. "What exquisite blood. Then she crossed her hands over her hair, and the red locks turned blonde. Her face morphed into Belia's likeness. She stripped off her clothes and gazed at her completely transformed figure in the mirror. She took out a communication crystal and spoke to the other side. I am Aravi's blood kin under Lady Lalisa. The dungeon transport has been dealt with. The next day the autumn sky was clear and crisp. Xia Lai leaned against the monster statue outside the Adventurers Association, munching on a fruit sugar pie. A bit too sweet. After this my insulin levels will go through the roof. He frowned slightly but swallowed. He had no habit of wasting food. Looking around, he didn't see Senuofei. Remembering her social anxiety, he muttered inwardly, she's not too scared to come because of the crowd at the association, is she? He yawned, stretching his arms back. Slap. Xia Lai felt his elbow hit something. Turning his head, he saw a tall, upright box wobbling. A soft, feminine voice came from inside. I'm going to fall. Ouch, it hurts. That voice. No way. Recognizing the familiar voice, Xia Lai lifted the box and saw the girl inside, who had fallen from his elbow strike. His expression was odd. Senuofei, why are you hiding in a box? Senuofei bit her lip, her face flushed. There are too many people. Their gazes make it hard to breathe. Because she feared everyone's eyes, she chose to go out in a box. Haha, you're a genius of absurdity, Senuofei. Need me to put it back on you? She nodded. Thump bang. The box was put back on. Xia Lai waved through the gap. Can you see me? Yes, mister. Xia Lai. The voice came out muffled through the box. Xia Lai nodded. Follow me. The box bobbed up and down. Then one person and one box ascended to the third floor of the Adventurers Association, drawing curious stares from everyone. The vice chairman of the Adventurers Association was waiting for them there. Meanwhile, at the city gate of Sagetown, adventurers gathered waiting to enter or exit. Among the crowd, a young adventurer stood out. He carried a long spear and wore a gleaming plate armor set. If Xia Lai were here, he would instantly recognize that shiny plate armor as the expensive set priced at 500 gold coins at Salin's weapon shop. Besides the plate armor, the other items on this adventurer were also costly: a steel long spear, elegant clothing, and deerskin boots. Even the obsidian badge on his chest, symbolizing his adventurer status, was encased in a gold wire shell. All of this drew the eyes of those around him. Feeling the crowd's intense gaze, Lonnie held his head high. He loved being the center of attention. As the only child of Viscount Lonnie in the duchy, he had the right to flaunt. Lord Lonnie is so handsome. Yes, I want to marry him. As expected of a noble son. This gear could buy my life. Old Hank, don't flatter yourself. How much is your worthless life worth? Hearing the chatter, Lonnie couldn't help but smirk. Just then a voice boomed, foolish boy, still grinning. Don't you know that yesterday at Oak Tavern Miss Ayla accepted someone's confession? The dull voice fell, and the crowd fell silent. Luani's pursuit of the beautiful new adventurer Ayla in Sage Town had become common knowledge due to Ayla's beauty and Luani's lineage. Everyone already knew that Luani had been rejected over a dozen times in just a few days. So after a dozen seconds of silence, chaos erupted. Really? That goddess-like beauty Miss Ayla accepted someone's confession? How beautiful can she be? In my eyes, no one is as beautiful as the Time Mason goddess on a gold coin. Well, my Miss Ayla. Luani followed the direction of the initial voice. In contrast to the crowded area, that section was sparsely occupied by only a dozen or so adventurers. Their badges weren't the obsidian of rookie adventurers, but higher ranks, jade and topaz. The one who had called Luani a foolish boy was a one-eyed dwarf with a crystal embedded in his blind eye socket. Luani had heard of him, Crystal Morton or Blind Morton to some. The topaz badge on his chest was 2 tiers above obsidian. Only adventurers who had surpassed level 20 could obtain it. Dwarf, is what you said true or false? Did Miss Ayla really accept someone's confession? Luani demanded angrily. Haha, foolish boy, why would I lie to you? Go into the city and ask around, and you'll see if I'm telling the truth. Dwarf Morton brandished his short-handled battle axe, a mischievous grin on his face. Hope our little Luani doesn't end up crying. Oomph. Luani snorted, coldly shoved through the crowded people and squeezed into the city. A curious archer beside him asked, Morton, what trick are you pulling? Morton shouldered his axe and strode into the city. He, just looking for some fun. The archer sighed helplessly. Weren't we supposed to go into the dungeon today? Morton laughed heartily. The monsters in the dungeon won't run away, but fun like this is rare. Come on. The archer sighed again and reluctantly followed. The third floor of the Adventurers Guild, the reception room. Schley sat on the soft double sofa, surveying the surroundings. The room was not particularly luxurious, furnished with common items of great practicality. Throughout the entire reception room, the most striking figure was the middle-aged man dressed as a mage seated opposite them. Ko, the vice president of the Saga Adventurers Guild. His face was gentle, a monocle perched on his eye socket, and his purple mage robes exuded an air of elegance. Schley's first impression was that he resembled an older, more mature version of Fry. Vice President Ko raised his porcelain cup, took a sip of black tea, and cleared his throat before asking, Miss Senuofei, I understand your request. The Adventurers Guild would be happy to help you sell the soul-devouring potion, but I have a better suggestion. Schley spoke up. What suggestion? Vice President Ko elegantly lifted his porcelain cup and drained the black tea within it. Sell the formula for the soul-devouring potion to the guild. We are willing to offer 3,000 gold coins for it. 3,000 gold coins. The number made Xia tremble with excitement. If she were to sell the potions herself, she would need to sell 3,000 bottles to earn that amount. She was about to agree, but Xia grabbed her arm. Although Xia was holding onto her, Xia could feel his hand trembling as well. Xia lightly coughed to suppress his inner excitement and asked, President Ko, 3,000 gold coins. Do you value the soul-devouring potion that highly? Ko set down his porcelain cup and smiled. If it were only the previous situation, it certainly wouldn't be worth that price. But now the circumstances are different. Xia asked curiously, why is that? Ko took another sip of tea. Nothing particularly surprising. Although this news is currently known only to the guild's upper management and white copper rank adventurers, it will be made public to all adventurers very soon. The purple crystal underground city has been found to contain a new layer. Reconnaissance indicates that 80% of the monsters within are undead creatures. That is an entirely unexplored area, and the number of monsters inside is beyond imagination. The guild will soon organize an adventurer vanguard team, and during that time the consumption of soul-devouring potions will be staggering. Sounds like a game update dropping a new dungeon. Xia thought to himself before asking Ko, Vice President, what price do you intend to set for the soul-devouring potion? Ko adjusted his monocle. The price is set at 4 gold coins per bottle. Xia, the cost of producing a soul-devouring potion is 1 gold coin. At a selling price of 4 gold coins, the guild makes a profit of 3 gold coins per bottle. 1,000 bottles would recoup the acquisition cost. Based on previous dungeon exploration consumption rates, 1,000 bottles of soul-devouring potion should be depleted within 2 or 3 days. Xia's calculations were obviously rough. He hadn't factored in labor costs, but that seemed deliberate. He continued, setting aside post-clearance consumption, let's only consider the 2-month opening period. The consumption of soul-devouring potions will be no less than 20,000 bottles. At 3 gold coins profit per bottle, that's 60,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, Miss Xia, the owner of the formula, receives merely 3,000 gold coins. Less than 1/10. Don't you find that rather stingy? It seems somewhat insulting to Miss Xia's efforts. Ko swirled the tea in his porcelain cup. Then what amount do you consider appropriate? Xia raised one finger. 10,000. Impossible. Ko shook his head. Between hiring alchemists, purchasing materials, and the sales operations required for the soul-devouring potions, the costs alone will not fall below 20,000 gold coins. He held up 5 fingers. The most I can offer is this number. Xia feigned confusion. 50,000. In that case, I'll thank you on behalf of Miss Xia. Please bring out the contract quickly. Amused by Xia's audacity, Ko chuckled. Stop jesting. You know I meant 5,000 gold coins. After several hours of intense negotiation, it was Xia who finally spoke. How about 7,500 gold coins? 6,000 go to me, and the remaining 1,500 go to Mr. Xia. After a brief silence, the price was settled at 7,500 gold coins. Xia did not object. The 1,500 gold coins were his to keep with a clear conscience. Without him, Xia, that naive girl, would have received only 3,000 gold coins. The negotiation concluded, and 2 sums of gold coins were transferred directly into Xia and Xia's accounts through Timemason Bank. Neither lingered further, rising to take their leave. As they departed, Xia asked, Vice President Ko, when do you plan to announce the new situation in the underground city? Within the next few days. We will organize an adventurer vanguard team, establish bounty rewards for monster hunting, and the soul-devouring potion will be introduced simultaneously. Xia nodded and left. Ko watched Xia's retreating figure. Facing me, the vice president of the Purple Crystal Adventurers Guild, neither servile nor overbearing, displaying both restraint and composure, and even daring to crack a joke. What an interesting newcomer. Perhaps I should keep an eye on him. The Purple Crystal Underground City hasn't produced a high steel rank adventurer in a long time. Meanwhile, Xia saw Xia back to her shop. Before leaving, Xia gifted Xia a large bag of potions, the vast majority of which were soul-devouring potions. This batch of potions was originally intended for sale, but it won't be needed now, so I'll give them to you. Xia accepted without hesitation, stowed them in his backpack, and headed straight for Soren's weapon shop. At the entrance of Soren's weapon shop, an iron sign hung outside. Pushing open the iron-bound wooden door, a wave of heat swept over him. Clang clang. The hammer struck the anvil, sending sparks flying. The dwarf shopkeeper Soren, the braided brown beard on his chin twitching, swung his hammer with force. Hearing the door open, he looked up and saw the young adventurer pushing inside. It's you. The adventurer who bought the incomplete iron bracer. Soren remembered Xia well. After all, that bracer had nearly fallen into his hands. He handed the hammer to a nearby dwarf apprentice and approached. How is the bracer? Xia flexed his arm, testing the bracer on his wrist. It's excellent. If you happen to come across another one, keep an eye out for me. I'm willing to pay 30 gold coins for it. Soren stroked his braided beard. It seems you're quite satisfied with it. However, the chances of finding another are slim, otherwise I wouldn't have sold this one so cheaply in the first place. Xia Lai expressed his understanding. He knew Soren was telling the truth. I'm not just here about the bracer, MIA. Soren said. I've recently forged a new suit of plate armor. Would you like to see it? Xia Lai shook his head and said, I want to commission you to forge a custom weapon for me. Custom-made weapon. Charlie nodded. He was very cautious about his choice of weapon. After all, it was a matter of life and death. As his strength grew, ordinary standard equipment could no longer meet his needs. Thus, customizing a unique weapon was urgent. For a custom weapon, several aspects need consideration, with weight being the most critical. A weapon too light or too heavy affects handling. Solon stroked his braided beard. If too light, attacks lack power. If too heavy, it hinders movement. Your combat style also matters. If you were a heavy warrior, I'd recommend a double-edged greatsword, but you seem more like a ranger. He glanced at the long sword at Charlie's waist. Charlie nodded in agreement. If not using a greatsword, we must invest more in materials. Common materials are too light for a long sword for an adventurer of your caliber. Solon grasped Charlie's hand. Squeeze, let me feel your wrist strength. Charlie complied and exerted force. Feeling the incredible strength, Solon's face showed surprise. Was this the power of a novice professional adventurer? He fetched a box from the corner of the shop and picked out several colorful ores: blood, iron, bright, silver, white, copper, and refined steel. Your strength exceeds my expectations. Even a refined steel longsword feels light, so I'll use both silver and refined steel. Silver is too soft for the blade, so I'll use it as the core with refined steel as the edge. This combination should suit you. Solon took a quill and drew on papyrus. The hilt will be century-old starwood, the guard made from heart-eater deer hide to increase grip, and we'll have a priest bless it. He handed the sketch to Charlie. The design is roughly like this. What do you think? I have a feeling this sword will be excellent. Charlie looked at the longsword design on the papyrus and nodded. The design is fine, but I have one request: don't use silver and refined steel. Not silver and refined steel. What material do you want? Solon asked. I don't recommend cheap materials, they'll be too light for you. Charlie shook his head. I want to use mithril. Mithril? Hearing that, Solon looked up to confirm Charlie wasn't joking. He took out 2 thumb-sized pieces of dark silver metal from the box. Young man, I only have this much mithril collected over the years. It's not enough for a mithril longsword, even if combined with other metals. You need at least an egg-sized piece. The current market price for mithril is 210 gold per kilogram. For a mithril longsword, the material alone would cost over 1,000 gold coins. Solon sighed and patted Charlie's shoulder. I understand your longing. When I was an adventurer, I also dreamed of a mithril weapon, but I never got one. Be practical. Platinum and refined steel are enough for you. I can even give you a 10%. Oh. He suddenly started clucking like a hen when he saw the large piece of mithril Charlie produced. The blacksmith apprentices also turned their gazes. Seeing such a large mithril, their breathing grew heavy. For them, precious metals were more captivating than a beautiful nude woman. Oh, by the goddess, such a large mithril. Am I seeing things? The largest mithril I've seen before was at a dam auction, and even that wasn't as big as this. Hey kid, take off your hat. That's a whole piece of mithril. We might never see its like again. If I could just strike it once with a hammer, I'd be happy eating and drinking well. Taking it home. Charlie couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at the stunned Solon. Can you use this mithril as the core to forge a longsword? Solon snapped back, took the mithril, and examined it carefully. He placed it on a weighing scale. 6 kilograms. This is the second largest piece of mithril I've ever seen. Common mithril is usually thumb-sized, larger pieces are rarer and more expensive. Charlie's piece, weighing 6 kilograms, could be auctioned and would fetch a higher price than ordinary mithril. Where did you get? Solon started to ask, then stopped mid-sentence. He swallowed the rest. Everyone has secrets, especially adventurers. Never ask where they got their things. He nodded and answered Charlie. This mithril can serve as the core of the longsword, and since it's a single piece, the result will be even better. But using such a large piece for a weapon feels a bit wasteful. It's fine, just use it for the core. Charlie nodded to Solon. In that case, the core is mithril, and the auxiliary materials must be top-notch, the highest quality refined steel. Solon picked up his quill and calculated. 10 kilograms of refined steel, 10 portions of acid-soaked herbs, 2 new hand hammers, and coal fires can't reach the temperature to soften mithril, so prepare 20 fire-type magic crystals, and soon the paper was full. He looked up at the young adventurer. High-quality refined steel costs 10 gold per kilogram, herbs 2 gold each, F-grade fire crystals at 5 silver coins each. And labor costs will be higher than usual. In total, that's 230 gold. With a 10% discount, 207 gold. Charlie nodded. The price met his expectations, and he paid the deposit. Solon professionally took out tools to measure Charlie's various dimensions. Not just his arms, but also his height and measurements were recorded meticulously. Done. Solon saved the data. This mithril longsword will take a week. Come pick it up then. Charlie calculated and found it acceptable. Just as he was about to speak again, a young apprentice burst through the door panting. Boss, that Ronnie who bought the plate armor from us has issued a commission to all adventurers in the city. Find an adventurer named Charlie and bring him to the arena for 20 gold coins. At this, the weapon shop buzzed with discussion. Bringing a person to the arena earns 20 gold coins. At this remark, murmurs spread through the weapon shop. That Lonnie is truly a fool. Last time he came to the shop, he said outright, "I want only the expensive, not the good." If the shopkeeper hadn't been kind-hearted, he would have been utterly swindled. Watch your tongue, show some respect to our customer. After all, fools like him are rare. True, praise the goddess Time Mason. May there be more fools. Praise the goddess. Xia Lai, listening to the apprentice's banter, couldn't help but chuckle. He beckoned the apprentice who had delivered the news that Lonnie said he'd give 20 gold coins to anyone who brings Xia Lai to him. The apprentice nodded. It's true, he's posted a commission. He pulled out a copied commission slip, the ink still wet. Xia Lai took the commission slip, read it through from beginning to end, and confirmed the authenticity of the Adventurers Guild seal at the bottom. He found it amusing. This Lonnie seems to be the suitor Ayla has rejected over a dozen times, but does the Adventurers Guild even issue such commissions? How many people know about this? He pocketed the commission slip and asked the apprentice. The apprentice reluctantly glanced at his commission slip, but said nothing as his boss Celine treated this man with such familiarity, clearly indicating he had spent a fortune in the shop. The customer is God, the very incarnation of the goddess Time Mason. He replied, all the adventurers still in town know about it. Some are just curious, others are after the bounty. After all, 20 gold coins is no small sum. Xia Lai smiled and nodded, then turned to Celine. I'd also like to purchase some armor. Do you have any recommendations? If you're looking for suitable armor, I'd recommend this. Celine reached beneath the mahogany display stand and took out a finely woven chainmail. This is a chainmail I've newly crafted. Compared to a hauberk with its larger, wider-spaced rings, this chainmail is finer and denser, with a shorter hem better suited for a swordsman like you. I've altered the usual metal ratio during forging, adding a small amount of magic gold. This metal is as precious as mithril, but not as hard. It can absorb impact, so even though it's a lightweight armor, it's equally effective against heavy weapons. Moreover, I specially commissioned a priest capable of casting the 6th tier divine blessing to consecrate this chainmail. That alone cost me 100 gold coins. Sualin stroked his braided beard, his eyes gleaming with pride. The price is 700 gold coins, but considering how much you've spent, I'll only charge you 620. Xia Lai looked at the chainmail, which was half as light as a hauberk, and put it on. Staring at the translucent panel before him, feeling the unique weight of metal, he felt a great boost to his safety. Basic magic-resistant chainmail. Type chainmail. Grade fine blue. Effect 1. Within coverage negates damage below 15 attack points. Slash attacks -15. Other attacks -10. Impact -20. Effect 2. Divine blessing. Immune to spells and skills below LV2. Description: a fine armor piece from Soline's weapon shop. The proud work of shopkeeper Soline. Note: haha, I'm a genius, Soline. Xia Lai examined the data through the panel, thoroughly satisfied, and paid without hesitation. Though he had spent 1320 gold coins in a single afternoon, reducing his wealth from over 2,000 to just 1,000, he felt no reluctance. Because every coin Xia Lai spent tangibly enhanced his strength, allowing him to survive longer in this world teeming with monsters. It was an investment in himself, money spent willingly. Xia Lai donned his gear, gave Celine a few more instructions about his mithril longsword, and asked the apprentice to lead him to the arena. Sualin tidied the counter, his mind lingering on the barely suppressed grin on the young adventurer's face, curious why he had worn that expression ever since hearing about Luani's commission. Just as he set aside his confusion, he glanced at the name on the mithril longsword deposit contract and laughed. Mithril longsword custom order, adventurer Xia Lai. The arena in the northern part of Sage Town was the largest building in the settlement. Resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum, the arena was built without any magical assistance, simply from stacked gray stone blocks, forming a structure 27 meters high, 88 meters in diameter, capable of holding 1,000 people. Though it couldn't compare to the stadiums of his past life that held tens of thousands, it was still imposing for a medieval otherworld, especially for a town. The arena featured a large central platform surrounded by 30 rows of seats, rising tier by tier, with ticket prices increasing accordingly. It was divided into 5 sections. The central section was off-limits to commoners, reserved only for nobles and adventurers. Additionally, opposite the arena, there was a protruding balcony enclosed by glass. That was the exclusive seat of the town's leader, Count Sage. Originally a minor noble barely holding a fief, the Sage family had gradually become a prominent noble house in the Rod Duchy due to the Amethyst Dungeon steadily rising in rank. Xia Lai arrived at the arena and found a throng of adventurers gathered in front of the central archway. A young man with golden hair, clad in plate armor, stood on a platform made of stacked crates, leaning on his long spear, delivering his battle declaration. I challenge Xia Lai. I will fight him to the death. Only the victor shall win Lady Ayla's heart. Watching this spectacle like a circus clown's act, Xia Lai couldn't help but mutter, What a character. Truly the fool unanimously recognized by Soline's weapon shop. He focused his attention and called up the other's data, name Lonnie level LV, 14 title Noble's Fool. His attributes, talents, and skills were all unremarkable. Only the title caught the eye. Xia Lai mused inwardly, has fate set a trap for him? Just then a familiar figure surrounded by a few companions strode over with a furious expression. Ayla raised her staff, pointing at Lonnie on the crates, her tone indignant. Lonnie, what do you think you're doing? Lonnie shrank his neck at her anger, but then forced himself to stand tall. Blustering, he said, I'm not doing anything. I just think that guy called Xia Lai isn't worthy of you. Not worthy of me. You think? Ayla, stunned by the remark, handed her staff to Leia and the others who had come with her. Taking a deep breath, she pointed a slender finger. Whether he's worthy or not, what business is it of yours? Since when do forest goblins speak the common tongue? What right does a goblin have to meddle in my affairs? Upon hearing Aila's words, not only Xia Lai, but also the surrounding adventurers were stunned. They curiously watched the angry Ayla. How could a 37-degree mouth spew such icy words? Directly denying Luo Ni's race and classifying him as a goblin was a bit too cruel. The crowd's eyes showed sympathy toward Luo and I. If they were publicly humiliated by such a beautiful woman being told they looked like a goblin that had become a spirit, they would pop dead on the spot. However, Luo Ni's psychological resilience was decent. He neither committed suicide nor ran away. His expression was ferocious, his face purple-red like a pig's liver, and his bloodshot eyes were crimson. He pointed at Ayla, unable to speak for a long time. After a good while, he finally spat out a sentence. I will duel Xia Lai. Since you say you have nothing to do with me, then I have nothing to do with you either. I just want to duel. He turned his head to the surrounding adventurers and shouted frantically. I, Viscount Luo, and I declare that whoever brings Xia Lai here to duel me will receive 50 gold coins. These words immediately stirred up a wave. One must know that the original commission of 20 gold coins was already very high enough for an adventurer to enjoy life for a month. Now it had more than doubled. 50 gold coins. Even for an obsidian-level adventurer who risked their life in the dungeon, they might not gain such a reward. So some adventurers could no longer restrain themselves, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 and calling friends to set out in search of Xia Lai. Hurry up and go, it's 50 gold coins. Why are you running so fast? Do you know what Xia Lai looks like? I don't know. Do you? I don't know either. If none of us know, just run. The Oak Tavern. Xia Lai often goes there. Someone there must know about Xia Lai. Xia Lai watched in shock as the crowd instantly decreased by 1/3. At that moment, a bottom-tier adventurer in tattered cloth armor patted Xia Lai on the shoulder. Brother, do you want to know about Xia Lai? Do you want to know where he is? Xia Lai raised an eyebrow. How come you know? The cloth armor adventurer nodded and waved his hand. Before Xia Lai became a professional adventurer, we were partners. We know each other inside out, sworn brothers. Give me 1 gold coin, and I'll tell you where he is. How about it? Xia Lai looked him up and down. There was no memory of him in his mind. Sworn brother, and you would sell him out for 1 gold coin. The cloth armor adventurer smiled sheepishly. It's just that I'm a bit short on cash lately. If you think it's too expensive, 1 silver coin will do. Seeing Xia Lai walking away, he quickly changed his tune. If really not 10 copper coins, 5-1. I really can't go any lower. Any lower, and I'll be paying you. Xia Lai ignored the voice behind him and walked step by step toward Luo and I in the center. Ayla stared at Luo and I with a furious expression. After a reminder from Leia beside her, she noticed Xia Lai approaching slowly. The anger in her eyes dissipated somewhat. She was about to speak, but saw Xia Lai shake his head at her and move toward Luo and I. Ayla didn't know what Xia Lai was up to, but she chose to follow his hint and closed her mouth. Xia Lai walked up to Luo and I, standing within arm's reach, and said, Bring Xia Lai here, and you'll really give me 50 gold coins. Luo and I leaned on his spear and nodded at the young adventurer before him. Yes. Do you know where Xia Lai is? Xia Lai nodded. Give me the 50 gold first, and I'll make Xia Lai appear before you immediately. Luo and I snorted coldly. No. You must bring Xia Lai here. When I see him, I'll give you the money. If I give you the money first, what if you run away? Xia Lai shook his head. Don't worry. If I said I can make Xia Lai appear, then I will. There are so many people here. I can't possibly run away. What are you afraid of? Or is it that you don't have the 50 gold coins? The son of a viscount unable to produce even 50 gold. How disgraceful. After saying that, Xia Lai put his hands on his hips, struck a classic villain pose, and laughed heartily. The hollow, absurd laughter echoed in the area. Xia Lai's gaze swept over to Fu Lei Guda Leia and Ayla, whose expressions had frozen in the distance. He immediately stopped laughing, feeling awkward. He himself thought this provocation was a bit too fake. But when he looked up, he saw that Luo and I, that foolish lad, had already turned red-hot, his whole body like a braised prawn. It seems there are only misnamed people, not misnamed titles. He really is a fool. Slap. A small pouch full of gold coins was thrown into Xia Lai's hand. Luo and I shouted angrily. Here are 50 gold coins. Now it's your turn. If you don't bring Xia Lai here, you're dead. Xia Lai opened the pouch with great joy. The gold gleamed brilliantly. He casually tossed it, and the pouch arced through the air, landing in Aila's arms. Xia Lai said, "Hold it well." Everyone looked at him in confusion, not knowing what kind of act this was. Then in plain sight of the crowd, he climbed onto a wooden crate, smiled at Luo and I, and said, "Xia Lai is here. Your daddy is here." Just kidding. Xia Lai was never a pushover. Luo and I had put such a big bounty on him. Shouldn't he get to vent his anger? Taking advantage of him was just the beginning. Later, he would surely give him a good beating. The adventurers watching on the sidelines instantly realized what was happening and burst into a chorus of boos. But not everyone understood. An adventurer who had just returned from the dungeon and accidentally ingested a stun mushroom asked, "There's only that young adventurer on the stage. Where is Xia Lai? Where is Luo Ni's father? I don't see him either." Could it be that Xia Lai is Luo Ni's father? What a drama of father-son conflict. As soon as he said that, the people around him immediately scattered. With a confused look, he said to his companions, "Why are you all standing so far away? Why aren't you next to me?" His companions all lowered their heads and waved at the surrounding people, indicating they didn't know him. On the other side, the instigator of all this, the dwarf Mo Dun, watched the scene and laughed nonstop. His archer companion said helplessly, "Isn't that funny?" Mo Dun excitedly tapped his horn helmet. "Ha ha ha, it's even more interesting than I imagined." He asked, "What are the odds on them now?" In Sa Gu, an adventurer-dominated town, drinking, prostitution, and gambling were indispensable activities. There were many kinds of betting games here. Besides classic cards and dice, anything could be used to open a betting pool. Of course, the most classic were bets on the outcomes of duels between adventurers. So as soon as the news of Luo Ni's duel spread, the black market immediately opened a betting pool. Moreover, due to Luo Ni's celebrity effect and the so-called duel for love gimmick, many people were attracted to join. The archer replied, "The odds for Xia Lai versus Luo and I are 1-8. Do you want to place a bet?" The dwarf Mo Dun plucked out his crystal eye and threw it to the archer. "Place 100 gold on Xia Lai to win." "You dare deceive me." Ronnie was enraged, his face contorted with fury. Xia Lai remained indifferent. "How could I deceive you? You said anyone who brings Xia Lai would receive 50 gold coins. You gave me 50 gold coins, and I brought Xia Lai right to you, right before your eyes. How is that deception?" His words left Ronnie speechless. He had indeed said that whoever brought Xia Lai would receive 50 gold coins. But he never imagined the one claiming that reward would be Xia Lai himself. He had originally intended to give Xia Lai a warning, only to end up humiliating himself instead. The sneers from the surrounding adventurers only fanned the flames of his rage. Racking his brain for something to retort, he clung to one point and shouted, "You insulted my father just now. To insult a noble is an affront to noble blood." Ronnie roared, his spear pointed directly at Xia Lai. Xia Lai shrugged nonchalantly. "How did I insult your father? I merely said, 'Here comes your father,' because I spotted an adventurer in the crowd who looked remarkably like Viscount Ronnie. If you find that insulting, I apologize." Hearing Xia Lai offer an apology, Ronnie suddenly flared up. "Humph, even if you didn't insult my father earlier, you are insulting him now. Saying my father looks like an adventurer. That is an insult to my father." The surrounding adventurers erupted into commotion at these words. "What the hell? Does looking like an adventurer constitute an insult? When did you look like an adventurer become an insult?" A faint gleam flashed in Xia Lai's eyes. "If I recall correctly, your great-grandfather, the first Viscount Ronnie, was also an adventurer before becoming a noble. He was granted nobility only by chance after rescuing a prince." This information Xia Lai had gathered along the way. Xia Lai pressed on, "Since your great-grandfather was once an adventurer, why does your father not look like one? Is it possible that the Honorable Viscount Ronnie does not resemble his own grandfather?" He smirked faintly. It is quite ironic that a grandson bears no resemblance to his grandfather. Hearing Xia Lai's words, the surrounding adventurers burst into laughter, for they held little respect for nobles. Adventurers were arguably the group most indifferent toward nobles. They were not farmers needing noble protection. When battling monsters, nobles certainly would not come to their aid. When facing monster invasions or bandit raids, nobles often had to hire adventurers for their protection. Moreover, many nobles had been high-ranking adventurers before obtaining their titles. In that case, nobles held no mystery in the eyes of adventurers. Thus it was more worthwhile to revere the gods than to honor nobles. At least in this world where the gods existed, they might answer one's prayers and lend a hand when in dire straits. Pointing at Xia Lai, Ronnie's face flushed crimson as he listened to the adventurer's mockery. Stung by Xia Lai's words, he could barely speak. He could not understand why the adventurers who had initially stood on his side had switched to opposing him after hearing just a few of Xia Lai's words. Xia Lai picked at his ear, thinking to himself that this foolish boy's combat ability was laughably weak, then glanced at the darkening sky. "Aren't you going to duel me? Hurry up, I have plans tonight." As he spoke, he provocatively waved at Ai in front of Ronnie. In such a public setting, this gesture, resembling flirtation, made Aila's face flush crimson. Yet under Leia's boisterous encouragement, she responded to Xia Lai. In the distance the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in intoxicating deep blue and the salmon-hued red of salted duck egg yolk. But none of that compared to the blush upon the young woman's face. The onlookers were momentarily spellbound by her rosy cheeks. They began to somewhat understand Ronnie. Meanwhile, the person most affected, Ronnie, lost his composure entirely upon seeing the two of them flirting before his eyes. His already dismal mood plummeted to rock bottom. Staring at Xia Lai, he gritted out each word, "I will duel you." Xia Lai nodded, and the two proceeded to the arena, surrounded by a crowd. After each paid a 5-coin entrance fee, they stood upon the large circular platform at the center of the arena. The adventurers who had come with the two rushed to the central stands. Crowds of spectators crammed together so densely that even the central seating was insufficient. This was because Sage Town had exceedingly few entertainment facilities, leaving adventurers with nothing but prostitution, gambling, and heavy drinking to pass the time. Thus, upon hearing news of a duel, every idle adventurer in town came running. Latecomers could only squeeze in among the commoners. When Lao Na arrived from the Adventurers Guild, she could not find a seat. Fortunately, Ai La Leia and the others squeezed together to carve out a spot for her. No sooner had she sat down when a child of about 7 or 8 approached, carrying a bundle of salted meat wrapped in oak leaves. His voice pure and clear, "Miss, would you like to buy some? Only 2 copper coins per pack." Despite being called a pack, it contained only 2 or 3 finger-thick strips of meat. Even so, these children selling meat could scarcely earn anything for the arena, charged heavy commissions on goods sold within. Lao Na purchased 10 packs and distributed them among those present. Leia chewed the meat dryly in large bites and said to the nervous Ai La beside him, "Don't worry. That Ronnie fellow stands no chance against Xia Lai." Ai La nodded. She harbored no concern that Xia Lai would lose to that man. Her worry was that Xia Lai might distance himself from her over this incident. Though Ronnie had started this trouble, and she was innocent, without her none of this would have occurred. Though she knew Xia Lai would not take out his anger on her through their time together, Ai La understood that Xia Lai detested trifles and devoted all his energy to hunting monsters. If Ronnie's matter caused Xia Lai to grow annoyed and gradually drift away, that would be disastrous. On second thought, Ronnie really is a pest. Ai La fixed her gaze upon Ronnie, a killing intent flickering in her eyes. On the other side, upon the circular platform at the arena's center, Ronnie was adjusting his equipment with the assistance of his squire. The spearhead was polished to a bright silver sheen, gleaming brilliantly in the last rays of the setting sun. Soft velvet filled the joints of his plate armor, ensuring greater flexibility during movement. The gaunt squire placed several vials within easy reach. "Young master, I have prepared the strength activation potion, agility activation potion, and potential activation potion for you." "Not enough. That fellow surely has similar potions. He must not be able to match mine. Give me that one. I want him dead upon this platform." Ronnie's voice seethed with rage. The squire's side reached into his chest and withdrew a flask of molten amber-colored liquid, pressing it into Ronnie's hand. Dragon Blood Potential Activation Potion. Unlike ordinary potential activation potions whose main ingredient was active blood, the primary component of this flask was a single drop of dragon blood diluted countless times over. Though diluted dragon blood remained dragon blood, this potion far surpassed ordinary potential activation potions in potency. Muscles would strengthen into scale-like formations, dynamic vision would double, and the user would gain brief bursts of extraordinary speed. Of course, the side effects were equally severe. No sleeping it off would suffice. Once the potion's effects faded, the user would fall into a state of color blindness, perceiving everything in dark crimson. Vomiting, diarrhea, and inability to consume normal food, and even pica cravings to gnaw upon ore and magic crystals would follow. Prolonged use would lead to dragon scale disease, most notoriously suffered by the hero-ranked adventurer, the dragon slayer Siegfried. "Young master, is a woman truly worth such great expenditure?" The squire could not resist reminding him. Ronnie turned his head toward Ai La and happened to catch her gaze brimming with killing intent. He had never seen any expression other than indifference in her eyes. What does this look mean? She is looking at me with such focus. Could it be that she has truly been moved by me? Yes, that must be it. In the ballads of bards, it was always written thus: a princess would secretly yield her heart to a knight through his valorous battles, even if she had previously shown no affection for the knight she was witnessing. After a whirlwind of imaginings in his mind, he turned to his squire and declared, "You do not understand. She is different." The squire glanced at Ella, then sheepishly turned back. Perhaps he didn't understand women, but he understood the murderous intent burning in Aya's eyes. After adjusting Ronnie's equipment, he said, "Young master, his weapon is a great sword, the most common standard issue. Ordinary attacks cannot penetrate your plate armor. You only need to defend well, wait until he exhausts his stamina, and you will win." Ronnie waved his hand dismissively. "I know how to win this fight gracefully." Then he strided toward the center of the arena, without looking back. Seeing this, the squire could only comfort himself. "It's fine. The adventurer on the other side is just a rookie who has only just entered the profession for a few days. He definitely cannot break through young master's armor. Even if young master suffers a slight disadvantage at first, due to overconfidence, it doesn't matter. Then his gaze fell upon the circular platform at the center of the arena. There Xia Lai, who had been waiting for a long time, was casually chewing on strips of dried meat he had bought from a child. The dried meat expanded in his mouth as he chewed, the savory aroma filling his palate. He hadn't eaten since afternoon, so this was the perfect opportunity to fill his stomach and replenish his strength. Seeing Ronnie step onto the platform, Xia Lai clapped his hands to brush off the meat crumbs, gave his body a simple warm-up stretch, and with a sharp gleam drew his greatsword. A cold light suddenly flashed forth. He then gripped the sword with both hands and assumed his combat stance. Knowing that even when fighting a rabbit, a lion exerts all its strength, Xia Lai would naturally not make such a low-level mistake as capsizing in a gutter. Facing the battle-ready Xia Lai, Ronnie held his spear with one hand, an air of pride rising within him. After all, he's just an adventurer who recently entered the profession. No matter how eloquent he is, it cannot make up for the gap in strength. The battle was about to erupt. At the center of the arena's circular platform, Ronnie crossed his hands around the spear shaft, adjusted his body to the proper stance for generating force, and his power flowed rapidly through his body. After a brief moment of stillness, Ronnie, clad in his heavy plate armor, drove his left leg back and stamped hard against the ground before charging toward Xia Lai. The fine steel spearhead gleamed with a chilling light. The spear swung fiercely from the upper right, carrying a powerful gust of wind, as if it would smash Xia Lai's skull in the next instant. Horizontal sweep LV2. Watching the speeding fine steel spearhead, Xia Lai leisurely but precisely took one step to the right, letting the spear shaft graze past his right shoulder. Boom! The spear tip slammed into the platform, sending sparks flying in all directions. The arena's platform had been blessed with fortification by the church's priest, making it difficult to damage easily. Seeing Xia Lai evade his attack with such ease, Ronnie's expression changed. Xia Lai dodged too effortlessly, so casually that it amounted to provocation. In truth, dodging this strike was not difficult at all. If Gogeta were here, he could have evaded the attack even a second before the spearhead landed. This was all due to Ronnie's own disadvantage. That heavy armor of his reduced his agility. Agility 16, 29 to 13. Meanwhile, Xia Lai's agility stat stood at 36, 20 points higher than Ronnie's. Xia Lai sidestepped to evade, then lifted his sword with both hands and struck back at Ronnie. Clang! The blade scraped against the plate armor, sparking, leaving only a white scratch upon its surface. How hard? Xia Lai thought to himself. On the other side, Ronnie's eyes lit up with glee as he mocked. With your abilities, you'll never break through my armor. With this plate mail, I am already invincible. Xia Lai shot him a sidelong glance, thinking him an absolute fool, then lowered his gaze to his longsword. Although this idiot's turtle shell is tough, there is still a way. Swift slash at level 6 is sufficient to pierce his plate armor. But that would be rather boring. I might as well use him as a test subject to gauge my current combat proficiency. Gazing at Xia Lai, who seemed to be ignoring him completely, Ronnie's face twitched slightly. Clenching his teeth, he surged forward once more, fueled by anger. Gripping the spear shaft tightly with both hands, the silver gleam of its tip blazing, he thrust forward with unstoppable momentum. Pierce LV4. This was Ronnie's highest level skill. The long spear, carrying his entire body, shot forward at incredible speed, aimed directly at Xia Lai, the wind of its passage whistling fiercely. On the viewing stand, Frey's squad, witnessing the long spear and the familiar skill, suddenly recalled Gray. That man with his scruffy beard, weathered aura, few words spoken, yet a soft heart buried within. After returning from the dungeon, the few of them had inquired after Gray's whereabouts, but found nothing. That adventurer who had thrown himself into danger to rescue his companions had still perished somewhere unknown within the dungeon. On the platform above, Xia Lai, facing the charging Ronnie, actually could have dodged it away. But upon seeing that familiar skill, he crouched low, gripping his sword with both hands, his eyes sharp as a falcon's, and spoke aloud. Someone I know. His pierce is far more formidable than yours. Finishing his words, the tip of his sword thrust straight forward. Within the private box exclusively enjoyed by the Sag family, in the arena several figures were present. They were Count Sag, the proprietor of Sagtown, Vice President Coke of the Adventurers Association, and Bayer, the key guardian of Time Mason Bank in Sagtown. Baron Chandler, the transport official overseeing material logistics. Unlike the clamorous arena below, the private room was remarkably quiet. Maidservants in aprons pressed close to the walls, leaving most of the space for the four nobles. The Count stroked his handsome handlebar mustache, while key guardian Bayer's long nails scraped against the pure gold key hanging from his neck. Transport official Chandler's belly swelled like that of a woman 9 months pregnant. Excluding Vice President Coke, who wore the Adventurers Association uniform, the rest were dressed in finely tailored noble garments. They had gathered here for the plan to explore the dungeon. Count Sag touched his beard and chuckled. As the Amethyst Dungeon serves as the birthplace of my Sag family, I will certainly offer my full support. Regarding provisions and minerals, I will negotiate with neighboring lords to ensure adequate supply, though prices will naturally run somewhat higher than usual. Coke expressed understanding. As long as supplies remained consistent, the higher cost was acceptable. Bank Key Guardian Bayer, now advanced in years with a stooped frame and shadowed gaze, remarked, "Thai Mason Bank has allocated 50,000 gold pieces for the dungeon exploration. We trust our investment will yield corresponding returns." Coke shook his head. 50,000 gold is insufficient. I suggest an additional 50,000 coins. The newly explored region boasts a high density of monsters. We have already submitted a request to the Adventurers Association headquarters of the United Kingdom, and they will dispatch nearby adventurers. Their travel expenses constitute a substantial sum. Key Guardian Bayer did not respond immediately. Instead, he scraped his nails against the pure gold key, producing a shrill sound, closed his eyes, and murmured numbers under his breath as he calculated. Soon he opened his eyes again. Thai Mason Bank can contribute an additional 30,000 gold in investment. Coke nodded in agreement. He had never expected to reach the round figure of 100,000 gold, though 80,000 would suffice for the initial exploration phase. Then he turned his head toward the lowest-ranking individual among the four, the only one standing, Transport Officer Chandler. Chandler's face was a mass of flesh, his eyes barely visible, yet the curl of his mouth revealed a pleased expression. Indeed, his spirits were high. Earlier that morning, Bria, whom he had been courting for some time, had proactively invited him to dine together. Noticing Vice President Coke's expectant glance, he immediately replied, "I will take full responsibility for the transportation of provisions, minerals, monster carcasses, and materials." Coke nodded. After further discussion, the group relaxed their attention, finally shifting toward the arena's center, where the atmosphere had grown increasingly heated. Observing the familiar figure on the circular platform, Coke couldn't help but exclaim, "Huh." Count Sag, seated beside him, heard the sound and followed Coke's gaze, catching sight of only two obsidian-rank adventurers on the platform. He asked with a smile, "Vice President, do you know him?" Coke nodded, his eyes involuntarily narrowing. "An interesting newcomer." Clang. The two blades crossed. Seizing the moment as they brushed past each other, Xia Lai delivered a fierce kick to his opponent's waist and abdomen. Luo Ni's expression shifted. His body staggered as though struck by a heavy hammer, retreating over a dozen steps, before he barely managed to stop, looking somewhat disheveled. "Whoa!" A startled gasp rippled through the audience in the stands. Xia Lai glanced at the long sword in his hand, now cracked with fissures, as Golai's words from when he taught him thrust surfaced in his mind. Many adventurers neglect to protect their bodies when using the thrust. In delivering such an unreserved attack, their stance becomes extremely unstable. A slight external force can easily disrupt their balance. Xia Lai never expected that Golai's words would help him today. He looked at Luo Ni, whose face was flushed with shame and anger, raised his hand and smiled. "Continue." Witnessing this, Luo Ni's eyes turned bloodshot. He pulled out the bottle of molten gold amber-like dragon blood potential activation potion and roared, "Xia Lai, just you wait." As he was about to pour the potion into his mouth, a slender hand with well-defined fingers firmly clamped down on his action, stopping the potion from reaching his lips. Luo and I looked up in bewilderment, only to see the hand's owner, Xia Lai, smirking. "Did you think I was as stupid as you, waiting for you to finish drinking the potion before fighting?" The moment Xia Lai saw Luo and I pull out the potion, he had already charged forward. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to give his opponent a chance to replenish during a fight. "Were you a magical girl? Does time stop when you transformed?" "Forget it, even if you were an armored warrior, it wouldn't work." As Luo and I stood dumbfounded, Xia Lai snatched the potion from his hand and kicked him squarely. He sent Luo and I tumbling to the center of the arena. Gazing at the vividly colored potion in his hand, he couldn't help but remark, "The Dragon Blood Potential Awakening Potion sells for 80 gold on the market. You really went all out to deal with me." With that, he tucked the potion into his own robe. Luo and I saw this and reached out his hand, saying, "That's mine. Give it back." Then he saw Xia Lai's expression as if looking at an idiot. "Give it back? Not a chance. Do I look like a fool to you? What's in my pocket is mine now. Giving it back? You must be dreaming." Hearing the mockery from the stands, Luo and I realized how foolish his own words had been. His face flushed with rage, and he immediately lunged at Xia Lai, determined to fight to the death. Thrust LV4, heavy strike LV2. He stabbed fiercely at Xia Lai. Xia Lai leaped aside, dodging the attack, his greatsword scraping sparks across the plate armor. With a kick, he nearly sent Luo and I, unable to stop his momentum, tumbling out of the arena. Just then, Luo Ni's retainer hurriedly shouted, "Young master, steady your mind. As long as you hold your ground firmly, Xia Lai can't break through your plate armor." Hearing this, Luo and I calmed down a little. He stopped his bluster, drank a few ordinary potions, shifted his body to the center of the arena, and assumed a defensive stance. Iron Wall LV2. A surge of golden light flowed, and Luo Ni's figure loomed large like an impregnable fortress. He shouted at Xia Lai, "Xia Lai, if you have the skill, break through my defense. If you can't, then you'll never defeat me." Boo! The stands erupted in jeers. After several exchanges, anyone with eyes could see that Luo and I was no match for Xia Lai. Although Luo and I, protected by his expensive plate armor, had also managed to avoid harm from Xia Lai, one relied on his own skill, the other on his equipment. It was clear who was stronger. Leia stood up excitedly, her chest heaving, and cursed at Luo and I. Without that turtle shell of yours, Xia Lai would have chopped your head off long ago. And you say he can't beat you. You cowardly turtle. In her agitation, she was about to jump onto the arena to hit Luo and I. Fule quickly held her back. Because equipment had always been considered part of an adventurer's strength. After all, monsters don't spare your life, just because your gear is poor. Luoni's tactic might be shameful, but it was effective. Ai La waved her pink little fist, and comforted, don't worry, Xia Lai will win. On the arena, Xia Lai gripped his greatsword with both hands, feeling the power surging through his body, and lunged forward. Thrust. Swoosh. The blade drove forward, piercing into Luoni's terrified gaze. But unfortunately, the tip only penetrated less than 2 centimeters, failing to cut through completely. This set of equipment forged by the dwarf craftsman Sualin was heavy, but its defense was no lie. Seeing that his attack had no effect, and noticing the greatsword covered in cracks, Luo and I laughed. You can't break my defense. If this keeps up, your sword will shatter soon, and then you'll lose. Xia Lai had grown immune to Luoni's behavior, which resembled that of a villain in a third-rate novel. He glanced at the notification that popped up and nodded with satisfaction. Thrust LV3, LV4. He had not wasted his time. Finally, before the greatsword broke, he had achieved an upgrade. Amid Luoni's taunts, he raised his sword with both hands, positioned it to the left side of his body, and assumed the stance of instant slash, ready to strike. Do you think your turtle shell is that tough? I'll break it for you now. With that, Xia Lai shifted his body, left foot back, right foot forward, leaning and feeling the power travel from his lower body up through his arms. The surging energy poured out along the sweeping blade. Instant slash LV6. The moment the blade was unleashed, the greatsword in Xia Lai's hands abruptly disintegrated, scattering into pieces on the ground. The white light from the blade sliced sharply into the plate armor. After a series of creaking and grinding sounds, the armor suddenly split apart. Bang! The plate armor shattered into several pieces, crashing to the ground. Luo and I watched Xia Lai approach with the broken sword in hand, his body trembling uncontrollably. Xia Lai stepped on Luo and I, the broken sword nearing his brown eyes, and smiled. Surrender. Seeing the broken sword about to poke into his eye, Luo and I glared angrily. No. He didn't believe Xia Lai would actually kill him. After all, his father was a true noble. But Xia Lai didn't care about that. He punched him hard. Blood immediately streamed from Luoni's nose. Luo and I looked up at Xia Lai in disbelief, only to see him smile faintly. Surrender. Luo and I was stunned by the sudden punch. Before he could react, the next punch came. Xia Lai laughed. Surrender. Young master, admit defeat. Urged by his retainer, Luo and I reluctantly let out a mosquito-like sound. I surrender. But Xia Lai punched him again in the face, accompanied by a light voice. Didn't hear you. Luo and I spoke. I surrender. Another punch to his face. Didn't hear you. I surrender. Another punch. Didn't hear you. I surrender. Another punch. Didn't hear you. Luo and I began to break down, screaming desperately. I surrender. I surrender. Everyone in the arena heard Luoni's admission of defeat. Just as they thought it was over, Xia Lai punched him again and still smiled. Didn't hear you. And so after a dozen or so punches, until Luo and I lay on the ground wailing. I admit defeat. I lose. Please don't hit me anymore. Boo-hoo. Only then did Xia Lai withdraw his fist, wipe the blood off his knuckles, and walk calmly off the arena. Inside the private box above the arena, with the conclusion of the battle between Charlie and Ronnie, Vice President Coke, the Keeper Bell, and Transport Officer Chandler had already departed. Only Count Sager remained in the room, unbuttoning the emerald-studded collar of his shirt. With a gesture, the maid in her servant's uniform handed him a crystal-cut glass. The white wine, fermented for over 3 years, was crystal clear and topped with a layer of brownish-red spice powder. This was a spice more precious than gold. Red dragon cinnamon, a spice whose growth depended on the blood of red dragons. Red dragon blood was known for its ability to invigorate yang and treat male impotence, but its potency was too strong. A direct consumption risked bursting the body. This spice, nourished by dragon blood, possessed a similar effect. As the translucent liquid slid down his throat, the initial sourness faded, giving way to the fruity aroma and the smoky flavor of fermentation, a multi-layered sensation that filled his mouth. The red dragon cinnamon began to take effect. Count Sager pulled the maid close and pressed her head down forcefully. Your lord is quite hot-tempered right now. Feeling the maid's attire, Count Sager couldn't help but roll his eyes in pleasure. That Viscount Ronnie fellow is planning to visit Sager City soon. I wonder how his expression will be when he learns that his own son begged for mercy in public. Ha ha. Among nobles, harmony was only ever a facade. Beneath it lay relentless rivalry. At the Oak Tavern, Leah was drinking wildly, while Charlie was helplessly locked in her embrace. Charlie, do you have any idea how handsome you looked up there, making Ronnie yield with a single punch? The adventurers in the stands were all stunned. Several female adventurers screamed so loud they nearly shattered my eardrums. They're willing to pay a gold coin to sleep with you. You want to take that deal? I can introduce you, just take a 10% cut, how about that? She gestured with her head toward a corner of the tavern where several unfamiliar young female adventurers sat. Unlike yesterday, the Oak Tavern was still packed, but now there were many more young women among the crowd. I saw them glancing over here many times. Looks like they're admirers of your Xia Lai, Leah teased with a mischievous grin, only to be dragged away by the ear by Leuna the next moment. You've had too much to drink. Hey, I'm not drunk, Leuna, go easy. If I go easy, who knows what nonsense you'll spout next. Leuna sighed inwardly. Leah really says anything, doesn't she realize Era is right here? She glanced at Era out of the corner of her eye. Era's silver hair shimmered in the firelight. She showed no sign of anger, instead flipping through a book titled Detailed Magic Diagrams on the table, occasionally gazing absently at Xia Lai. If not for the small sips of beer she took, no one would believe she was in a tavern, as she seemed more like she was studying in a Magic Academy's library. Leuna was puzzled. Logically, with both clearly understanding each other's feelings and the catalyst of today's incident with Ronnie, their relationship should have deepened. Even if they had left the others to return to the hotel, it would have been understandable. Yet their relationship seemed unchanged. But that wasn't her concern. Suppressing her doubts, the group continued drinking. Is there something on my face? Xia Lai pointed at himself, asking Era, who had been staring at him. Era shook her head and smiled lightly. No. Xia Lai hesitated, then awkwardly said, You have something on your face. Huh. What is it? Era asked, reaching up to wipe her face. A little bit of beauty. As soon as he said it, Xia Lai regretted it, wishing he could knock his head against the table. When he saw Era's gentle smile, he regretted it even more. Maybe if I said I was possessed, it would be better. While Xia Lai was racking his brain, Era reached out a delicate pale finger and pressed it against his cheek. Her ice blue eyes locked onto his brown ones as she spoke slowly. It's not just a little, it's very beautiful. Damn, sweet talk really hits different when it comes from a beautiful person. That was the thought crossing Xia Lai's mind. Their gazes met and a romantic atmosphere began to flow between them. Xia Lai was about to reach out when he was interrupted by Leah, who had returned. But he couldn't be angry because a drunken Leah gave him a tight bear hug, treating him to a faceful of her chest. Hey Xia Lai, why did you go so hard on him? That doesn't seem like you. Don't you hate trouble? If you beat Ronnie like that, his father Viscount Ronnie won't let it slide. Xia Lai waved his hand. I just hate trouble, but I'm not afraid of it. The duel was Ronnie's idea. Oh, everyone saw it. Even if Viscount Ronnie himself comes, he can't say much. As a noble, he'll be constrained by his pride and won't attack me directly. As long as he doesn't use his family's power against me, there's nothing to worry about. In truth, if not for Viscount Ronnie's influence, he would have killed Ronnie right there in the ring. As Xia Lai said, he merely hated trouble, not feared it. Eliminate the source of the trouble, and the trouble disappears. Besides, given Era's beauty, there would surely be no shortage of suitors like Ronnie in the future. He had no intention of cutting ties with Era. So he had to make an example of one to warn the rest, strike one blow to avoid 100. Hearing Xia Lai's words, the others nodded thoughtfully. Xia Lai looked at Leuna, his mind racing, and asked, Leuna, have you heard about the Adventurers Association organizing an expedition to explore the dungeon? Leuna frowned, thinking, there's been talk among colleagues recently. They say a new area has been discovered in the dungeon and new monster bounties will be announced. Xia Lai nodded and relayed to the group what he had heard from Vice President Coke about the expedition to the new dungeon area. So that's it. This could be a great opportunity to make a fortune, said Fred, turning the ring on his finger, the ring of reduced consumption. If the news is true, we should stock up on supplies now. Once the dungeon expedition is announced, prices for potions, weapons, and food will start to rise. Get a set down his glass, especially consumables for dealing with undead and ghost-type monsters. They quickly finalized their next cooperation plans. Era watched the others' excitement with a hint of sadness. Her level was below LV10, so she couldn't enter the dungeon and couldn't go on adventures with Xia Lai and the others. Just then Xia Lai spoke to Leuna. Miss Leuna, are there any high-difficulty quests in the forest? Could you help me and Era accept the commission? I want to help her become a professional adventurer as soon as possible so she can join the dungeon expedition during the opening period. Era's eyes lit up as she looked at Leuna expectantly. Leuna tilted her head, thinking, let me think. A quest that can quickly train Era and boost her strength. There's one. At the Valencia, and Transport Officer Chandler of Sager City carefully slipped into a room. As soon as he entered, he saw Bria lying on the sofa half-naked. Seeing this, he quickly closed the door and walked over with a lecherous grin. Beautiful, you finally agreed to be with me. Hearing Chandler's words, the Bria, who had been resting with closed eyes, opened them, a crimson light swirling within as she looked at the pig-like transport officer. She smiled. She shoved Chandler down, placed her long, shapely leg on him, grabbed his noble attire, and leaned close to his neck. Chandler panted heavily, laughing excitedly. I didn't expect you liked this kind of game. Come on, whip me hard. Don't hold back. Before he could finish, Bria opened her sharp teeth and bit down. Soon a coin-sized bat-shaped mark appeared on Chandler's neck. Bloodly Minion LV4. Chandler's eyes flashed with crimson, and he instantly became expressionless, kneeling on the ground. Aravis and Bria's guys extended her foot toward Chandler and said, as if granting a favor, lick it clean. The amethyst forest was exceptionally cool in autumn. Birds fluttered their wings among the trees, gathering fruits, their beaks filled with tiny twigs. A branch covered with small red fruits fell through a gap, hitting Xia Lai on the head as he walked through the deep forest. Xia Lai picked up the red fruit, which resembled a crabapple. After much deliberation, he stuffed it into his mouth. Then Xia Lai once again experienced the same contorted face as when he had eaten blackberries. So sour. Adjusting the longsword newly purchased from the Solon weapon shop, at his waist Xia Lai, and Ai La walked along the route marked on the map. Finally, behind the towering shrubs, a cave came into view. The cave was fully 5 or 6 meters high, with the rock edges worn smooth and shiny. From within the pitch-black darkness came faint rustling sounds. The source of the noise was the monster that was the target of this commission, an ogre. As a monster whose level rarely exceeded LV10 in this forest, its presence was an absolute danger to young adventurers. Xia Lai crouched down and quietly crept to the cave entrance, using the acute hearing granted by his super intuition to listen for information inside. Hearing the monotonous chewing sounds, he determined that there was only one ogre inside and nodded to Ai La. Seeing this, Ai La opened a bottle of spicy red powder, and with a surge of mana, she stuffed a finger-sized fireball into the bottle. Then she threw the entire bottle into the cave. Bang! With the sound of the explosion, red smoke billowed out of the cave. Even at the edge of the affected area, the pungent smell made Xia Lai sneeze repeatedly. The ground trembled slightly, and a huge figure rushed out of the cave. As it ran, it sneezed, spraying yellow-green mucus onto the ground, resembling the slime from a swamp slime. Standing 3.5 meters tall, its muscles bulged like rocks. Its skin was a sickly gray-green, covered with self-healing scars. Xia Lai locked onto the ogre that was holding half a goblin corpse, race ogre level LV11. When the ogre saw the two, it opened its bloody maw and roared, trying to intimidate them. Xia Lai remained unmoved, and even Ai La had shed her initial naivety. She was no longer the rookie adventurer who would be scared at the sight of a goblin. Ai La chanted a spell while gathering mana with her wand. Seeing this, the ogre threw down the half-eaten goblin in its hand. It snapped a thick eucalyptus tree, stripped off the branches and leaves, and roared as it swung the trunk at the two. Roar! The trunk came crashing down toward their heads with an unstoppable force. Ai La finished her incantation, raised her hand toward the ogre, and mana condensed in the air as a deep green magic circle quickly took shape. Instantly, a dozen thick vines sprouted from the ground, their thorns piercing into the ogre's skin, anchoring its legs firmly to the ground like ship anchors. Skill Vine Entanglement LV for the ogre, which had been running, was disrupted by the vines. Its body jolted violently, and it crashed to the ground. Xia Lai stepped back. He was here to support Ai La from the sidelines, only intervening if she fell into danger. He checked Ai La's status panel. Skills: Heal LV2, Mana Control LV4, Water Magic LV2, Wood Magic LV3, Fire Magic LV1, Vine Entanglement LV4, Water Serpent LV4, Ice Crystal Barrage LV1, Light Orb LV2, Flame Jet LV2, Fireball LV2, Wind Blade LV1. Just by looking at her panel, Ai La knew more skills than many professional adventurers, plus her high spirit of 40 points and perception of 27 points. The reason she hadn't successfully advanced was simply that she had too much theoretical knowledge and too little practical experience. Once she made up for the lack of combat experience, promotion would be a matter of minutes. Snap. Ai La snapped her fingers, and 4 fireballs the size of a head coalesced and blasted toward the fallen ogre. For Ai La, who had mastered Fire Magic LV1, conjuring a few first-tier fireballs was a piece of cake. But the ogre's thick hide made the fireballs feel like mere tickles. Ai La's attack did not end there. Pine Needle Arrow LV, 2 dozens of pine needles as hard as steel shot toward the ogre's eyes and pierced into them. Summon Treant LV3, a treant made of intertwined roots, emerged from a thick tree trunk, ran over to the pinned ogre, and began punching it on the head. Aura, 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 aura. Xia Lai watched in shock as Ai La performed a series of skills like reciting a menu. Thornlash LV3, Leaf Blade Storm LV2, Pinecone Bomb LV2, Seed Shot LV2, Root Spike LV2, Fountain Finger LV1, Torrent Pierce LV2, Waterblade Waltz LV2, Ice Explosion LV2, Acid Rain Erosion LV1, Palm Slap LV3. Xia Lai watched the ogre being sandwiched between 2 large palm leaves and slapped around like a ball, and suddenly felt a hint of sympathy for it. Ai La was treating the ogre as a practice dummy for her spells. After releasing more than a dozen spells in a row, Ai La stopped. Just as Xia Lai thought this torment of the ogre was finally over. Ai La shook her head and said not enough. After drinking 2 mana potions, she began reciting the menu again. Heal LV2, Water Serpent LV4, Ice Crystal Barrage LV1, Light Orb LV2, Flame Jet LV2, Fireball LV2, Wind Blade LV1. Heal. Xia Lai looked at the ogre, which was already in a state where one could notify its next of kin, and confidently left the scene to Ai La while he went to loot the ogre's cave. The ogre's cave was not as deep as the goblin's, it was quite shallow, and after just a few steps, he reached the back of the cave. A campfire smoldered, emitting black smoke. Beside it was a pile of yellowed bones. The bones were of many kinds, human, wild beast, and most of all goblin bones. In a corner lay a bed made of dry straw with 2 chests serving as pillows at the head. Xia Lai opened a chest with a click, and it was filled with copper and silver coins. He estimated the value to be around 50 gold coins. Although this was not a large sum for Xia Lai, who was worth thousands of gold, money always brings joy regardless of the amount. Delighted, Xia Lai packed the coins into his money pouch and walked out of the cave, waiting for Ai La to finish her menu recitation. Just then his acute hearing caught the sound of human activity in the forest. It was the rustling sound of branches brushing against clothes. As the sound grew closer, the muttering of humans also reached his ears. From the noise, it seemed a considerable number of people were approaching. This was unusual because the monsters in the Amethyst Forest were not worth a large-scale expedition. A team of 4 or 5, if careful, could handle most emergencies. Raiders? Xia Lai thought to himself, but then he shook his head. He hadn't heard of any large-scale raiders. As the sounds drew nearer, his talent super intuition activated. Watching the figures gradually become clearer in his vision, Xia Lai slightly relaxed, but still gripped his 2-handed sword, waiting for the newcomers. Kacha, a hand axe bearing the mark of the Sag family, chopped away the branches blocking the path, and then a whole team of people came into view. The leading knight, seeing Xia Lai appear before him, was momentarily startled, but quickly waved his hand to show he meant no harm. Level LV-17 Xia Lai sheathed his sword and stepped aside to signal. The knight waved to the team behind, and a group of 20 to 30 people filed out of the forest heading east. East was not the direction of the Amethyst Dungeon, but the grain-producing region of the Rod Kingdom. Xia Lai noticed that most of the team were laborers from the city, with only a few dressed like warriors, each warrior carrying a heavy money pouch at their waist. From the size and the weight of the pouches, he judged that they contained gold coins. Laborers Family Knights Sag branding Eastern grain-producing region. These pieces of information flashed through Xia Lai's mind, and he quickly understood this was a grain-buying team from Sag City. Watching the grain-buying team disappear into the distance, Xia Lai withdrew his thoughts. Aila's cheerful voice rang out. Xia Lai, I successfully advanced. Hearing her voice, Xia Lai responded, and turned to look at Ai-La not far away. Not bad, congratulations. His voice had been normal, but when he saw what was above Aila's head, his pupils constricted sharply, and his tone involuntarily changed. Above Aila's head was a gigantic projection of a goddess. Her body was a semi-translucent nebula, her silver face composed of illusory particles impossible to discern, and at times arranged into a black hole vortex. Her crown was a Mobius strip formed by a chain of stars, symbolizing the infinity of knowledge. With a face formed by a black hole vortex and a crown of a Mobius strip, the goddess's name was all but revealed. Xia Penuonia, the goddess of truth and omniscience. The United Kingdom of United Realms, the most powerful human nation on the Western continent. And the kingdom's capital, Zhonghui City, booms with a vast population, advanced technology, top-tier magic academies, and the greatest number of temples. Here you can find almost every deity's temple, even those of some dark gods. The temple of the god of truth and omniscience, revered by mages and scholars of knowledge, stands adjacent to the continent's most renowned magic academy, the Isekai Magic Academy. Inside the temple at this moment, the same projection of the goddess that Xia Lai had seen stood upon the altar. A deacon dressed in a white robe adorned with golden thread embroidery knelt before the altar, hands crossed over his chest, receiving divine will. Beside the deacon, an elderly man with white hair and beard clad in a rough hemp robe stood, without kneeling, bowing slightly as a gesture of respect, deep shadows dancing within his profound eyes like flowing magic arrays. The elder, named Moran, served as vice dean of Isekai Magic Academy and had reached the rank of Grand Mage at LV-50. The two awaited the goddess's decree in silence as an ethereal voice resonated within their ears. The goddess's projection dispersed like fireflies, and an image of Ayla appeared before their eyes. The deacon gazed at the phantom with a heavy expression. I never expected the goddess to choose a descendant of the Hayward family as her chosen vessel. Has Hayward not betrayed humanity after all? The other gods had all accepted that Hayward had betrayed his people. Moran, the vice dean, remarked that since the goddess had chosen her as her envoy, such matters fell outside their concern. He asked whether the deacon had decided who would approach their new divine representative. Ayla's identity is far too significant. I hope you will personally undertake this mission. Moran nodded. Give me some time to settle affairs at the academy. Noticing Xia Lai's stunned expression, Ayla looked up suspiciously. Layers of overlapping leaves created a golden curtain of sunlight through the Tyndall effect, forcing Ayla to squint against the brightness. Xia Lai, is there something on my head? Xia Lai watched the fading phantom of the goddess of truth and omniscience, pondered briefly, then recounted everything he had witnessed in full detail. Xia Lai detested being cryptic. He believed that if seeing something harmed no one, he should simply speak it aloud. When Ayla heard Xia Lai describe the goddess of truth and omniscience with such accuracy, her lips trembled involuntarily as tears traced paths down her cheeks. She whispered her relief. By the goddess, hero Hayward didn't betray humanity after all. The Hayward family aren't sinners. Xia Lai remained silent, sitting quietly beside her until her sobs subsided. Ayla wiped away her tears, her eyes still red from crying, and apologized to Xia Lai. "I'm sorry, Xia Lai. I got too emotional." He said nothing, simply stroking the smooth silver strands of her hair. Feeling the warmth above her, Ayla naturally settled into Xia Lai's embrace. With the beautiful girl in his arms, Xia Lai made no further moves, only gently combing through her silver hair again and again. Only when Ayla's breathing had steadied did he finally speak. "We are life companions after all." At those words, Ayla recalled the vow they had made when they first met. Ayla and Xia Lai pledged themselves as life companions. "Through prosperity and adversity, wealth and poverty, closeness and distance, I choose understanding over judgment, choosing to stand together rather than flee. May my heart bear witness, may my resolve never waver." Though Xia Lai had spoken only a single sentence, its meaning was unmistakable. Ayla lifted her gaze, and sunlight filtered through layers of green leaves, casting a golden-green glow upon his face, the freshness of youth washing over her. She found herself reaching out to touch his face, her fingers tracing his features repeatedly. Xia Lai smiled. "Keep this up, and I'll have to charge you," he teased. Ayla chuckled, then began to tell him about her family and ancestors. The hero once celebrated across the continent, renowned alongside the dragon slayer Siegfried, the all-around mage Hayward. As Ayla recounted her tale, Xia Lai was somewhat astonished. "You're saying hero Hayward betrayed humanity and turned to the dark gods?" Ayla nodded. "Some claim he grew weary of humanity's limitations, sought the secrets of higher realms, and made a pact with dark gods, becoming their devoted follower." Xia Lai couldn't believe it. "And you simply accepted that? What if someone framed him?" Ayla whispered. "We didn't believe it either at first. We sought answers from the gods, but they remained silent. And in those times, silence itself was an answer." Xia Lai was at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Then what happened today?" The mysterious, ethereal projection of the goddess of truth and omniscience had left a profound impression on him. Ayla explained, "That was the divine oracle of the goddess of truth and omniscience. The oracle descended upon me, signifying that the goddess has chosen me as her earthly representative. And the fact that she selected the Hayward family, a name synonymous with sinners, as her vessel may prove that my ancestor did not betray humanity. At the very least, it reveals that the gods themselves are divided on whether my ancestor truly committed that betrayal." Xia Lai nodded in agreement after hearing Ayla's words. She continued, "I don't know why you were able to see the goddess's projection, but oracles typically only appear in temples dedicated to that particular deity. The deacons who receive the oracle then send believers to seek out the chosen one. Almost all hero-ranked adventurers serve as God's representatives in this world." These revelations Ayla shared with Xia Lai represented some of the most guarded secrets of this continent. Xia Lai considered this, then asked, "After receiving the oracle, did you gain any abilities?" She shook her head. "Nothing yet. It may manifest gradually, or perhaps it's already working within me without my awareness." Hearing Ayla's words, Xia Lai silently accessed her status panel. Name: Ayla, level LV 10, talent focus. Enhances concentration by 200, title divine blessed. Blessed by the goddess of truth and omniscience, enabling rapid acquisition of knowledge. A talent that amplified focus and a title that accelerated learning. What extraordinarily powerful academic abilities. If he had possessed such gifts in his previous life, he would have scored a perfect 750 on the college entrance examination. However, even though he now understood Ayla's abilities, Xia Lai could not reveal this to her. The panel was his most closely guarded secret. His very livelihood depended on keeping it hidden from everyone, so he could only offer vague responses. During their conversation, Ayla mentioned her talent to Xia Lai, and he discovered her ability, focus, was identical to that of the hero Hayward. They remained in silence, Ayla still resting in Xia Lai's embrace. The romantic tension had been masked by their earlier conversation, but as soon as they stopped speaking, an unmistakable intimacy surged between them. "Can I touch?" Xia Lai blurted out unexpectedly. Ayla looked at him with watery eyes, biting her lip before nodding. Xia Lai's hand slipped through the gap. A perfect fit. Feeling the softness beneath his palm, he couldn't help but gently squeeze. Though somewhat unpracticed, Xia Lai's knowledge from his past life's internet era proved more than sufficient. As a qualified pilot, he maintained his daily routine of takeoffs, figuratively speaking. After focused kneading for a while, he lowered his gaze to Ayla. Her ice-blue eyes glistened with a veil of moisture, her cheeks flushed crimson, a helpless, submissive expression that seemed to invite further exploration. Just as Xia Lai was about to pull back, Ayla whispered softly, "Want a kiss?" With things having come this far, what else could he say? Only a fool would resist such an opportunity. When they finally parted, both breathless, Ayla's cheeks were flushed with rosy color, her tongue peeking out slightly, a thin trail of saliva connecting their lips. Xia Lai looked down. "Continue." Ayla nodded shyly. Just as he leaned in for another kiss, a thought suddenly struck him. What if I activate my talent focus during the kiss? Would it feel even more intense? He acted immediately. Leaning close to Ayla's ear, he whispered, "Use your talent." Her eyes widened in surprise. She had never imagined her ability could be applied this way. But she didn't refuse. Obeying his request, she activated her talent and pressed her lips against his once more. 200% focus. The kiss hit with far greater intensity than before. It arrived. A soft whimper escaped Ayla's lips. Later, as Xia Lai reflected on what had transpired, he wondered how things had escalated so quickly. It bore little resemblance to the romantic movies and novels he'd consumed. He finally concluded that the editors and authors behind those leisurely paced romances were all romance novices themselves. They wrote love scenes with elaborate foreplay and gradual progression. But sometimes when the moment was right, holding back would be the real breach of romance. By the time they reached the outskirts of Sager City, the purple moon had climbed into the treetops. Pale violet moonlight filtered through the thin mist cascading down upon them. As Xia Lai and Ayla entered Sager City, they overheard shocking news from adventurers by the roadside. The grain procurement convoy sent by Count Sager was ambushed and slaughtered. No survivors. Both Xia Lai and Ayla were stunned by the news. From bystanders' accounts, they confirmed that the annihilated grain team was precisely the same one Xia Lai had encountered in the Amethyst Crystal Forest. Just as Xia Lai was about to inquire further, a blonde man in a sheriff's uniform appeared before them. "I must clarify beforehand that I harbor no suspicions toward either of you. This visit is merely to inquire about certain details." Xia Lai did not respond, only frowning slightly and nodding, signaling the other to continue. "From what I understand, the location where the two of you accepted the commission overlaps with the route of the grain procurement convoy. Did you encounter each other?" Gonzalez, with his golden slicked-back hair, asked the two before him with a grave expression. As the law enforcement officer of Sage City, he wore golden armor and a cape symbolizing his status, appearing remarkably solemn. Xia Lai nodded upon hearing Gonzalez's words and replied, "Indeed, we encountered the grain procurement convoy near noon. There were over 20 of them." Xia Lai recounted the entire encounter without holding anything back. After listening, Gonzalez nodded and expressed his gratitude. "If only all adventurers were as cooperative as you." Xia Lai did not respond, merely offering a faint smile. The strained relationship between adventurers and the law enforcement was an open secret. Xia Lai looked at Gonzalez, who appeared to have no further questions, and asked with confusion, "Is this all? Just a few questions, and then we're done. Don't you suspect me of being the one who killed them?" Gonzalez gave Xia Lai a puzzled glance, as if to say, "Shouldn't it be a good thing that I don't suspect you?" However, considering Xia Lai's cooperation, Gonzalez spoke. "Actually, the culprit has already been identified. This inquiry with you was merely to fill in some details." Xia Lai was taken aback. "The killer has been found." Ayla whispered a reminder. "Not found, but identified." Gonzalez nodded. "We have identified who committed the murder, but the culprit hasn't been apprehended yet." Xia Lai nodded curiously. "Who is the killer? Surely they can't escape your pursuit." The law enforcement within Sage City was quite formidable, for as a city where adventurers gathered, they certainly needed strength to maintain order. Gonzalez hesitated before speaking. "Even if I didn't tell you, a bit of inquiry would reveal it. The killer hails from the Flying Thief Guild. At the crime scene there was their distinctive dagger insignia." With those words, Xia Lai and Ayla exchanged glances. Upon hearing the name, Flying Thief Guild, both simultaneously thought of the half-personality answer. Just then a law enforcement officer sprinted over, leaning close to whisper into Gonzalez's ear. Gonzalez's expression darkened instantly, and he muttered, "What's happening again?" After venting his annoyance, he waved to Xia Lai and turned to leave. "Xia Lai, if you uncover anything, let me know. I'll compensate you generously." Xia Lai watched the two depart in haste. His hyper-intuition caught every single word of their conversation without missing a sound. "Captain, another desiccated corpse was discovered in the West District. Judging from the bite marks on the neck, a vampire is responsible. This is the 4th such body found in recent days. Deal with it immediately. If these corpses were to revive and attack the city's residents, it would be our failure." Flying Thief Guild, desiccated corpses, vampires, a new underground dungeon area, the upcoming Vanguard Corps. These intertwined events left Xia Lai with an unsettling feeling that something major was about to unfold. But it had nothing to do with him. Tomorrow he would descend into the underground dungeon. Valentine Inn. Transport Officer Chandler shifted his corpulent frame and made his way toward Bria's room, a Telmason bank clerk. A cloying smile spread across his face. Since striking up a romantic affair with Bria the previous evening, he had been in high spirits. He had immediately offered to book her a superior hotel, but she had politely declined, citing her fondness for the Valentine and not wanting him to squander money. A lover who prioritized saving him rather than extracting wealth from him. This was entirely new to Chandler. His affection for Bria deepened, and throughout the day's work his thoughts kept drifting back to her. Knock, knock, knock. Before his stubby fingers could rattle the wood, several more times the door creaked open. Chandler, with his greasy bulk, slipped inside with a lecherous grin. The moment he crossed the threshold, crimson light flickered in his eyes. The once villainous Chandler went slack-faced, his bloated body dropping to his knees as he droned. Master. The moment he crossed the threshold, crimson light flickered in his eyes. The once villainous Chandler went slack-faced, his bloated body dropping to his knees as he droned. Master. Chandler responded, the transport caravan bound for the underground dungeon has been arranged. 2/10 of the convoy will proceed to the location you designated. Erisvis nodded. Her mission was to transport supplies into the underground dungeon, ensuring a steady flow of materials to sustain the operation. Such a task would have posed considerable difficulty, yet after successfully ensnaring Chandler, the city's transport officer, everything had fallen into place with effortless ease. She pressed her flawless foot against his face. Well done. Your reward shall be to lick my foot. Chandler bowed his head. Thank you, master. Then, as though cradling a treasure, he cupped Erisvis's foot and began to lick it reverently. Eyes closed, savoring Chandler's devotion, Erisvis felt her hunger awakened. These past few days I've only consumed the blood of young maidens. Their essence is far too rich. Tonight I shall select an adventurer. My sisters speak of how their blood carries an intoxicating magic. Outside the Oak Tavern, the purple moon spilled light like gossamer. An adventurer bearing a harp stumbled forth from the tavern, belching with drunkenness. His eyelids drooped heavily from intoxication. As he shuffled along, a sudden urge to urinate struck him. Groping through bleary eyes, he spied a narrow alleyway ahead and hurried toward it, pulling down his trousers to relieve himself. PPP. Wah. A mournful wail echoed from the depths of the alley, so eerie that it banished half of the adventurer's intoxication. He retrieved the harp from his back and crept forward with caution. There crouched a woman with crimson hair in the corner, her face buried in grief. She stood nude save for a gray robe draped over her shoulders, her shapely legs exposed. Gulp. Watching the woman's figure, the adventurer's throat bobbed as he whispered, Miss, do you require assistance? The red-haired woman lifted her gaze, and Erisvis's bewitching face came into view. The adventurer's heart raced in astonishment, as she far surpassed the finest courtesans in Sage City. Erisvis pleaded pitifully, I'm so hungry. Would you be kind enough to buy me a meal? Hearing Erisvis's words, the adventurer scanned the surroundings, and finding no one about, chuckled lecherously. Of course I'll treat you to many meals, but you'll need to sample something else first. As he spoke, he began undoing his trousers with remarkable speed. Upon glimpsing what lay before her, Erisvis couldn't suppress a laugh. Dropping her pretense, her mouth revealed pointed fangs. For someone so insignificant, you might as well be consumed directly. With those words, she sank her teeth into the adventurer's neck. He thrashed against her grasp, but she held his mouth firmly shut. In the struggle, his harp tumbled to the ground, its strings quivering with a sound like rippling water. Having drained the adventurer's blood, Erisvis uttered an intoxicating sigh. She drew the gray robe across her body, and with a sudden shake, a bat emerged from within. Only a desiccated corpse remained in the alley. After several minutes, the cadaver's nose twitched suddenly. As if scenting living flesh, it opened milky white eyes and gazed toward the alley's entrance. There Xia Lai passed by with a broadsword slung across his back, whistling casually. After finishing the honey-roasted forest rat at the Oak Tavern, Xia Lai walked alone on the road back to the Iris Inn. Ayla had gone to prepare the equipment for tomorrow's dungeon expedition, and the Fry Squad had their own arrangements for the day. The moonlight like a veil shrouded Sage City. Suddenly Xia Lai felt a chill run down his spine, his hairs standing on end. He instantly understood that his heightened intuition was warning him. Without a moment's hesitation, dodge LV4. His body sidestepped, and in the spot where Xia Lai had stood, a pale skeletal hand hovered. Xia Lai breathed a sigh of relief, a lingering fear in his heart. He had thought Sage City would be safer, so he had let his guard down slightly, only to nearly fall into grave danger. Faint wisps of deathly energy flickered at the fingertips. Xia Lai followed the hand upward and saw its owner, a dried corpse dressed in leather armor with leather wrist guards, the attire of an adventurer. Xia Lai recognized the pallid eyes and gaunt face of the corpse. He had seen it before at the Oak Tavern. Race fleshless corpse retains the deceased's level LV7. By checking the panel and recalling the whispers from the Sheriff Gonzalez, Xia Lai quickly understood what had happened. The unfortunate adventurer must have been drained of blood by a vampire after leaving the Oak Tavern, becoming a fleshless corpse. Making his judgment, Xia Lai drew his two-handed sword without hesitation, its blade gleaming coldly. He sidestepped to the flank of the corpse, which reacted, turning and lunging at Xia Lai with both hands together. Xia Lai bent his right arm, coiled his strength, and stepped forward with his left foot. The cold sword light swept out under the purple veil of moonlight. The blade's tip carved a sharp arc, a clean slash that severed the monster's head, leaving a smooth wound on its neck. Thud! The head hit the ground. Without sight or smell, the fleshless corpse thrashed wildly like a blind man, its arms flailing and legs tangling as it spun in circles. Xia Lai lifted the head of the corpse with his sword, curiously watching its snarling, writhing form. The skin was pale and dry like a corpse that had hung from a noose for over half a month before being discovered. Just then, two adventurers stumbled toward him, supporting each other. Xia Lai quickly called out to them, hoping they would alert the Adventurers Guild or the town guard. But the two adventurers had just left the tavern, their eyes blurry from drink. They heard Xia Lai's voice blinked sluggishly, and as they shook off their dizziness, they saw a man running toward them holding a severed head. What kind of otherworldly murderer? A ghost. The terrifying sight sent them screaming in panic, and they fled in the opposite direction. One of them, fearing he might be too slow, plunged into the water and swam to the other side, cursing himself for not having more legs. Xia Lai stood frozen, holding the head of the fleshless corpse, the two staring at each other. Is it really that scary? Wah. So that's the whole story, Xia Lai said helplessly to the Sheriff Gonzalez across from him. Although the two adventurers hadn't reported to the guard, their screams had attracted the patrol on duty. All roads lead to the same end. After hearing Xia Lai's account, Gonzalez nodded solemnly. He raised his hand, and the two guards behind him took a rope made of leather blessed by the priest and bound the body and head of the fleshless corpse separately. Gonzalez handed Xia Lai a gold coin in gratitude for his help. Xia Lai looked at the coin. If you find a culprit behind this, please let me know. Gonzalez nodded and led his squad away. Xia Lai watched their retreating figures, then tossed the gold coin into the air and caught it with a snap. Snap. The first floor of the dungeon, the pyramid tomb. Entering the dungeon for the second time, Xia Lai chose not to revisit the skeletal corridor or the manor cemetery, but instead ventured into the unfamiliar pyramid tomb. The pyramid was built of rough, massive stones. Its interior corridors were extremely narrow, allowing only 3 people to walk side by side, with eerie green torches burning on both sides. After walking continuously for 2 hours, Xia Lai and Ayla finally reached a burial chamber reminiscent of the Egyptian pharaohs from his past life. The chamber was vast and empty except for the statue of Anubis on the central altar, 4 golden mummy warriors beside it, and 2 obsidian sarcophagi in the middle of the room. The obsidian sarcophagi were carved with the faces of the buried, their eyes once set with 2 rubies, but now only empty sockets remained. The 2 gems worth 100 gold had been pried off by some unknown scoundrel. According to the adventurer's guide, the chamber had once been full of funerary objects, but now it was empty, because those items had been looted by countless waves of adventurers over time. To the monsters of this dungeon are adventurers like the 4th calamity. A peculiar thought flashed through his mind. Xia Lai turned to Ayla and asked if she was ready. Ayla nodded firmly and began to chant. Receiving the signal, Xia Lai gripped the edge of the coffin lid with both hands, straining his arms until veins bulged on his neck, and let out a grunt of exertion. With a crash, the heavy lid was flung to the ground. Xia Lai peered inside. The coffin held no pharaoh's body, but instead a swarm of golden scarabs, and in their midst a beating heart wrapped in golden sand. 2 different information panels appeared before Xia Lai. Race: Sacred Scarab Swarm LV, 4 Skill Devour LV, 3 Devours Metal and Flesh Petrify LV. 2 creatures touched gradually turned to stone. Description: 1 alone is not terrifying, but a swarm. A swarm of scarabs attached to the pharaoh's heart. As long as the heart remains, the scarabs regenerate infinitely. Pharaoh's heart type: Heart effect summons Sacred Scarab Swarm. The pharaoh's heart and the Sacred Scarab Swarm are symbiotic life forms. And Xia Lai's goal was these scarab-like monsters. After all, with his panel, monsters were experience. Buzz. The dormant scarabs stirred quickly, clustering around the heart and carrying it out of the coffin. Xia Lai leaped back. The swarm rose into the air, glaring at him, and Ayla with hostility, their buzzing growing louder. Hearing the commotion, the other intact sarcophagus began to tremble. Soon another swarm of golden scarabs pushed open its lid and hovered above the coffin. In the empty chamber, it was now 2 humans against 2 swarms of scarabs facing each other. Facing the sacred scarabs that could regenerate infinitely, devour metal and flesh, and petrify on contact, Xia Lai wore a calm expression. He pointed above the swarms. Maybe you should look up there. 2 writhing masses of viscous slime hung suspended above them. 2 gooey masses of slime hung above the golden scarab. Tree sap, slime, LV3. Facing the golden scarab, Charlie raised his hand and brought it down sharply. Seeing Charlie's signal, Ira released her spell. The 2 masses of tree sap, slime, plummeted. Boom. They crashed onto the swarm of scarabs. The highly sticky sap coated the golden scarabs' elytra, preventing them from opening their wings to fly. The swarm, which had been dancing in the air, was instantly trapped on the ground, emitting only a low, futile buzz within the sticky slime. Seeing this, Charlie unhurriedly drew his longsword pried off the scarab clinging to the heart and lifted the heart out of the slime. He washed it with clean water, then took a handful of white salt from his pocket and sprinkled it evenly over the heart. As the white salt was spread, the scarabs instantly wilted. Then came pop, pop, pop. Like firecrackers, Charlie crushed them under his foot. Experience 33. Feeling the constant increase in experience, Charlie's face lit up with joy. He sprinkled white salt on the other pharaoh's heart. Finally, when almost all the scarabs were dead, level LV 14-15, strength 45 to 50, agility 36 to 41, constitution 36 to 41, perception 48 to 53, spirit 26 to 31. Charlie looked at his stats. The highest had exceeded 50, and even the lowest spirit had reached above 30. Since my spirit has reached 30, does that mean I can also learn magic skills? A thought popped into Charlie's mind. He simply packed the 2 Pharaoh's hearts into his backpack and asked Ira whether he could learn magic. Hearing Charlie's question, Ira shook her head. No, learning magic depends on whether a person has the affinity to communicate with magical power. Only those with affinity can become mages, sorcerers, priests, and so on. Affinity? Why haven't I seen this on my panel? Charlie shouted in his mind. Panel? Are you cheating me out of my cheat? As his words faded, the panel appeared. Charlie noticed a new line below the stats, affinity, but it was marked with a chain icon. What does this mean? That my affinity function hasn't been unlocked yet. Charlie suppressed his doubts and turned to look at Ira. Affinity, all attribute affinity 85, 10 divine blessing. Is this the genius of the other world? Charlie sighed, inwardly comforting himself. It's okay, I have a cheat. Then he spoke. What's the difference between magic and the combat skills I learn? Aren't they both skills? Ira shook her head. No, Charlie. You should know that mages learn magic differently from you. The magic we master must be understood from books. That is, we must first grasp the theoretical knowledge before we can use magic. The combat skills you learn, war techniques, do not require much theoretical knowledge. You only need persistent practice and absorb the insights gained during training, and then the war techniques can level up. But spells are different. Their level advancement requires you to constantly study the drawing of magic circles and the rhythm of incantations. This process is tedious and monotonous, and most importantly, you cannot see the progress. It's possible that if a mage goes in the wrong direction of research, the spell level won't increase for years. However, if a mage masters the construction of a certain elemental system by analogy, they will instantly master a large number of spells. For example, I can now use over 20 types of wood element spells below the 3rd level. Besides, the most obvious difference between magic and war techniques is that magic cannot be learned through skill scrolls, while war techniques can. The Tower Alliance's explanation is that learning magic requires extremely high comprehension, while war techniques do not. After listening to Ira's words, Charlie understood. Learning magic is for the noble intellectuals, quick-witted and highly perceptive. Practicing war techniques is for those not smart enough to be intellectuals, so they can only be athletes. But intellectuals aren't necessarily nobler than athletes. Because before mastering knowledge, intellectuals need to invest a lot of effort in learning, and there is no guarantee of returns or success. Just like working on a construction site, an athlete would naturally carry more bricks than a failed intellectual. Charlie complained, why does learning war techniques feel so inferior? Shifting his thoughts, he continued, without affinity, is there really no way to use magic or noble elemental attacks? Ira said, that's not necessarily true. Powerful war techniques also have magical effects, and some are even stronger than spells of the same level. For example, the Dragon Slayer, Siegfried. He has a war technique called Execution. When released, it carries lightning power far greater than the 10th level spell, Thunderstrike. But the conditions for cultivating such war techniques are quite harsh. Before learning the technique, you need to master prerequisite war techniques. As she said this, Ira seemed to remember something. She took out from her backpack a very thick book, Adventurer's Guide, Amethyst Dungeon Deluxe Edition. Rustle. She flipped through the pages. Ira turned to the chapter scroll shop and said to Charlie, I knew it. I remember seeing a high-level war technique suitable for you in the city. The Jer scroll shop has a skill scroll called Thousand Blossom Shadow, which can instantly release 8 sword blades covering the front area. The prerequisite for learning this war technique is to master 3 sword-based war techniques, one of which must be instant slash at LV5, and the other 2 at LV3. Hearing Ira's words, Charlie nodded. This indeed suited him well. He had already reached LV6 in instant slash and LV4 in thrust. He was only 1 skill short of meeting the prerequisite for Thousand Blossom Shadow. Charlie asked, Ira, how much does this skill scroll cost? Ira looked at the price, 370 gold. Charlie nodded. A fair price. The two briefly rested, ate some coarse bread and smoked meat, then continued on their way. Before leaving, he looked back at the metal dog-headed humanoid statue of Anubis and the 4 golden mummy warriors. Race living doll. Anubis form level LV 23 status sleeping. Race mummy warrior level LV 16 status sleeping. Charlie looked at these 5 experience packs and shook his head regretfully. If he weren't unable to defeat them, he would never have let the experience slip away. Long after Charlie and Ira had left, the sound of mechanical footsteps echoed in the empty tomb chamber. The 4 sleeping mummy warriors stirred. They stepped down from the altar in unison, lifted the coffin lid, and closed it, then returned to their positions and fell back into slumber. As the sarcophagus was resealed, a new pharaoh's heart began to reform. The adventurer camp in the pyramid mausoleum. Unlike the camp in the manor cemetery, which was in the wilderness, this camp was a huge tomb chamber inside the pyramid's chest cavity. This chamber was more than 10 times larger than any Charlie had entered before. Scattered across the chamber were hundreds of massive stone blocks, each large enough for a team to camp on. When Charlie and Ira arrived, most of the stones were already occupied. At a glance, the place was bustling with hundreds of people. Some had begun to sit and sell what they had obtained from this dungeon run. Fine scarabs, roasted to perfection. 5 on a skewer, only 2 silver coins. Don't miss out. Brand new mummy wrappings. Wear them to stay young forever. Selling for 20 gold coins. Pharaoh's golden mask. Wear it to summon a mummy spirit. Only 40 gold coins. Venison from the misty forest on the 2nd floor. 2 pounds for just 1 silver coin. Watermelons. Big watermelons from the misty forest. Thin-skinned and sweet. Sweeter than first love. Ira stared in shock at the street vendor-like scene before her, and asked the same question Charlie had when he first saw it. Where have I ended up? Is this still a dungeon? Then she saw Charlie like an old man at a farmer's market walking straight to the watermelon stall, without hesitation. He said to the watermelon-headed adventurer selling the fruit, "Are these melons ripe?" "Brother, how much for this melon?" 4 silver coins each. What the hell is the rind made of gold, or is the flesh inside? You try finding any melons these days. These are grown by forest spirits in the mist woods, and carried up from the 2nd floor by hired hands. If you think it's expensive, I think it's expensive too. The watermelon-headed adventurer clicked his tongue. He wasn't wrong. These watermelons were truly hard-won. Only the wood spirits on the 2nd floor could cultivate watermelons in the dungeon. The price he was asking was indeed exorbitant. He purchased each watermelon from the spirits for 50 copper coins, and paid 1 silver coin for transport. The cost came to 1.5 silver coins sold for 4, well over half pure profit. Xia Lai understood this well enough, but upon spotting the watermelon stand, he couldn't resist enacting a certain familiar scene. "Pick me one." "All right. Is this one ripe?" "I run a fruit stand. I wouldn't sell you an unripe melon. Do you want it or not?" "No." Having completed his little performance, Xia Lai turned and walked away, leaving the vendor utterly bewildered. 4 silver coins for a watermelon. Was he trying to rob someone blind? Actually, even a robber wouldn't make half that profit. Watching Xia Lai depart without hesitation, the watermelon-headed adventurer froze in confusion. "If you're not buying, then why did you waste so many words on me?" Xia Lai paid no mind to the vendor's shouting, and turned to a stall selling heart-devouring venison, purchasing 4 caddies of deer meat for 2 silver coins. Wouldn't this taste better roasted than any watermelon? As Xia Lai carried his purchased venison in search of a large boulder for their campsite, that night a merchant's stall by the roadside caught his attention. Beneath the stall lay a musk deer pelt scattered with an assortment of peculiar items. Egyptian-style vessels, glass bottles containing mummy spirits, various monster materials, and several skill scrolls. And there was a sand-colored key. Key of redemption. First, this key radiated an unmistakable Egyptian aesthetic completely different from the one at the monastery. Had his heart not given a sudden flutter at first glance, he would have overlooked it entirely. Yet despite locating the second key of redemption through his status panel, Xia Lai deliberately set it aside, and instead began sifting through the skill scrolls on display. Heavy strike, piercing thrust, precision charge, throw, dodge, horizontal slash. These were common techniques far inferior to Xia Lai's own instant sever, in terms of rarity and power. Still, Xia Lai found himself drawn to a horizontal slash scroll, stained with dried blood. "This adventurer has excellent taste," the merchant said. "This technique is perfectly suited for someone wielding a longsword like yourself. We had to slay 10 golden mummy warriors just to obtain this scroll. Each monster type dropped different materials. Mummy warriors which excelled at combat techniques would release corresponding skill scrolls upon death." The sand-veiled adventurer, noticing Xia Lai examining his scrolls, eagerly began marketing them, while weaving in dramatic tales to inflate the price. "Our party suffered serious injuries for this. Look, the bloodstains here are proof. If you're interested, I'll part with it for only 50 gold coins." Xia Lai rubbed the bloodstain on the scroll between his fingers and noticed the blood had darkened, clearly fabricated from monster blood. Rather than exposing the deception, he casually replied, "Too expensive. This technique is worth around 35 gold. Moreover, mummy warriors have a 35% drop rate for scrolls. 10 kills should have yielded at least 3. You don't honestly expect me to believe your luck was that bad?" The headscarf-wearing adventurer gave an embarrassed chuckle. "I didn't expect someone to know so much about monsters, especially drop rates." In truth, Xia Lai did not actually know these probabilities. All of this had been whispered to him by Alara, who had devoured the deluxe dungeon guide and knew every statistic by heart. The headscarf adventurer sighed. "But our luck this expedition has indeed been poor. We only obtained 2 scrolls in total. 45 gold, and that's my final offer. We're all adventurers here." Seeing this, Xia Lai said nothing further and bent down, sweeping his hand across the stall's wares. His fingers happened to close around that very key of redemption, 45 for everything. The adventurer scanned the items in Xia Lai's grasp and exhaled silently with relief. Thankfully, all cheap junk. "Deal." Xia Lai counted out the gold coins, grabbed his purchases, and walked away without another word. Xia Lai and Alara found a massive boulder and set up their camp, building a fire and unrolling their sleeping bags. Only then did Xia Lai discreetly retrieve the key of redemption, examining it carefully to ensure correctness before tucking it into his chest. He had deliberately avoided expressing interest in the key because he knew the adventurers selling goods in the dungeon were the shrewdest of merchants. If one showed enthusiasm for anything, especially seemingly useless oddities found accidentally in the dungeon, the price would skyrocket. Xia Lai had no intention of being taken advantage of. After securing the key, he skewered the venison and placed it over the fire to roast. Soon the fat dripping onto the coals sizzled audibly. Seizing the opportunity, he sprinkled prepared spices and rosemary, releasing an irresistible aroma. It made one's mouth water just from the scent alone. Each received a portion of grilled meat paired with fermented cheese and coarse gray bread. Though the quantity was generous, both had endured a full day of combat and finished every bite. Satiated, Xia Lai took the first watch while Alara slept. He stretched, then retrieved the horizontal/skill scroll he had just purchased. Though his primary motive had been the key, this technique was equally useful to him. He tore open the parchment with both hands, revealing 2 golden characters written in the common tongue, horizontal/. Xia Lai focused his attention on those luminous golden characters. As the parchment began to self-ignite, knowledge of the horizontal/ technique, its practice methods and body mechanics, poured into his mind. Horizontal/LV. 1. Execute a swift horizontal slash in a fan-shaped area ahead, dealing physical damage to all enemies within range. Internalizing the new knowledge, Xia Lai grasped his greatsword and began practicing on the boulder, unmindful of his surroundings. His goal was to advance the technique from LV1 to LV3 during their time in the dungeon. Perhaps thanks to his 2 titles, Diligent Swordsman and Natural Swordsman, by the time Alara finished her first half watch and relieved him, he had already reached LV2 after hours of practice. Xia Lai freshened up quickly and climbed into his sleeping bag. Approximately 3 hours later, he was shaken awake from deep sleep. Who's there? What is it? Blinking sleep from his eyes, Xia Lai saw Alara staring upward in terror. Confused, he followed her gaze. The entire pyramid encampment hovered above, swarming with dense monsters. In a single glance, he spotted shadow-bound mummies, cursed sand sharks, mummy choirs, Anubis's wrath. Only a fraction of the pyramid's monster population, yet before him stood the gray spectral form of a ferryman. A ferryman? Shouldn't they be haunting the Phantom River? Why would one appear in a pyramid tomb? Looking at this remarkable gathering before him, Xia Lai struck his right fist against his left palm in sudden realization. I must be dreaming. Race: Ghost Ferryman. Level LV22. As a boss-level monster at the ghostly riverbank on the first underground floor, the ferryman is one of the rare creatures that does not actively attack adventurers. Its terrifying and eerie appearance makes it seem far more formidable than a mere LV20 monster. The ferryman wore a tattered straw cloak and a bamboo hat, revealing a pale chin and a sinister smirk. Beneath his feet was a half-rotten wooden boat, its hull covered in runes and chains dragging behind it the bloated corpses of drowned victims. Moreover, not only the ferryman appeared from the ghostly riverbank within the pyramid tomb, skeletal mud snails, fairy ewings, crying water babies, white water ghosts, echo jellyfish. All the monsters one could name had emerged, and the number of monsters kept increasing. The adventurers stared at the horrifying scene in terror. What the hell did we do to deserve this? Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed one after another. Then a cacophony of voices broke out. Damn it, stop sleeping. Pick up your weapons. My weapon? Where is my weapon? Who hung their underwear on my spear? Using my spear as a drying rack. Where are my pants? Did the transfer mage start moving clothes? After a brief commotion, the adventurers grabbed their weapons, raised their heads toward the sky, and stood ready, staring at the monsters floating everywhere. Unexpectedly, the monsters did not attack them at all. They didn't even acknowledge the adventurers. From the direction of the ghostly riverbank, they sailed straight in the opposite direction without a moment's pause. Especially the ferryman on his wooden boat, his long pole working frantically as he sped away. The adventurers watched the bizarre sight of the monsters fleeing, dumbfounded and unsure of what to do. Amidst the stunned crowd, Xia Lai's face darkened. In his eyes, these monsters weren't just traveling. They were clearly fleeing for their lives. After all, among these monsters were beings like the ferryman and the wrath of Anubis, whose levels exceeded LV20. If even these creatures, which served as bosses on the first underground floor, were running away, then Xia Lai dared not imagine what was chasing them. AI Law, pack up quickly. Xia Lai hurriedly called to AI Law to gather their belongings. Without needing his reminder, she was already rolling up the sleeping bags and food. The adventurers nearby, seeing their actions and the fleeing horde above, immediately understood and began to pack their own things. Word spread like wildfire. Every adventurer was collecting their gear. By the time Xia Lai and AI Law had finished packing and were ready to flee with the monster horde, a sharp, piercing, buzzing sound came from the direction the monsters had fled from. It sounded like a billion flies buzzing right next to your ear. First, a single golden scarab beetle crawled out from the crevices of the pyramid's giant stone blocks. Then came 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Fuck. We're in deep shit. Xia Lai cursed as he watched the overwhelming dense swarm of beetles that blotted out the sky like a locust plague. Scarab beetles were no ordinary locusts. They were monsters that could devour metal and flesh, petrifying anything they touched. The first victim appeared an adventurer carrying a harp. Dozens of scarabs crawled onto him, and petrification spread from the points of contact. In terror, the poor soul watched his own body turn completely to stone. Within seconds, stone flowers covered his entire body, leaving a lifelike statue. But it didn't end there. The scarab's mandibles began gnawing at the statue, and amid the grating sound his last trace of existence was erased. Witnessing that gruesome scene, the adventurers panicked, and then began to save themselves. The moment Xia Lai saw the scarabs, he pulled out a pharaoh's heart from his backpack. He smashed it twice with his fists. The gold-dusted heart instantly turned into a lump of golden-red paste. Seeing this, Xia Lai immediately understood his intention, picked up the paste, and started smearing it over her body. The pharaoh's heart had a special property. It could be used to create a specific potion that repelled scarab attacks. Normally, one heart combined with other ingredients could make 10 bottles of the potion, but without the proper tools, Xia Lai and Xia could only resort to the simplest method, pounding it into paste and applying it directly to their skin. This way, one heart was enough for 2 people, achieving the same effect. Buzz. Countless scarabs rushed past their ears, the noise grating on their nerves. By the time the beetle swarm had passed, half of the adventurers in the camp had vanished. And because of the scarab's petrifying ability, there was no blood or corpses left behind. It was as if those adventurers had simply disappeared into thin air. The survivors breathed sighs of relief. A half-scorpion adventurer looked at his own scorpion tail, which had been gnawed halfway through, and said with lingering fear, "Is it over?" "Over my ass. Scarabs alone wouldn't have made the ferryman flee. That thing has no physical form. The truly terrifying is still coming." The speaker was a dwarf. He slung his warhammer over his back, and after uttering those words fled without looking back. Xia Lai and Xia had long since run off. Quite a few adventurers, about 40 or 50, were fleeing with them. Among them, over 20 took the same path as Xia Lai, dashing through narrow stone corridors. When they reached a 3-way fork, they stopped. "What now? Which way? You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? We're cursed with bad luck running into this on a dungeon trip." Listening to their bickering, Xia Lai's expression grew heavy. The situation was dire, fleeing for their lives without even knowing who or what was chasing them, nor where to escape. Just then, a 2-person team came running out of one of the 2 forks. The team consisted of a dwarf warrior and a human archer moving at incredible speed. The dwarf's short legs were practically a blur. If Xia Lai hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed a dwarf could run so fast. The dwarf roared at them, "You fools, if you don't want to die, get out of the way." He shoved aside the adventurers blocking his path and dashed into the other fork. The adventurers who had fled from the camp saw this, and someone who recognized the dwarf shouted, "Follow him." That dwarf is a topaz-level adventurer, Crystal Morton. The Adventurer Association's ranks from low to high were obsidian, jade, topaz, white, copper. Topaz was 2 whole tiers above obsidian. Hearing this, the remaining adventurers sprinted after Morton. Xia Lai and Xia were the first to react, each downed a bottle of agility boost potion just to keep up with the dwarf. Sensing that someone could match his pace, Crystal Morton swept his one good eye over Xia Lai and Xia. When he saw Xia Lai's face, he exclaimed in surprise, "You're that Xia Lai kid?" Xia Lai asked curiously, "You know me?" Morton nodded in confirmation. "Your fight with Luo and I won me 180 gold coins at the betting ring, lucky boy." Xia Lai ignored that and pressed on, "What the hell is happening in the dungeon? Why are both adventurers and monsters running away?" At his question, Morton said grimly, "The space of the ghostly riverbank has shattered, and the area of collapse is expanding toward the pyramid tomb. No matter how high-level the monster or adventurer, they'll be caught in the folds of the spatial rupture and teleported to who knows where. If you end up in a subspace, you'd be better off dead." Space fragmentation. Xia Lai was puzzled as this fell into a gap in his knowledge. Xia spoke from the side. Dungeons are not really located underground. They are the integration of fragmented spaces. These fragments originally drifted in the outer space outside the world due to various circumstances. Through mysterious forces, they were pieced together into the same underground space, and coincidentally channels connecting to reality appeared, thus giving birth to dungeons. Xia Lai, after hearing Xia's words, looked utterly bewildered and did not understand. Was it because he lacked the talent of a scholar? Seeing this, Xia said, "Xia Lai, let me give you an example. Space fragments are like duckweed in a pond drifting freely. A dungeon is a cluster of such duckweed. The channel connecting to reality is like the duckweed sticking to the edge of the pond, no longer moving." Upon hearing this vivid explanation, Xia Lai suddenly understood. Xia nodded and continued, "It is precisely because dungeons are spliced from different spaces that we see the pyramid tomb and Ghost River on the same floor, the misty forest on the second floor, and the corridor maze on the 4th floor, completely mismatched areas. And as this large piece of duckweed stops moving, the chances of colliding with other duckweed diminish greatly, but they are not non-existent. During this time, if another space is spliced on, the compression between spaces could lead to space fragmentation. This information about dungeons was nowhere to be found in the adventure guide, and was extremely confidential. After listening to AILA's account, Morton gazed with his single eye. Unexpectedly, you hairless human woman know quite a lot. Dwarves had their own aesthetic standards. For them, the more hair on the body, the more beautiful. That was why they never got along with elves. The elves had too little hair on their faces. Xia Lai, hearing AILA's words, thought of what Vice President Koch had said about discovering a new area in the dungeon. According to AILA, this new area should be the duckweed that later collided. Was there any connection between that previously discovered area and this space fragmentation? Xia Lai pondered and asked Morton, who was running beside him without slowing down. Did you see what was inside the space that collided? Did you spot any monsters inside? Morton frowned. No. The moment I discovered the space fragmentation, Morton scurried away immediately. I only saw the purple-black mist and a faint aura of undead on that space. Purple-black mist, undead aura. Morton's words corroborated Xia Lai's view. After a brief exchange, the group fell into silence and continued their frantic escape. This team of nearly 30 people already had members falling behind due to Morton's pace. Even Xia Lai and the others could barely keep up with Morton and his companion thanks to this speed boost potion. And through the panel he understood why Morton ran so fast. Name Morton, level LV23, talents swiftness, focus, strike. His talent was speed. No wonder Morton as a dwarf was so terrifyingly fast. Those adventurers without such talents could only grit their teeth, push their bodies to the limit, and desperately keep up. After all, they had no idea which direction was safe to flee. Finally, when everyone was on the verge of collapse, they stopped in a tomb chamber about 400 square feet. Upon reaching the tomb chamber, the dwarf Morton's companion, a human archer, took out a compass. After looking at it solemnly for a moment, he nodded at Morton. Morton sighed in relief. The two sat cross-legged, took out smoked meat and bread, and began to eat and rest. Seeing this, the others also hurriedly took out food to replenish their strength. Xia Lai and AILA crouched among the crowd closest to Morton's duo. They took out fruitwood smoked meat and ate it with cheese. While eating, they did not forget to unfold the map to check their current location. AILA frowned. No good. We fled too hastily. Now, we can't find our current position at all. We can only roughly guess that we are in this area. As she spoke, AILA reached out and drew a large circle in the lower left area of the map. Xia Lai nodded and reached out to narrow the circle AILA had drawn. Thanks to his super intuition ability, he was much better at discerning environmental directions than AILA. Even so, he could not pinpoint the location. Xia Lai looked around and saw adventurers gathered in small groups eating while studying route maps. From their expressions and the sound of arguments, they too could not determine their current position. Xia Lai withdrew his gaze and looked at Morton and his companion, the only two not looking at a map. The only ones who know the map and the way forward are them. AILA spoke. That archer has a compass-like item. The direction they take is guided by that thing. Xia Lai nodded, thinking about how to strike up a conversation with Morton and his companion. Although they had chatted amiably during the rush, there had been no prior relationship. Just then, Morton, tearing at smoked meat, walked over to Xia Lai and the others. As the focus of attention, Morton's movement immediately drew the interest of the adventurers in the tomb chamber. Seeing the circle drawn on their map, Morton grinned. Not bad, Xia Lai kid. Running so fast and still able to discern directions. You're only a little behind Morton back in the day. With that, he jabbed a greasy finger at the map. This tomb chamber is where we are now. At these words, Xia Lai's gaze immediately followed. The spot Morton pointed to was in a very remote area in the lower left with no dungeon exits nearby, and the nearest teleportation point was a long distance away. Xia Lai exchanged a glance with AILA, both silent. Morton drew an arc on the map and continued, moreover, according to our archer's calculations, the space in this area has already begun to fragment. The arc exactly encompassed the nearest teleportation point, making even teleportation impossible. Xia Lai sighed, then looked at Morton. He knew this dwarf had come specifically not to say how we're doomed. He must have another way out, because he surely wouldn't lead them into a dead end. Sure enough, Morton paused and continued. Of course, Morton knows another escape route. Morton's voice was extremely loud. His conversation with Xia Lai was not concealed at all. The nearby adventurers could hear it, and when they heard Morton had an escape route, they all crowded around. They looked at Morton with hope, their eyes following his short finger as it moved across the map. The finger traced a path and finally, with a thump, landed on a room marked with a pharaoh's head. A confused voice came from the adventurers. The tomb of the fallen pharaoh Hotep. That's a monster at LV23. Morton nodded. There is a secret passage in Hotep's sarcophagus that leads to the misty forest on the second underground floor. If we defeat that guy, we can go to the second floor, and then use the teleportation array there to return to the surface. With that, Morton looked up at Xia Lai. And we must defeat the fallen pharaoh quickly before space fragments completely, so we have time to head to the second underground floor. To defeat that monster swiftly, I need the dragon blood potential awakening potion you took from Ronnie. Only with that can I finish the monster quickly. Hearing Morton's words, everyone perked up, and even Xia Lai let out a long sigh of relief. As long as they could survive, everything else was merely worldly possession. With that thought in mind, Xia Lai pulled out the dragon blood potential awakening elixir from his chest. The liquid, resembling molten golden amber, was intoxicating to behold. Morton's eyes lit up as he took the elixir from Xia Lai's hand. He had expected some back-and-forth negotiation, but to his surprise, Xia Lai handed it over without hesitation. Morton burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, young Xia Lai. Since you've been so straightforward, old Morton wouldn't dream of letting you come out on the losing end. Turning to the gathered adventurers, he added, now that young Xia Lai has produced the elixir, surely you aren't planning to take advantage without contributing anything yourselves, eh? I'd advise you to abandon that notion. Old Morton won't have it. With that, he pulled Xia Lai, and the other behind him adjusted the yellow jade badge on his chest, and the archer beside him rested his hand on his quiver, fingers lightly brushing the arrow shafts. The crowd erupted into hushed conversations at the sight. Some agreed it was only fair. No one should be expected to fund and fight, while others contributed nothing. That was simply unacceptable. Yet there were those whose only ambition was to scrimp and save. Without us, you'd still need to face the fallen pharaoh to escape, and you'd require these elixirs then too. It's not as if I forced you to pay. A faint muttering rose from the crowd, but Morton's temper flared at the complaint, you damn. Before Morton could finish his curse, a whistle cut through the air, a single sound of arrows being loosed. In the blink of an eye, 3 iron bolts had struck the complaining adventurer. The massive force behind the arrows drove the man's body straight into the stone of the pyramid tomb. Puffed. With a wet thud and a spray of blood, the adventurer collapsed dead before he hit the ground. His killer stood expressionless, lowering his longbow to continue eating the smoked meat in his hand. Rapid fire LV6. Shock and terror washed over the group as they stared at the fallen adventurer. So fast they hadn't even seen the arrows fly. Morton's expression darkened. Seems I was too generous with you just now. You black iron rank adventurers wouldn't even deserve to follow us if not for the mummy warriors the fallen pharaoh summoned. Warriors you'll need to face. You'll pool together 320 gold coins. 120 to Xia Lai, the remaining 200 to me. The adventurers exchanged glances, hesitated briefly, then quickly gathered the 320 gold coins. They could raise the sum so swiftly because Morton's demands, though seemingly harsh, were actually fair, nowhere near extortionate. The dragon blood elixir sells for 80 gold, and hiring a yellow jade rank adventurer as a bodyguard runs 80 to 120 gold. Beyond helping Xia Lai secure an extra 40 gold coins, Morton charged market rates for everything else. Xia Lai took the money pouch, gave it a casual weight check, and tucked it away. It was his rightful due. Morton surveyed the group and moved forward with the other adventurers packing their gear and following closely behind. As for the adventurer, nailed to the stone, no one acknowledged him. Not even his companions showed any intention of retrieving the body. In a profession with such high casualty rates, most party members were merely chance acquaintances, sharing a meal far from the bond of life and death. Groups like Frey's were the exception. After another stretch of hurried travel, Xia Lai's large party arrived at the tomb of the fallen pharaoh Hotep. Xia Lai peered through the partially open stone doorway into the tomb chamber. Luxurious relief carvings adorned the walls, and at the farthest point stood 2 rows of golden mummy warriors, 6 per row, 12 in total, each at level 16. Behind the mummies rested an obsidian sarcophagus edged in gold. The pharaoh's relief carving remained intact, its ruby eyes gleaming brightly within the tomb. At Morton's cough, the adventurers drew their weapons, a flash of steel cutting through the darkness. Xia Lai and Ayla pressed close together, awaiting Morton's signal. Morton gripped his notched battle axe, spat into his palms, and pushed open the heavy stone door with a grinding creak. As they crossed the threshold, a spectral voice twisted from the carved reliefs on all sides. Who enters this door shall forsake the light. Who touches the treasure shall turn to sand. Who disturbs the pharaoh's rest shall wail for eternity. Like a soundtrack to the curse, the mummy warriors' green eyes flared to life. They drew curved blades forged from yellow sand and charged toward those who had disturbed the pharaoh's slumber. But that wasn't all. Yellow sand erupted from the sarcophagus as a bandaged hand shoved the lid aside. A corpse wrapped in black and yellow wrappings wearing a pharaoh's mask rose from within. Yellow sand seeped continuously from the wrappings, accompanied by dark mist. As the sand piled higher around the pharaoh's corpse, a towering figure of half sand and half rod emerged. Xia Lai focused on the creature before him, bringing up its status panel: race fallen pharaoh, level LV 23, skills summon LV 5, yellow sand giant LV 6, mental shock LV 6, quicksand LV 4. The pharaoh's corpse stood at the center of the giant, wielding a scepter of yellow sand, its voice thundering like divine retribution. Those who disturb my slumber shall enter the underworld forever. With a gesture, over a dozen mummy warriors emerged from the sand and charged the adventurers. 3 of them headed straight for Xia Lai and Ayla. Xia Lai drew 2 vials of holy water and smeared them across his greatsword. The glass shattered with a crack, and the blade gleamed with radiant water. Xia Lai swung sideways, his sword cleaving through a mummy warrior's body in a single strike, splitting it cleanly in two. He then splashed another vial of holy water onto the remains to prevent the sand from reforming and reassembling the corpse. The most frustrating aspect of mummy warriors was their ability to dissolve into sand and reform, making them nearly impossible to kill unless holy water was applied immediately to prevent regeneration. As Xia Lai was dousing the remains, two more mummy warriors attacked from either flank. Their curved blades struck at his head, but a surge of water materialized to block the blows. Water Surge LV3. Ayla raised her staff nearby, gathering magical energy. The continuous flow of water absorbed most of the blade's force, causing the attacks to sink into the current. Having dispatched the first enemy, Xia Lai saw this and lunged sideways, aiming his long sword at the mummy on his right. The blade swept horizontally, cold light flashing as yellowed bandages flew off to reveal the sand-corrupted rot beneath. Horizontal slash LV2. After the horizontal slash, Xia Lai launched himself upward, kicking the mummy warrior and sending it flying. This removed it from the immediate battle, allowing him to focus on the final mummy warrior. The last mummy warrior drew its curved blade from the water, its green glowing eyes locking onto Xia Lai as it adopted its stance and swung. Spiral slash LV3. The blade pierced through Xia Lai's outer armor and sparked against his finely crafted chainmail. Xia Lai felt a sharp impact against his chest, but he didn't hesitate. He thrust his sword straight into the mummy's body. Thrust LV4. Along with the greatsword, a vial of holy water was driven into the mummy. The tip of the blade struck the glass precisely, and the holy water exploded inside the creature, sending white smoke rising from its body. In the next moment, the mummy crumbled into a pile of yellow sand. Buried within was a sandy-colored skill scroll, which Xia Lai quickly retrieved and tucked away without bothering to examine. Only then did Xia Lai turn his attention back to Morton and the yellow sand giant. Morton had already poured the dragon blood reagent into his mouth, and dragon scale patterns were visible across his beard-free face as his muscle fibers swelled to capacity. He held a strange pose of exertion, frozen in place, while his companion, the human archer, continued battling the sand giant formed from the pharaoh's essence. The archer's arrows flew incessantly, each imbued with his skills, Heavy Strike LV5 and Rapid Fire LV6. Though every projectile pierced through the yellow sand giant, leaving hole after hole, the pharaoh suffered no real damage, as the sand instantly regenerated to fill the gaps. Xia Lai observed Morton's nearly motionless stance and pulled up his talent panel. Talent Charge Accumulation. Talent Charge. Maintain the charging stance to increase the next attack by 200. Watching Morton's status panel, Xia Lai once again couldn't help but secretly marvel at the uniqueness of these talents. But when exactly would he need to finish charging? Watching the fallen pharaoh about to raise the yellow sand scepter once more to summon monsters, Xia Lai felt a growing sense of urgency. Not all adventurers possess Xia Lai's formidable combat prowess. As they faced the 24 mummy warriors from earlier, casualties were already mounting. As the mummy warriors that had been kicked away circled back, Xia Lai readied his sword, but before he could strike, a thick water serpent had already coiled around them. Water Snake Technique LV4. The water serpent tightly bound the mummy warrior as Ayla directed her staff, channeling magic into the creature. The enchanted water began methodically dissolving the opponent's body. As the yellow sand within the mummy warrior disintegrated, the once clear water serpent turned murky and filthy, eventually collapsing with a splash into a puddle of contaminated sludge. With the mummy warrior eliminated, Ayla panted heavily, her eyes alight with excitement, for she had just defeated a monster far above her level. Meanwhile, Morton, who had been holding his charging stance, finally moved. Up. With a fierce battle cry, he drove his stocky, powerful dwarf legs backward with tremendous force. Propelled by the swift enchantment, Morton's body shot forward like a cannonball. His bulging muscles drove the battle axe in his hands to swing fiercely. The massive shockwave from the axe cleaved through the yellow sand, racing toward the fallen pharaoh's head at incredible speed. But a short dwarf hand intercepted it, gripping the bronze-colored battle axe. Morton sneered down at the pharaoh beneath him, raising the axe for a thunderous downward strike. Thor's crushing blow LV4. Despite appearing modest at LV4, this skill required mastery of heavy strike, downward cleave, and a fundamental axe combat technique before it could be learned. The battle axe plunged into the yellow sand, and the fallen pharaoh, previously shrouded by the sand giant, stood exposed before Morton. Dragon markings surged across Morton's face, his beard and hair whipping violently. The axe struck the golden mask covering the pharaoh's face. Pharaoh's golden mask. Type Mask Level Blue. Extraordinary effect nullifies 70 damage from attacks below its level 30 from normal damage. Description: a mask exclusive to the fallen pharaoh. To others it is merely an ordinary mask. Oh, it is genuine gold. The mask cracked and split apart, revealing the bandaged corpse of the pharaoh beneath. The pharaoh attempted to resist raising the yellow sand scepter to sweep at Morton, but he deflected it with effortless ease. Morton seized the bandages and yanked forcefully. The immense power granted by the dragon blood potion made the specially treated, incredibly resilient bandages snap apart. Within lay the putrid sand-calcified corpse. The corpse gaped open, and dozens of sacred beetles burst forth, flying toward Morton. The dwarf grinned wickedly, then swung his fist, crushing both the corpse and the beetles into powder. Glowing golden ash drifted down like snow. The archer nearby quickly unfurled a massive sack, scooping up the golden ash as though catching the wind. This, Pharaoh's golden ash, could cure male debility, and a single gram could fetch quite a few gold coins. As Morton eliminated the fallen pharaoh, the adventurers gradually dispatched the remaining mummy warriors and gathered before the pharaoh's sarcophagus. Xia Lai examined the pharaoh's sarcophagus and found it far more exquisite than any he had seen before, particularly the rubies serving as eyes on the lid, burning with an especially vivid crimson hue. From the outside it resembled common wares one might purchase for a single gold coin. Yet he had a strange feeling. It bore some resemblance to the aura of vampires. It wasn't until the red moon fragment he kept close to his body grew hot that he realized his intuition was correct. He drew his sword and used the tip to pry it out with ease. Xia Lai's actions in full view naturally drew everyone's attention. Some had also set their sights on the two rubies, though they noticed no difference between them. They simply coveted the 2 gold coins they were worth. If anyone else had removed those rubies, there would undoubtedly have been demands for a share. But upon seeing that the one acting was Xia Lai, they all chose silence. After all, many had witnessed Xia Lai's ease when dealing with the mummy warriors. No one spoke up, which suited Xia Lai fine. He didn't bother explaining. Once the panel appeared, he slipped it into his pocket without a trace. Blood ruby. Description: the blood it contains is equivalent to the total blood volume of 10 people. Morton and the archer paid no mind to the others. Jumping into the sarcophagus, muscles bulging, he struck downward with all his might. Crack! The obsidian base of the sarcophagus instantly split open. Peering down, a cool draft rushed up. From below lay indeed a deep passage. The archer drew out his compass, quickly scanned it, and called out, "Morton, hurry. The spatial fracture is about to spread over here." Upon hearing this, the dwarf raised his axe with both hands and delivered several mighty strikes, dismantling the base and revealing a passage over a meter wide. At that moment, the so-called spatial fracture came into view. The ceiling of the tomb chamber, where everyone stood, suddenly shattered into square blocks, scattering outward. Through the gaps between the dispersing blocks, they could see a vast, dark, and desolate wilderness. Mournful wails from the deepest depths of the underworld echoed continuously from above, as though rising from the tormented plains. Seeing the space around them crumbling piece by piece, the adventurers fell silent and rushed into the passage. Xia Lai and Isla followed closely behind Morton, sliding into the passage one after another. The tunnel was dimly lit, illuminated only by the faint glow of luminescent moss growing on the walls. Though the passage had only one entrance, it began to branch as they slid. The adventurers started dispersing into different tunnels. Through his own rotation within, Xia Lai clearly sensed this was a spiraling descent. After sliding for over 10 minutes through passages resembling a mountain slide, they finally spotted the milky white glow of the exit. Splashed! Xia Lai shot out from a side tunnel and crashed into a thicket of bushes below. He sprang to his feet and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Morton and the archer had arrived first and were conferring about something. Glancing around, he saw nothing but dense forest with thick white mist filling the woods. Xia Lai looked up at the towering cedars surrounding him. Their trunks pierced straight into the fog, obscuring both the sky and the sun. He drew his sword and slashed at a nearby branch. A concealed green leaf snake was sliced in 2, bleeding crimson. As the blood dripped downward, a cluster of lush mushrooms beneath the tree suddenly unfurled their caps, absorbing every drop completely. A young deer darted through the forest, its crimson eyes fixed on Xia Lai at a distance, blood still clinging to the corners of its mouth. Species: heart-devouring deer. Level LV 8. This was the second underground level, the Misty Forest, a place entirely different from the first floor, yet equally perilous. Splash! Another adventurer slid out from a different passage on the rocky cliff. Xia Lai looked over and saw that it was Ayla. The passage she had taken was directly opposite a patch of grass half a meter high. It served as a perfect cushion. Her sea blue robe was stained with green grass, and her staff was tightly gripped in her hand. She cautiously poked her head out of the grass like a timid groundhog, and upon spotting Xia Lai nearby, she walked over joyfully. "How is it? Are you hurt?" Xia Lai shook his head and began discussing with Ayla what to do next. After Ayla arrived one after another, the adventurers slid out of the passages, and the area was instantly filled with a cacophony of noise. Morton came over. His body was suffused with an unnatural red, and his eyes were bloodshot, making him look like a desperado who hadn't slept for 3 or 4 days. This was the side effect of the dragon's blood potion. Morton patted Xia Lai on the shoulder. "Xia Lai, lad, what do you plan to do?" Xia Lai was silent for a moment, then spoke. "Originally, I planned to spend a week adventuring in the dungeon. It's only the 2nd day now, and we're out of danger, so I intend to continue the adventure. His purpose for this trip was to hunt monsters and gain experience to level up. Since he hadn't achieved his goal, he was naturally unwilling to give up. Hearing Xia Lai's words, the dwarf stroked his messy beard. Old man Morton is heading to the 3rd floor. Farewell, Xia Lai lad. With that, he and the archer walked into the forest. In no time, the thick, white mist completely swallowed their tracks. Xia Lai and his companion glanced back at the adventurers behind them, packed up their belongings, and began to move away. Of the remaining 20 or so adventurers in the forest, most chose to head directly to the nearest teleportation array to leave, while a very small few decided to start their adventure in the misty forest. Soon the area returned to its usual tranquility. The night in the misty forest was exceptionally still. Glowing fireflies clung to the tree trunks, rising and falling. All creatures were in a deep slumber until an unusual chase shattered the peace. Rustle, rustle. Footsteps rained down like a storm. Xia Lai and his companion sprinted at high speed through the highly humid forest. Ahead was a fleeing goblin squad. Originally 27 in number, now only 19 remained. The leader was a goblin brave clad in iron armor. This goblin squad was not comparable to the ordinary ones in the Amethyst Forest. Each goblin was level 7 or 8, and the leader had even reached level 15. Logically, such a squad ambushing a 2-person team in the darkness of the Misty Forest should have been a guaranteed success. Because the mist in the Misty Forest was thick, especially at night, reducing human visibility to less than 5 meters. But unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong target. Possessing super intuition, Xia Lai immediately woke Ayla from her sleep as soon as those green-skinned monkeys stepped into his range and launched a surprise attack. In the first encounter, he had already killed 3 of the green-skinned monkeys. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the leading goblin brave ordered a retreat. Xia Lai naturally couldn't let the experience go. He and Ayla immediately gave chase. Xia Lai shouted to Ayla, "Ayla, are you ready?" Ayla stopped her incantation and nodded slightly. The magic crystal atop her staff pulsed, and a green magical array the size of a person quickly formed. Iron Thorn LV4, whoosh whoosh. Dozens of fine thorny vines burst from the ground, growing and entwining, spreading rapidly through the forest to catch up with the goblin squad. The vines twisted together, forming several barbed iron lines that blocked their path. Thud, thump. The goblins slammed into the vines. The resilience of the thorny vines allowed them to push forward a few meters before being flung back. Xia Lai quickly stepped forward, pulled out the stopper with one hand, and poured the oil from the bottle onto his sword. He shouted, "Fire." At his words, a fist-sized fireball flew past him. Xia Lai timed his move and swept his longsword through the fireball. Instantly, flames erupted from the blade. Xia Lai lunged forward, executing horizontal slash. The sword swung, its flames distorting the air. The blade first cut through an ordinary goblin's cloth armor, cleaving it in two, then stabbed sideways at the goblins on either side. The sword blade gently circled the goblins' heads, and with a twist, 2 wrinkled green-skinned heads were severed, falling onto the damp grass and burning quietly. Thus the goblin squad was reduced to 16. All this happened in mere seconds. The armored goblin brave roared in fury at the sight of its fallen comrades. It swung its spiked mace at Xia Lai, who dodged with a turn. Immediately, several vines coiled around it. Vine Entanglement LV4, the goblin brave was bound tightly by the vines, able only to watch helplessly as Xia Lai killed its companions one by one, powerless to do anything. Like a helpless husband in some story. Huff. After cutting down the remaining 15 goblins with ease, Xia Lai let out a long breath and swept his sword to remove the residual oil. He positioned his sword and signaled Ayla to release the vines on the goblin brave. His purpose was to hone his combat skill horizontal slash and rapidly level it up to LV3 through actual combat. Freed from its bindings, the goblin brave glared at the slayer of its kin, its scarlet eyes filled with hatred, and charged with a roar. Clang! The tip of the sword struck the spiked mace, producing a metallic ringing. Xia Lai then swung his sword, horizontal slash. The blade struck the goblin brave, and the force sent it flying backward, crashing into a tree. Xia Lai frowned at his sword. No, the stance is wrong. The power is obstructed when released. Should the elbow be positioned more to the left? On the other side, Ayla sat on the grass, conjured a light orb, and began studying the thick tome array diagrams. The goblin brave was knocked down again, and Xia Lai adjusted his stance each time. This continued for half an hour. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Xia Lai. A glint flashed in his eyes. He kicked off the ground, and a cold gleam appeared in his hand. Creak! The grating screech of metal was unbearable. But then a sudden crack sounded. Xia Lai looked in surprise. A sword mark had cut deep into the armor. Success! Horizontal slash LV2, LV3. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Xia Lai said nothing more. He thrust his sword, thrust LV4, piercing through the armor and easily taking the goblin brave's life. As the experience flowed into him, Xia Lai, who had spent 4 days in the misty forest and hunted no fewer than 100 monsters, finally broke through his level LV15, 16 strength 50 to 55, agility 41 to 46, constitution 41 to 46, Perception 53 to 58, Spirit 31 to 36. With the improvement in both his combat skills and level, Xia Lai's journey through the dungeon had been highly fruitful. The only regret was that he hadn't encountered any of the special monsters in the Misty Forest. The monsters he had hunted over these days were all common ones such as heart-eating deer, howling vine, and forest spider. As for the unique monsters of the Misty Forest like Mist Hidden Beast, Rime Elf, Mist Knight, and Mist Mare, he hadn't seen a single one. For the curious Xia Lai, this was indeed a regret. Dismissing the panel, Xia Lai relaxed his body, then headed with Ayla to the nearest teleportation array. After days of continuous adventure, both of them needed a good rest. After spending some gold coins, the two were teleported to the dungeon entrance in the Amethyst Forest. Unlike when they first entered the dungeon, the entrance was now a bustling scene. The open space in front of the entrance had been divided into several fan-shaped areas with large leather tents set up inside. In front of the tents, various silk banners stood indicating the different trades conducted within. The banner for potion sales featured a potion bottle, the tavern's banner a wine glass, and the brothel's banner a woman's head. Adventurers in full gear streamed through the area. A quick glance put the number of adventurers at over 1,000. In the midst of these tents, a flagpole over 20 meters tall stood erect. A purple silk banner fluttered in the wind, embroidered with golden thread, Amethyst Dungeon Expeditionary Force. Xia Lai understood at once. The expedition that Vice President Koch had mentioned was beginning. Beneath purple silk banners stood an enormous tent. Clerks in Adventure Guild uniforms came and went. Every function available at the Sager City branch had its corresponding section here. Though the expansion operation had not yet officially commenced, ample preparations had already been made. Once the Adventure Guild began announcing the expansion and issuing monster bounties, everything would run smoothly and in order. Golden-haired Leona was directing several new clerks in assembling counters. To support this expansion, the guild had recruited a large number of newcomers, while some veteran employees were promoted to management positions. Leona was among them, energetically leading her team, when a crisp voice rang out, "Leona." Leona quickly looked up to see Xia Lai and Ayla approaching with smiles. She hurried forward and said, "The spatial rupture happened so long ago. Why did it take you this long to come out of the dungeon?" Xia Lai smiled slightly and changed the subject. "How is the first underground floor now? What's the situation?" Leona paused to think before answering. The spatial rupture did not affect all areas on the first floor. The Bone Corridor and Manor Cemetery zones remained untouched. The monsters are unchanged except the Whispering Choir. Some adventurers say they are different now, stronger. I wonder if it was influenced by this incident. The original Ghost Riverbank and Pyramid Mausoleum areas no longer exist. After the spatial rupture, they merged into the newly emerged region, forming a single unified area. Xia Lai listened to Leona and thought to himself, the changes in the Whispering Choir must be related to me. He asked aloud, is this new area that caused the spatial rupture on the first floor the same one the guild had previously explored? If so, how could it suddenly collide with the other areas? Hearing Xia Lai's question, Leona glanced around and lowered her voice. It is the same area, but even the guild has no idea why this happened. The vice president has been arguing with many people in the guild these past few days, and only the guild master himself intervened to put a stop to it. Upon hearing this, Xia Lai nodded. Have Frederick and the others arrived? Leona nodded and pointed to a nearby tent adorned with hanging glasses. Leah is inside. Frederick went to a shop to buy equipment. Good. He has been rather mysterious these past few days. I'm not sure what he's up to. Xia Lai nodded and pulled out the materials they had gathered this time from his backpack. We won't bother finding a specialized material buyer this time. We'll sell directly to the Adventure Guild. The guild's material purchase prices were generally 20% lower than market rates. However, both Xia Lai and Ayla were somewhat exhausted, and especially Xia Lai, who needed to hurry back to the Soren weapon shop in Sager Town to collect his custom-ordered longsword. A week had already passed. His mithril longsword should be ready by now. Hearing this, Leona waved toward the distance. A slender girl walked over and began listing their haul one by one. 1 pharaoh's heart, 3 mummy wrappings, 5 fanged deer molars, 3 active vines, 2 pounds of forest spider silk, 10 mushroom caps from flesh-piercing fungi. She paused, and 39 goblin left ears. Goblins differ from the above-mentioned monster materials. Goblins as a species generally yield almost no materials unless they are particularly rare mutated varieties. That is why adventurers are reluctant to hunt goblins. The effort and cost of combat often exceed any reward. Nevertheless, as monsters, their swarms can cause significant destruction and should not be underestimated. Therefore, the guild established bounty commissions specifically for goblins, monsters with little material value, to prevent them from multiplying unchecked and causing large-scale disasters. 1 silver coin per goblin. After finishing the inventory, the slender girl picked up a twig and began drawing on the ground. 5 plus 6 plus 3.9 totaling. After calculating for a long time, she finally arrived at the sum 63 gold coins and 4 silver coins in total. With that, she reached into the cash box beside her and produced 63 gleaming gold coins and 4 sparkling silver coins. Xia Lai took 20 gold coins and handed the rest to Ayla. After a brief discussion, Ayla decided to stay and remain with Frederick's squad, while Xia Lai spent 30 copper coins to rent a horse and set off alone along the Amethyst Avenue back to Sager City. Autumn deepened and the rows of trees lining the road began to turn yellow, their leaves curling and drifting down. Occasionally groups of adventurers rushed past, all headed toward the Amethyst dungeon. They were waiting for the guild to announce bounty commissions, at which point they would immediately venture inside and reap substantial profits. During the early expansion phase of a dungeon, monster bounties were significantly higher than usual, and the materials obtained from monsters were also the sole property of the hunter. Combined, the earnings from a single monster could at least double compared to before. Xia Lai noticed that many adventurers wore clothing distinctly different from that of Lord Dominion, suggesting they were from other regions. One adventurer was dressed in fishing and hunting gear, a fishskin dagger hanging at his waist with curly dark blue hair cascading down the back of his head. Seeing such a unique outfit, Xia Lai murmured to himself, an adventurer from the Southern Archipelago. That's quite far from Lord Dominion. The Southern Archipelago adventurer noticed Xia Lai's gaze, cautiously studied him for a moment, then slipped away unnoticed. Xia Lai continued forward, but suddenly felt the surrounding temperature drop. Confusion crossed his face. Ahead, a squad appeared, cold air radiating from them. At the center of the squad was a 2-horse carriage drawn by 2 pristine white steeds, far superior to the one Xia Lai rode. Surrounding the carriage were over 20 burly men, their bluish beards pressed against their faces, their sharp, deep-featured faces like ice sculptures, their sapphire eyes like unfrozen pools in winter. Draped in furs of bears and wolves, they looked like barbarians. A white banner with blue trim flew high, engraved with the emblem of the northern border nations, and a family crest, a ice wolf. Xia Lai watched the squad pass with a serious expression, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Even the lowest-ranked member of this squad was at least level 18, and nearly half of the party had reached level 20. At that moment, a window of the carriage in the squad creaked open, and a cascade of fiery red hair emerged. The red locks danced in the wind, blazing like a fierce flame against the freezing atmosphere. The girl beneath the red hair stretched lazily, full of vitality, as though she had just woken. Xia Lai glanced at her face and couldn't help but marvel. Her features were exquisitely delicate. Among all the women he had ever seen, only Ayla could compare. But his gaze drifted downward. This child would have to endure hardship. Just as Xia Lai was about to summon his panel to check the girl's stats, the girl noticed him as well. With lively energy, she called out to Xia Lai, "Young adventurer." Xia Lai hardly heard her words. His attention was entirely fixed on the girl's panel. Kalina, level LV-19, titles, Northern Flame, God's Envoy. Kalina, the maiden with fiery red hair, after inquiring from Xia Lai how much longer it would take to reach the Amethyst underground city, curled back into silence. Xia Lai fell into a brief pause, then continued on his return journey. Though he harbored keen interest in Kalina's title as envoy of the gods, matters pertaining to the divine were far beyond his capacity to handle at present. After this detour, his pace inevitably quickened, and by the time he arrived at Sarge City, it was already nearing midday. Xia Lai dismounted and noticed that the patrol knights bearing the Sarge family badge at the entrance were several times more numerous than before, while the guards conducting inspections at the gate had grown significantly stricter. Even adventurers seeking entry into the city were subjected to repeated questioning, which inevitably slowed their progress considerably. Growing anxious from waiting, Xia Lai spied Gonzalez, Sarge City's constable clad in golden armor, at the city gate. A sudden spark of thought prompted him to approach and offer a greeting. Adopting a respectful tone, Xia Lai said, "Constable, sir." Gonzalez, who had been whispering to the soldiers behind him, heard himself called and turned to look. "Oh, you are Xia Lai." Xia Lai nodded. Fortunately, Gonzalez had not forgotten him. Otherwise, to approach only to be met with "Who are you?" would have been exceedingly awkward. Gonzalez glanced at him and spoke. "You are returning to the city." Xia Lai nodded. "Yes, I have an appointment with Soren, the owner of Soren's weapon shop, to meet today at noon. But looking at this queue." He trailed off, casting a glance over his shoulder at the line stretching like a long serpent. Gonzalez furrowed his brow in thought, then waved his hand, signaling the nearby soldier to let Xia Lai pass. Lately, incidents had been frequent within Sarge City. It would not harm to befriend an adventurer who held the constabulary in good regard. Xia Lai nodded with genuine gratitude, not failing to inquire from Gonzalez what major matter had caused such a commotion. Gonzalez sighed. "I cannot say, but once you enter the city you will know." True to his words, Xia Lai found out the moment he crossed the city gates. For everyone within the city was speaking of the failed assassination attempt on Count Sarge by members of the Thieves Guild the previous night. Although the assassination failed due to timely discovery, 2/10 of those within the Count's castle had perished, and the assassins remained at large. The Thieves Guild once more. Xia Lai grumbled inwardly, then recalled Leona's mention that Geta had been acting rather mysteriously over the past few days, leaving one to wonder what he was plotting. A private suspicion arose: could Geta have some connection with these individuals? The less he pondered it, the more unsettling the notion became. Xia Lai suppressed his thoughts and hastened towards Soren's weapon shop. Clang clang. A cascade of metallic strikes rang out ceaselessly the moment he pushed open the door. Haha, Xia Lai, you have finally arrived. Observing Xia Lai entering through the door, the blacksmith dwarf Soren strided over with a hearty laugh. As Xia Lai had expended over 100 gold coins at his establishment, Soren naturally extended a warm welcome. Xia Lai smiled and asked, "So, is the longsword ready?" Soren stroked his braided beard, quite pleased, and replied, "Naturally, it was just completed yesterday. You should know that this mithril longsword was personally forged by my own hands with a team of 4 assistants. Even so, it consumed a full week's time. This is far more time-consuming than forging 10 ordinary longswords. Oh, of course I do not intend to raise the price. Rather, I should thank you. Without your patronage, who knows when I would have been able to forge a longsword with mithril as its principal material." As he spoke, 2 blacksmith apprentices carried forth a rectangular box. The bloodseeder box was of fine quality, secured with silver buckles locked tightly upon its surface. Soren retrieved a key, unlocked the clasp, and pushed the long box toward Xia Lai. "Open it with your own hands." Click. As Xia Lai gently pushed the lid open, a silver-blue double-edged longsword lay quietly within. The longsword was crafted using a sandwich forging technique featuring a mithril core at its center with high-carbon steel blades on either side. The blades on both sides emitted a cold white gleam reminiscent of frost and snow, while the raised central portion possessed a pale blue luster. The cold white and pale blue intertwined their radiance and darkness, alternating like the rhythm of breath. The high-carbon steel blades displayed a stacked bird feather texture exquisitely beautiful. The guard, per Xia Lai's request, adhered to simplicity, fashioned from matte dark silver inlaid with obsidian. The grip of the hilt was crafted from the hide of a young heart-devouring stag dyed indigo blue and engraved with anti-slip nubs. Its length accommodated both single-handed and firm two-handed wielding. The moment Xia Lai beheld the longsword, he was utterly captivated by its appearance. It was simply too magnificent. After admiring it at length, he finally summoned his panel mithril longsword to be named. Type longsword, grade excellent blue. Effect 1, resilience. The mithril core enables it to withstand varied circumstances without fracture. Effect 2, piercing sharpness, /damage increased by 20%. Effect 3, undead bane, inflicts an additional 20% damage upon undead creatures. Effect 4, purification. After combat, condensation forms upon the blade, cleansing away residual blood. Description: a longsword forged from mithril. Its blue quality is not its terminus, but merely the beginning. Note: desire for it to be immortalized by bards. Bestow upon it a fitting name. Having reviewed the panel, Xia Lai was highly satisfied, never having anticipated it would possess 4 effects. He reached out to seize the sword, his wrist dropping sharply. It weighed more than triple that of his former standard longsword. Soren smiled and remarked, "The sword weighs 16.3 kilograms, and its blade measures 124 in length. It is somewhat heavy for you currently, but I trust you shall adapt to it swiftly. Originally, I contemplated seeking a priest from the church to bestow several blessings upon this blade, but I ultimately abandoned the notion. The priests of Sarge City can impart no higher than 5th-tier magic, yet this sword deserves superior enchantments." Soren continued, "Strive diligently and accumulate greater wealth. Endeavor to replace all materials with mithril, then seek out the finest blessing priest. Aim to forge a magical longsword. By then its caliber should rival those legendary weapons." Xia Lai nodded, gazing at the attribute panel before him. Though it boasted no fewer than 4 effects apart from the final one, purification, which could be loosely associated with magic, none of the others fell within that realm. As for undead bane, even a straightforward silver longsword could possess this effect, though ordinary silver longswords typically granted only 5% additional damage. Nevertheless, even so, these 4 effects were somewhat overpowered. Frankly, it did not resemble an excellent weapon of blue quality. It should at least rank among the rarity of purple-tier items. Xia Lai readily paid the remaining balance, additionally presenting 10 gold coins. Soren accepted with a smile. Xia Lai, bestow a name upon it. It is no ordinary standard longsword. It merits a distinguished appellation. A name? Xia Lai fell silent, studying the silver-blue blade. He executed a swift sword flourish, observing the pale crescent-shaped blue afterimage, and after a considerable pause, declared, "Let us call it Moonshadow." At noon, at the Oakwood Tavern. Xia Lai pushed open the door, and the door hit the wind chime, making a dang-dang sound. The spacious hall was empty, without the bustling crowd of adventurers. Only the cat person Kai Te, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, was wiping the table with a cloth. Hearing the wind chime, she immediately turned her head and saw that the visitor was Xia Lai. Her cat ears twitched a few times. "Good afternoon, Mr. Xia Lai." Xia Lai casually found a seat and sat down. "Why are there so few people today?" Kai Te replied, "Everyone has gone to the Zijing dungeon. The adventurers in the city are only 20% of before, and the rest are all preparing supplies and will leave soon. Naturally, there are few people." Xia Lai spoke, "Are you also going outside the dungeon?" Kai Te nodded. "The boss and the others have already gone, leaving only me to clean up." Damned boss making me do all this alone. When I go back I'll make that wretched guy give me a raise. Saying that, Kaite couldn't help but sigh, but soon calmed down. She brought a glass of water and said with some apology, they took all the beer away and the cook left with them. If you want to eat something, there's only some lunch I made myself. Xia Lai said, is what you made enough for two? If not, then I won't trouble you. Kaite said, it's enough. I made a full big pot. It just so happens I haven't eaten either. Let's eat together. Xia Lai scratched his head. How much should I pay? I'll give it to you. Kaite waved her hand and shook her head. Oh, mister. Xia Lai, you're too polite. This meal is my treat. With that, she took a jump and darted into the kitchen. Through the window, Xia Lai saw Kaite standing by the stove. On it was a round iron pot bubbling and stewing something. She lifted the wooden lid and clouds of steam rushed toward him. The aroma of braised meat instantly wafted out. Kaite's voice came from inside. Mister, Xia Lai, there's only wheat bread for the main course. Is that okay? Xia Lai naturally had no objection. Soon Kaite brought out 2 servings of potato stewed with mountain goat meat accompanied by wheat bread. In the wooden bowls were several large pieces of goat meat and half a bowl of potatoes. The milky white broth was fragrant with fresh green parsley leaves floating on top. Xia Lai's appetite immediately surged. He scooped up a spoonful of soup. The delicate broth, perfectly seasoned with spices, was simply exquisite. The mutton stewed for a long time was tender and delicious. Another bite of potato. It was indescribably wonderful. This soup is much more fragrant than before. It seems Kaite didn't skimp on the spices. Xia Lai had ordered stewed meat at the Oakwood Tavern before, but without exception none of them were as delicious as this stewed mutton. After all, in this world spices were more expensive than gold. If they were for sale, they certainly wouldn't use so many spices. Just as the two were feasting, the chaotic wind chime sounded disorderly dang dang. What walked in were several drunken adventurers. From their strange attire, it was clear that they were foreign adventurers who had come for the pioneering expedition. Kaite put down her wooden spoon and went to greet them. Xia Lai continued to savor the delicious food. After a dozen seconds, it seemed something was wrong on Kaite's side. The voices grew louder. Xia Lai frowned slightly, grabbed his newly acquired longsword, Moon Shadow, and walked over. The adventurer with a scimitar, his face flushed with wine, said, no alcohol again. What's the matter with the taverns in your Sagu city? If you have no alcohol, why run a tavern? Kaite forced a smile on her face. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry, but we really have no alcohol. The scimitar adventurer squinted his eyes, looked Kaite up and down, and let out a burp belch. No alcohol is fine, we want to eat, serve us food. Kaite gritted her silver teeth, her cat ears flattening against her hair in anger. There's no food either. Although there was still some stewed meat left in the pot, it was only enough for one person. The adventurers before her numbered 4. No. Then what is that person eating? With that he pointed obliquely at Xia Lai. Kaite sighed, that's all that's left. There really is none. The scimitar adventurer clicked his tongue. No alcohol, no food. What kind of tavern are you running? Another equally drunk adventurer chimed in, nothing at all won't do. You have to have something. I see you're so pretty. Since there's nothing else, why don't you open a brothel? Right, a brothel is fine. Why not open it now? We'll be the first to patronize your business. Ha 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 ha. Hearing their insults, Kaite instantly flushed red. Previously, there had been drunken adventurers causing trouble in the tavern, but they were always knocked out and thrown out by other adventurers. But now she was the only one left in the tavern. Listening to their filthy words, she had no way to deal with them. The scimitar adventurer squinted his eyes, opened his mouth lewdly, and as he spoke he reached out to grab Kaite. A prostitute costs only 30 copper coins a night. We'll each give you 1 silver coin, how about? Before the scimitar adventurer could finish his words, his wrist was twisted by a palm. The palm exerted immense force, making him wail in pain. Kaite heard the sound, and abruptly looked up. That's right, she wasn't alone in the tavern. Xia Lai was still there. She looked up and saw Xia Lai's hand firmly gripping the wrist of the adventurer. He twisted his wrist, the muscle spasm, causing the scimitar adventurer to involuntarily bend his body. Xia Lai extended his hand to form a fist, raised it high, and slammed it into the man's face, hitting him right on the nose. Blood splattered, the nose was crooked to one side, and the punch knocked him unconscious. Xia Lai didn't just punch, he also cursed. Open a brothel. Open your mother's brothel. Bring your mother here, I'll pay 1 copper coin for each time I fuck her. Goblin spawn thing. After saying that, he threw the dead dog-like guy out of his hand, unhurriedly drew his sword. The mithril longsword Moon Shadow flashed with a silver-blue glimmer, pointed at the remaining 3 adventurers. LV-12, OLV-11, OLV-12. As adventurers who had just awakened their talents, their levels were not high. Even if they attacked together, Xia Lai could handle them. The remaining 3 adventurers, seeing this first, stood dumbfounded. Then, with a clang, they drew their weapons. Kaite was pulled behind Xia Lai by him. Just as tensions were at their peak, the dang-dang of wind chimes sounded, and the Sagu City Sheriff Gang Xia Lai ducked his head and stepped in. He turned his head left and right in confusion. A brawl before the sheriff. After being scolded by Gang Xia Lai, the 3 guys carried their unconscious companion and walked out dejectedly. There was no choice but to leave. If they didn't leave voluntarily, they would be thrown out. Kaite first thanked Xia Lai, then turned to Xia Lai and asked softly, "Sheriff, have you eaten?" "There's still a serving of stewed mutton in the pot." Xia Lai waved his hand to refuse. "I'm not who." Gurgle. The sound of his stomach betrayed him. He had just finished his morning work and came over not having eaten lunch yet. Soon Kaite brought over a bowl of potatoes stewed with mountain goat meat. Smelling the aroma, Xia Lai swallowed his saliva. "How much?" Kaite said, "No charge, it's my treat." Then she turned around and went back to the kitchen to get him some wheat bread. On the other side, Xia Lai watched Xia Lai wolfing down his food and said, "I'll step out for a moment, though I'll be right back." Xia Lai paused briefly and nodded. Dang dang, dang dang. The wind chimes sounded twice. Xia Lai sat back down at his seat, wiping the blood from his fist. Xia Lai watched his movements thoughtfully. Xia Lai glanced at Kaite, who was still wiping the table after finishing her meal, and said to Xia Lai, "I've already paid for this bowl of stewed meat. How are you going to pay?" Xia Lai paused, scooped a spoonful of stewed meat into his mouth and spoke. "Are they dead?" Xia Lai waved his hand. "No, but if they don't spend a lot on healing spells, they probably won't be able to participate in the pioneering expedition." Xia Lai nodded. "I haven't seen those 4 adventurers." Xia Lai gave a thumbs up. Officer." Xia Lai looked at Xia Lai's raised thumb, confused, and imitated the gesture. "What does this mean?" Xia Lai scratched his head. "It's a sign language from my hometown meaning great." Xia Lai nodded thoughtfully. Xia Lai saw Xia Lai continuously rotating his raised thumb and couldn't help but remind him, "Sheriff, it's time to talk about your business, isn't it? You didn't eat lunch, didn't take off your uniform, and came to this rarely visited Oakwood Tavern. Don't tell me you're not here for me." Puff puff. Kate held the rag in her hand, wiping the tabletop with force. Gonzalez watched Kate, whose attention was entirely focused on cleaning. He dipped the white bread in his hand into the meat soup, and leaving not a single drop, poured it all into his mouth. "I have a lead on the vampire." Xia Lai scratched his head in confusion. "That's great. Go investigate it yourself. Why are you coming to me?" Gonzalez replied. "You mentioned before that you'd tell me if you found the mastermind behind this." Hearing this, Xia Lai recalled that he had indeed said something like that, but it was merely an angry remark made after being attacked by monsters, and he had long forgotten about it. "And, officer, if I'm not mistaken, I said I would let you know once I found the mastermind. Haven't you discovered anything yet?" Gonzalez took a sip of water and quietly said, "I want to investigate, but I'm no longer permitted to." Xia Lai asked in confusion, "Why is that?" Gonzalez explained, "The Thieves Guild's assassination attempt on the Count has caused quite a commotion. Count Sag is furious and has ordered all manpower to be dedicated to that matter, so the vampire case has been set aside." Hearing this, Xia Lai followed up, "Is the vampire still feeding on the blood of living people?" Gonzalez nodded. "At first it was 1 per day, but starting 2 days ago it increased to 2 per day." Xia Lai slowly leaned back against the chair. "Even as people continue to die, they turn a blind eye and divert all their forces to capture the assassin. The lives of ordinary people truly do not matter." After a moment of reflection, he spoke up. "Officer, just say what you want directly." Gonzalez straightened his uniform cape. "There will be a banquet at the Count's mansion tonight. Among the attendees there are 3 individuals I suspect. The vampire begins feeding on fresh blood around 10 o'clock each night, and this banquet runs deep into the evening. I hope you will infiltrate the party and help me keep an eye on these 3, especially watching for whoever disappears around 10. Xia Lai said, "You want to conduct a private investigation?" Gonzalez nodded. Xia Lai continued, "Why are you asking me?" Gonzalez replied, "Since this is a private investigation, I cannot use any of my subordinates. Besides, my relationship with the adventurers is not good. Other than you, I cannot find a second person. I will pay you a commission of 20 gold coins." Xia Lai fell silent before speaking. "Why?" "Since the Count has already declared that all matters should be prioritized toward capturing the assassin, then even if you fail to catch the vampire, it shouldn't affect you, right? After all, that is no longer your responsibility." Gonzalez drew a deep breath. "I am a peacekeeper. Protecting the lives of citizens is my duty." Xia Lai silently observed Gonzalez, noticing the officer's sincere expression. With a thought, he summoned his panel. Gonzalez, level LV-28, title Champion of Justice, gains experience when upholding justice. Wow. Champion of Justice. He truly is a righteous peacekeeper. From the title, it was evident that the officer was a good person, but Xia Lai considered himself neither villain nor hero. If someone blocked his path forward, he would never show mercy regardless of whether they were innocent. However, if someone showed him kindness, he would reciprocate. Just as Kate had given Xia Lai a bowl of stew, he had helped her deal with the drunken thugs. But Xia Lai would certainly not seek revenge for a stranger's brutal death unless it involved someone connected to him. At most, he might feel a flicker of goodwill. In short, Xia Lai was wicked but not entirely so, and kind but not holy either. Nevertheless, despite his own nature, he still held a certain admiration for Gonzalez as self-proclaimed champion of justice, bearing such a title. He pondered for a long while. Anyway, I'm only helping Gonzalez observe 3 people's movements at the banquet. Worst case, I'll just take a look from afar, check their panels, and leave. It won't cost me anything, and I'll earn 20 gold coins. Having made up his mind, Xia Lai nodded. All right, I accept this commission. Upon hearing this, Gonzalez's expression grew serious and earnest. He rose from his seat and bowed deeply to Xia Lai. Xia Lai waved his hand. Just business for money. Tell me how I should infiltrate the banquet. Gonzalez nodded and said, the banquet at the Count's mansion tonight will begin at 7 o'clock, held at the estate north of Sag City. It will run until 2 in the morning. The first hour is designated for receiving guests. His lordship will speak with each attendee individually. During this time, you absolutely cannot appear at the banquet, or you will be immediately recognized and arrested as an assassin. 8 o'clock marks the pre-dinner entertainment segment. At that point, the guests will begin dispersing into smaller groups for conversation. The venue will feature poetry recitations, musical performances, dance shows, and various other entertainments. It is best to slip in during this window. Don't worry about how to get in. I am responsible for the patrol outside the estate. Simply wait for me outside the estate at 8 o'clock tonight, and I will prepare servants' clothing for you. Once inside, use your discretion. You only need to focus on the 3 individuals I mentioned and carefully observe who among them leaves around 10 o'clock. Gonzalez's arrangement was thorough and rigorous. After hearing it, Xia Lai found no flaws and nodded in agreement. Gonzalez saw this, gave his cape a quick shake, exchanged a few words with Kate, and departed. Xia Lai sat silently for a long while. After finishing the water in his cup, he also said goodbye to Kate and left. After Xia Lai and Gonzalez had both departed, Kate continued wiping the table for quite some time. Realizing they had not gone far, and showing no signs of returning, she suddenly crouched down with a start. I think I just heard something quite significant. Kate covered her cat-like face on the verge of tears, without any actually falling. Don't those two realize that a catfolk's hearing is 5 times sharper than a human's? Night fell, and a bright white moon climbed into the sky. The Count's estate to the north of Sag City had a small portion built into the city walls, while the greater part extended beyond the city, resembling a protruding triangular shape. On both sides of the estate's protruding section stretched a dense forest. Xia Lai stood before an ordinary tree in the forest. With a swift sound, he drew Moonshadow and drove the blade into the tree. The tough tree yielded before the long sword as easily as soft tofu. Within mere strokes, he carved out a hollow tall enough for a person. He hid his Moonshadow and chainmail shirt covering them with tree bark on the outside. Having finished all of this, he made his way to the designated meeting point with Gonzalez. Gazing at the estate, glowing with brilliant lights and warm radiance not far away, he closed his eyes to rest. Nearly half an hour passed in this manner. Rustle, rustle. The sound of skin brushing against leaves reached his ears. Though appearing to rest with his eyes closed, Xia Lai had in fact kept his super intuition active. He opened his eyes, his brown gaze fixed on a dark figure approaching from nearby. Gonzalez emerged from the woods carrying a bundle in his hand. Seeing Xia Lai rise, he handed over the item. Only 10 minutes. Xia Lai changed into the servant's clothing and took the note from Gonzalez, which bore the names of the 3 suspects he doubted. Xia Lai glanced at the list. The first name read, Chandler, Transport Officer of Sag City. In the study of the Count's estate castle, the lamplight flickered intermittently. Count Sa-gu sat behind a table adorned with intricate carvings and gilded gold paint, his back to a stained glass window rich with religious symbolism. His face was obscured by shadows, his expression unreadable. At the study door stood an elderly man in a black butler's uniform, his hair gray, speaking with spirited vigor. The distinguished guests in attendance include Vice President of the Adventurers Guild Kui, the Keeper of the Keys at the Tai Ma Sun Amethyst Branch, the Vice President of the Duchy Chamber of Commerce, the Bishop of the Order and Light Church, Viscount Luo Ni, Viscount Guli Fun, Baron Kaijia. A string of names cascaded from the old man's lips like a recitation of a menu. And envoys from the northern kingdoms. As for Her Highness Princess Ka Lin, Na of the North, the envoy mentioned, she found the city too dull and set out for the dungeon early this morning. Count Sa-ji's expression hidden behind the shadows betrayed a hint of displeasure, for welcoming Princess Ka Lin, Na, was one of the reasons for tonight's banquet. Yet constrained by her status, he could not reproach her. After all, he was merely a count while she was a princess. Count Sa-gu stroked his mustache and nodded. How is the security for the banquet? The butler promptly replied. Outside the estate, Sheriff Gang Xia Lai is in charge with twice the number of patrol guards as before. Inside the castle, 2 topaz-ranked adventurer teams have been assigned. There will be no repeat of yesterday's incident. Count Sa-gu repeated, no repeat. The butler answered, rest assured, my lord. Count Sa-gu asked, where is Ka Xiao? The butler replied, the young master is confined to his room. Ka Xiao, as the eldest son of Count Sa-gu, had been carousing outside when the assassination attempt occurred at the estate yesterday. When the butler found him, he was panting atop the belly of a well-known socialite in Saga City. Before he could finish, he was dragged back and locked in his room. After all, if the count had been successfully assassinated, the eldest son, as the heir, would be the primary beneficiary. By the principle of who benefits who is suspect, Kasho, the count's eldest son, was unsurprisingly placed under house arrest. Sagu waved his hand, signaling the butler to withdraw. The butler bowed and retreated backward out of the room, closing the heavy door with a creak. Only then did Count Sagu reveal his face from the shadows. Under the glow of the firelight, Count Saji's left cheek appeared as red as a newborn's, with tiny flesh buds the size of a pinky finger writhing incessantly. He touched the writhing flesh on his face, a flash of hatred crossing his eyes, and cursed, "Damn thieves' guild." Then he pulled a purple magic crystal brimming with spiritual energy from the drawer and gently pressed it against his cheek. The tender flesh buds, sensing the magic crystal, frantically absorbed its energy. After a few minutes the writhing ceased, and Count Saji's cheek returned to stillness. Having done this, he took a deep breath. Snapping his fingers, 2 maids entered the room, holding the formal attire for the banquet, and began dressing him. Outside the banquet hall, the gray-haired butler smiled as he watched servants holding high trays laden with various wines and an abundance of delicacies. Xia Lai, carrying a tray filled with wine, lined up among the servants. As the butler clapped, Xia Lai and the others filed into the banquet room. In a vast hall spanning hundreds of square meters, several long dining tables were arranged. The logs crackling in the fireplace emitted a pleasant scent of pine. Nearly 100 guests formed small circles, chatting and laughing. After placing the dishes on the tables, the servants stood quietly in the corners with their trays and wine. Whenever a guest finished their wine, they would step forward to retrieve the empty glass and replace it with a fresh one. Xia Lai, staying in an inconspicuous corner, quietly observed, while continuously pouring glasses of wine from his tray into his own mouth. Gulp. This white wine has no alcohol at all. It's pure juice. Gulp, gulp. Well, I must say, noble stuff is pretty tasty. Free stuff is the best. Gulp, gulp. Though Xia Lai wasn't short of money, some things couldn't be bought with wealth alone. For instance, the white wine he was drinking now, as alcohol-free as fruit juice in his past life, was his first time tasting it. This non-alcoholic white wine was produced by removing the alcohol during fermentation through magical means, leaving only the fruit sugars and aroma. It was primarily served to young children and guests with alcohol allergies, an aristocratic specialty. Soon Xia Lai had drained the dozen glasses of white wine on his tray, and by then he had spotted one of the names on Gang Xia Lai's list, Madame Duolin. She was the widow of a baron and a well-known socialite in Saga City. In the years following Baron Duolin's death, she had earned the title of must-play attraction in Saga. However, as time passed in recent years, her youth had faded and signs of aging began to show. Yet her breasts, heavy and full like ripe mare's udders, still made many linger reluctantly. According to rumors, Count Saji's son Ka Xiao had engaged in carnal relations with her. Gang Xia Lai suspected her as one of the blood-sucking suspects because 2 victims had connections to Madame Duolin. One was her laundry maid, the other her garden maid. She must have known of their deaths, yet from start to finish she acted as if those 2 had never existed. Not far away, the still charming Madame Duolin was chatting with a bald nobleman. The bald man cracked a joke now and then, causing her to laugh so hard her bosom quivered, as if her ample flesh might burst forth, making the bald count lick his lips several times. Xia Lai, seeing this, directly called up her status panel. Duolin, level LV, 3 titles, 1,000 cuts, juicer, keeper of impotent men's secrets, the woman who knows the most secrets in Saga City. Bloody hell. What a master of intelligence. So you're telling me that every impotent man in Saga City is in your grasp, right? Want to know who's impotent? If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Go find it. I've put all the impotence lists right there. Upon seeing these 3 titles, Xia Lai couldn't help but mutter, if I knew the list of impotent men in Saga City, could I threaten them? Whoever disobeys my orders, I'll announce their impotence to the world. Xia Lai stopped his ranting, gathered his scattered thoughts, and pondered. From Madame Duolin's panel, there's nothing indicating a connection to vampires. It can't be that her juicer title refers to sucking blood, can it? So he broadened his vision and began searching for the other 2 names on the list. Despite the many guests in the hall, the obese figure of Qian De Lu caught Xia Lai's eye. Without hesitation, he opened the panel. Qian De Lu, level LV6, status, charm, titles, lecher, fat-headed and big-eared, vampire's servant, found it. Just as Xia Lai was rejoicing at how easy it was to find them, the woman beside Qian De Lu caught his attention. She was a blonde woman around 27 or 28, her face familiar, but for a moment Xia Lai couldn't recall her name. After 2 seconds of thought, Xia Lai suddenly realized. Oh right, the woman was Belia, a bank teller at Tai Ma's son. She had once tried to seduce him, giving him a hotel key, which he had simply thrown away. Xia Lai looked at the 2 who seemed like lovers and wondered, how did they end up together? Aravis wore a specially crafted banquet gown, yawning listlessly. Having completed the transportation missions assigned to her by several lords, she had grown quite bored lately. Every day was either spent sleeping or, upon waking, casually selecting a lucky guest to feed upon. This restlessness made it impossible for her to remain confined within the inn. Coincidentally, Chandler had mentioned tonight's banquet in yesterday's intelligence report, so she had him bring her along as well. Aravis stood beside Chandler, her upturned eyes casually scanning the other guests. Could Noble's blood be sweeter than ordinary people's? The thought slipped from her mind unbidden, and she found herself unconsciously licking her lips. That one's blood looks quite palatable. But that fellow looks utterly distasteful. Could he be the vice president of the Amethyst Dungeon Association? His level should be above LV30. Aravis's gaze swept across the room. She suddenly sensed someone watching her. Following that line of sight, she saw its source, a handsome male attendant wearing a black and white uniform. Aravis raised vampire level LV26 status. Disguise below, kisses to your mother. How could she have stumbled upon the final boss so effortlessly while playing on easy mode? Xia Lai had just been wondering about Chandler's title of vampire's servant, still unable to locate the vampire, never expecting it to be standing right beside him. Noticing the vampire before him, disguised as Bria, yet truly Aravis, direct her gaze toward himself. Xia Lai immediately bowed his head. But he quickly caught himself. Wait, why am I bowing at all? Isn't bowing precisely what makes me seem guilty? The data I viewed through the noble panel just now, Aravis definitely could not have detected it. Thus Xia Lai raised his head calmly. Meeting Aravis's slightly puzzled gaze, he gave a slight bow to show respect. Then he lifted the tray and stood quietly behind the door. After observing Xia Lai's behavior, Aravis first looked confused, but upon seeing him bow she grew thoughtful. Then she rose and walked toward him. Trouble. Noticing Aravis approaching him, Xia Lai's mind raced, and he could not help feeling tense. Although he did not believe she could discover his abilities, and even if she did, she would not act against him in such a public setting. Watching Aravis steadily close and still quickened his heartbeat. Xia Lai watched as Aravis extended her hand, grasping toward him. Her long-nailed, graceful fingers were like a fishing net, and Xia Lai was the fish trapped within. Clang. Aravis raised a glass of white wine. The rim of the glass struck the tray, producing a crisp sound. She tilted her swan-like neck and took a gentle sip. A soft whisper escaped her lips. My lord, have you come here to entrust me with a mission? My lord, is she calling me? Xia Lai wondered inwardly. He glanced around and confirmed he was indeed the only one there. Aravis, who had been closely observing Xia Lai, spoke up. My lord, when I arrived, I already checked. There are no other people nearby. Xia Lai's thoughts raced, and he quickly connected the Red Moon Shard to the scene before him. Could it be that using the Red Moon Shard's power caused some mutation in my body, making this vampire Aravis mistake me for a vampire? Currently, that seems to be the only possibility. After his thoughts concluded, Xia Lai cautiously asked, How did you discover me? Aravis replied, Although I have never met my lord before the moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed the potent power of the blood ancestor upon you. Though your level is weaker than mine, the bloodline within you is remarkably pure, so I recognized at once that you are no human. Excitedly, Aravis continued, You belong to the noble vampiric clan with a bloodline even purer than mine. The remarks Aravis made were so riddled with flaws that Xia Lai did not know where to begin his retort. After a moment of stunned silence, he nodded. You're right, I'm not human. Hearing Xia Lai's words, Aravis nodded confidently. Then she quickly spoke. My lord, did Lady Lily send you? Is there a new mission for me? My original task has already been completed. If you have any assignments, please entrust them to me entirely. Lady Lily, the mission completed. What mission? A cascade of questions flooded Xia Lai's mind, but he obviously could not ask Aravis so directly, for in her understanding, he should be a high-ranking vampiric kin sending her new orders. Thus Xia Lai probed tentatively. Are you certain your tasks are all completed? Aravis nodded. The supplies we needed have all been transported into the underground city, and we successfully triggered the spatial fracture. The portion under my responsibility has been flawlessly accomplished. Oh, so the spatial fracture that forced me to flee like a stray dog was your doing. Xia Lai felt a surge of anger in his heart. Yet he obviously could not let it show. But he was not one to suffer losses. His mind quickly turned, and a plan formed. Xia Lai first spoke a few words of praise, then quickly added, Tonight at midnight, go to the dense forest outside the manor. I will assign you your next mission. Aravis said, My lord may speak here as well. No one is watching us. Xia Lai shook his head. Too many people and watchful eyes here. Someone's attention has already fallen upon us. From now on, do not speak to me again. Aravis thought to herself, why didn't I notice the gaze? However, constrained by the unbelievably pure aura of her counterpart's bloodline, she obediently nodded solemnly. My lord would never deceive me. Then at Xia Lai's signal, she carried her wine glass and returned to the crowd. Watching this unfold, Xia Lai emptied the tray's white grape-flavored sweet beverage straight into his mouth. Still unsated, he quietly left the dining hall and turned toward the dense forest beyond the manor. Xia Lai arrived at the tree where he had previously stored his weapons, peeled back the bark, retrieved his equipment, and strapped the long sword Yuang to his waist. He donned his chainmail shirt, and arm guards one by one counted out the necessary potions and secured them at his waist for easy access. Aravis was a vampire at level 26. Even if he was not the primary combatant tonight, there could still be mortal danger. Fully prepared, Xia Lai walked toward a hollow in the woods not far away. That was the rendezvous point he had arranged with Sheriff Gonzalez, and also the graveyard he had chosen for this vampire Aravis. Upon reaching the hollow, Xia Lai looked up at the sky. The bright moon hung slantwise. There was still considerable time before midnight. With a thought, Xia Lai produced several vials of mercury and other potions known to affect the undead and began constructing his traps. In the shadowy depths of the dense forest, Xia Lai and Gang Sarius, having consumed the concealment potion, silently concealed themselves. As time slipped by, Gang Sarius could no longer hold back and whispered, "Xia Lai, are you certain the vampire will come?" His tone betrayed a lack of confidence, for Xia Lai's actions were akin to a police officer in a past life, hiring an informant to uncover clues about street-level drug dealers. Yet the informant returned claiming to have located the legendary Heisenberg of the drug world without revealing how he had managed it. Xia Lai nodded in affirmation, offering no further explanation. Seeing this, Gang Sarius had no choice but to calm his nerves and continue waiting. The forest fell silent once more, so quiet that the flutter of a bird's wings could be distinctly heard. A sudden beating of wings broke the stillness, heavier than that of a bird carrying the distinct weight of a mammal. Xia Lai quietly activated his super intuition. Beneath the moonlight, a blood-red bat measuring over a meter in length descended, flapping its wings. As the bat landed, a crimson light swirled, and Ai Rui Weixi's tall figure emerged from within. She glanced around, finding no one, and furrowed her brow in contemplation. Just then, a figure clad in golden armor deactivated his stealth and leaped out from behind a tree. It was Gang Sarius. Upon witnessing Ai Rui Weixi's transformation, he could no longer contain his excitement. With trembling hands, he drew his golden greatsword and charged forward. The blade was intricately engraved with runes, the emblem of the god of light and order. Unlike the god of truth and omniscience, whose followers were mostly scholars and mages, this deity was venerated by farmers and laborers, for none craved light and justice more than they did. Thus the temples of the god of light and order were the most numerous and widespread across the United Kingdom. Gang Sarius, a poor boy from the slums, was naturally a devout follower. Gang Sarius raised his sword and executed a jumping slash aimed at Ai Rui Weixi's head. The runes on the golden greatsword blazed with blinding light, radiating a sanctity that suppressed the undead. Holy light, /level 5. As an advanced combat technique, Gang Sarius required a priest to cast a blessing of holy radiance of at least the 6th tier on the greatsword before he could unleash it. This skill inflicted an additional 60 damage against undead creatures, making it his most powerful move against vampires. Faced with the dazzling holy light, Ai Rui Weici felt a searing pain erupt across her entire body. Though the blade had not yet struck her, she could already sense the fierce sword aura emanating from it. In response, Ai Rui Weici hastily spread her bat wings. With a loud bang, the wings exploded, sending black-red fur and flesh scattering in all directions. The blood congealed into a crimson barrier that enveloped her. Blood Shadow Shield level 6. Gang Sarius's greatsword struck the barrier, producing a grinding creak. Golden and crimson lights clashed, their energies devouring each other. Threads of gold and crimson energy seeped out behind the two, and the battle momentarily fell into a stalemate. Xia Lai watched from the shadows, his expression shifting. He held the red moon fragment close to his palm, waiting. The stalemate gradually drew to a close, the crimson light clearly weaker than the gold. Gang Sarius's level surpassed Ai Rui Weixi's, and his sudden ambush left her with no choice but to sacrifice her bat wings in a desperate defense. But the explosion of her wings was no easy feat for her. The side effects were already taking hold. Swallowing the blood that surged into her mouth, Ai Rui Weixi's eyes glowed crimson. I can't go on like this. I must escape. Having made up her mind, she opened her mouth, revealing her fangs, and emitted a piercing screech. High-frequency friction level 5. The sharp sound grated like nails on a chalkboard. Stunned by the sonic attack, Gang Sarius faltered for a moment. In the next instant, Ai Rui Weixi's body burst apart, transforming into a swarm of fist-sized bats. Bat Shadow Clone level 6. Ai Rui Weici drove her body into a swarm of bats and flew toward the trees. However, halfway there, several bottles of mercury were poured down upon her. The silvery liquid gleaming under the moonlight was akin to poison for Ai Rui Weici. As it splashed onto the bat swarm, it sizzled like meat on a grill. The cry of agony echoed, startling the birds from the forest. The bat swarm fell to the ground, most of their bodies bursting into black bloodstains. The remaining dozens of bats coalesced into Ai Rui Weixi's form. She was pale from blood loss, a pitiful sight. Spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground, she looked up to see Gang Sarius charging at her with his greatsword. She scrambled to her feet and fled toward the nearby woods. Gang Sarius gave chase, immediately shattering the forest silence. Xia Lai sighed from the shadows, deactivating his stealth and stepping out from the trees. Glancing at the bloodstains on the ground, then at the direction Gangsarius had disappeared, he murmured, "The constable was so easy to fool. A mere puppet decoy tricked him away. But if it weren't for the panel, I probably wouldn't have noticed either. After all, who would have thought you knew Blood Shadow Puppet? Isn't that right, AI Rue Wei-si?" As he spoke, Xia Lai stared at the blood on the ground that seemed lifeless. Hearing his words, the blood began to stir, writhing and gathering into a tall, naked figure. AI Rue Wei-si's face was pale and cold as ice. She stared silently at Xia Lai before speaking with fury. "My lord, why have you betrayed the Blood Clan?" Xia Lai, noting that she still hadn't doubted his identity, asked, "Why are you so certain I am a Blood Clan member? Don't you suspect I might be an imposter?" AI Rue Wei-si shook her head. "Impossible. The scent of your bloodline cannot be wrong." Xia Lai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I am not a Blood Clan member. I am truly human." She shook her head again. "I do not know why my lord would degrade himself to become a fragile human, but since you have betrayed the Blood Clan, you are now an enemy. As an enemy, I must attack you." With that, AI Rue Wei-si could wait no longer. The Blood Shadow Puppet would not hold Gangsarius for long, and the terrifying constable would soon realize the deception. Just as her claws were about to tear through Xia Lai's throat, her body suddenly froze mid-air, as if caught in a stasis field. She stared in disbelief as Xia Lai calmly opened his palm. Blood flowed from his wound, streaming into the floating crimson crystal in his hand. At the same time, a massive bat shadow loomed behind Xia Lai. Upon seeing the bat shadow, AI Rue Wei-si's mind went blank, and she murmured in a daze, "Blood Mother." Satisfied with her hypnotized state, Xia Lai was pleased that he had fed both blood gems to the Red Moon fragment, and then offered his own blood. Ding. Title: Thief of Divine Power acquired. Host learns skill, Blood Shadow Puppet. Blood Shadow Puppet Level 1 I consumes 1/5 of the user's blood to create a doppelganger with 10 of the user's abilities. Xia Lai's eyes sparkled with delight. The title is working. Taking down AI Rue Wei-si, who was level 26, it should raise his level to level 17. This trip has been incredibly rewarding. Xia Lai thought, gleefully confident that no one could match his leveling speed. However, just as he was about to use Moon Shadow for a head-severing operation, an unexpected change occurred. The Red Moon fragment in Xia Lai's hand suddenly erupted with a powerful suction force, draining his blood uncontrollably. Simultaneously, AI Rue Wei-si's tall figure disintegrated into a pool of blood. From that blood, a dark crimson stream rose and merged with Xia Lai's bright red blood. Within seconds, they formed a massive blood-red crystalline cocoon. Pale-faced Xia Lai stared at the scene, his eyes darting between the Red Moon fragment in his hand and the enormous blood cocoon before him. He couldn't help but mutter, "Stealing my kill." The next moment, the cocoon shattered into pieces. Curious, Xia Lai leaned in to look. Inside the cocoon was a girl with red hair standing about a meter tall, delicate as a porcelain doll. Under Xia Lai's gaze, the girl opened her blood gem-like eyes. The moment she saw him, she broke into a sweet smile, stretched out her arms, and said, "Daddy." Just as Xia Lai was astonished that he might have misheard, the little girl lunged forward and wrapped her arms around his leg. Utterly bewildered, Xia Lai was about to say something. The Red Moon fragment floated in midair, emitting a beam of crimson light that enveloped the girl. She gazed at the spectacle with her crystalline, translucent eyes, and in the next moment she and the fragments of the giant cocoon were drawn into the crystal. Then the Red Moon fragment returned to Xia Lai's hand and fell to the ground with a soft clatter. Xia Lai stared at everything in shock, completely beyond his ability to react. What was this? First he became a father out of nowhere, and then his daughter vanished. Xia Lai gazed at the Red Moon fragment in his hand. This thing was the culprit behind everything. It had stolen his experience, drawn his blood to merge and birth a girl, and then made her disappear. Xia Lai pondered thoughtfully. It seemed the object in his hand truly lived up to its reputation as a divine artifact, quite extraordinary. However, it was not very obedient, far too willful. Before Xia Lai could ponder further, a rustling sound came from the thicket, and Gonzalez emerged, his head covered in broken twigs and leaves. He looked at Xia Lai and said, "I was fooled. That guy was a decoy." Although Xia Lai had known all along, he still feigned a look of surprise. Seeing Xia Lai's expression, Gonzalez consoled him, "Don't worry. Although that bastard got away, he must be badly injured. At least he won't show up for a while. The residents of Sage City no longer need to live in fear." Xia Lai nodded. Though there had been a hiccup, all roads lead to the same destination. The main quest of protecting the residents was a success. He glanced around. The traces of battle were not insignificant, and someone would likely come soon. With his position as a sheriff, Gonzalez naturally had no problem, but Xia Lai was an adventurer. He would definitely be arrested and given a severe beating. So Xia Lai said, "Well, Sheriff, I'll be going now. If I'm caught as an assassin, that would be awful." He said he was leaving, but didn't move, just smiled at the sheriff before him. Gonzalez immediately caught on and pulled a small pouch of gold coins from his pocket, handing it over. 20 gold coins. Count them. Xia Lai beamed like a flower. He weighed the pouch with his hand and knew it was exactly right, then tucked it into his chest and said, I trust your integrity, Sheriff. No need to count. Then he turned to plunge into the dense forest, but heard Gonzalez's deep voice calling Xia Lai. Xia Lai looked back and saw Gonzalez extending his right hand thumb up, and other fingers curled smiling. Well done. Xia Lai, seeing the radiant smile on his face, also grinned and raised his thumb. You too, Sheriff. Then he disappeared into the thicket without looking back, heading toward the Zijing dungeon. In the Earl's manor, the sudden death of Transport Officer Chandler in the washroom caused a flurry of panic among the guests. Even though Earl Sage kept reassuring them that it was due to Chandler's acute illness, the guests still dispersed one after another. Earl Sage stood at the entrance, his expression elegant and calm as he bid farewell to each guest. Vice President Coke, my honored guest, I am truly sorry that this happened in my manor. Such inadequate hospitality brings shame upon my honor. Coke nodded. It is not your fault, Earl Sage. No one wishes for such things to happen. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Coke boarded his carriage and left. Inside the carriage, Coke loosened the tight buttons around his collar and let out an involuntary sigh of relief. He complained, I never want to attend such banquets again. Rather than wearing formal attire and exchanging pleasantries with nobles, I would rather fight a dragon. That's what a mage should do. Next time I'll make the president come. Hearing Coke's complaint, the young man driving the carriage couldn't help but laugh. Vice President, do you really want the president to attend these banquets? Have you forgotten the time he accidentally overturned the entire table of dishes? Besides, the president informal where is a torment for both him and us, like a large baboon stealing human clothes. Hearing the young man's metaphor, Coke couldn't help but laugh as well. He took off his monocle and wiped it. Then he heard the young man say, Vice President, should we really not intervene in Chandler's death? The Thieves Guild's assassination and Chandler's sudden demise are both connected to Earl Sage. Could he be hiding some secret? Coke remained silent, wiping his monocle. After a long moment, he shook his head. Earl Sage repeatedly emphasized that this happened in his manor, which is his way of refusing our involvement. As for secrets, the Sage family has operated in Sage City for centuries. It would be strange if they had none. The expedition begins the day after tomorrow. I just hope none of this will implicate us. Great Creator God. Hearing Coke's words, the young man driving the carriage said no more, only repeated, Great Creator God. The carriage passed by, and the wind rustled the branches, shaking them ceaselessly as raindrops began to patter down. Sage City welcomed the last rainfall before winter. Inside the city, a quaint two-story building. Madame Dwelline, her face flushed with wine, staggered down from the carriage. After giving the coachman a silver coin as a tip, she was helped by a maid to her room. As the widow of a baronet, her remaining inheritance was not enough to afford a carriage of her own. A carriage was not expensive, but the annual maintenance and the coachman's salary equaled its value. Back in her room, Madame Dwelline in a daze pushed the maid away and ordered her to leave in a drunken voice. Once the maid had left, Madame Dwelline quickly got up from the bed. With a click, she locked the door, then stretched her body freely, her full breasts bouncing left and right. As a renowned socialite who frequented banquets, it was not so easy to get her drunk. After stretching, she sat at the desk by the window. On the table, a warm oil lamp flickered brightly, a stark contrast to the stormy weather outside. After admiring the rain for a while, she pulled out a leather-bound notebook from a hidden compartment beneath the desk. Madame Dwelline opened the notebook, flipped through a few pages casually, then picked up a quill and began to write on a fresh page. Baron Kaijia, the bald noble, has much better stamina than before. I asked if he had taken the ashes of a mummy, but he did not answer. Would a miser like him spend a fortune on such medicine? Before, he always needed me to get him going. Recently, several nobles in Sage City have shown improvement in their virility. Could there be other remedies for weakness? She wrote the date, United Kingdom 716th year, 10th month, 19th day. After finishing the elegant cursive script, Madame Dwelline put down the quill. Recording noteworthy events was her habit. She would never show these things to anyone, because she knew that if anyone found out about this notebook, she would surely meet a deadly end. Nor would she use it to threaten others, for that would lead to a fate worse than death. As the widow of a baronet, she had become a well-known socialite in Sage City by being sensible, clever, and tight-lipped. But everyone needs an outlet. Madame Dwelline chose to write a diary only for herself. In the Zijing forest, a campsite. The rain fell incessantly, and the campfire crackled under the shelter. A team of 2 men and 2 women huddled beneath a wooden awning, chewing on roasted meat and chatting loudly. From the ordinary iron badges on their chests, it was clear they were a rookie team. Just then, a rustling sound came from the rain-soaked thicket. The female archer in the team keenly noticed it. She drew her bow, nocked an arrow, and aimed the sharp tip into the darkness. The other 3 saw this and became alert, grabbing their weapons and readying themselves. Rustling. Xia Lai emerged from the thicket, his hair dripping wet. He looked at the 4 of them with a smile. Mind if I use your campsite? He said, holding up 2 wild rabbits. I can share some roasted rabbit with you. The rain continued to fall in a steady drizzle through the night. Xia Lai crawled out of his sleeping bag with a yawn. The other 4-member adventurer team had already begun packing their belongings. The female archer with a high ponytail noticed Xia Lai was awake and walked over to greet him. Senior, you're awake. Xia Lai smiled, and took the dark bread and a piece of leftover rabbit meat she handed him. Yesterday he had intended to head straight for the purple crystal dungeon, but the rain forced him to take shelter at a campsite, where he encountered this novice adventuring party. After spotting the obsidian nameplate on his chest, the team grew excited and pestered Xia Lai to share many interesting anecdotes about the dungeon. Xia Lai scratched his head and eventually relayed the tales he had heard drunkards boasting about in the tavern, simply changing the names. The stories thrilled them, their eyes sparkling with wonder. They directly addressed him as senior and even gave him the best spot in the camp. Xia Lai nodded as he watched the team members efficiently pack up their supplies. It was clear this team was far stronger than the makeshift group Ayla had been in before. Although their levels were only LV6 and LV7, each member was very cautious. They should be able to advance and become professional adventurers, Xia Lai thought, as he ate his breakfast. The female archer struck up a conversation. Senior, are you heading to the purple crystal dungeon? Xia Lai nodded in affirmation. There was no need to hide it. The female archer clenched her fist and said energetically, then farewell, senior. We've accepted a quest to hunt goblins. We'll work hard to level up and become professional adventurers just like you. Xia Lai nodded to encourage them, watching as the four waved goodbye and walked away into the distance. He sighed, what a bunch of innocent, energetic adventurers. He had forgotten that less than a month ago he was at the same level as them. Finishing the last bit of dark bread, Xia Lai continued onward through the drizzling rain to the entrance of the purple crystal dungeon. A crowd of adventurers had gathered in small groups scattered across the open ground before the massive tent of the Adventurer Association. A middle-aged man in an association uniform stood holding a stack of parchment, reading aloud. Thanks to his talent, his voice was not loud but clear enough for everyone to hear. The adventurers listened intently to every piece of information the man uttered, afraid to miss anything. Shambling corpse, servant bounty 40 copper coins, crypt worms 60 copper, will o' the wisp, imp 60 copper, skeleton soldier 1. 5 silver skeleton warrior, 4 silver wraith, 2 silver rotting raven 2. 5 silver flesh slime, 3 silver gallows substitute, 6 silver desperate howler, 8 silver. Each word made the adventurers gasp. Although these bounties weren't high, they were essentially extra income on top of the materials obtained from hunting the monsters, which still belonged to the hunter. For example, the probability of a skeleton soldier dropping the material soul flame was 66, and its value was 3 silver coins. On average, a single skeleton soldier yielded 2 silver coins in materials. Now with the association's bounty of 1.5 silver, the total profit per skeleton soldier was 3.5 silver coins, effectively doubling the previous income. And since skeleton soldiers were monsters below LV10, they were practically free gold coins for these professional adventurers. Moreover, as an unexplored new area, the number of monsters was much higher than before, offering far more opportunities to earn money. No wonder so many adventurers traveled great distances to participate in the exploration operation. Whispers broke out among the adventurers. I plan to make a killing in this exploration operation. 1 skeleton is 3.5 silver, 3 makes 1 gold, 3,000 makes 100 gold. 1000 gold coins. Haha, with that much money, I'd buy a manor in the southern archipelago and become a farmer. No more adventuring. A farmer. First, make sure you survive. Those monsters aren't fools. They'll wear you out to death. Using the teleportation array to come here was worth it. Time is money in this exploration operation. The middle-aged man on the platform turned to a new page of parchment and raised his voice. The following are monsters with first kill rewards. The adventurer who slays each of these monsters first will receive a gold coin reward. He paused, ensuring all attention was on him, then continued loudly. 100-eyed demon infant, level LV17. LV19, first kill reward 60 gold coins. Dirge singer, level LV20. LV23, first kill reward 180 gold coins. Bone knight, level LV20. LV23, first kill reward 200 gold coins. Imprisoned spirit, ancient tree, level LV29, first kill reward 560 gold coins. As each staggering amount entered their ears, every adventurer was stunned by the terrifying sums. The monsters had now reached LV29, with first kill rewards of 560 gold coins. What about LV30? What about above LV30? Could it exceed 100 gold coins? The adventurers craned their necks in anticipation, holding their breath. Rotting Lich, level LV30, a first kill reward 100 gold coins. Terrifying Gargoyle, level LV31, a first kill reward 110 gold coins. Bone Weaver, level LV35, first kill reward 230 gold coins. The Freya team, along with Ayla and her group, who were hiding under the tent, stared in disbelief at the terrifying amounts, just like the adventurers around them. Ever since all-round mage Haywood was deemed a traitor to humanity, Ayla's family finances had become strained. Although they had fixed assets worth tens of thousands of gold coins, they couldn't even scrape together a few hundred gold coins at a time. As for the Freya team, before they encountered the treasure room, they had never seen so much money. In 2 years of adventuring in the Purple Crystal Dungeon, the three of them had accumulated only a few hundred gold coins. Now the first kill reward for a single monster was several thousand gold coins. And that didn't even include the materials. The core of the terrifying gargoyle, which had the lowest first kill reward, could sell for a hefty price. Is it not over yet? Freya murmured, watching the middle-aged man still standing on the platform. Could there be monsters with even bigger first kill rewards? Sure enough, once the man saw the shock fading from the crowd, he continued, Bone Dragon level LV39 first kill reward 5 gold coins. The Purple Crystal Dungeon exploration operation officially begins tomorrow. After announcing the final first kill reward, he calmly stepped down from the platform. The adventurers around were intoxicated by the amounts of gold coins, loudly boasting that they would definitely claim the first kill rewards. The Freya team, observing the excited adventurers, couldn't help but feel their hearts race. Leah spoke excitedly, how about it? Should we give it a try? Freya nodded in agreement. We can. First kill rewards, bounties, and materials. It would be a shame to miss such an opportunity. But which monster should we target? Monsters below LV20, or should we challenge those above LV20? After their last adventure, each of them now had a magical artifact, and their levels had increased. With proper preparation, hunting a monster just entering LV20 should be feasible. Get a thought for a moment. Let's wait for Xia Lai to come and discuss it together. No need to wait. I'm already here. Just then a clear voice interrupted Geta. Xia Lai walked over through the rain, holding a bounty commission in his hand. Xia Lai had already arrived when the association announced the first kill rewards, but he couldn't find Ayla and the others at first. He greeted them with a smile, and then unfolded the bounty commission in his hand. I just ran into Leona. She said this first kill reward suits us well. Hearing this, the others turned their eyes to the papyrus in his hand. Bone Knight, LV21 first kill, reward 200 gold coins, bounty 50 gold coins. After confirming their objective, Xia Lai and the others split up on the spot, beginning to prepare the supplies they each needed. The drizzle continued unabated, and the muddy ground between the tents was exceptionally slushy, emitting a squelching sound with every step. Every time he lifted his leg, the suction of the mud made it require more effort than before. Xia Lai searched among the tents, and soon a tent with a banner of scrolls caught his eye. On the iron sheet hanging from the tent was written, Gu Er Si Scroll Shop. Xia Lai nodded, lifted the tent flap, and walked in. The ground was not soft earth, but had been blessed with sturdiness by a priest. Inside the tent a white flame blazed fiercely, not scorching, but continuously radiating warmth, dispelling the dampness of the rainy day. When Xia Lai entered, he happened to see two adventurers in simple attire carrying two brown woven sacks, talking to the shopkeeper Gu Er Si. They glanced back nervously upon seeing someone enter. Sized up, Xia Lai tightened their grip on the sacks, and resumed whispering to the shopkeeper. Through his super intuition, Xia Lai sensed that the sacks were filled entirely with skill scrolls, about 20 or more. So many scrolls. Xia Lai was astonished inwardly, and observed the two. Dressed simply, not like their usual gear, no weapons carried, and no badge on their chests indicating adventurer status. Strength. Level LV14, level LV15. One is LV15, the other LV14, but not high levels either. Nervous demeanor, changed clothes, no weapons, low levels, yet they can produce over 20 scrolls at once. Xia Lai pieced together this information in his mind, and instantly reached a conclusion. These two are raiders, otherwise it's impossible for them to have so many scrolls at once. Xia Lai came to a conclusion in his heart, but did not speak out. After all, he had no evidence, and words were unreliable. Besides, though these guys were scoundrels, they hadn't robbed him yet, so it was better to let others suffer than himself. However, Xia Lai didn't mind making a little profit from them. He quietly waited for the two raiders to finish their transaction, and before they could leave the tent, he hurriedly stepped up to the shopkeeper Gu Er Si. Shopkeeper, I want to buy the 1,000 Blossoms Chaotic Shadows Battle Scroll. Hearing Xia Lai's words, the two raiders' eyes flashed with greed. They exchanged a glance, and walked out of the tent. Outside Gu Er Si's tent, under a large tree not far away, two raiders in rain capes stared intently at the rolled curtain at the tent entrance. One raider spoke. Hey Xiao, do we really have to make a move? 1,000 Blossoms Chaotic Shadows is an advanced battle scroll, usually learned only by adventurers who have broken through LV20. Against someone of that level, we'd probably die miserably. The other raider called Xiao. He curled his lip. Bo, what are you afraid of? Didn't you see the obsidian badge on that kid's chest? And his careless and cautious appearance. He clearly isn't a high-level adventurer. He's probably running errands for one. Besides, we're not robbing, just stealing. With my LV4 steal skill, he definitely won't notice. Hearing Bo Yi's words, Xiao finally relaxed, and the two quietly waited for Xia Lai to come out of the tent. Crack! A silver flash streaked across the misty, rainy sky. It was lightning. In autumn weather, lightning was relatively rare. Under the watchful eyes of Xiao and Bo Yi, Xia Lai strode casually out of Gu Er Si's tent with a section of a light purple scroll protruding from the pocket at his waist. Seeing this, the two's eyes gleamed with delight. What a fool of an adventurer. After exchanging a glance, Xiao Yi pretended to be drunk, and Bo Yi supported him as they staggered towards Xia Lai. Xia Lai had been worrying whether his act of deliberately exposing half the scroll was too obvious, fearing the two raiders might see through the trick and suspect a trap. But when he saw the two idiots who hadn't even changed clothes and were directly pretending to be drunk and stumbling toward him, he realized he had overthought. These medieval fools had never seen a fishing trick like this before, so he casually walked toward them. Just as their paths crossed, Xiao Yi, staggering as if drunk, suddenly twisted his body and with glazed eyes fell directly towards Xia Lai. As his body tilted under the cover of the rain cape, Xiao Yi's other hand reached from an odd angle toward the protruding scroll at Xia Lai's waist. Steel LV4 got it. Feeling the texture of the parchment in his hand, Xiao Yi was overjoyed. Just as he was about to stuff the scroll into his own bosom, he suddenly found he couldn't pull it out. The next second, the rain cape on him was suddenly yanked open. In an instant, raindrops flew in a string. Xiao Yi's hand holding half the scroll was exposed bare. The other half of the scroll was firmly gripped in Xia Lai's hand. Crack! A silver flash passed. Xiao Yi's expression froze. He lifted his gaze and saw Xia Lai's innocent-looking smile, instantly realizing he had been tricked. This guy was no fool of an adventurer. He was clearly playing with him. At this point, Xiao Yi abruptly withdrew his hand and tried to flee. "You stole from me and still want to run?" Xia Lai roared angrily. Without even drawing the blade, he struck Xiao Yi with the hilt of the Moonshadow sword. Slap. With Xia Lai's strength and the weight of the Moonshadow, one blow sent Xiao Yi spitting blood. Seeing this, Bo Yi on the other side fled without a moment's hesitation, leaving Xiao Yi behind. One escaped, but Xia Lai didn't mind. He looked at the fallen Xiao Yi and said, "You stole my stuff and thought you could run. Don't you think you're underestimating me?" Xiao Yi spat blood. "The scroll is already returned to you." Xia Lai curled his lip. "You only stole the scroll. Then why are the gold coins in my pocket missing?" Saying this, he unfastened the pouch from Xiao Yi's waist. "I was wondering where my gold coins went. Turns out you, this property transfer specialist, moved them into your own pocket. Let me count how much you stole from me." Xia Lai poured out the gold coins from the pouch. There were only 83 gold coins plus a few silver and copper coins. Looking at the coins in his hand, he thought, "Is the rest of the money on that escaped guy?" Xia Lai snapped back to reality, stuffed all the coins back into his own bosom, tossed the empty pouch back to Xiao Yi, and said with a smile, "You stole 83 gold coins, 4 silver coins, and 27 copper coins from me. I've recovered them. We're even now. You're welcome to try stealing from me again." Saying this, Xia Lai turned and walked away without looking back, taking the rain cape with him and putting it on. He left Xiao Yi sitting alone in the mud forlorn. Xiao Yi looked at his empty money pouch and his muddy body and couldn't help crying out, "What kind of person is that? He even takes the rain cape. He's worse than a raider." Xia Lai returned to the Oak Tavern tent and hung the rain cape on the iron rack. He was not at all worried about retaliation from the raiders, because adventurers who become raiders never have much strength. After he told the story to Fu Lei and the others, they shared a knowing smile and then began discussing the next day's adventure. Inside the tavern tent, the warm fire dispelled the dampness, while outside the drizzle continued. Without knowing which adventurer started it, the bard plucked the strings, and a long narrative poem began to be sung. Xia Lai and the others soon joined in, and then dawn came. The next day, Xia Lai, Ai La, and Fu Lei's team, 5 people fully equipped, stood at the entrance of the dungeon ready to begin their first kill adventure. The dungeon entrance was abuzz with adventurers hurrying to explore the new depths. As usual, Fu Lei took their nameplates to pay the entry fee. Ai La produced a leather pouch that jingled and handed it to Xia Lai, gesturing for him to open it. Xia Lai untied the leather cord. Inside were 10 pale purple F-grade magic crystals. He pinched one out, held it up to the sunlight, and examined it closely. Within the crystal, a violet-black magic array spun, arcs of electricity flickering across it. Xia Lai asked, "What is this?" Ai La replied, "It's a pre-inscribed 3rd-tier lightning spell, Chain Lightning Thunder Surge. Aside from light magic, the holy blessings only priests can wield, and the life spells unique to warlocks, lightning and fire, are the most effective against undead creatures. My specialty, wood and water, are not advantageous against the undead, so I asked Miss Leona to help me buy a batch of pre-inscribed spells for emergencies. However, magic crystals storing light magic are in short supply, and their prices have skyrocketed, so I had to settle for lightning ones. We all bought some. That pouch is yours, and this one is mine." As she spoke, Ai La shook the pouch at her waist, which also jingled. Seeing this, Xia Lai couldn't help but admire how knowledgeable mages were. In comparison, his own melee warrior class felt utterly worthless. Xia Lai raged impotently in his heart. "Damn panel. Hurry up and unlock my affinity, so I can embark on the glorious path of a mage." Fu Lei from the teleportation array not far away waved at them. Xia Lai and his companions walked over. To allow a large number of adventurers to quickly enter the new areas of the dungeon, the association had set up multiple teleportation arrays inside, each sending people to different locations, thus avoiding the congestion of adventurers crowding together. Moreover, during the pioneering period, all teleportation arrays were free. Where to? Asked a haggard-looking association staff member in a weak voice. This period had been a torment for the association staff. Endless overtime, every day. Leona was visibly exhausted, and they had less time to drink together. Xia Lai looked at her miserable state, and couldn't help but mutter inwardly, I wonder if they pay overtime. The Ghost Battlefield. The ruins castle where the skeletal knights appear. Fu Lei replied. The Ghost Battlefield was the name the association had given to the new area. Its size was several times larger than the previous 4 zones on the first underground floor, otherwise so many high-level monsters wouldn't have appeared. The Zijing dungeon might rise from B rank to A rank due to the addition of the Ghost Battlefield. The staff member nodded at Fu Lei's answer and activated the teleportation array. In a moment, Xia Lai and his companions' figures vanished. Then he took out another magic crystal, pressed it into the array's recess, and the crystal clicked into place with a sound. Xia Lai stepped on a rotten branch, breaking it with a crack, and looked around, taking in everything. To his left was a wasteland of withered trees, dead grass, and bones scattered everywhere. To his right stood a crumbling castle in ruins. Further ahead in the middle lay a stretch of dense forest. From a higher vantage point, one could see the outline of a distant city. Xia Lai looked up at the sky. It was twilight with no sun in sight. Everything before him was desolate, like a richly colored oil painting of a sun that had already set, darkness yet to come. He had learned from the newly published adventure guide that the Ghost Battlefield had no daytime, only twilight and night. During twilight, ordinary undead creatures did not roam freely, but stayed within their own territories, making it relatively safe. But twilight lasted only 4 hours. The remaining 20 hours were night under a purple moon. At night, monsters would emerge from anywhere in the area. The wilderness, the ancient castle, the forest, the city. On the wilderness, a whole army of skeletons might even assemble. Withdrawing his gaze, Xia Lai exchanged glances with his companions. They began to walk toward the ruined castle on the right, their primary target, the skeletal knight's castle. With a series of pattering sounds, they advanced, crushing countless decayed branches underfoot. A dark shadow flashed across the dusky sky. A rotting crow landed on a withered tree behind them, its beak lightly pecking at its black feathers. The distant figures of Xia Lai and his party were reflected in its pale, decayed eyes. 1, 2, 9. The half-elf Gouda, hidden in the thorny courtyard, counted the monsters carefully. After committing them all to memory, he performed several difficult acrobatic moves and returned to the group, hiding behind the stone wall. 14 wandering skeletons, 7 ghost hounds, and 4 vengeful sentinel spirits. 2 of the sentinels have bone whistles hanging around their necks. After hearing Gouda's report, the group fell into thought. Skeletons and ghost hounds were nothing. If there were no time limit, even Gouda, the weakest in direct combat, could handle them. The trouble was the vengeful sentinels. Although these monsters were not particularly strong, the bone whistles around their necks could summon skeletons. If they weren't dealt with immediately and allowed to blow the whistles, the group's advance would be slowed, wasting precious time. And time was exactly what they needed. After all, they had to secure the first kill of the skeletal knight before anyone else. Xia Lai was silent for a moment, then said, I'll handle the vengeful sentinels. Ignore the skeletons and ghost hounds for now. When you hear my signal, charge straight in. Ai La and Fu Lei nodded. Fu Lei waved his hand and a pale green light appeared. Agility boost was cast on Xia Lai. Xia Lai vaulted into the courtyard. With the help of his super instinct, he avoided the monsters in the yard while moving toward the direction Gouda had indicated. The decaying courtyard ground was littered with rusted weapons and human bones, and broken statues could be seen everywhere. Xia Lai moved cautiously, afraid of making a sound and alerting the monsters. After sneaking for 100 meters, Xia Lai used a statue as cover. For translucent green glowing spirits in soldiers' robes came into view. Type Spirit. Vengeful Sentinel, level LV9. Skills: Shriek LV2. Skeleton Summoning LV2. Description: once loyal guards of the castle in life, they were cursed after death and could not find rest, becoming wandering vengeful spirits forever. Bone Whistle of the Vengeful Spirit. Grade Common, White. Uses 1010 effect. Summons 2 skeletons. If used by a Vengeful Sentinel, enhances Skeleton Summoning to LV5, summoning 30 skeletons. 1 whistle summons 30 skeletons. 2 whistles makes 60. How long would that take to clear? Seeing this, Xia Lai drew Moonshadow and poured a bottle of soul-devouring potion. Over it, the frost blue blade turned dark purple. Moonshadow had a 20 damage bonus against undead, and with the potion's boost he had to strike with a single lethal blow. Xia Lai prepared himself, crouching behind the statue. He pushed off with his left leg and leaped forward. Flash/LV6. The sword light cut through the statue, severing it in 2. The group waiting outside the courtyard heard a loud crash of stone hitting the ground. Leia, who had been itching for a fight, shouted, Haha, let's move. With a tiger-like leap, she jumped into the courtyard and dashed towards Xia Lai's direction. On the way, she encountered 2 dull-witted wandering skeletons. She punched one with her iron fist, and its skull shattered with a crack. She then spun around and delivered a powerful kick to the other skeleton's chest, sending it flying. In the courtyard, Xia Lai's sword sliced through the last ghostly hound that lunged at him, its body glowing green, marking the end of this battle. He squinted, feeling the surge of experience, and picked up 2 bone whistles shaped like palm bones from the thorns. The whistles had already turned to jade, appearing exceptionally translucent, yet their child palm size made them look eerily uncanny. He admired them for a moment, then tossed them to Leia. In the Fred team, materials obtained through teamwork were to be distributed later according to each person's contribution. Individually obtained materials, like finding 10 gold coins by the roadside, belonged to oneself. Separating team and personal gains would avoid disputes to some extent. Xia Lai looked around. Leia and the others had also finished gathering materials. They crossed the courtyard and arrived at the castle gate, overgrown with thorns and tightly shut. Unlike the huge castle of the manor graveyard, with hundreds of rooms on one floor, this knight's castle was not large. Without the enclosing walls, it resembled a modern noble villa. Geta pulled a torch from his backpack and was about to strike a flint when Ayla shot a finger-sized fireball onto it, and flames leaped up. Geta nodded slightly in thanks and used the torch to drive away the thorns on the gate. Feeling the scorching heat, the tangled thorns recoiled like snakes fleeing from fire, revealing the ancient copper-plated wooden door. A black magic circle enveloped the lock of the door. Geta looked at it and took out a cloth bundle. With a rustle, he unfolded it, revealing dozens of lockpicking tools neatly arranged. Talent lockpicking. Xia Lai watched the halfling work. In just a few minutes, the magic circle dissipated and a gap appeared on the door. Seeing this, Geta packed his tools and nodded to Leia. Leia took a deep breath, held it, and pushed hard. Squeak, creak. The iron door bolts and the hinges made a harsh scraping sound. Dust that had accumulated for a long time rushed in. Although Leia had prepared, he still coughed, his face covered in dust. Ayla summoned a stream of water with water magic to wash his face. Xia Lai and the others looked into the castle interior. Inside the castle, the dark hall was full of dust. On the walls on both sides were dirty candles stuck in holders. The room contained 2 long rows of dining tables like those in Harry Potter. The food on the tables was extremely abundant: roast suckling pig, goat meat, long loaves of bread, and wheel-shaped cheese that had rotted and become covered in cobwebs. Dozens of skeletons in armor lay on the long tables, some still holding spoons in the posture of eating, as if they had died suddenly mid-meal. Black death beetles crawled around inside the skeletons. As Xia Lai and the others stepped into the castle, the wind from outside followed, and the chains above their heads creaked and rattled. Looking up, they saw an iron cage hanging above the dining hall. Inside was a highly decomposed corpse, unrecognizable. It has horns on its head, not like an ordinary monster, more like a legendary demon. Xia Lai sensed through his super intuition that the others had already started lighting the candles on the walls and spreading out to check the dining hall for anything valuable. Soon Leia excitedly called them over. Fred, Xia Lai, come quick. Look what I found. Huh. They looked and saw a treasure chest placed on a round table at the end of the hall leading to the second floor. Leia watched them approach, licked his lips, and thought excitedly, hee, what's inside? A chest of gold. Baby, here I come. Just as he was about to reach for it, Xia Lai's heart suddenly throbbed. He quickly realized it was his super intuition at work. Meanwhile, the experienced Geta immediately recognized it as a trap. So they both shouted in unison, don't take it. Don't move. It's a trap. But it was too late. Although Leia heard them, his hand had already reached out. The moment his hand touched the chest, black mist puffed out from the keyhole. It sprayed toward Leia's face. Poison resistance LV4. Fred was quick. A faint purple light circled, and the spell took effect on Leia before the black mist. So spicy, so spicy. Leia, hit by the mist, was instantly streaming tears, and snot, his lips swollen like sausages, and he kept fanning his face with his hands. Get aside, walked over, and said helplessly, see if your hand will be this fast next time. He took out a jar, scooped out a lump of green gel, and put it in Leia's hand. Apply it yourself wherever it hurts. Leia obediently smeared the green slime on his face. Xia Lai said, since Leia has already opened it, there should be no more traps, right? Geta nodded, took out a dagger, and casually pried open the chest. Inside there was no treasure. At the bottom lay 3 black iron medals. On the black iron base were silver raised shapes of a sword, a shield, and a spear. Black Knight's Glory Medal. Grade Common White, uses 55 effect, summons an undead Black Knight's Sword Shield Spear of level LV18 for 20 minutes. Description: Elite Knights loyal to their leaders, cursed to become undead, eternally repeating their battle instincts. Note: never betray. The Black Knight's Glory Medal can only have one master. Glory Medals. Ayla looked at the medals at the bottom of the chest and exclaimed in surprise. You know what these are, eh? Xia Lai asked. Ayla nodded. Glory Medals can summon the undead dwelling within them to fight. However, the quality varies depending on the material and the undead's power. Medals made of this material can summon undead below level 20. And they should become invalid after a few uses. Everyone understood upon hearing Ayla's words. Even the well-traveled Geta had never seen such items before. They put all the medals into Leia's backpack. After checking the first floor, they picked up candles from the wall and walked up the stairs. The stairs were covered with crimson carpet, and the walls on both sides were painted bright red. The wooden railings of the stairs had long decayed and crumbled at the touch. On the curved hallway walls hung paintings of indistinguishable ages. The paintings were vivid in colors, still eye-catching even after being sealed in this castle for who knows how long. The subjects of the paintings were mostly portraits, landscapes, or some eerie scenes. Xia Lai glanced over race, canvas-bound spirit level LV-16 description, a poor creature trapped in the world of the painting, desperately longing for someone to enter and accompany them. As they climbed the stairs, a portrait of a plump noblewoman dressed in luxurious attire came to life, her eyes following them left and right. When she saw Xia Lai looking at her, the noblewoman in the painting curled her lips. A seductive, heart-stirring voice sounded. "Come join me for some fun. Ah, don't burn me." Before the woman in the painting could finish, Xia Lai raised the candle in his hand and burned it. The canvas visibly burned a large hole, and the noblewoman quickly begged for mercy. Hearing her plea, Xia Lai sneered and withdrew the candle. Is this how you tempt adventurers? Which adventurer would fall for such a trick? Then Xia Lai glanced at the painting next to the noblewoman. It depicted a group of bare-chested, bearded, strong men training. Xia Lai looked closely and couldn't help it. He plunged into it without hesitation, not forgetting to remind Ayla and the others, "I have something to do. I'll be back in 10 minutes. This stunned Ayla and the others, and even the noblewoman in the adjacent painting opened her mouth wide. After a long while she muttered, "So he likes men." Xia Lai's urgency to enter the painting was definitely not because of the bare-chested, bearded men, but because he saw a key inside, the third key of redemption. The training ground within the painting. 20 knights halted their years-long training, staring at the man who had crawled out of the frame they could never step beyond. Xia Lai gazed at the sun suspended high in the sky, rendered in vivid pigments. Feeling the same warmth radiating from it as the real sun, he marveled once again at this bizarre spectacle. Ceasing his wonder, Xia Lai fixed his gaze on a knight, then lowered his eyes to the key hanging at the knight's waist. The key looked ordinary, like any house key, but the panel had already revealed its nature. Should I snatch it? Xia Lai glanced at the training knights, eager to try. The bound spirits in the painting were only LV-16, the same level as himself, so there was no question of being unable to defeat them. Just as he was about to draw his sword, a burly, muscular man pushed through the knights in front and stepped forward, his deep voice resonating. "Outsider boy, what do you intend to do in our resting place?" The middle-aged man was bare-chested, his muscles bulging like cast steel. Most importantly, his tone was calm, with no trace of hostility or enmity. This threw Xia Lai off balance. He had always believed in returning respect for respect. If this man had attacked him without reason, it would have suited Xia Lai's intentions perfectly. Such politeness instead left Xia Lai at a loss. The monsters he had encountered before were never like this. Seeing Xia Lai's hesitation, the middle-aged man spoke earnestly, like a kind neighbor. "If you have nothing important, leave quickly. Otherwise, if you stay too long, you'll lose the chance to leave and end up trapped here like us." The middle-aged man waved his hand, urging Xia Lai to leave. Xia Lai quickly said, "I need that key." He pointed to the key of redemption hanging at the waist of a blonde man among the crowd. Everyone followed his pointing finger, and even the key's owner looked down. A few seconds later, the blonde man asked with confusion, "You want this key?" Xia Lai nodded. The blonde man paused, then said, "This key is nothing special, but it's the only thing I brought from the outside world, a keepsake." Hearing this polite refusal, Xia Lai's heart sank. "Can't I get the key through peaceful means?" He would never give up on the key of redemption. His hand moved to the long sword weighing at his waist. But the blonde man changed his tone, his voice brightening. "However, if you really need it, there is a way. Have a nightly duel with me, staking our most cherished possessions. The one who wins the battle gets the other's cherished item." The blonde man clenched his fist, held it in the air, and grinned at Xia Lai. "So how about it? Do you accept the nightly duel?" At the blonde man's words, the surrounding knights grew restless. "Milike is so cunning. How can he spar with an outsider? I also want to fight someone else. I'm tired of fighting only you all day long." "Silence!" The middle-aged man shouted, and the knights immediately fell silent. He sighed and turned to Xia Lai. "Will you accept his duel invitation?" Xia Lai was silent for a moment. He sensed no malice from the knights. Looking at the blonde man, who wore a radiant smile and whose eyes burned with the desire for battle, Xia Lai felt that the man cared little about the bet or the cherished item. He was simply itching for a fight. So Xia Lai extended his fist and bumped it against the others, accepting the challenge. Xia Lai. Milike grinned brightly. "Milike." As the two exchanged names, the middle-aged man called out, "All right, lads, clear some space." Hearing this, the surrounding knights swiftly dispersed, leaving an open area. Only Xia Lai and Milike remained. With a swish, Xia Lai drew the longsword Yueying and held it with both hands. Milike held a small round shield in one hand and a short sword about 60 centimeters long in the other, a typical shield and sword knight. Xia Lai stood ready. Milike bent his leg and sprang forward like a cannonball. The steel short sword gleamed coldly, slashing diagonally toward Xia Lai's lower left abdomen. A tricky angle. Perfect. Xia Lai roared, suddenly shifting left to evade the short sword, and swept his long sword horizontally toward Milike. Feeling the attack coming at his face, Milike tapped the ground with his toes, engaging his core strength to twist his body. Yueying clanged against Milike's round shield, sparks flying. Excellent block. Xia Lai couldn't help but admire. But it wasn't over. Milike smiled slightly, tilting his shield so that Yueying's blade slid off. Xia Lai sensed trouble, but couldn't stop his forward momentum. As they passed each other, Milike's right hand, hidden behind the shield, suddenly punched out, striking Xia Lai's right chest, sending him staggering back. This, Xia Lai halted his retreat, blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked up in disbelief. Block counter. Wasn't he restricted from using skills? No, that wasn't right. Milike hadn't used any skill at all. The block counter skill allows one to counterattack instantly after a perfect block, reflecting part of the opponent's force back. But Milike's counter just now relied purely on his own physical coordination, achieving the same effect without any skill. Xia Lai stared at Milike with a grave expression. He hadn't expected such remarkable combat technique. He had thought his own practical experience was quite good among adventurers, but now he realized he still had a long way to go. Xia Lai looked at his longsword and murmured to himself, pure technique. Seeing Xia Lai stumble back, Milike showed no mockery. Instead he joked, don't underestimate my ceaseless training. Do you want me to go easy on you? Xia Lai wiped the blood from his mouth and replied with a smile, no, this is perfect. With that he pushed off with his back leg, his longsword tracing a crescent arc as he slashed at Milike. Instantly blades clashed. Amid the collision of sword and shield, Xia Lai thrust out his bracer to block Milike's short sword, but was once again kicked sideways and sent flying. Xia Lai's eyes shone brightly, steam rising from his body. He looked exhilarated again. He charged forward once more. Outside the battlefield, the middle-aged man watched the flashing cold light of the blades, his eyes fixed on Xia Lai. His speed is increasing, and he's getting better at keeping up with Milike's reactions. In this short battle alone, he has improved so much. The middle-aged man marveled, this Xia Lai truly possesses enviable talent. Thud. Xia Lai was once again sent flying by a kick from Milike, sweat dripping in a continuous line. Milike panted heavily. Huff. You should have given up by now. Xia Lai pushed himself up, also panting, but unlike Milike, his eyes burned with excitement. One last time. Fine. Milike charged forward, his shield blocking Xia Lai's slash. The force is much weaker. Is he exhausted? Then don't blame me for being merciless. Milike's mind raced as he thrust his short sword from behind the shield, still aiming at a tricky angle under Xia Lai's ribs. If Xia Lai reacted as before, he would start with a dodge, and then attack. And then Xia Lai would meet the same block counter again. Wrong. The anticipated miss didn't come. Milike clearly felt the tip of his sword strike against a piece of metal. He followed the blade with his eyes. His short sword's tip touched Xia Lai's bracer. Milike instantly understood. No, he wasn't exhausted earlier. He was using one hand to slash while the other hand was always guarding against my attack. The next second the bracer swung in a half circle to the left and Milike's right arm struck empty air, causing him to lurch forward, exposing himself from behind the shield. The technique of block counter. Did he learn it so quickly? Milike had no time to be shocked. He quickly crouched and stole a glance at Xia Lai. Xia Lai grinned, then drove the pommel of his sword straight into Milike's face. Clang. Milike hit the ground. The middle-aged man who had been watching announced, Xia Lai wins. The announcement stirred discontent among the surrounding knights. Captain, why? Milike was only knocked down once, but Xia Lai was knocked down countless times. Why declare Xia Lai the winner? Yeah, why? Hearing the knight's complaints, the middle-aged man let out a snort. Humph. Then let me make it clear to you. He threw a round shield identical to Milike's and shouted to Xia Lai, use your strongest skill and shatter it. Xia Lai watched the shield flying toward him, his eyes firm. He gripped the long sword with both hands, and a cold light flashed. Snap. The two halves of the shield fell to the ground before everyone's eyes. The middle-aged man looked around at the now silent knights and said, if Xia Lai had used that skill from the start, Milike's shield would have been shattered long ago. He saw that we couldn't use skills, so he fought us on equal terms. He used his weakness to attack your strength. You've trained here for how long? At least 100 years. Under those circumstances, winning would have been normal. Losing means losing. The knights lowered their heads, listening to the middle-aged man's lesson. Xia Lai scratched his head awkwardly. The truth was he hadn't used his skills simply because he wanted to train his practical combat ability, not because of the noble idea the middle-aged man had described. Milike stood up with a smile and appeased the middle-aged man. Captain, don't be angry. I know I lost. He then looked at Xia Lai standing before the frame, reluctantly unclasped the key from his waist. It was the only thing he had brought from outside the painting, a keepsake for those trapped in this world. But he still tossed the key over, saying carelessly, hey Xia Lai, you won, this is yours. Slap. The third key of redemption fell into his hand. Xia Lai glanced at the key, tucked it into his bosom, and pulled out something else, tossing it to Milike. Sorry, I really need this key. Take this as a replacement for your keepsake. With that, Xia Lai crawled out of the frame. Hey, give me a hand. Xia Lai got stuck on the frame and called out to Ayla and the others who were sitting and resting. He's out, he's out. Leah, excited, reached out and yanked him out with a forceful pull. As soon as Xia Lai emerged from the frame, he heard a noblewoman's pleading voice full of tears. Don't burn me anymore. If you keep burning, I'll truly disappear. Woo, I beg you. Xia Lai followed the sound and saw the portrait of the noblewoman who had seduced him not long ago, now reduced to just a corner, pitifully begging for mercy. And the perpetrator of all this was the silver-haired, blue-eyed, beautiful, and kind-hearted Ayla. At that moment, Getta's faint voice reached Xia Lai's ears. When you went inside, that painting said you liked men. Miss Ayla heard that, and then she said she wanted to practice her fire magic, and it turned out like this. Getta's voice chimed in at the right moment and stopped just as Ayla approached with a beaming smile. Xia Lai stroked Ayla's silver hair and smiled. Teaching her a lesson is enough, oh, don't burn her to nothing. Ayla nodded obediently. Just as Xia Lai and the others didn't ask about Getta's unusual behavior a few days ago, Fulay and the others didn't ask why Xia Lai had entered the painting world. Everyone had their secrets. They exchanged glances and continued forward. The portrait of the noblewoman was rehung on the crimson wall, restored to its elegant and luxurious appearance, the burned canvas slowly mending. In the painting next to hers, the knights were not training, but curiously gathered around a blond man watching the object he held high. Sunlight shone upon it, a gleaming gold coin. On the reverse side, the head of Time Mason, the goddess of luck and wealth, was vividly lifelike. Beyond that, all was quiet, as if nothing had happened. Xia Lai and his companions finished ascending the winding staircase, reached the second floor, and were about to push open the closed doors of the main hall. Inside the doors, a skeleton knight of level LV-21 sat on an azure throne, frost forming around it. Clad in black cold armor, it rested its hands on a greatsword, pale blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. On the second floor of the abandoned ancient castle, spiderwebs draped across the stone door, adorned with intricate carvings. A spider tirelessly wove upon them, spinning layer after layer of silk. As Xia Lai and the others approached the door, an unsettling chill immediately washed over them. Even with the requisite dungeon traveler demon crystals containing the sacred fire technique, they could not suppress their shivers. Ella snapped her fingers, and a cyan blue magic circle materialized. The first-tier spell directed airflow swept through, blowing away the spiderwebs and dust in one fell sweep. The stone door was revealed in its entirety. The seams of the gate were sealed with molten cast iron, as though a terrifying monster were imprisoned within. Gouda exhaled into the air, watching his breath crystallize instantly, a clear sign the temperature had dropped well below zero. He ran his hand along the seam, inspected the iron-sealed keyhole, and then shook his head at the group. This is hardly a lock anymore. My talent won't be of much use. Just use a third-tier or higher attack spell to breach it. The others nodded. Seeing this, Ella said nothing further and began chanting. The C-grade demon crystal on her wrist pulsed with power as a crimson magic circle slowly took shape. The remaining members were equally busy. Gouda produced several fiery red crystals and distributed them. The moment they touched the crystals, a profound warmth flooded through their hands, driving away the cold and bringing deep comfort. Xia Lai held the crystal in his hand, finding it strangely familiar. This looks an awful lot like red dragon dung. Gouda nodded. Its base ingredient is indeed red dragon dung. Refined by mages, it provides an hour's worth of heat, more than enough for us to face the skeletal knight. Before the words had fully left Gouda's mouth, Ella's magic circle was already complete. Fawad tapped his staff lightly against the ground, and multiple amplification halos descended upon the group. Mental Focus LV4, Agility Surge LV3, Potential Surge LV3, Poison Resistance LV4, Cold Resistance LV2. These buffs were cast upon all 5 present. As frontline fighters, Xia Lai and Leia received stronger enhancement, Strength Surge LV4, Toughened Skin LV2, Inspiration LV2. The rapid casting of dozens of enhancement spells left Fawad's face ashen, even with the aid of his mana reduction ring. Had he not consumed a mana recovery potion, he would have been forced to withdraw from the battle before it even began. Xia Lai and Leia were equally occupied, downing 3 or 4 potions before finally stopping. By the time the battle commenced, every member of their party had reached peak condition. This was precisely why adventurers could overcome monsters far above their own ranks. The coordinated teamwork combined with the cumulative effect of various enhancements made all the difference. Xia Lai gave Ella a nod of acknowledgement. Her extended arms swept sharply downward. A surging torrent of flames erupted from the magic circle, like a dragon unleashing the third-tier spell Flame Impact. The rolling fire wave hammered against the stone door with tremendous force, combining shock and explosive power. With a thunderous roar, the stone door cracked open, its intricate patterns obliterated. The trailing flames surged through the breach into the vast second-floor hall, but the biting cold within snuffed out the fire in moments. Before Xia Lai and the others could make out the interior's layout, darkness reclaimed them. Just as Fawad raised his hand to conjure a light orb, a sharp, cold snap echoed through the void. Snap! The sound reverberated through the cavernous hall, rippling into echoing waves. At the sound, candles perched on frosted metal rings overhead ignited with a soft pop, their ethereal blue flames casting an otherworldly glow. Wall sconces and stone fireplaces followed suit one after another until the entire hall blazed with cold blue fire, a spectacle reminiscent of winter fireworks blooming across the sky. The dim hall transformed into an eerie blue luminescence. Amidst the glow, Xia Lai and his companions caught sight of the chamber, and the imposing skeletal knight seated alone upon its only throne. The knight's form was encased in frost, its rime blue plate armor, corroded and weathered, clinging to both torso and limbs. A shattered family crest marked the breastplate, while the cracked visor revealed a blackened skull etched with fissures, within which blue soul fire blazed like living embers. The skeletal knight rose slowly, leaning on its massive greatsword, icicles cracking loose from its nearly 3-meter frame as it gained its footing. A raspy, hollow voice emanated from the knight. The living should not tread here. But since you have come, prepare to meet your end. Watching the scene unfold like a cinematic cutscene, Xia Lai suppressed his urge to comment and pulled up the skeletal knight's status panel. Ray Skeleton Knight, level LV, 21 abilities: Greatsword, Death, Whisper Mount, Bone Steed, Skills, /LV6, Cursed Barrier LV6, Cold Corruption LV5, Undead Revival LV4, Charge LV4. Whoa, truly befitting a LV21 monster. 2 talents, not a single one missing. Xia Lai and Leia exchanged a glance, then charged forward in perfect synchronization, flanking from opposite sides. Leia launched herself skyward, drawing her fist back with tremendous force before driving downward in a devastating strike. Impact Strike LV5. This was no ordinary LV5 skill. It was a devastating amalgamation of her Iron Fist talent, the 18-point strength bonus from her Amplification Bracer Fawaz enhancements, and the cumulative effects of multiple surge potions layered together. Her punch had ventured into uncharted territory for her. If this were a manga panel, dramatic speed lines would radiate from the impact zone, emphasizing the sheer force behind the blow. Leia threw her punch. The strike landed with tremendous force directly on the skeletal knight's face, sending it reeling backward as the sheer impact staggered its frame. Witnessing the opening, Xia Lai surged forward. His moonshadow blade swept through the air, carving an icy blue arc before the white-edged weapon shot forth, targeting the knight's left leg. Instant /LV6. Boom. The already staggered skeletal knight took a devastating blow to its lower body, its massive frame teetering on the verge of collapse. A smile spread across Xia Lai and the others' faces. This was the equivalent of hard crowd control in a game. Once the knight went down, its mobility would be severely compromised, just as they prepared to concentrate their assault. Black mist erupted from the ground as an iron-armored bone steed materialized in the hall. The skeletal knight, seemingly defeated, was effortlessly hoisted onto its mount and seated securely in the saddle. Xia Lai stared in disbelief, muttering under his breath, "Damn, it can't believe it actually has a skill to break free from crowd control. Aren't you just a monster? Using such advanced techniques, did it really understand combat strategy?" Before he could voice his shock, the skeletal knight gripped its greatsword and swung horizontally towards Xia Lai in a devastating arc. /LV6. Dark energy lanced from the blade's edge, hurtling straight for Xia Lai's face. He activated Dodge LV4 and twisted his body sideways, but the sweeping aura still grazed him. The sword's aura scraped across his left side, grating against his chainmail. Creak. The linked armor held firm, absorbing the cutting force without yielding. Xia Lai retreated with a backward flip, eyes fixed on the tear in his clothing where the attack had struck. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. The chainmail had saved him. Without it, he would have been completely incapacitated. While Xia Lai weathered the slash on his flank, Leia faced her own struggle. The skeletal knight charged on its bone steed, driving her into a corner where she fought desperately to hold her ground. Seeing Leia's predicament, Ella quickly traced 2 deep green magic circles. Vines and thorns erupted from the arrays, wrapping around both the knight and its steed, pulling them apart with relentless force. 4th tier spell, Vine Entanglement. 3rd tier spell, Thorn Cage. Good didn't hesitate, launching an electrified crossbow bolt from his weapon. It streaked through the air like living lightning. The bolt struck near Leia, triggering a protective barrier of crackling blue lightning, the 3rd tier Thunderguard spell. With both of them providing covering support, Leia managed to break free from the knight's charge unscathed. Watching the exchange, Xia Lai's expression turned grave as he uncorked holy fire oil and poured it over Moonshadow. A LV21 monster wouldn't go down easily. Hai Chi snorted, the cold air condensing into tiny ice crystals that fell to the ground. Carrying the skeletal knight, its 4 hooves shuffled restlessly in the hall. A ghostly blue flame flickered through the visor, and together with the skeletal knight on its back, it glared fiercely at the group. Xia Lai called out to Leia, who had just disengaged, "How are you?" Leia flexed her wrist, shaking her dark red short hair, and replied, "Fine, no injuries." The group had never expected to easily defeat the skeletal knight, Any monster above LV20, unless countered by a specific method, was no pushover. To take it down without any injury was pure fantasy. Xia Lai nodded. Let's go. Everyone nodded. AI Law formed a crimson magic array in her hand. Guda knocked a silver arrow onto his crossbow, and Fu Lei cast a third-tier source of life toward the skeletal knight. A verdant green halo enveloped the skeletal knight, surging with abundant life force, yet the skeletal knight's face twisted in agony. Arg! A roar came from its decayed mouth. For an undead monster representing death, a restorative spell, like Source of Life, dealt true damage to it. The very next second after the knight's pain, a flaming longsword thrust fiercely into the gap in its chest armor. Thrust LV4. Xia Lai's sword tip rampaged inside the knight's body, while holy oil dripped within it like flames falling on ice, producing a sizzling sound. A hoarse, furious voice erupted. How dare you? The knight swung violently, sending Xia Lai and his sword flying as a black sword aura slashed toward him. A sharp light flashed in Xia Lai's eyes. He shifted to the right, raising his left elbow. The edge of the sword aura grazed his arm guard. Feeling the impact on his arm, he twisted his body to dissipate the force. Xia Lai's body spun several times in the air. Instead of being flung away, he used the rotational momentum to land behind the skeletal knight. A near-perfect parry and counter. Xia Lai aimed and swung his sword instant slash LV6. Moon shadow cut into the decayed shoulder armor, leaving a moderate gash. Quick as lightning, Xia Lai tossed a crackling magic crystal into the wound. Boom, crack. Lightning exploded instantly, silver-white arcs filling the skeletal knight's interior. Fourth-tier spell, Thunder Shock. Xia Lai flipped and landed, and Leia's voice came from behind. Xia Lai dodge. Xia Lai sidestepped. Leia's crystalline fists wrapped in holy water and swirling with gale mercilessly slammed into the skeletal knight's plate armored chest where the arcs still lingered. Crushing fist LV5. Crack, crack. The plate armor split, revealing fissures. The frost blue heart inside the skeletal knight, which resisted the arcs, released chilling cold through the gaps. The biting cold rushed at Leia's face, instantly freezing her eyebrows and coating her fiery red hair with frost. Chill erosion LV4. Leia passed by in one strike, and 4 gleaming silver arrows shot from Guda's hand. Hit! With 4 crisp ding-ding-ding-ding sounds, the arrows pierced precisely into the cracks in the plate armor, widening the shattered area. Then 4 head-sized fireballs blasted toward the skeletal knight, one after another. The fireballs exploded half a meter in front of the knight, and the resulting fire wave formed a wall of flames. As the fire wave receded, a deep blue-purple barrier stood before the knight, purple mist swirling. Curse barrier LV6. The skeletal knight roared, and the translucent purple barrier expanded and pushed forward, aiming to split the group into 2. On one side were Xia Lai, Leia, and Guda. On the other side were AI Law and Fu Lei, trapped by the barrier. Damn, this skeletal knight was too clever. It even knew to divide and conquer. AI Law and Fu Lei instantly understood and tried to escape the barrier, but their speed was too slow. Seeing this, Xia Lai called out to Leia, "Use the glory emblem." He then disengaged from the battlefield and rushed to AI Lai's side. Instant slash. The blade sliced through, but against the necrotic aura wrapped around the barrier, the sword penetrated layer by layer, only leaving a shallow mark on the outside. Xia Lai's attack was weakened. Seeing this, Fu Lei drank half a bottle of mana restoration potion, and with the help of his staff and the cost reduction ring, condensed more than a dozen green light arrows filled with life energy. Pop, pop, pop. The necrotic aura meeting these life-filled green light arrows melted like snow before fire. The arrows stuck into the barrier, forming a cross shape. Fine cracks connected between them. Xia Lai understood and poured liquid mercury over them. He glanced over his shoulder at Leia, who used the glory emblem of the Black Knight to summon a half-ghostly Black Knight wielding a broadsword, its frame slimmer than the skeletal knight's. Leia and the Black Knight fought the skeletal knight in a melee. Occasionally knocked out of the battlefield, they would chug a few potions without looking and charge back in. Xia Lai turned back, watching the gaps between the light arrows. Under the continuous assault of the purple mist, the arrows were gradually dimming and the gaps were slowly being repaired. Watching this, Xia Lai thought it would be best to strike all the cracks simultaneously, but then instant slash wouldn't work. Fortunately, Xia Lai had just mastered a combat technique that could handle this situation. With his mind settled, Xia Lai gripped the sword with both hands, assumed his stance, and closed his eyes, recalling the insights that flooded his mind when he used the skill scroll. Moments later, Xia Lai's eyes snapped open, and the moon shadow sword positioned at his lower left swung out fiercely. Whoosh! Instantly 8 sword auras shot out along the blade, slashing into the cross-shaped cracks. Thousand Blossoms Chaotic Shadows LV2. Although the power of this skill was still inferior to instant slash LV6, its ability to release multiple sword auras simultaneously made it perfect for the current situation. Crack crack, the sword blades pressed against the barrier. With a pop, the barrier shattered. AI Law and Fu Lei jumped out directly. Without a word, the three ran directly toward the distant battlefield. There the Black Knight summoned by Leia had been shattered into fragments, and she herself was pinned against the wall by the skeletal knight, riding high chi, arms locked in a struggle. A mouthful of crimson blood sprayed onto the lightning shield before her. The skeletal knight's greatsword came down, and the silver-white arcs on the lightning shield crackled. If not for the lightning shield that Gouda had cast in time, Leia would never have lasted this long. But the two had also dealt heavy damage to the skeletal knight. Its chest armor was shattered into pieces, the broken fragments held together by magic revealing its ribs and the frost blue heart within its chest cavity. Xia Lai rushed over using the longsword Moon Shadow as a shield, bracing against high chi with all his might. Several vines grabbed Leia's ankles and dragged her away from the battlefield to a corner to rest. Seeing this, Xia Lai leaned his body, letting the sword absorb the force. The blade of Moon Shadow bent to a 90-degree angle under the immense pressure. If not for its mithril core, Xia Lai was sure it would have snapped instantly. Several silver arrows flew out, and Xia Lai took the opportunity to slide out from under high chi. With a few sliding steps, he stood together with Fu Lei and Ai La. The skeletal knight maneuvered high chi, turning the horse to face Xia Lai and the others. A hoarse voice rang out, "You mortals are not bad, but in the end you will be dust." Xia Lai looked at the heart in the skeletal knight's chest. It was still, but the frost blue light on it pulsed like breathing, supplying mana to the knight. He looked back at Ai La and the others. Their minds were connected. They exchanged glances and nodded. This was the final blow. Xia Lai plunged his hand into his backpack, his 5 fingers clamping 4 potions of different colors. He poured the bitter grassy liquid into his mouth one after another. The skeletal knight was not idle either. Raising the greatsword, Death's Chant high, it uttered unintelligible necromantic words. Then 2 spectral black knights appeared, one wielding a giant sword, the other carrying a shield. As the skeletal knight's greatsword swung down, high chi charged. The 2 black knights flanked it on the left and right, charging simultaneously. Ghostly blue mist condensed, and the chill in the hall instantly dropped several more degrees. The cold air solidified, surging towards Xia Lai and the others. In the second-floor hall of the abandoned castle, the temperature felt like the dead of winter. Xia Lai exhaled his breath, misting, feeling the warmth radiating from his chest. His gaze was fixed firmly on the monster not far away. The skeleton knight was in the center, its skeletal steed neighing beneath it, while 2 black knights flanked it, as wings charging straight at Xia Lai in a line. Behind Xia Lai were Fu Lei and Ai La, with faint green, deep green, and fiery red magical arrays condensing on their bodies. The half-human Gouda, leveraging his physique, hung from a wall sconce, holding a crossbow from a vantage point. Leia lay in the corner, her face covered in blood, eyelids drooping, her chest rising and falling slowly with shallow breaths. Facing the accelerating skeleton knight, Xia Lai pulled several vials of reagent from his backpack and nodded at Gouda. Gouda, seeing the silvery liquid, instantly understood and loaded his hand crossbow with bolts. As Xia Lai hurled the vials of mercury reagent toward the advancing monster, the bottles arced through the air. At the peak of their trajectory, at a 45-degree angle in front of the skeleton knight, they were struck by Gouda's arrow and shattered. Pop! The bottles burst abruptly. The round globules of mercury, propelled by inertia, splashed downward, like falling silvery iron blossoms, meeting the charging monster head-on. Oh! The mercury splattered onto the skeleton knight and the black knights, causing them to shriek as if scalded by boiling oil. Xia Lai sprang forward, his Moon Shadow sword coated with the eerie blue, soul-devouring potion. At the same time, a massive halo shot from Fu Lei's hands and landed on the skeleton knight and the black knights. As the halo descended, the black knights halted as if paused. The skeleton knight, though not completely frozen, slowed significantly. The eerie blue light in its chest heart intensified, and ice crystals formed on its body to resist the halo. 4th tier life spell, Undead Imprisonment. After casting this spell, Fu Lei's face turned pale, and he collapsed from exhaustion. Xia Lai swung his sword downward. The skeleton knight slowly but firmly raised its great sword to block. If it could withstand this blow, the effect of undead imprisonment would wane, spelling doom for the intruders. Swoosh! Dozens of thorn-covered vines emerged from the ground, rapidly growing. They coiled around the skeleton knight's arms, pulling back at the joints with a creaking sound, like rusty machinery, preventing it from swinging its greatsword. 4th tier spell, Thorn Vine. The skeleton knight's arms were forced open uncontrollably, exposing its chest. The blade sliced through the armor, which already strained, shattered with a crash. Xia Lai aimed at its heart and struck again. The heart suddenly erupted with intense blue flames from which ice formed layering upon layer. Protecting the heart within, a crisp ding rang out as the blade struck the ice, leaving it unharmed. Xia Lai had no time to be surprised or hesitate. He continued slashing. Just then a burst of crimson flame erupted behind him, engulfing him. 3rd tier fire spell, Flame Jet. The wave of fire slammed into the ice, furiously melting it. At the same time, an arrow crackling with electricity was shot. 3rd tier lightning spell, Lightning Shock. The blazing red flame intertwined with silver-white arcs along with Xia Lai's sword, still bathed in fire, his hair standing on end, struck the ice together. Under the power of three forces, Xia Lai's face twisted with fury as he roared within the flames. Ah! Break! With a grinding crack, the sword accompanied by flame and lightning shattered the ice. The skeleton knight's heart, stripped of its armor and layers of ice, was now within arm's reach of Xia Lai. A pair of slender hands shot out from the flames, seized the heart, and yanked it out with a forceful pull. Xia Lai looked at the eerie blue heart in his hand, then raised it high with a triumphant shout. The skeleton knight, now heartless, collapsed with a thunderous crash, signaling victory for Xia Lai's team. The skeleton knight fell, the black knights dissipated, and the skeletal steed died. Xia Lai, who had been standing on the steed, lost his balance and tumbled. Normally Xia Lai could have flipped and landed on his feet, but after the battle, he was utterly exhausted. Damn! Just as he was about to have a close encounter with the ground, a pool of flowing water caught him. The water rippled and carried him to Aila's side. Xia Lai lay on Aila's lap, gazing at her exquisite face. He held up the skeleton knight's heart like a child showing off a toy to a beloved one, and smiled. We won. Aila looked at Xia Lai's scorched hair and his skin red as a boiled lobster, and couldn't help feeling distressed. Even with his fire resistance, Xia Lai couldn't withstand the prolonged heat. Aila used the little mana she had left to cast heal, then opened a vial of ointment made from slime mucus. She warmed it in her palm, gently rubbing it onto Xia Lai's exposed skin, and whispered, Not only did we win, but you look handsome too. Xia Lai grinned, showing his white teeth. He turned to look at Fu Lei and the others. Gouda was feeding potions to each of them. He pried open the unconscious Fu Lei's mouth, uncorked a green liquid, and poured half a bottle down his throat. Feeling the intense bitterness in his mouth, Fu Lei sprang up from the ground, as if waking from a nightmare, hopped twice, and then collapsed back down. Seeing how energetic he was, Gouda turned to pour the remaining half into Leia's mouth. As soon as a little went in, a blood-curdling scream erupted. Bleg. Gouda, did you just give me poison? I beg you, let me go. I'll never steal your beer again. Please let me go. Leia wailed. Gouda coaxed. It's not that bitter, just a little left. Look at the captain. He drank it, and is bouncing around. Leia looked over, and saw Fu Lei's handsome face, twisted in agony from the bitterness, his tongue out, lying on the ground like a poisoned man. Her face fell. Captain, are you still alive? Gouda, you've poisoned the captain. For the sake of our comradeship, let me off, Gouda. With that, she clamped her lips shut and refused to open them. Seeing that she wouldn't take the potion voluntarily, Gouda pinched Leia's nose and sighed. The sooner you drink, the sooner you'll recover. Why don't you understand? Forced to breathe through her mouth, Leia was caught off guard. Gouda seized the moment, poured the rest of the potion in, and covered her mouth to ensure it all went down. Leia wailed, Gouda, I'll kill you. Xia Lai couldn't help but laugh at the scene. Hearing the laughter, Gouda turned around like a demon, pulled another potion from his pocket, and flashed a devilish grin. Xia Lai, this one's for you. No need, I'm almost healed, right, Aila? Xia Lai looked at Aila imploringly. Aila lowered her eyes and murmured softly, but I think taking the potion would help you recover faster. Huh, Aila, how could you? Gulp gulp. Then the empty hall echoed once more with a blood-curdling howl. After a long moment, Xia Lai and the others, now refreshed, began looting the second-floor hall. After a moment, a dozen items were laid out on the ground: a frost heart, the Death's Whisper, greatsword, the knight's soul fire, the skeletal steed's ghost, a blood crystal, 10 gleaming finger bones from the skeleton knight, a pair of bracers engraved with the fortitude enchantment, and the skeleton knight's skeleton, which could be ground into special spiritual powder. In addition, there was a heavily worn ring on the skeleton knight's hand. The ring was unremarkable, made of white copper. Xia Lai checked it with his interface: ring of the Erkisi family, head type ring, grade none, effect none, description an ordinary family head ring worn by successive heads of the family. Note: do not entertain unrealistic fantasies of an old man living inside. Xia Lai chuckled at the note. With the others' agreement, he kept the ring as a memento. Then they packed up and headed to the nearest teleportation point to claim their first kill reward. A violet moon hung overhead, draped over the specter wastes by canopies of dark silk. Beneath the gloom, the anguished wails of restless phantoms, grotesque and twisted, drifted across the barren earth. One by one, undead monstrosities clawed their way from the strata of bone and dust that carpeted the ground, rearing their heads to shriek at the violet moon. Where the gloomy wasteland met the withered forest lay a borderland bathed in amber light. The temporary encampment established by the Adventurers Guild. Scattered at intervals of roughly 10 meters around the perimeter, bonfires burned with a pristine, radiant flame pure enough to repel the undead within their radius. Within the camp, modest tents were arranged in concentric rings around the central teleportation array. Adventurers sat in clusters, either tending to their gear or engaging in hushed conversation. Xia Lai and his companions wove through the bustling crowd as voices rippled through the air. A bard cradling a lute bellowed to the masses, "Party members needed. We're recruiting. Urgently in need of a level 15 mage," shouted another voice. A bare-chested behemoth grunted, "Team Jelma is stacked." Every single one of us is level 16 and above. Join us. A hooded alchemist sat cross-legged on the dirt fronting rows of meticulously stoppered vials. Phage soul potions, he called out. Just 2.5 gold pieces a bottle. My. Xia Lai found himself pondering how a middleman's brews could possibly undercut the guild's official prices. Before he could dwell on it, a handsome spear-wielding adventurer marched over his face, contorted in fury, flanked by a rowdy mob. The moment the merchant spotted them, he frantically packed his wares to flee. The spearman broke into a sprint, roaring, "You swindling merchant selling watered-down concoctions, and you still think you can run? Seize him." The merchant shot back defiantly, "If I didn't dilute them, how could I sell them at this price? Am I your father? Don't pretend you don't know I water them down." "Damn it," the spearman cursed. "I knew guild smugglers watered their goods. 1 to 2. Fine, I'd pay it. But you diluted 1 bottle into 10 and have the audacity to lecture me." With that he hurled his spear. The merchant scrambled away in panic and the camp erupted into chaotic disarray. 10-fold dilution. That's ruthless. Xia Lai and his companions watched the exchange, audibly clicking their tongues in disbelief. Still, purchasing diluted potions was an accepted reality for many. Not every party reaped profits on every expedition like Frey's team. Some returned from the dungeons with expenses deducted. A stroke of ill luck might leave them with merely a handful of gold coins each. This was precisely why so many adventurers clamored to join the exploration campaigns. The returns were exponentially higher. Even on an unlucky run, one could still walk away with a dozen or so gold coins. Xia Lai's group sidestepped the mob chasing the merchant and reached the teleportation array. Before them stood a towering bulletin board. Its front face was plastered with bounty contracts for various monsters, while the reverse displayed premier kill reward commissions. A sweeping glance revealed the boards brimming with parchment scrolls, many adventurers leaning closely to scrutinize the details. At the modest counter erected before the board, guild clerks busied themselves with constant tallying, occasionally counting out fistfuls of gold coins from wooden crates to hand to the queued adventurers. The guild had established a modest administrative desk within the dungeon itself, sparing adventurers the arduous task of repeatedly traversing the teleportation matrix. Xia Lai and his companions simply bypassed the queue, heading straight for the front desk. Skipping the line was a guild-granted privilege reserved for those accepting premier kill commissions. After all, if an adventurer secured a premier kill ahead of others, but lost the clock due to waiting in line, resentment and squabbles would inevitably follow. To prevent such friction, the guild had instituted this special exemption. Noticing the intrusion, a middle-aged adventurer gripping a shield protested loudly. "Hey, show some manners. Do you even know how to line up?" He never finished the sentence. His gaze dropped to the frost azure heart clutched in Xia Lai's hand. A seasoned dungeon rat, he instantly recognized it. The core of a skeleton knight. A flick of his eyes toward the obsidian badges pinned to their chests confirmed his suspicion. This party possessed the strength to challenge creatures beyond their rank. They were remarkably young to have already reached the obsidian tier, let alone slay rank breakers. Taking stock of these facts, the middle-aged man fell silent. He instinctively covered his own obsidian badge, a rank he'd held unchanging for a decade, and muttered bitterly under his breath, "So what?" Xia Lai's actions, however, did not go unnoticed by just him. Every adventurer in the queue turned their heads. Upon spotting the frost azure heart in Xia Lai's grip, a murmur of hushed conversation rippled through the crowd. The exploration campaign has only just begun on its second day, and they've already cleared a premier kill commission. "This can't be real," someone whispered. "You wouldn't understand. Premier kills demand speed. Hesitate, and someone else will claim it. I'm pretty sure this is the first premier kill at our teleportation node. And they're still only wearing obsidian badges, yet they've already slain a skeleton knight. Remarkable. That swordsman wielding the greatsword. He used to hunt goblins obsessively in the amethyst forest. People mocked him, calling him the goblin slayer, saying he only dared take on weaklings. Never imagined he'd become this formidable in merely a month. Some praised them while others sneered with thinly veiled jealousy. It's only a level 21 skeleton knight. Pure luck. Actually hunting level 30 monsters is where real skill lies. Mark, please don't stand so close. Your bitterness is suffocating. Their levels are barely into the double digits, and you're already suggesting they take on level 30 foes. By the time they hit 30, are you going to bet them against a hero? Ha ha. Mark's comments only drew louder laughter. Hey Mark, if you think it's all luck, why don't you go hunt a level 20 beast and claim a premier kill yourself? Or are you too scared? Ha ha. Flushing crimson at the mockery, Mark nonetheless shot back stubbornly. Double-digit levels don't mean you can't slay a level 30 monster. Princess Kalina herself took down a level 31 terrifying gargoyle. Besides, it's not that I'm afraid. It's just, ugh, I upset my stomach on beer last night. My condition isn't optimal. If I were at full strength, a skeleton knight would be child's play. With that, Mark launched into a series of increasingly absurd boasts, slaying dragons, rescuing princesses, sending the crowd into peals of laughter. A carefree atmosphere swept through the teleportation node. Xia Lai and his companions exchanged amused glances, brushing off the taunts entirely. They approached the duty officer in charge of the teleportation node and presented the Skeleton Knight's Frost Azure Heart. The officer conducted a thorough inspection, verified the core's authenticity, and then withdrew a message scroll to relay the report to the Amethyst Guild headquarters outside the dungeon. Moments later, the guild's response arrived. A radiant azure glow enveloped the scroll in the officer's hand as it slowly ascended. Vice President Keh's voice echoed outward, reaching every corner of the camp. Premier kill number 4 claimed in the Amethyst Dungeon Exploration campaign. At the familiar hum in their ears, every adventurer looked up to watch the floating scroll. Its announcement continued to resonate across the sky. Premier kill target Skeleton Knight. Claiming party team Fry. Members Fry Xia Lai Good Alaya. Premier kill bonus 150 gold coins. Bounty reward 50 gold coins. Total payout 200 gold coins. Disbursement initiated. Then with a cascading rattle, clatter, golden coins materialized from thin air, raining down from the heavens in a dazzling shower of wealth. Xia Lai stared at the spectacle in utter bewilderment, muttering, "Do they really need to go to such lengths?" Fry nodded knowingly. All illusions. The guild orchestrates this spectacle to stoke the adventurers' greed and drive them to hunt more ferociously. Haven't you noticed how their breathing has quickened? Xia Lai followed his gaze. Indeed, the eyes of the surrounding adventurers burned with voracious desire. It's the work of the charm enchantment woven into that broadcast, Fry explained. The speaker intends to push them to fight harder. Xia Lai frowned. Doesn't the guild fear they'll turn on each other and rob us? Even if they target us, it's hardly a prudent business model. Fry shook his head. Unlikely. You underestimate the caster behind that transmission. That charm is at least an 8th circle spell. For most adventurers here in their early 20s, guiding their thoughts is as simple as breathing. The association's headmaster dropped a heavy bag of gold coins into Frey's hands, saying, "This is your bounty." A look of delight spread across everyone's faces. He continued, "Since you have slain a monster above LV20, your rank in the Adventurers Association has also increased. You may go to headquarters to claim an Emerald Tier plaque. Adventurers at the Emerald Tier receive a 5% discount on equipment purchased at the association. While Ella cannot qualify for Emerald status, as she has ventured into the dungeon too few times." Hearing this, Xia Lai asked curiously, "I have only been to the dungeon one more time than Ella, so how could I advance to Emerald Tier Adventurer? And when the member roster was just called, wasn't Ella part of our team? Why wasn't her name mentioned?" The headmaster fell silent before responding. "It is because Vice President Koch believes your strength has reached the Emerald Tier. As for the name omission, I am not sure. Likely the Vice President accidentally missed it." With that, the headmaster turned and departed to continue his work. Xia Lai pondered the headmaster's words, recalling that monocled Koch. He found it hard to believe such a person would make careless mistakes. The sound of the headmaster recruiting adventurers nearby roused Xia Lai from his thoughts. The Adventurers Association seeks 100 volunteers for the Undead Army Suppression 3 hours from now. Each participant receives 3 gold coins, and all spoils from the campaign are yours to keep. Fry opened his pouch and divided the 200 gold coins equally among 5 shares. 40 coins apiece. Any objections? Several shook their heads in agreement. Fry nodded. "Let us divide the coins first. We will sell the monster materials after we exit the dungeon, then split those proceeds." Leia and the others had no objections. After slaying the Bone Knight, they truly needed some rest. Not lengthy, but a day or 2 would do them good. Xia Lai weighed the small pouch of gold coins allocated to him, listening to the headmaster's recruitment calls for the undead suppression nearby. After a moment's thought, he placed the coins in Ella's hands. Looking at the group, he said, "Give my share to Ella first. I am in no hurry to leave. I will stay in the dungeon a while longer." Unlike Leia, who remained injured, Xia Lai's body had fully recovered thanks to his self-healing skill. His energy was still high, so rather than lingering idly outside, he figured it would be more productive to hunt more monsters and gain experience. Though claiming the Bone Knight's head had not triggered his promotion, yet he felt the next level up was just within reach, a single step away. Upon hearing Xia Lai intended to remain in the dungeon, both Leia and Fry moved to dissuade him, but Ella stopped them and simply nodded toward him. She then handed him the remaining magic crystals for her instant cast spells, saying nothing beyond "stay safe." Xia Lai nodded and retrieved a shield-shaped item, the Black Knight's Medal of Honor, from the monster materials they had collected, then waved farewell to the group. Watching Ella and the others step onto the teleportation array and disappear, Xia Lai turned and approached the association headmaster, who was recruiting adventurers for the Undead Army Suppression. The Undead Army consisted of massive swarms of necrotic creatures that gathered across the Wraith Battlefield's wastelands whenever the purple moon rose. These undead were built upon thousands of low-tier specters and skeletal undead with high-tier liches and bone knights mixed in, and occasionally even more formidable entities among their ranks. At that moment, adventurers lined up in a long queue before the headmaster, all eager to join the Undead Suppression campaign. Participating in the association's Undead Suppression meant keeping all the materials you collected plus an additional gold coin bonus. When powerful bone knights and liches appeared, higher-ranked adventurers from the association would handle them. You only needed to clear out the weaker minions. It was practically free money. Xia Lai surveyed the lengthy queue with a frown. If he waited his turn, all 100 spots would be filled long before he reached the front. The headmaster noticed him approaching and casually asked, "You want to join the undead suppression as well?" Xia Lai nodded in affirmation. The headmaster gestured toward another area. "Go over there." Xia Lai queried, "Aren't there a limit of only 100 spots? Do I not need to wait in line?" The headmaster waved his hand dismissively. "The quota is meant to restrict Black Iron tier adventurers. Those at Emerald tier and above have no such limitation. By the way, your commission is 6 gold coins, double what they are receiving." Hearing this, he glanced at the queue of adventurers, some struggling patiently, others shoving forward, and still others guarding against cutters, all engaged in petty scheming. Then he walked toward where the headmaster had pointed, inwardly remarking, "As expected, inequality exists in every world. In other worlds, wealth grants privilege, but in this world, high rank and strong power are what bring privilege. And as for me, Xia Lai, my current level and strength come entirely from my own talent and hard work. Wouldn't you agree, panel?" Panel. Xia Lai arrived at the campsite indicated by the headmaster. A bonfire burned at its center where meat stew simmered. He surveyed the surroundings and counted 24 people, 3 association workers, and 21 adventurers. The adventurers had formed 7 small clusters scattered throughout the camp. Almost everyone wore an Emerald tier plaque on their chest with the exception of one 3-person squad who displayed Jade tier badges instead. The adventurers noticed his approach and turned their gazes toward him. Several smiled, preparing to strike up conversation, but upon seeing the Obsidian tier plaque on Xia Lai's chest, they immediately retracted their gestures. Their looks towards Xia Lai carried both contempt and curiosity, for in their eyes an Obsidian tier adventurer had no business being in this camp. In truth, if Xia Lai had introduced himself by name, some adventurers would still have approached to converse. After all, the adventurers present had witnessed the first kill rewards and that spectacular shower of gold coins. They had also heard the names of those who killed the Bone Knight, but none had seen Xia Lai and his companions in person, so they failed to recognize him. Xia Lai paid no mind to their scornful stares. He actually preferred it this way. Fewer unnecessary social interactions meant he could enjoy his peace. Xia Lai ladled a bowl of meat soup and grabbed a piece of dark bread. He was indeed rather hungry. Biting into a large chunk of fatty lamb, rich grease coated his mouth. As he ate, Xia Lai summoned the status panels of everyone present in the camp. 3 Jade tier adventurers, all at LV 27. 18 Emerald tier adventurers, 6 at LV 19 and 12 at LV 20, who had just awakened their second talent. I recall Gray mentioning that reaching LV 20 qualifies you as an Emerald tier adventurer. However, slaying LV 20 monsters while in your teens could also grant Emerald status. But it remains unclear how many of these 12 earned their promotion earlier versus those who advanced through their second talent awakening. The level at which one achieves Emerald status somewhat reflects their overall combat capability. Though there are cases where an adventurer's second awakening proves extraordinarily powerful, causing their strength to surge dramatically. Generally speaking, however, an adventurer who reaches Emerald status in their teens will undoubtedly be stronger than those who only achieve it upon reaching LV 20. After finishing the stewed meat, Xia Lai patted his stomach. Outside, the camp recruiters continued calling out for adventurers. Since there was still time, he drew his longsword Moonshadow and began his practice routine. Every movement was steady and precise. It was his advanced combat technique, the Thousand Flowers Chaos Shadow. Naturally, Xia Lai's actions drew attention within the camp. Some adventurers watched the training Xia Lai with thoughtful expressions. Others sneered, scoffing. An obsidian adventurer who never trains, suddenly practicing now. Who do you think you are putting on airs for? The voice was raised without any attempt to lower it, but Xia Lai paid it no mind and continued practicing his swordplay. After nearly 2 hours of this, the sounds of 2 sets of footsteps, one hurried, one leisurely, sounded as newcomers arrived. Aside from the training Xia Lai, all the adventurers in camp turned their gaze toward the newcomers, a short, stout dwarf and a tall, thin human. The short, stout figure was a one-eyed dwarf, while the tall, slender individual was a human archer with a bow slung across his back. The camp erupted in excited voices upon seeing the pair, testament to their renown among adventurers. Blind Eye, No Crystal Morton, and Coldface Archer David, they are here too. Almost immediately people wanted to approach and talk with the two, for they were genuinely famous at the LV 20 level. But Blind Eye Morton let out a cold snort, dismissing those who came to greet him. With his remaining eye, he scanned the area and spotted Xia Lai practicing swordplay in the corner. His eyes instantly brightened, and he called out loudly, "Huh, is this not young Xia Lai, old Morton's lucky charm and good friend?" In the corner of the camp, the dwarf Morton and the archer David came straight up to Xia Lai. Looking at the dwarf before him, Xia Lai sheathed his sword and smiled. He had a good impression of this dwarf squad. The former's decisive, clear-cut, and unhesitating character was indeed charming. Xia Lai greeted the two, David responded with a cold face and a nod. Morton laughed heartily, and then the three began to chat. Most of the time Morton did the talking with Xia Lai occasionally chiming in, while David only spoke when necessary. Xia Lai observed the combination of a chatterbox and a reticent person before him, finding it quite peculiar. The other adventurers in the camp cast varied glances upon seeing Xia Lai conversing with Morton, a topaz rank adventurer, and his squad. Even the adventurer, who had previously mocked him, remained silent. Xia Lai. He seems to be the team member who secured the first kill of the skeletal knight. The break passed quickly, and the camp leader led Xia Lai and the others to the location where they would attack the undead army not far away. Above the wilderness beneath the purple moon, a dense dark aura of the undead spiraled upward, and after rising to a certain height it began to descend. Rising and falling in a cyclical rhythm, magical energy coalesced, giving birth to countless monsters that formed a massive army with incessant roars spreading outward from within. Not far from the undead there were several tents, a military-like encampment, with crimson-purple flags bearing the adventurers' guild emblem fluttering above them. Outside the tents, over 100 adventurers in guild uniforms stood in neat ranks ready to depart. Adventurers of obsidian, jade, and topaz ranks were arranged in order. Xia Lai stared at the scene, unable to suppress a slight daze. Morton's voice rang out. What do you think, Xia Lai boy? Never seen the Adventurers Guild's armed forces? Xia Lai shook his head. No. Morton said, see the mirror insignia on these guys' nameplates. That's a mark only for adventurers who belong to the guild. The Adventurers Guild maintains a semi-independent status in all the various humanoid nations alliances. It's not out of kindness from those countries, but because the guild has always possessed formidable armed forces. Besides, you don't really think the dungeon's exploration relies solely on us casually recruited adventurers, do you? We folks can handle individual monsters with ease, but when it comes to a large-scale undead army, it's a matter of who can run the fastest. These guys in front of us are probably a team sent down by the guild headquarters to carry out the exploration operation. Hearing Morton's words, Xia Lai glanced at the chaotic crowd of adventurers around him and nodded in agreement. The next moment, two adventurers with white bronze nameplates on their chests stepped out of the tent. One was a middle-aged burly man holding a shield taller than a person. The other was a languid woman in a crimson-purple mage robe, holding a pipe. The camp leader, seeing this, walked over a few steps and began to converse with them. Name Andoni, level LV 31. Name Meili, level LV 32. Xia Lai glanced at the two status panels, and Morton's voice timely rang out. See those two over there? Xia Lai boy, there are only 8 white bronze rank adventurers in the Amethyst dungeon. They are 2 of them, Ironwall and Dongi, and Pipe Meili. Xia Lai asked curiously. 8 white bronze rank adventurers. What rank is the guild's vice president Ko? Morton said President Hoffman and Vice President Ko are both steel rank adventurers, the highest ranking ones in the Amethyst dungeon. They were once teammates in the same adventuring party. However, now their main work is handling guild affairs, and they rarely go down into the dungeon for adventures. After saying that, Morton shook his head again. But this time they might go on an adventure. After all, that LV-39 bone dragon isn't so easy to deal with. Just as Morton finished speaking, the camp leader walked toward the crowd. Guild personnel followed behind him, carrying a large box containing hundreds of necklaces with magic crystals. Xia Lai took the necklace. Magic circuits flowed within the crystal. He shouted, "We are responsible for the left flank of the undead army. There are over 2,000 monsters below LV-10, and over 100 monsters between LV-10 and LV-20. There are 8 monsters at LV-20, all below level 25, namely Lich Martyr and Skeletal Knight. Monsters hunted during the Undead Army expedition have no first kill reward." The leader saw that the necklaces had been distributed to each adventurer and continued, "Hang the necklace around your neck. It will record the monsters each of you kills." Before he finished, the team, led by the 2 white bronze rank adventurers, had already moved toward the undead army not far away. Seeing this, the leader stopped his rambling. He led Xia Lai and the others toward the area under his responsibility. Roar! Skeletons with green glowing eyes and rotting corpses crowded together. Ghostly, bluish-green apparitions manipulated their ethereal forms, drifting around. Black knights draped in illusory cloaks with dark flames silently burning beneath their black visors. Liches revealed half-rotted cheeks with magic orbs floating ceaselessly in their hands. Skeletal knights exuded a chilling aura, forming ice crystals around them. In the center of these monsters stood a giant made of bones over 10 meters tall, with rust-green flames burning in its eye sockets, towering conspicuously among the undead. Xia Lai was shocked by its terrifying height. With a thought, he called up its status panel race living doll, skeletal implant level LV-30. Xia Lai drew his longsword Yueying and stood with the other adventurers on the left flank of the undead army, confronting them. He asked Morton beside him, "When will the battle begin?" Morton raised his chin, pointing at the white bronze rank adventurer Meilin standing in front of the undead army. "Of course we wait for Pipe's sister's signal." Xia Lai wondered, what signal? Before he finished, Maylin raised her pipe, puffed out her cheeks, and blew hard into the pipe's mouthpiece with her crimson lips. Instantly, sparks from the pipe scrambled to leap out. Escaping the pipe, the sparks instantly grew larger. Dozens of sparks turned into blazing fireballs as tall as a person flying toward the undead army. Maylin blew again, and an even larger spark shot toward the skeletal implant. The spark expanded and grew, even sprouting a fiery head and limbs. Roar! The flame giant roared, landing among the undead monsters, and punched the huge skeletal face of the skeletal implant. Countless bones fell off with wails. 7-tier fire spell lava giant. At the same time, with a loud boom, the exploding fireballs detonated among the undead army. Morton flexed his hand on his short-handled battle axe, grinned, and said, "Xia Lai, boy, that's the signal." With that, he took large strides and charged toward the monsters on the left. His speed was fast. In just a few steps, he was at the very front. A skeleton with claws bared opened its wide mouth to bite Morton. Swish! The battle axe swept across and skeletons shattered into pieces with a crackling sound. At least 5 skeletons died from this single blow. Morton turned around, laughing wildly at the adventurers behind him. "You little brats, let's see who earns more." Just as he turned and laughed, a green ghostly black knight raised its long sword high and slashed angrily at Morton's back. However, the sword stopped mid-swing, because with a whoosh, a silver arrow shattered the black knight's attack. David, expressionless, drew his bow and shot. More arrows grazed Morton's skin, penetrating into the monsters behind him. Xia Lai propelled himself into the monster group with a leap, swinging his blade. The sword light cut through icy blue phantoms, and the sword chi shattered 4 or 5 skeletons before dissipating. Experience flowed into his body, and Xia Lai immediately felt the previous blockage disappear. At the same time, a message popped up: level LV16, LV17, strength 55. With increased strength, Xia Lai's muscles swelled. A level 13 skeleton warrior wielded its rusted longsword and struck down fiercely. The longsword lodged in his bracer. The tremendous impact failed to push Xia Lai back a single step after his level up. The sword hilt swept across, and the skeleton warrior's head split apart like shattered bone fragments, its essence flowing into Xia Lai's body as experience points. Feeling the surge of experience flood into him, Xia Lai's lips curled into a smile as he surveyed the monsters surrounding him, each one a walking experience pack, bringing him great satisfaction. Xia Lai twisted his neck and swung his sword at the nearest skeleton. "Come, let me see what surprises you can bring me." If there were a ranking of the most detested monsters, the putrid corpse would undoubtedly top the list. As a monster with an average level of around 15, its attack power was low and its defense insufficient, but it was absolutely disgusting. Its body swelled into a grotesque, bloated form, skin riddled with ulcerous holes constantly oozing foul-smelling green mucus. When attacking, the mucus would spray from its rotting mouth. This mucus possessed intense corrosive properties against ordinary metals, earning it the nickname Sword Devourer. Filled with mucus within its body, when struck by attacks it could not withstand, it would burst apart with a loud pop, like an overfilled water balloon spraying corrosive fluid in all directions. For these reasons, the putrid corpse was a monster almost all adventurers wished to avoid. The first thought upon seeing one was always to flee, which consequently allowed them to gather in large numbers with ease. Here too, just as Xia Lai encountered 20 putrid corpses continuously spewing corrosive mucus from their mouths to form a barrier that blocked the adventurers' advance. There were 6 adventurers besides Xia Lai, 5 warriors, and 1 mage. They looked at the putrid corpses before them, exchanging glances in silence. This monster was like a mop that had stepped in dog feces. Not that they couldn't defeat it, but it was purely disgusting. If so many of them exploded simultaneously, the resulting spray of mucus would likely incapacitate everyone. Someone asked, "Unlucky, what should we do?" The mage replied, "Fire magic is effective against them, but I can only cast a 2nd-tier firework spell." Xia Lai answered directly, "Cover them with fire oil, and then burn them to death." Someone questioned skeptically, "Fire oil? That cheap material costs only a few silver coins per bottle. Can it handle monsters around level 12? Xia Lai had no interest in arguing. He gave a casual wave of his hand, and 2 bottles of fire oil flew from his waist pouch. The corks popped, and the viscous, transparent oil instantly splattered across the putrid corpses. Seeing Xia Lai's actions, the other adventurers hastily retrieved their own fire oil bottles and threw them forcefully. At the same moment, a flame the size of a fist drifted forth and ignited the oil. Orange-red flames spread along the oil trails, suddenly erupting into roaring infernos. Watching the putrid corpses wail in the flames, while continuously generating green toxic fog, the adventurers cheered with delight. "Hey, this stuff really works." Xia Lai didn't waste words, holding his breath as he stepped into the toxic fog to begin harvesting the heads. "Hey kid, these aren't your accomplishments alone." Witnessing this scene, the adventurers grew restless. After all, the rewards from a single putrid corpse were considerable, yet none dared to enter the corrosive toxic fog. Someone spoke up, "A greedy fool who cares not for his life. Don't mind him. He won't kill many putrid corpses. The mucus inside their bodies will corrode his weapon, and when that happens he'll suffer the consequences himself. Hearing this, the adventurers outside the toxic fog fell silent, waiting for Xia Lai's weapon to corrode. But when he had slain his fifth target, they grew restless again, for the Moonshadow longsword showed no signs of corrosion whatsoever. Don't mind him. The flames will scorch his skin. He can't withstand such high temperatures. He'll suffer the consequences himself. The adventurers fell silent once more. But when Xia Lai reached his 10th kill, they grew restless again, for he showed no signs of burns. Don't mind him. The toxins will seep into his body. He can't resist such amounts of poison gas. He'll suffer the consequences himself. By the time Xia Lai had slain 15, no more voices came. The adventurers numbly watched as he methodically slaughtered the putrid corpses, burned by flames and powerless to resist. His mithril longsword could sufficiently resist the corrosion of the mucus. His level 3 fire resistance was enough to withstand the searing heat, and his regeneration ability could handle the minor toxins that entered his body. After eliminating the last putrid corpse, Xia Lai stood in the toxic fog, closing his eyes as he savored the experience flooding into his body. 20 level 15 monsters were more than enough to grant him another level. Level LV 17, LV 18. Strength 60-65, Agility 51-56, Constitution 51-56, Perception 63-68, Spirit 41-45. Xia Lai felt the power surging through his body, grinned at the adventurers outside, and then charged out from the opposite side. 2 levels in a single day? So many monsters. When had old Xia ever fought such a wealthy battle? He had to seize this opportunity and slaughter monsters to level up properly. Xia Lai resembled a starving wild wolf, his eyes gleaming with greed. He opened 2 bottles of vitality recovery elixir and downed them in one gulp. After finishing the potion, Xia Lai wiped his mouth and noticed a phantom female, ghost, her form insubstantial, drifting unsteadily toward him, accompanied by an increasingly loud dirge. Type Morning Singer. Level LV 20. Watching the approaching Morning Singer, Xia Lai's expression turned serious. Although he and Fry had defeated a level 21 skeleton knight, before that had been through coordinated assault. Facing a level 20 monster alone, even with his 2-level increase, he felt uncertain. Fight or flee? Xia Lai quickly made his choice. Just as he prepared to sidestep and escape, a familiar voice, deep and resonant, rang out from within the singer's body. My lord, accept your faithful and lost lamb. Please accept my belated greetings. Hearing the voice, Xia Lai looked around in bewilderment. The morning singer raised a hand, first shrouding the magic crystal pendant on Xia Lai's chest in white mist, then enveloping both of them in a swirling veil of white vapor. To outsiders, nothing could be seen within the area shrouded by the white mist. Then the singer's appearance changed, transforming into the lead nun of the chorus of whispering nuns. Still in black robes, still with a black band covering her eyes, still porcelain pale and still. She knelt on one knee, placing Xia Lai's palm atop her head, and whispered softly, I greet you, my lord. Xia Lai stared at the scene, took a moment to process it, then asked curiously, Rise. Why have you come? Aren't you unable to leave the area near the manor cemetery? The nun rose, crossing her hands over her chest. In truth, my lord, that was the case before. But since you have acquired more keys, the restrictions upon our movements have gradually lessened. Now we can temporarily break free from the cage of the cycle. Hearing this, Xia Lai retrieved the 2 salvation keys he kept close to his heart, and thought to himself, I never expected that by not inserting them into their chest the bindings would weaken so significantly. Does this mean you know every time I acquire a key? The nun nodded. Whenever my lord obtains a new salvation key, we feel its presence. Xia Lai regarded the nun before him, lost in thought. The reason he kept the keys in his own hands rather than handing them directly to them was because of uncertainty in his heart. The chorus of whispering nuns was far stronger than him. If he gave them the keys, and they unleashed their full power, turning master over servant, what then? He balanced the 2 keys in his hand and held them before the nun. I didn't deliver the keys to you immediately before. What do you think about that? Do you want them? The nun shook her head, her cherry-like lips parting. My lord's actions are guided by wisdom. Whatever you bestow upon us we regard as a precious treasure. Whatever you retain we would never dare to covet. Hearing what could only be described as a perfect response, Xia Lai fell silent for a moment before speaking. Why have you come to find me? Reporting to my lord, we sense the presence of the 4th salvation key. The 4th salvation key. Where? In the Misty Forest. As the bronze-ranked adventurer, Mei Lin thoroughly dismantled the skeletal armament and extracted its core, the undead subjugation came to an end. On the desolate wilderness, glistening bones littered the ground. The adventurers trudged back with heavy steps, exhaustion mingling with the excitement gleaming in their eyes. Though over 20 adventurers had perished in the expedition for various reasons, those who survived were for the most part richly rewarded. Xia Lai walked alongside Morton, and the archer, David, the crunch of broken bones underfoot echoing with each step. He rubbed the nun's mark on his arm, listening to Morton's words while recalling what the nun had told him. According to the nun, it was yesterday, Precisely when Xia Lai obtained the third redemption key in the painting world, that they suddenly sensed the existence of the fourth and final redemption key. That key hung from a giant tree surrounded by thick, white mist. From time to time, the peculiar rhyme-type monsters unique to the misty forest would wander past. Based on the environment, they concluded that the final redemption key lay deep within the misty forest on the second underground floor. Thus, the leading nun Astarte, relying on the connection between her and Xia Lai, had tracked him down from the manor cemetery. Only Astarte came because she was the sole nun who had been impaled by the key. She alone could endure the confinement for a short time, follow Xia Lai, and transform into a nun's mark attached to his hand. Xia Lai and his group returned directly to the camp near the teleportation portal. A group of staff members in association uniforms were already waiting at the counter before the portal. Boxes stamped with the Talmason Bank insignia filled with coins were stacked behind them. The adventurers who had participated in the undead subjugation handed their magic crystal necklaces to the clerks. The crystals were placed into a dazzling magic array projecting the final moments of each monster they had slain. A clerk took out a quill and began calculating on papyrus. 13 skeleton soldiers, 8 zombies, 9 ghosts, 4 skeleton warriors, 1 black knight. Total 18 gold, 4 silver. 24 skeleton soldiers, 7 skeleton warriors, 2 black knights, 1 rotten zombie. Total 26 gold, 8 silver, 60 copper. Each time the clerk finished tallying, they counted out the coins from the boxes behind and handed them to the adventurer before them. Almost every adventurer who took part in the expedition now carried dozens of gold coins. And this was merely the bounty. The materials from the monsters still belonged to them, and selling those would yield a considerable sum as well. But not everyone was so fortunate. Some were so unlucky they couldn't even drink water without choking. The clerk, after double-checking the fleeting images, said 2 skeleton soldiers, 1 ghost, total 9 silver. Hearing this, the adventurers burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, 9 silver. 2 skeleton soldiers, and 1 ghost. Even a rookie below level 10 could kill more than that. The bald adventurer Vic, standing at the counter, reddened at the mockery. He glared at the crowd and cursed, damn it. As soon as I entered the monster horde, I ran into a dirge singer. I was lucky to escape alive. If it were you, you'd probably have lost your lives. And you dare laugh at me. At Bald Vic's words, the laughter subsided a little. Bald Vic was level 17, not low by any means. Among adventurers of this tier, he was not a nobody. If not for his rotten luck, his strength would easily have earned him 20 or 30 gold coins. They all understood that Vic wasn't lying. Even emerald-ranked adventurers, as long as they hadn't reached level 20 or above, would have to flee for their lives upon encountering a dirge singer. The laughter faded and Vic snorted coldly. But a crisp young voice shattered his forced dignity. Hey old man, are you going to take these 9 silver coins or not? I'm waiting in line to get paid. At the mention of the pitiful 9 silver coins, another wave of snickers erupted. Haha, 9 silver coins. Hearing the ridicule rise again, Vic's face flushed crimson. He whipped around, glaring at the young adventurer who had caused this. After scanning the obsidian badge on Xia Lai's chest, a predatory gleam flashed in his eyes. Xia Lai, as if oblivious, took the silver coins from the clerk and pressed them against Vic's chest. The coins were shoved into his arms, but Vic didn't take them, instead glaring at Xia Lai. Xia Lai didn't care. He had kindly handed him the money. If he didn't want it, to hell with it. He withdrew his hand, and the silver coins clattered to the ground with a metallic ring. Xia Lai handed over his own magic crystal necklace, and the clerk took it. Just as the clerk was reviewing the kill footage, Vic grabbed Xia Lai's arm and snarled, Kid, what do you mean by that? You look down on me. His iron-gloved hand gradually tightened. Vic, already stung by the mockery, was looking for an adventurer to make an example of. After all, though his bad luck in this expedition was real, his earnings were undeniably meager. Among adventurers who lived on the edge, there was a saying, luck is also part of one's strength. If he couldn't quickly prove his prowess, his opportunities for cooperation with other adventurers or taking on bounties would diminish. In his eyes, Xia Lai was the perfect scapegoat to make an example of. But that was only from his perspective. Unlike him, who had been driven out of the battlefield by the dirge singer as soon as it began, many bystanders had witnessed Xia Lai's performance in the fight. They knew that this seemingly young man was anything but weak. Xia Lai glanced at the iron claw tightening on his shoulder, his eyes icy. What do you mean by this? Vic shouted, Kid, did you just insult me? Xia Lai didn't want to argue with an idiot. Debating with such a fool would only lower his own standing. He said curtly, no. Seeing Xia Lai back down, Vic snorted coldly, thinking he had found a soft target. His expression grew more ferocious, a cruel grin spreading across his face. Huh, you say no, but I say yes. You insulted me. You insulted me. Xia Lai was exasperated into a laugh. He said helplessly, fine, whatever you say. I insulted you, okay? Just then the clerk began calling out the types and numbers of monsters. Xia Lai had slain 8 skeleton soldiers, 6 zombies, 3 ghosts. Hearing that the count of these monsters below level 10 wasn't very high, Vic became even more convinced that Xia Lai was a nobody. He tightened his grip. Since you admit you insulted me, then you've humiliated me. I demand you apologize to me. Oh, how do you want me to apologize? Kneel. Are you sure? Just as Vic was about to exert his authority again, the clerk's voice rang out once more. For skeleton warriors, 6 black knights. How come he killed so many monsters above level 10? Hearing these types and numbers, Vic sensed something was wrong. His fierce expression faded. Well, a verbal apology would also do. 20 rotten zombies. At this, Vic couldn't stay calm. He stammered, actually not apologizing is also fine. As he tried to retract his iron-gloved hand, Xia Lai clamped down on it. Vic winced in pain. Seeing Xia Lai's icy glare, he suddenly shuddered in front of the crowd. The clerk's voice continued, 1 dirge singer. Plus the bounty of 6 gold coins, the total is 177 gold and 8 silver. As the words faded, Xia Lai looked at the bald man before him, his tone calm. How should I apologize? Vic trembled like a leaf, his earlier arrogance completely vanished. The surrounding adventurers, seeing this, couldn't help but sneer and mock him. But Vic just kept his bald head lowered. Seeing this, Xia Lai wasted no words. He drew Moon Shadow, its icy blue aura shimmering. In one swift motion, Vic's 5 fingers, still clad in the iron glove, fell to the ground, blood gushing. Xia Lai took his gold coins and left without looking back. The other adventurers, seeing him depart, forgot to continue mocking Vic, and eager to make his acquaintance, stepped forward one after another to talk. Soon some left, others lined up. Vic picked up his 5 fingers, not daring to raise his head, and hurriedly went to find a priest. As he left, he fixed his gaze on Xia Lai's retreating figure, malice burning in his eyes. The massive tent of the Adventure Association. Ha, Xia Lai, my boy, I heard you were quite impressive just now. Morton dispersed the adventurers who kept trying to cozy up to Xia Lai, clapping his shoulder with a hearty laugh. He and Dai Wei had collected their bounties early and left, so they missed the earlier scene. Upon hearing Morton's words, Xia Lai shook his head helplessly. They began to organize the materials dropped by the monsters they had slain. The materials from monsters killed by each adventurer in the wilderness would be collected by designated personnel from the association and then distributed back to the adventurers. Xia Lai looked at the pile of materials before him. The most precious among them were the lament crystal and dirge sheet music dropped by the dirge singer. The former could be used as material for crafting magical artifacts, while the latter was a rare treasure for bards. These 2 items together could fetch 300 to 400 gold coins. Besides that, the remaining pile of miscellaneous materials, though not as precious, were worth another 400 to 500 gold coins. Adding the bounty of over 170 gold coins, it directly reached 1,000 gold coins. Truly worthy of the pioneering expedition. Among all of Xia Lai's adventures, this haul was second only to the treasure chamber. But the treasure chamber was a stroke of luck that could not be sought. 80 of adventurers had never even seen one. Xia Lai looked at the pile of materials before him as if he were looking at mounds of gold coins. However, since he still needed to go to the misty forest on the 2nd underground floor, he could only sell these things to the Adventure Association. In the end, he should get about 800 gold coins in hand. Although it was a bit regrettable, it was acceptable for Xia Lai, as he was not really short of money now. Excluding materials, the cash Xia Lai currently had included the remainder from the treasure chamber and his share of the soul-devouring potion. He still had over 2,000 gold coins in his Time Mason bank account. Having made up his mind, he looked at Morton and Dai Wei beside him. The materials in front of them were even more than Xia Lai's. Xia Lai asked, "What are you planning to do with your materials?" "Sell them to the Adventure Association." Morton unexpectedly shook his head. "Morton is not going to sell to those guys, they take too big a cut." Xia Lai asked curiously, "Then who are you going to sell to?" Morton said, "Ordinary materials will be bought by specialized merchants. For materials dropped by monsters above LV 20, adventurers in need will come to us. The price is no worse than outside. If the materials are particularly valuable, there might even be bidding like an auction." As soon as Morton finished speaking, merchants came over, running to each adventurer and starting to negotiate prices. For a moment, the camp was buzzing with activity. A turbaned adventurer approached Xia Lai, glanced at his batch of materials, and finally took them for 486 gold coins. He wrapped Xia Lai's materials in a large bundle and hoisted it onto his shoulder. As for the lament crystal and dirge sheet music, he didn't even glance at them. When the merchant left, the adventurers who had just been selling materials turned into buyers. A bard carrying a harp spent 160 gold coins to buy Xia Lai's dirge sheet music. A black-robed mage spent 190 gold coins to buy the lament crystal. Xia Lai weighed the gold coins in his hand and was about to say goodbye to Morton and the others when Morton stopped him. Morton waved his hand. "Xia Lai, my boy, don't leave yet." Before Xia Lai could ask, Morton raised his chin. "Xia Lai, look around. None of those jade and topaz rank adventurers are leaving." Hearing Morton's words, Xia Lai swept his gaze around. Indeed, none of the jade or topaz rank adventurers had left. Xia Lai asked, "What's going on?" The usually taciturn Dai Wei spoke up, tearing at the meat shreds in his hand. "Buying materials from LV-30 monsters." Xia Lai suddenly understood. Just then a purple-gray mist seeped from the ground, rising up. A husky yet melodious voice sounded, "Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting." The mist dispersed, revealing the brass rank adventurer, Pipe, Melly dressed in a crimson-purple robe and a pointed wizard hat. Her slender fingers held a long-stemmed pipe, creating a striking contrast. She took a deep drag on the mouthpiece with her crimson lips and slowly exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Instantly, 6 materials of various forms materialized out of thin air held aloft by the smoke. With a wave of her hand, a crimson crystal ball filled with the wails of the undead appeared. A Lich's Fire Magic Orb. It can be used for 10 7th-tier spells, Hellfire, or consume 10 charges for 1 8th-tier spell, Infernal Blaze. Price 900 gold coins. Before she finished speaking, a mage in a blazing red robe bought it. The next moment, the magic orb was carried by the smoke and landed in his hands. Next, the Lich's Spellbook. Xia Lai watched as one powerful or precious material after another was bought. Though he was tempted, those things were indeed of little use to him. Morton and Dai Wei beside him wore the same expression. These items were useless to them as well. And so they arrived at the last material. Melly held it high. It was a fist-sized hollow humanoid skull, its surface etched with vein-like runes. Inside the eye sockets were 2 blood-red crystals, and within the skull was a human-shaped flame. Xia Lai recognized it at a glance. It was the core of the massive living doll from the undead army earlier, the bone graft. Core of the bone graft. Type alchemical composite. Grade excellent blue. Uses 35. Effect: use this as a core and bones as materials to create a bone giant up to LV30, with the exact level determined by the number of bones used. Duration 2 hours. Description: a masterpiece of the bone weaver. Xia Lai saw this panel and abruptly left as if he had sudden diarrhea, leaving Morton and Dai Wei exchanging bewildered glances. Relying on the core, one can create a massive bone giant. However, limited by the number of bones, at least 2,000 skeletons are needed to make it reach LV30. Melly explained the core of the bone graft in detail. I've had it studied. It can be used at most 3 times. But this item has quite a few limitations, so you should consider carefully. Price 1,400 gold. Hearing Melly's words, everyone began whispering. The item could reach LV30, which was indeed powerful, but the limitations were also considerable. For ordinary adventurers, where would you get 2,000 skeletons during a battle? Even a necromancer would find it hard to summon 2,000 skeletons at once. And if the summoned bone giant didn't reach LV30, it would be rather useless for these jade and topaz rank adventurers. After a long while, a black-robed necromancer shrouded in deathly aura spoke up. Sister Melly, how about 1,100 gold coins? Melly sighed, thinking that this item was indeed hard to sell, but she shook her head. I won't sell for less than 1,300. Hearing this, the necromancer retreated dejectedly. Another long moment passed with no one speaking. Just as everyone thought this last item would not be sold, a clear voice rang out. 1,300 gold coins, I'll take it. The voice belonged to Xia Lai, who had suddenly run off without a word earlier. Melly's eyes lit up. Are you sure? The limitations are not small, you know. She then repeated the limitations. Seeing Xia Lai's affirmative tone, Melly lightly blew a puff of air and sent the core of the bone graft to Xia Lai's side. Xia Lai examined it carefully, then put it into his backpack and paid promptly. The reason he had urgently left earlier and immediately bought it upon returning was that he had remembered the nuns had a skill called undead enslavement. He had asked to start whether she could summon 2,000 skeletons, and she gave an affirmative answer. After the purchase, Xia Lai bid farewell to Morton and Dai Wei. After a brief rest, he passed through the teleportation array and arrived at the second underground floor, the Misty Forest. At the entrance of Zijing underground city, figures were bustling. Bald Vic, his face covered in cold sweat, teleported out, clutching his left hand with a scar on each knuckle. For him, the pain of his fingers was deep, but the public humiliation inflicted by Xia Lai stung even more in his heart. Vic gritted his teeth. Xia Lai. Then he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly strode toward a tent flying a tavern flag. As he lifted the tent flap, a sour stench mixed with fermented odors burst out. The adventurers inside were all brutish-faced, spewing vulgarities, a stark contrast to the atmosphere of the Oak Tavern. Without a glance, Vic headed straight for the back door of the tent. Lifting it, he found a smaller tent. Standing at the entrance was Joe the Raider, whom Xia Lai had severely overcharged. Vic asked him directly, "Is your boss in it?" Joe, recognizing a familiar face, nodded and led him inside. Inside the tent stood a dozen adventurers in leather armor. Behind the only table and chair sat a young man with short black hair, wearing chainmail, his face gentle, yet his eyes as fierce as a viper's. The young man saw the visitor and curled his lips into a smile. "Isn't this my dear friend, Mr. Vic? What wind brings you to my humble abode?" Vic couldn't help but shiver at the smile on the young man's lips. Facing the person he considered the most ruthless in all of Zijing underground city, he bowed respectfully and said, "Yage, I have a business." Meanwhile, on the second underground level, the mist forest was shrouded in white fog. Since most adventurers had joined the expansion operation, the second level was even quieter than before. Xia Lai had an idea and summoned the nun Astarte from the mark on the back of his hand. As soon as the nun floated out, she prepared to kneel on one knee and salute, but Xia Lai stopped her. To be honest, he didn't dislike the nun's salutation, for he had come to this world to be above others. Moreover, when she bowed, her voluptuous and perfect figure was fully revealed, giving him more than enough visual pleasure. He just found it too cumbersome. Xia Lai said, "There's no need to do this every time. Once in a while is enough. Also change the way you speak. Use less ancient common tongue and more modern sentences. I'm a farmer type, not cultured." Astarte, still in the middle of her bow, paused and said, "What my lord says I shall do." Xia Lai sighed. "All right, we'll change it slowly." Then he brought up Astarte's status panel: name, Astarte, race, spirit, exiled, level LV26, restricted skills, necromancy LV6, lament, terror LV6, spirit binding chain LV6, curse LV6, restricted. Xia Lai nodded with satisfaction at the panel. Though still restricted, level 26 was at least sufficient for the second underground level. He asked Astarte, "Can you sense the location of the fourth key of redemption now?" Astarte, blindfolded with a black cloth, shook her head. "The image in my mind remains the same. The key hangs on a branch of the frostpine giant tree, with rime monsters wandering below." Xia Lai listened to Astarte's description, took out a map of the second underground level, and scanned it back and forth, but found no place matching her description. He frowned. "Looks like this is a big undertaking." With that, he took the map in hand and began his trek through the forest. Astarte's semi-ethereal spirit floated, following closely step by step. 3 days later, in the afternoon, at a campsite in the mist forest, Astarte was using her spirit to manipulate Xia Lai's clothes, dampened by the forest mist hovering them over the campfire to dry. On the other side, Xia Lai, bare-chested, sat in a wooden shelter, dejectedly roasting heart-eating venison over the fire. Days of fruitless searching had dampened his confidence. Not only had he gained no information about the giant tree, but he hadn't even seen a single rime monster. Mist hider, rime elf, rime knight, mist nightmare. None of them appeared. This made Xia Lai feel something was wrong. The rime monsters, as unique creatures of the mist forest, were numerous and varied. There was no way he wouldn't encounter even one. Moreover, during his previous adventure with Ella on the second level, he hadn't encountered any rime monsters either. Xia Lai's mind raced, but found no answer, puzzled by this phenomenon. However, he had a premonition that all the rime monsters on the second level might be gathered beneath the giant tree in Astarte's mind. That is, finding one rime monster meant finding all of them, which meant finding the giant tree, and thus the last key of redemption. But where to find one? Xia Lai pondered while eating the venison. After finishing the roast, Astarte's voice sounded in time, "Master, the clothes are dry." Xia Lai nodded, took the clothes, and put them on. He looked at the nun who had been accompanying him on the search, and asked, "Astarte, after all this time, without finding it, are you disappointed?" Astarte shook her head. "Compared to the hopeless, dazed, lightless exile, the present with hope cannot disappoint me." As they were talking, a rustling sound came from the forest, the noise of bushes being disturbed. The next second, a startled, low-level monster, a tusked forest boar, burst out of the forest. An iron arrow was stuck in its rump, causing it to bleed and go mad. Its 4 to 500 gene body charged recklessly, its cyan tusks about to hit Xia Lai. Astarte's spirit turned, and the magic book held before her chest opened instantly, emitting a red-black light that enveloped the boar. 6th rank magic lament, terror. The moment the light touched it, the boar stiffened, instantly fell straight to the ground and died. Xia Lai looked at the instantly dead boar and felt it was a bit overkill. After all, a boar of level 8 couldn't possibly harm him. But this boar was worth it. As a level 8 creature, it had experienced a noble 6th rank magic, fulfilling its boar life. Several voices in the common tongue came from the direction the boar had fled. Xia Lai looked toward the sound and saw several human figures through the gaps in the dense forest. Adventurers. Almost all adventurers were now in the ghost battlefield on the first level, and very few were in other areas. Xia Lai hadn't seen any other adventurers in these past few days. Adventurers still active in the mist forest must know it well. Perhaps I can learn about the rime monsters from them. Xia Lai's mind stirred, and he ordered Astarte to transform into a black mark attaching to the back of his hand. At that moment, 3 adventurers, 2 men and 1 woman, chasing the boar, pushed through the dense forest, saw the dead boar on the ground, and also saw Xia Lai with a smile on his face. Fresh wood was added to the campfire, which crackled as moisture evaporated, blazing even brighter. Charla and 3 other adventurers sat cross-legged around the fire. An older adventurer drew a short knife from his belt, skillfully gutted a forest boar, and carved it into dozens of evenly sized pieces, wrapping them in leaves. He selected the most tender piece, sliced it thin, dipped the blade in fine salt, and seared it over the flames before pressing it onto the meat. As the sizzling, faded, glistening fat mingled with salt, tantalizing the appetite, Charlotte tasted a slice. The fresh forest boar's unique fragrance blended with the fat, incredibly delicious. Even though he had just eaten, he couldn't help but have more. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Charlotte chatted with them and asked about the disappearance of the rime monsters. The female archer among the 3 replied, "Well, we don't know the answer to that either. But I recall that about half a month ago the rime monsters started to vanish." The association originally planned to send someone to investigate, but then the spatial collapse happened followed by the expansion operation, so the investigation into the rhyme monsters was shelved. Charla pondered, half a month ago. That is a few days before the spatial collapse. The female archer nodded. Yes, 8 days before the collapse when I was hunting a heart-eater deer, I happened to encounter a complete group of rhyme monsters. From that day on, the rhyme monsters in the forest gradually began to decrease. Hearing this, Charla quickly asked, do you know which direction they went? The female archer nodded. They were heading toward the southeastern corner of the misty forest, which is the territory of the forest fairies. They definitely know where the monsters went. The forest fairies of the Amethyst Dungeon, as a subspecies of the elf-allied race, have an agreement with the association. They cannot harm adventurers, and adventurers cannot freely enter their area. Their area contains a specially designed maze, and only adventurers who have traded with the fairies know the way in. Charla asked if any of them knew how to enter the fairy maze, but they all answered no. Sigh. Charla couldn't help but sigh, finally getting new information about the rhyme monsters only to encounter a new problem, which left him feeling restless. Time passed, and the misty forest gradually darkened. Visibility in the night forest was extremely low. Looking around, the only source of light was the campfire before Charla and his companions. Just then, an unexpected person stumbled upon them, drawn by the firelight. The sound of footsteps grew closer. Charla looked toward the sound. When he saw the newcomer's watermelon-shaped head and features, his mouth reacted before his mind. Bro, how much is your watermelon per gene? Then he was overjoyed. He remembered that this adventurer who sold watermelons in the pyramid tomb on the first underground level bought his watermelons from the forest fairies. In other words, he had a way into the fairy area. At the same time, the watermelon-headed adventurer, upon seeing Charla, blurted out, Charla. Noticing that the watermelon head could immediately say his name, Charla frowned and asked, you know me? He could recall the watermelon head's appearance because he had made a joke at the time, so it left a deeper impression. But for the watermelon head to also remember him and call him by name was rather baffling. Faced with Charla's question, the watermelon head replied, I was there when your team received the first kill reward. Charla nodded at this explanation. He then told the watermelon head about his desire to find the fairies and asked for his help. As compensation, I'll give you 5 gold coins. Hearing this, the watermelon head showed a greedy expression and readily agreed, leave it to me. The night passed without incident. The next day, the female archer waved to Charla. Charla, let's adventure together sometime. Charla smiled and waved, bidding farewell to the 3 adventurers. Then he followed the watermelon head on the journey to the fairy area. White mist filled the forest and monsters occasionally emerged from it. However, Charla was level 18, and the watermelon head was level 14. Most of these monsters were below level 10, posing no threat to them. But they encountered a level 13 ogre in the forest, even larger than the one Era had fought before. The watermelon head wanted to take a detour, but Charla charged forward and dispatched it in a few moves. Behind Charla, the watermelon head watched him finish the battle so swiftly his expression changed, but then a smile appeared. However, he didn't know that Charla, with his super intuition, had already seen that moment. The watermelon head flattered, Mr. Charla, as expected of the adventurer who defeated the skeletal knight, your strength is truly impressive. Charla smiled casually and gestured for the watermelon head to continue. They traveled on until dusk. They set up a simple camp, each found a place to sleep. Charla, in front of the watermelon head, casually crawled into his sleeping bag and went to sleep first. Charla closed his eyes, seemingly defenseless, but in truth he kept his super intuition active, and the astarte on the back of his hand stirred restlessly. Through his super intuition, every move of the watermelon head was transmitted to his vision. He saw the watermelon head holding a dagger, his expression shifting. Sometimes fierce, sometimes greedy, sometimes fearful. In the end, he sighed in frustration, took a communication scroll from his pocket, and hid in the nearby woods to send a message. Charla opened his eyes and said, don't get caught. A black mist then emerged from the sleeping bag and drifted toward the watermelon head. In the dim environment, the black mist merged with the fog. Charla stared at the watermelon head's position, his eyes glinting in the dark. He had known from the moment the watermelon head called his name that something was off. He claimed to recognize him because of the first kill reward, but the first kill reward did not reveal Charla's appearance. In the watermelon head's memory, the adventurer at the watermelon stall and the Charla from the first kill reward were 2 different people. One was known by appearance, the other by name. It was impossible to connect them, unless he had obtained new information from somewhere else. Also, the watermelon head had agreed too quickly when Charla asked him to help find the fairies. Charla felt that even if he hadn't offered money, the man would have volunteered to help. His purpose was to follow Charla. A start in the form of black mist floated back and slipped into the sleeping bag. Her ethereal voice whispered in Charla's ear, Master, they have set an ambush outside the fairy maze. From the voice on the scroll, one of them is the person whose fingers you severed a few days ago. In the velvet darkness, the communication scroll emitted a crystalline blue luminescence. Melonhead whispered to it, Victor, the agreed compensation won't be reneged on, will it? Victor's voice resonated from within. Rest assured. As long as you follow the plan and lead Xia Lai to the designated location, you'll claim 1/5 of his possessions. Hearing this, Melonhead finally nodded in satisfaction. Yet a pang of regret lingered in his heart. If his strength were greater, he wouldn't need to collude with Victor, everything would be his alone. Melonhead concluded the transmission, tucked the scroll to his chest, and was in high spirits heading back to camp to rest. The campfire crackled merrily, burning fiercely. Before crawling into his own sleeping bag, he first cast a lingering glance at Xia Lai's. After all, this man was currently his golden goose. Unexpectedly, the sight made him break out in a cold sweat. Inside the sleeping bag, Xia Lai's body had vanished. Melonhead felt a deep sense of ill omen, cursing inwardly no good. He immediately drew the dagger at his waist. Before he could make his next move, a long sword swirling with a frost blue radiance pinned itself against his shoulder. Drop the dagger and turn your head around. Xia Lai's voice came at just the right moment. Upon hearing this, Melonhead's expression stiffened, his grip on the dagger alternately tightening and loosening. He calculated rapidly in his mind, but ultimately let out a sigh. With a clatter, the dagger hit the ground, and he turned his head as though accepting his fate. Turning his head to follow the blade's line of sight, Melonhead's pupils dilated. He saw Xia Lai wielding the sword with one hand, but the true source of his terror lay behind him. A nun-like spectral entity towering several meters tall and woven from pitch-black mist radiated an overwhelming aura of death. Fear took deep root in Melonhead's heart. Sixth-tier magic, sorrowful terror. Xia Lai twisted moon shadow, slightly slicing the man's neck. Blood trickled slowly down the blade, dripping onto the ground with soft taps, rousing Melonhead from his paralysis. I ask you answer, Xia Lai stated. Melonhead's Adam's apple bobbed as he eagerly nodded. First question, how does one enter the fairy labyrinth and find the forest fairies? Second question, where do you intend to ambush me? One question after another tumbled from Xia Lai's lips, and Melonhead spilled every last detail like beans emptied from a bamboo tube. Upon hearing the responses, Xia Lai nodded slightly. Is everything you said true? Melonhead nodded frantically. Mr. Xia Lai, I swear on my life that all of this is true. Astarte's voice brushed past his ears. Master, I have a solution. Taking in Astarte's words, Xia Lai nodded. Moon shadow circled gently around Melonhead's neck. In an instant, his head was severed, blood gushing from the wound. Before his body could even collapse, several chains burrowed out from Astarte's form, pinning him in place. Forged from dark mist and straddling the boundary between phantom and substance, the chains sank deeply into Melonhead's body. As they writhed, a pale, ghostly blue spirit bearing his likeness was forcibly extracted, bound tight by the spectral fetters. Sixth-tier magic spirit binding chains. Xia Lai watched the grim reaper-like spectacle with quiet fascination, then asked the spirit, was everything you said truly truthful? The Melonhead spirit shook its vacant head. The method to enter the labyrinth is flawed. If you proceed as originally planned, you will fall into a trap. This news was hardly surprising to Xia Lai. It would be strange if Melonhead hadn't tampered with it. Tell me the true method of entering the labyrinth, Xia Lai commanded. As the spirit finished speaking, it began to dissipate into scattered fragments of firelight under the chain's control. Meanwhile, Astarte's towering multimeter form shrank back to its original size. Thoughts raced through Xia Lai's mind. Two options now lay before him: enter the fairy labyrinth directly, or lie in wait at Victor's ambush site, intercepting them and sweeping them all away in one stroke. Faced with these choices, Xia Lai made his decision immediately. After all, his last hesitation had directly led to all the subsequent troubles. Deep within the misty forest near the domain of the forest fairies, a 9-member squad sat clustered around a campfire, sharing their meal. Leading the group was the plunderer chieftain Yage. Beside him sat the adventurer bald Victor, flanked by 2 plunderers named Joey and Boy. Yage studied the map in his hands, confirmed the ambush location was just nearby, and finally accepted his ration, beginning to eat. They were feasting on pork from the Fongwood pigs sourced from an adventurer squad they had crossed paths with earlier. Yage took a hearty bite of the fatty pork, grease glistening at the corners of his mouth. Just then a gentle breeze swept past. Yage's nape bristled suddenly. His usual fierce brown pupils split open like eyelids, revealing a second vertically slit eye mottled with yellow-green spots beneath. The yellow-green slit pupil was utterly alien to humanity, more akin to a cold-blooded, merciless reptile, a serpent. Seconds after Yage sensed something was amiss. A tremor, a sudden quake erupted from beneath the plunderers. With a thunderous crash, rotting branches and soil burst skyward. A crystalline skeletal hand, gleaming with cold silver light, emerged from the mud. Then a skull riddled with cracks dragged itself from the earth. To the crowd's horror, more skeletons soon clawed their way out from all directions. 6th-tier magic undead subjugation. Staring at the spectacle, the plunderers were rendered utterly stunned. Instinctively, they turned their heads toward Yage. Boss, what should we? Before the words could leave their lips, they realized Yage, who had been eating mere seconds ago, was already gone. All that remained was a pile of viscous slime forming his clothes and a discarded lunchbox. They quickly grasped the grim truth: they had been left behind as disposable fodder. The boss fled. The boss ran away. Son of a bitch. You still call him boss after this? That fucking coward. I'll kill him with my own hands once I get out of here. With that, as the horde of skeletons descended upon them along with bald Victor, the remaining 8 souls fell silent shortly thereafter. Through the dense forest, Yage sprinted for his life. Or perhaps sprinted was too generous a term, he was crawling. Yage had long shed his human form, now appearing entirely as a yellow and black poisonous serpent several meters long and 10 centimeters thick. He slithered through the woods, coiling his body before launching himself forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. The surrounding scenery blurred past him like frames in a fast-forwarded reel. Rather than mourn his fallen subordinates, the cunning Yage quickly deduced the culprit Xia Lai. Yet he harbored no desire for vengeance. Provoke a powerhouse over a bunch of dead men. That simply wasn't his style. His heart swelled only with relief at his narrow escape and at the wondrous talent that had repeatedly saved his life. He coiled once more, propelling himself further into the distance. But midair, several chains of dark mist shot out from the forest, cinching tightly around his massive serpentine form. Then within Yage's terrified vertical pupils, a silhouette slowly came into view. Xia Lai gazed at the yellow-black serpent before him, surprise flickering in his eyes as he pulled up its status panel. Yage. Level LV-19. Talent Serpent Transformation. Studying the interface, he couldn't help but ask, do you happen to have 2 older sisters? One named by Sujin, and the other named Xiaoqing. At the entrance to the forest fairies' maze, the white mist was denser than elsewhere. The trees in the forest grew more numerous and increasingly massive. If not for the watermelon head hairstyle and his super intuition, Xia Lai felt he might not have found it himself. At the maze entrance stood 2 towering trees, their vines interwoven into a gate-like formation. Xia Lai did not step through the gate. Instead, he approached a massive tree trunk that required 2 people to encircle and pressed his sword blade against his fingertip to draw a few drops of blood. He muttered while gazing at the blood on his fingertip, a small amount like this should suffice. He then touched it to the tree trunk. As the crimson blood was absorbed, a cyan-green magical array materialized. Then the lush bushes suddenly parted, revealing a path before his eyes. Seeing the path, just as the watermelon head had mentioned, Xia Lai reflected, according to what he said, once the forest path is open, walking straight ahead would lead to the fairies' gathering place. There should be about 100 fairies inside, most below LV-20 with 4 above LV-20. After recalling this, Xia Lai stepped onto the path. The path was surrounded by lush vegetation, with dense mana circulating in the air, imbued with the power of life. As Xia Lai traveled, he remembered the ballads sung by the bard in the tavern. It was a ballad describing the connection between elves and forest fairies. In this world, ballads often contained history and some distant songs, such as the War of the Gods, the conflict of the 5 kings, the wars among nations, the monster tide, and so on, were passed down as historical records. In that ballad, the origin of forest fairies was described as a fusion between the guardian spirits of ancient forests and elven bloodlines. Due to the guardian spirits' blood within them, they were closer to natural spirits than ordinary elves. In simpler terms, they resembled monsters more than humans. Furthermore, their lifespans were not as fixed as elves. The most distinctive trait of elves was their incredibly long lives and slow aging. But forest fairies were different. Their lives depended on the forest they inhabited. If the forest thrived, their lives endured. If the forest perished, they withered. This determined that they could not live in human cities and interact with humans like elves could. Nor could they become mages and wield magic like elves did. Forest fairies could only learn nature witchcraft, controlling trees, vines, and mist, using spells, and forming contracts with beasts to share their visual senses. Because of this, forest fairies had a good relationship with druids. Oh, and there was one more thing. Forest fairies had no gender. They appeared exclusively as females. Xia Lai walked straight along the path when a brown feathered owl suddenly spread its wings and took flight from a nearby tree. It flew before Xia Lai looked at him, then spoke in a sharp female voice, "Adventurer, you are not welcome here. If you're here for trade, we've already said it. Trade has ceased. Return, return." Hearing the rapid barrage of sound, Xia Lai hadn't reacted yet when the owl swooped forward. Its wings spread, blocking his path. Xia Lai, seeing this, spoke up, "I'm not here to trade. I'm here to inquire about the frost monsters." The owl promptly folded its wings, looked at Xia Lai, and after a long pause asked, "Are you from the Adventurers Association?" Hearing this, Xia Lai blinked a few times and replied, "That's correct. Vice President Koch sent me." The owl remained silent for a moment, then said, "Then come in." With that, the owl led the way, and Xia Lai followed closely to a woodland planted with oak trees. The oaks were not particularly tall, but were extremely thick, their trunks hollowed out internally, yet still thriving. On the canopy of each oak sat a forest fairy with dark green hair, large patches of bare skin adorned with bark patterns and leaf veins. However, they appeared to be quite busy at the moment. Each fairy had green light erupting from their hands, wrapping around the oaks like ribbons. The ground shook and bulged with a thump-thump sound as the oak's tangled roots pulled free from the soil, slowly but steadily advancing toward a football field-sized cyan-green, glowing magic array not far away. It looked like they were relocating. I am Malaysia, leader of the Forest Fairies. Are you the adventurer sent by the Adventurers Association? Just then a fairy with flowing wavy hair and golden pupils approached, controlling the oak beneath her. The owl that had been leading the way spiraled its wings and landed on the oak's canopy. Malaysia. Race Forest Fairy. Level LV20. Xia Lai glanced at her status panel while responding. Yes, I'm an adventurer dispatched by the association to investigate the disappearance of frost-type monsters. Malaysia scrutinized Xia Lai up and down, then spoke slowly. You're not from the Adventurers Association. Every time they visit, they bring us a gift. I've waited for you this long, yet you haven't made any moves. Faced with this situation, Xia Lai felt a bit of a headache. Did visiting another world require gift-giving? Nobody had ever taught him that. However, he quickly replied, I do have a gift, but I accidentally lost it on the way. Malaysia interrupted, I was teasing you. The association never brings us any gifts. You don't need to come up with other excuses. Whether you're an adventurer from the association or not doesn't matter. I just want to borrow your voice to inform the association of one thing. The Forest Fairy clan of Amethyst Underground City is leaving Amethyst Underground City. Xia Lai was surprised, leaving Amethyst Underground City. When glancing at the green magic array, he asked, not now, are they? Malaysia nodded, that's right now. If you had arrived a day later, you wouldn't have seen us. For forest fairies to leave the forest they had always inhabited meant the problem they faced had reached the risk of extinction for their race. Xia Lai thought for a moment and asked, is it because of the frost monsters? Malaysia shook her head. How could that be? Those creatures are worse off than us. They don't even have the choice to leave. Xia Lai began, then why? Malaysia interrupted, I cannot say. In gratitude for Amethyst Underground City's care for my clan over the years, tell the Adventurers Association that the reason the phantom battlefield descended upon Amethyst Underground City is because of the vampire clan. He caught the scent of conspiracy. It seemed he had gotten entangled in something extraordinary. Meanwhile, after finishing her words, Malaysia turned to leave on her oak. Xia Lai quickly asked, do you know where the frost-type monsters are? After all, no matter how grand the vampire's schemes were, they had nothing to do with him. As long as he obtained the key of redemption and his friends remained safe, let the floods rise. He would not care. Malaysia guided the oak's branches, pointing toward an area filled with towering trees. Do you see that area with thinner white mist? It's there. However, I suggest you don't go yourself. The frost monsters are no longer the same. With the vampire's help, more than one LV-30 monster has been born among them. Following the direction pointed by the fairy Marahia, they advanced through the forest. The air grew increasingly cold, a stark contrast to the bone-chilling cold emanating from undead monsters. This was entirely a sensory low temperature. The tree trunks and drooping branches were completely encased in ice crystals, a crystalline expanse of striking beauty. Rime, also known as ice hangings, often forms in conditions of high humidity and cold. Rime-type monsters excelled at creating such conditions. In the forest, Xia Lai's gaze pierced through layers of obstacles, fixing upon the first rime monster he spotted in the distance. A magical beast made of ice crystals, resembling a snow leopard with extreme cold mist constantly spewing from its throat, its fur sharp as ice spikes. Race Frost Leopard. Level LV13. Skills Frost Explosion LV4, Ice Crack LV3. Xia Lai pondered for a moment, then hid behind a tree trunk, extending his sword scabbard to shatter the icy branches blocking his path. Swish swish. Fine white ice crystals like raindrops pattered onto the ground. The sound was faint, but it still caught the attention of the frost leopard. The snow leopard-like beast spun around abruptly upon hearing the noise. Its icy blue eyes flickered, staring at the swaying branch not far away for a moment. Then its head followed its eyes, its gaze finally settling on the tree trunk behind which Xia Lai was hiding. It arched its back, leaped lightly like a hunting civet, and landed on an ice-encrusted tree, its movements so graceful that not a single sound was made. Silently, it crept behind the tree trunk where Xia Lai was concealed. Just as it was about to peek out and attack, Xia Lai's voice sounded behind it, looking for me. Little kitty. The frost leopard whipped its head around. Behind it, Xia Lai swung his sword scabbard with force. The monster roared, and in an instant cold air condensed, shooting a crystal of ice towards Xia Lai. Crash. The scabbard first smashed through the ice crystal, then continued its momentum and struck the monster's head, sending ice fragments scattering and shattering all over the ground. After dispatching this rime monster, Xia Lai pressed on. Soon he spotted a canopy spanning several hundred square meters, and within it over 100 rime monsters of various forms were hidden. Rime Wraith, Rime Fiend, Ice-Hanging Worm, Ice Crystal Demon Bird. In particular, the giant tree itself was also a monster race rime ancient tree, level LV31, status sleeping. Xia Lai crouched on an ice-covered tree, observing the scene. His mind stirred, and a start materialized behind him. Xia Lai looked toward the distance and said, "Is that the giant tree you see?" The nun nodded with a bow, "Yes, master." Upon receiving the affirmative answer, Xia Lai contemplated the monsters around it. A cursory glance at one corner revealed over 1,000 monsters. The total number in this area must be at least 10,000. Moreover, according to the forest fairy, with the aid of the Blood Clan, they had even spawned 2 monsters above LV30. How can I get close to that giant tree? A few seconds later, Xia Lai pulled out this skeletal implant core from his backpack and tossed it to Astarte. Summon the skeletons, bring forth the skeletal implant, and attract as many monsters as possible. Hearing Xia Lai's instructions, Astarte nodded. The pages of the book on her chest fluttered and streams of black light shot from the magic circle on the pages into the ground. The ground trembled as more and more skeletons gathered beneath the surface. Seeing this, Xia Lai hurled the fist-sized hollow skull down. The skeletal implant core was like a moth to a flame for these skeletal monsters. They leaped from the ground one after another, charging toward the core. As they drew near, the skeletons intertwined, forming a massive skull on the ground. In the hollow eye sockets of the skull, a rusty green flame blazed fiercely. An arm made entirely of bones emerged from the ground, followed by another arm and legs. Moments later, a skeletal giant standing over 10 meters tall made a grand entrance. Wielding 2 thick tree trunks as weapons, it was surrounded by an aura of death sweeping toward the location of the rhyme ancient tree. Roar! The skeletal giant bellowed, swinging the tree trunks mercilessly at the rhyme ancient tree. Damn, won't this big oaf wake the sleeping rhyme ancient tree? Xia Lai widened his eyes at the scene. He had only wanted the creature to attract the monster's attention, not to invite more trouble. Just as Xia Lai feared that the skeletal giant's strike would awaken the ancient tree, a giant made of thick mist and rubble stretched out 2 massive misty hands to block the blow. Race Mist Forged Colossus. Level LV29. Although the LV30 skeletal giant was only 1 level higher than the Mist-Forged Colossus, the difference was significant. After the first exchange, the skeletal giant punched the Colossus, dispersing a considerable amount of its mist. Fortunately, the continuous reinforcement from other monsters stabilized the situation. As more and more monsters converged, the tide gradually turned to suppression. Seeing this, Xia Lai dashed straight toward the giant tree. Along the way, he encountered a few scattered monsters, but they all fell to Astarte's spirit-binding chains. With a few leaps, Xia Lai pushed the speed enhancement potion he had consumed to its limit, quickly reaching the base of the tree. On the other side, as more rhyme monsters joined the fray, the skeletal giant was completely overwhelmed. Xia Lai called out, "Astarte, position." Astarte replied, "Left, master." Xia Lai ran his eyes scanning. Finally, a familiar panel flashed. Key of Redemption Part 1. It was an ordinary key coated in frost, hanging from a branch and swaying slightly. The moment Xia Lai spotted it, he launched himself into the air, executing a flash slash to sever the branch. Clatter! The branch fell, and Xia Lai caught the key midair, tucking it into his chest. With the objective secured, he didn't pause for a moment, turning and fleeing into the dense forest on the other side. Astarte followed closely, but as she fled with Xia Lai, her gaze turned toward a streak of crimson deep in the canopy, and she nodded in acknowledgement. Lily Shao watched Xia Lai's frantic escape with an elegant smile. "Could this be your savior? He's more pathetic than I imagined." She twitched her upright nose. "At first I thought he was one of those noble hidden blood clans, but he's just an ordinary adventurer. However, why does he smell of mother?" Xia Lai ran nonstop for 3 hours before finally stopping to catch his breath. He took out all 3 keys of redemption from his chest. Astarte, seeing this, gave a slight nod, her face hidden behind the black blindfold expression unreadable. Suddenly the ground trembled. A skeleton burst forth from the debris-covered earth. The skeleton that emerged from the ground with decaying leaves atop its skull cradled the bone-reforging core. As if offering a treasure, it presented the core to Xia Lai. Xia Lai accepted the core, weighted in his hands, and placed it back into his backpack. He glanced at Estate, who stood silently, then at the 3 keys of redemption in various forms that he held. He took Estate's semi-illusory hand and placed the keys into her palm. All 4 keys are together. Estate looked down at the 3 keys in her hand, then knelt directly, pressing her forehead to the ground. "In the name of the Creator God, I swear we shall devote our entire lives to serving our Lord. Whether in prosperity or adversity, in glory or decline, this heart remains unwavering, this resolve unshakable. Wherever needed, I will stand, whatever entrusted, I will fulfill. If blood must water the foundations, if flesh and bone must build the great wall, I am willing to offer all without fear or regret." Xia Lai watched the solemn Estate without stopping her, for through the days of companionship he understood that to forbid her oath would be a torment. Estate's voice faded, but she remained kneeling, her voluptuous figure fully revealed. Xia Lai swallowed several times. The prolonged high pressure of the dungeon weighed on his psyche. He thought to himself, "I'll give Alo a kiss when I get out." Then he said aloud, "Rise." Estate stood up, her eyes veiled by black cloth fixed on Xia Lai. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Lai spoke. "Ahead is the teleportation array to the 1st floor. Once you return to the 1st floor, stay in the Manor's cemetery and find a place to wait for me." Xia Lai arranged this because he sensed the situation was unfavorable and wished to keep the nuns as a hidden card. According to the woodland sprite, the ghost battlefield was orchestrated by the vampire clan. And since vampires were the eternal enemy of the humanoid alliance, Xia Lai could not believe they would kindly provide a zone for the Adventurers Association to conduct an exploration expedition. Thus, in Xia Lai's view, the current expedition was merely the beginning. After instructing his state, he immediately passed through the teleportation array back to the first underground floor. The moment Xia Lai's form appeared, he was engulfed by the chaotic noise of adventurers. The adventurers were crowded around the bounty board. He pushed through the throng and arrived at a secluded, decaying, dense forest. In the forest, dark red viscous liquid oozed from the cracked bark, trickling along the fissures and pooling into blood-colored puddles among the rotting leaves. Slap! Xia Lai stepped into a blood puddle, ignoring the disgust. He raised his left hand, and the nun's mark on the back of his hand dissipated, transforming into a wisp of black mist that sped away into the distance. Xia Lai watched the distant estate and suddenly blurted, "Damn it, I forgot to ask, estate, after obtaining the 4 keys of redemption and ending their exile, are they still spiritual entities? Am I going to become a ghost rider in the future?" From the very beginning, Xia Lai had never abandoned his designs on the nuns, for their figures were too alluring, and he did not consider himself a righteous man. Before transmigration, he ate 1 dish. After transmigration, he still eats only 1 dish. Wouldn't that mean he transmigrated for nothing? Xia Lai looked down. "What do you say, little brother?" With that thought concluded, Xia Lai returned to the teleportation array, intending to leave. His first task upon exiting was to relay the woodland sprite's words to the Adventurers Association. Secondly, he planned to rest properly. Xia Lai observed the adventurers still packed near the bounty board. He couldn't help but feel curious. The expedition had been underway for nearly 10 days. By now, the adventurers should know the monster values and prices by heart. So why were they still crowding here? He asked the association staff member beside the teleportation array, "What are they looking at?" The staff member glanced over. "You don't know about the assassination of Count Sage. It's a huge matter. That's the bounty for the murderer." Xia Lai was stunned, his face full of surprise. Count Sage was assassinated. When did this happen? The staff member nodded. "Yes, just last night." Hearing this, Xia Lai recalled the thieves' guild that had massacred the grain-buying convoy. Before the expedition, they had attempted to assassinate the Count. Had they succeeded this time? Xia Lai stepped into the teleportation array, waiting while he asked again. "Who assassinated the Count? Was it the same killer from the thieves' guild?" The staff member manipulated the teleportation array and shook his head. "No, the assassins of Count Sage are Count Sage's son, Kaxiao, and the former city constable of Sage City, Gonzalez." "What?" Hearing such an unbelievable name, Xia Lai's mouth fell open. Before Xia Lai could ask more, he was teleported away. Stepping out of the array, he was still reeling from the news, his mind racing. Gonzalez colluded with Count Sage's son to murder the Count. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Just then, an adventurer carrying a battle axe passed by, holding a bounty slip with a sketched portrait of Gonzalez. Xia Lai grabbed the adventurer by the shoulder and pulled the bounty slip from his grasp. The battle axe adventurer was furious, but the radiant smile of Time Mason Goddess instantly soothed his anger. He accepted the gold coin, grinned, stuffed it into his pocket, and returned to the association to get another bounty slip. Xia Lai walked toward the association while examining the slip in his hand. Wanted. Name Gonzalez. Charge conspiracy with Prince Kaxiao to murder Count Sage. Reward 500 gold coins. Status dead or alive. Wanted. Name Prince Kaxiao. Charge conspiracy with Gonzalez to murder Count Sage. Reward 1,000 gold coins. Status alive. Note: during the pursuit, anyone who endangers the life of Prince Kaxiao will be hunted by the Sage family. Issued by Brad Sage. Xia Lai stared at the portrait on the notice, and in his mind appeared the image of Gonzalez, the righteous champion, completely incompatible with the murder of a count, especially bearing the title Champion of Justice. So he was framed. Xia Lai quickly reached this conclusion, and a wave of compassion washed over him. He had previously fought alongside Gonzalez against vampires, sharing cooperation and understanding. In truth, Xia Lai held admiration for Gonzalez, a man who adhered to justice in his heart and protected the citizens. But it was only admiration. When it came to opposing the Sage family for Gonzalez, let alone the countless adventurers driven mad by the bounty, forget it. Thinking this, Xia Lai folded the bounty slip a few times, intending to tuck it into his waist pouch. As he folded, the line, "Issued by Brad Sage," stood out prominently. Xia Lai looked at the name, felt a flicker of familiarity, but couldn't recall where he had seen it. He pressed his index and middle fingers together against his brow, and suddenly a flash of insight struck. He crouched down, immediately opened his waist pouch, and turned out everything inside. Empty potion bottles, spent magic crystals, and various interesting trinkets taken from monsters scattered on the ground. Where is it? Where is it? I remember it was here. Xia Lai rummaged relentlessly. Found it, he exclaimed excitedly, picking up a crumpled note and carefully unfolding it. A name he had just seen appeared conspicuously: Brad Sage. And before it were 2 other names: Sage City Transport Officer Chandler and Madame Duolin. Xia Lai gazed at the crumpled note in his hand. A sudden gale swept through the underground city, causing the banners atop the tents to flap noisily. The note trembled in the wind, and Xia Lai recalled the words of the former sheriff Gang Saraisi when he had handed him the paper. I suspect these 3 individuals to be vampires. At the time, due to constraints, Xia Lai had not exchanged much with Gang Saraisi and had only gleaned limited information from him. Thus his memory of the 3 was not profound. During the banquet, while covertly observing them, he had momentarily failed to locate the one named Boulade, only finding Lady Duo Lin and Transport Officer Chiendeli. Moreover, after examining Chiendeli's status panel, he had immediately identified the vampire AI Ruizi. He had then hastily departed the manor without checking Boulade's panel. Xia Lai ended his recollection, his eyes darting between the wanted poster and the note. His brows furrowed as he incessantly rubbed his temples. What had Boulade done to land on Gang Saraisi's list of suspects? From this perspective, even if Boulade is not a vampire, he must have committed some suspicious acts which Gang Saraisi discovered and began to investigate covertly. During this time, Boulade realized that Gang Saraisi was observing him. Xia Lai rubbed the wanted poster, making a bold conjecture, and these acts were likely the preliminary preparations for the assassination of Count Sagu. Therefore, after successfully assassinating Count Sagubu, laid to prevent Gang Saraisi from exposing him, framed him for the murder of the Count. Thus, no matter what the sheriff said, no one would believe him. Finishing his speculation, Xia Lai found it logical, yet it felt like a plot from a third-rate detective novel, hardly befitting a different world. With this thought, Xia Lai could not help but quip. If we follow the trope of another world, Boulade should be a demon king bent on world destruction, and his reason for inheriting the Saji estate is that it conceals a weapon of mass annihilation. Concluding his musings, he continued toward the Adventurers Association. Though he believed he had unraveled the mystery of Count Saji's assassination, he had no intention of divulging it to exonerate Gang Saraisi. All of this was merely his conjecture, lacking both method and solid motive. Xia Lai strode into the association's tent. The tent was vast, spanning hundreds of square meters with 6 entrances in total. It was supported by only a few wooden poles, each bearing a cyan blue magic array at the junction with the canvas. Xia Lai was squeezed among a crowd of adventurers, the pungent odor of smoked meat and fermented beer assailing his nostrils. After struggling out of the crowd, he took a deep breath, oriented himself, and headed straight for the reception desk, slipping through the queue. Seeing the blonde girl counting gold coins before him, Xia Lai smiled and said, "Hey Lao Na." Hearing the familiar voice, Lao Na looked up abruptly. "Xia Lai, you've finally returned from the dungeon. We've missed you so much." Xia Lai smiled apologetically, thinking that if not for the key of redemption, he would have come back after the undead army campaign. Instead, he had been forced to stay an extra 6 days. But now was not the time for reminiscing. Xia Lai had news to deliver to the association's higher-ups. He continued, "Lao Na is Vice President Kuhian. I need to tell him something about the woodland elves." Lao Na nodded, casually summoned a staff member to take her place, and opened the folding wooden barrier at the front desk to step out. Walking alongside Xia Lai, she said, "This way." The vice president should still be in a meeting handling affairs. A series of recent incidents have piled up, leaving him quite overwhelmed. With that, the two exited the main tent. Xia Lai briefly recounted what the woodland elf had told him, revealing that the phantom battlefield was orchestrated by the vampires. He had no intention of hiding this from those close to him. Amid Lao Na's astonished expression, they arrived at a modestly sized blue silk tent before which stood a spirited young man in a closely fitted vest. Lao Na called out, "Go air, this is Xia Lai. He has some information that needs to be discussed with the vice president concerning the woodland elves. Preferably it should be just the two of them." The young man Go air glanced at Xia Lai, pondered briefly, and said, "Wait a moment." He then turned, opened the tent, and slipped inside. Through the gap in the tent flap, Xia Lai glimpsed Kuhi seated at the head of a table with dense wood grain. Around the table sat several men. They appeared to be a noble, a merchant, an adventurer, and a farmer. Their attire and demeanor varied greatly, but their expressions were strikingly similar. Each wore a deep frown. The noble merchant and adventurer argued among themselves, while the farmer merely sighed. Kuhi, with drooping eyelids, seemed weary of the squabbling and absently polished his monocle. At that moment, the young man Go air walked straight to Kuhi and whispered in his ear. After listening, Kuhi stood up, clapped his hands to silence the argument, and spoke. "All right, gentlemen, the bandits of the Purple Crystal Forest are not a responsibility we can shift onto one another. Each of us must bear our part. My proposal is that the Merchant Guild and the nobility contribute 200 gold coins to set a bounty, and we will select suitable adventurers. Additionally, the 3 parties shall each contribute 50 gold coins to compensate the farmers who have suffered losses due to the bandits." Upon hearing the amount, the noble protested indignantly, "That's too much. Usually dealing with these bandits requires at most 100 gold coins." Kuhi shot him a glance. "You know this is not ordinary times. It's the expansion operation. If we don't raise the bounty, how can we lure adventurers out of the dungeons? If Baron feels my arrangement is unreasonable, then the association and the Merchant Guild will foot the bill, and you can find the manpower instead. However, I must warn you, Baron. If you fail to clear the bandits promptly, and they continue to plunder supply convoys, I will not tolerate it." Cowed by the threat in Kuhi's words, the noble lowered his head sullenly. Kuhi waved his hand. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave. As the group filed out, Xia Lai finally stepped into the small tent. Kuhi put on his polished monocle, glanced at Xia Lai, and smiled. It was evident that he held a favorable impression of Xia Lai. Xia Lai. Xia Lai licked his lips and nodded. Kuhi rose, stretched his stiff body, and walked to a round table with tea sets. He opened an exquisite white porcelain teapot, and a blue magic array appeared with water flowing into it with a gurgling sound. When the pot was full, a fiery red magic array materialized beneath it, emitting heat without any visible flame. Soon a bubbling sound arose. Kuhi waved his hand, and black tea flew into a gold-rimmed white porcelain cup, filling it with steaming hot liquid. He lifted his own cup, took a sip, and remarked, "Excellent tea." Xia Lai, catching the rich aroma, carefully sipped from the edge, but still burned his palate. Seeing Xia Lai's expression, Kuhi smiled. "What did the woodland elf tell you?" Xia Lai, licking his burned palate, began to speak. Xia Lai recounted everything the fairy had told him to Kaha, holding nothing back. After listening, Kaha fell into silence. Hiss, hiss. Xia Lai pursed his lips into a pout and carefully sipped his tea. After a long silence, Kaha spoke. "All the fairies have left, not a single one remaining." Xia Lai thought for a moment and replied, "Based on the situation at the time, there shouldn't be any left behind." Kaha nodded and called out, "Gur." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gur lifted the tent flap and entered. Kaha said, "Notify Andongni to take a squad and search for the forest fairies. If they can't be found, then have him lead the squad directly to the 4th underground floor." Upon hearing the order, Gur strode out without a word. Xia Lai asked curiously, "Vice Commander, is there something special on the 4th underground floor?" Kaha paused slightly and nodded in reply. "Deep within the 4th underground floor lies an ancient castle where a group of vampires dwell." Xia Lai exclaimed in surprise, "A group of vampires? Why not find a chance to eliminate them?" Kaha shook his head. "If only it were that easy. Their strength is not particularly formidable. The highest among them are only a few above LV30, but beneath the castle lies a massive magic array that envelopes the entire fortress. According to the mage's analysis, it is a magic that only hero-rank beings can master, surpassing even the highest 10th tier magic ordinary humans can wield. A super-rank magic. Do you know what super-rank magic means? Never mind, you're not a mage, so you surely wouldn't understand." "Huh, I was just drinking tea. How did I end up being looked down upon?" Xia Lai was about to say something when Kaha interrupted him. "In short, it's precisely because of this super-rank magic that we've never been able to make a move against the vampires. Still, we've dispatched a squad led by a white bronze rank adventurer to remain stationed on the castle's periphery at all times, to monitor their movements. Should they make any major move, in theory, we would be the first to notice." Xia Lai seized on the key point. "So you're saying this time it's not following the theory?" Kaha sighed. "I only hope that squad hasn't run into any trouble." After a moment's thought, Xia Lai downed the remaining black tea and said to Kaha, "Vice Commander, do you know Gangsalizi?" Kaha nodded. "Of course. A knight who served the god of light and order, former sheriff of Sage City, prime suspect in the assassination of Count Sage, and a fugitive still at large." Xia Lai thought to himself, that title almost rivals the Mother of Dragons. Kaha asked, "What? Do you know him?" Xia Lai nodded. "I once worked with him to hunt a vampire." Then he recounted everything that had happened at that time. Kaha listened and gave a slight nod. "You think he's innocent?" Xia Lai waved his hand. "Just a guess." Kaha said, "From your account, Gangsalizi does seem like he might be framed. However, the Sage family specifically summoned the priests of the God of Light in order to extract the memories of Count Sage before his death. According to the memory images, it was indeed Prince Kashiao and Gangsalizi who killed Count Sage together. That cannot be faked. As a follower of the God of Light, in order the church's priests would never falsely accuse one of their own believers. Doing so would also damage their own church's reputation." The two fell into silence. After pondering, without conclusion, Xia Lai bid farewell to Kaha. Just as Xia Lai was about to leave, Kaha called him back. "Xia Lai, I have a bounty for eliminating bandits. Are you interested?" The setting sun painted the sky. A streak of blue-green brushed across the horizon. As Xia Lai stepped out of the tent, he encountered Gur, who handed him a jade nameplate. "Miss Leona asked me to give this to you." Xia Lai took the nameplate, held it up against the amber sunset in the west, and pinned it to his chest. He paused for a moment, then headed toward the Oak Tavern. If Ayla and the others hadn't gone down to the dungeon, they would surely be there. Even if they had, he could get news of them. The Oak Tavern was as lively as ever. Beside Xia Lai, the catgirl waitress Kate passed by carrying a tray piled high, with full glasses of beer, their foam hiding her face. "Oh, Mr. Xia Lai." Kate spotted his face through the gaps between the glasses and greeted him excitedly. Xia Lai smiled. "Kate, are Ayla and the others here?" Kate shook her head, her cat ears swaying left and right. "Miss Ayla and the others aren't here, but they left a message for Mr. Xia Lai. They come up from the dungeon every 3 days to rest for 1 day. Today is already the 2nd day, so they'll be back tomorrow." After saying this, Kate looked left and right, then lowered her voice. "Mr. Xia Lai, someone also asked me to pass along a message to you. but please wait a moment until I finish delivering these beers. Hearing Kate's words, Xia Lai casually found a seat and sat down. Before long, Kate returned accompanied by a glass of hawthorn beer. Clang! A fair amount of light red beer foam spilled over. Xia Lai took it casually and took a large gulp. So who else asked you to give me a message? Kate glanced around cautiously and said in a hushed tone, Mr. Xia Lai, that person asked me to first pose a question to you. Seeing Kate's demeanor, Xia Lai roughly guessed who had sent the message. He smiled. Gang Salizi, what did he ask me? Huh. The moment Kate heard the name Gang Salizi, she quickly reached out her small hand to cover Xia Lai's mouth. Her eyes welled with tears as if she were about to cry from anxiety. Oh dear, Mr. Xia Lai, you can't say that name. Seeing Kate's frantic state, Xia Lai smiled and nodded, no longer teasing her. Gangs. That person asked Mr. Xia Lai, was the potato and goat stew good? Xia Lai nodded. Delicious. Hearing this answer, Kate nodded too. She also thought the potato and goat stew was delicious. Then she relayed the message. I am innocent. Please come to Sage City and find an old man named Lao Hank who guards a grain warehouse. His location is. I hope you will be my friend, but if you don't come I will understand all the same. After hearing the message, Xia Lai fell into deep thought. Sheriff, you've really given me a difficult problem. Kate asked Mr. Xia Lai, did you catch that clearly? Xia Lai didn't reply. Instead, he began ordering from the menu. A bowl of potato and goat stew, a charcoal grilled yellow croaker, a slice of toast. Sage City, the western slums. The night was deep and the slums were pitch black. The residents could barely afford candles, and the kerosene in the lanterns was lit only when absolutely necessary. Inside the laundry room, a damp atmosphere permeated. Sizzle, crack, a flint struck, igniting the lantern. In the dim yellow light, Gang Salizi's weary face appeared. He lifted the lantern and glanced at the elaborately dressed young man frowning in sleep beside him. Then he turned his gaze to an ornate wooden chest nearby and unfastened the lock. After taking 2 deep breaths, he opened the chest. Thud! A mass of rotting flesh lay curled inside the box, occasionally extending bloody tendrils. This eerie scene resembled something from a malevolent deity. Gang Salizi stared at the chest with a complex expression. The elaborately dressed young man beside him was awakened by the sound of the lid opening. He looked at the flesh inside the box and couldn't help but grieve. Father. Gang Salizi sighed and pushed the extending tendrils back inside. He closed the lid and locked Count Sage back in again. Outside the purple crystal underground city, a cluster of tents set up by the Iris Inn. As one of the top-tier inns in Sager City, the Iris Inn is always dedicated to providing guests with the best experience. Thus, even in the harsh environment at the underground city entrance, the Iris Inn ensured private rooms and hot water. Xia Lai, just awakened, stretched his limbs under the thick woolen quilt. After a hearty yawn, he threw off the covers and began to dress piece by piece: undergarments, chainmail shirt, arm guards, wrist guards, linen shirt, gray-brown tight linen trousers with leather sewn into the calves for defense. A belt made of tan cowhide was fastened tightly around his waist, fitted with special buckles to secure his waist pouch. The longsword Moon Shadow hung at his hip with special back clips, allowing it to be worn on his back as well. After finishing everything, Xia Lai cupped water to splash on his face and rubbed his cheeks to wake himself up further. Then he went to the Adventurers Guild. Yesterday he had agreed to Coke's request to join the bandit suppression. In truth, he had initially refused. Because for him, killing humans was far less cost-effective than hunting monsters. To him, bounties were not the priority. What mattered most was the experience that allowed him to level up quickly. Killing people did not grant him experience. So at first Xia Lai declined firmly. Sorry, the education I received from a young age does not allow me to kill. But Coke said, your sword is excellent, but from what I've observed it has never received any blessing. If you go on this bandit suppression, I will introduce you to a priest who can bestow an 8th-tier blessing. Faced with such temptation, Xia Lai wanted to refuse, but the offer was too generous. He could only smirk and say, you sure know how to read people. Arriving at the large tent serving as the Adventurers Guild entrance, scattered adventurers had already begun to gather. Leuna and several guild staff were tallying the numbers. Seeing Xia Lai, she approached and greeted. Xia Lai, you just came out of the underground city and you're already joining another bounty mission. Xia Lai sighed. Don't ask. After I finish the bandit suppression, I'll head straight to Sager City. I have some matters to handle. Please tell Ella and the others to wait for me at the Oak Tavern. Leuna nodded and teased, you really are busy. Xia Lai shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, I don't want this either, but I hope I don't get too entangled with the constable's affairs. After a night of deliberation, Xia Lai ultimately decided to visit Gonzalez. He knew in his heart that besides his feelings for Gonzalez, another reason drove him to get involved: curiosity. As someone who would pick roadside raspberries just to taste their sweetness, Xia Lai's curiosity for the unknown was anything but light. I hope things don't go too far off course. As the crowd before the tent grew larger, several carriages were pulled out. Adventurers climbed onto the carriages one by one. Xia Lai swept his gaze across the group. There were 20 adventurers in total for the bandit suppression. Apart from 3 emerald rank adventurers, the rest were all black iron rank. Such a team was more than enough to deal with the bandit group. After all, most bandits were weak, many not even reaching the strength of a professional adventurer. If they were truly powerful, they wouldn't resort to the low-level work of plundering supplies and robbing farmers. However, not all bandits were weak. Along the border between the United Duchy and the Henfes Alliance, several formidable bandit groups were active. But these bandits didn't just rob commoners, they frequently kidnapped nobles for huge ransoms. The bandit Xia Lai and his group were a small to medium-sized band attracted by the expansion initiative. The group consisted of about 50 members, most of whom were below level 10, with around 10 above level 10. The leader was a former Black Iron rank adventurer, now likely at Emerald rank. The expansion initiative was an opportunity not only for adventurers, but for others as well. Adventurers grew wealthy from bounties and monster materials. Merchants profited from trading materials, buying low and selling high. Nobles feasted on tolls and taxes. Even farmers sold their grain at higher prices, ensuring a good winter. Such a bustling scene naturally attracted all kinds of heroes to join the feast. Creak, creak, the wheels rolled and Xia Lai's body jolted up and down in the carriage. He closed his eyes, conserving energy for the coming confrontation with the bandits. At the edge of the purple crystal forest, a burned-out farmland. Beside the farmland stood a grain barn. Inside, several dozen bandits huddled together. Before them were a few leather-wrapped chests, and beside them lay several guards with bruised faces. In a corner of the barn, several barely clothed women cowered together, sobbing softly. The bandit leader was a woman with burn scars. She was no stranger in the bandit world, known as Oak Breeze. Her hair was a tangled mess like wild weeds, her face handsome, but scarred by a burn mark on her left cheek that extended down most of her body. Breeze held a battle axe in her right hand, its blade stained with blood. She said to her subordinates, "These recent jobs have been too reckless. The Adventurers Guild's pursuers might be on their way. We must leave quickly. Kill them all, and take only the valuables." A bandit spoke up, "Boss, leave now. How about we eat first, and let the boys have some fun? Those women haven't been enjoyed by all the brothers yet." Breeze glanced back. As the leader, she knew what her crew was made of. Greed and lust were the least of their labels. If she didn't let them indulge properly, they wouldn't leave. So after a moment's silence, she said, "Make it quick." The bandit who spoke grinned, "Don't worry, boss." With that, the group headed toward the corner of the barn. Breeze listened to the women's screams, expressionless, pocketed the most valuable items, and slipped out of the barn, abandoning her men. Bandit groups, especially small to medium ones, were nothing more than a rabble bound by profit with no loyalty to speak of. Since you want pleasure so much, enjoy yourselves. As Breeze exited the barn, her eyes widened. In the distance, a team of 20 was advancing stealthily. Seeing this, she downed a potion and fled straight into the nearby dense forest. Xia Lai noticed this, his eyes lit up, as he was just reluctant to join the bandit hunt. So he exchanged a few words with the adventurers nearby and pursued Breeze. Zijing Forest. Rustle. A cold wind swept through the canopy, producing faint rustling sounds. Leaf stems trembled as yellowing leaves detached and drifted downward. Curling leaves spiraled through the air as they fell. Xia Lai shook off the fallen leaves from his head and watched with interest the tree trunk ahead and the woman concealed behind it. The woman's deep brown skin, rough and hard like tree bark, caught Xia Lai's attention. Level 17 talent Oak Skin. Oak Skin temporarily gains an oak-like texture, reducing physical damage by 40% and granting immunity to sharp weapon skills below tier 3. Weak against fire, defense reduced by 30%. Xia Lai drew Moonshadow and spoke, "Though you've hidden, well, I'm afraid my talent for finding people is rather professional." Upon hearing this, Bewley's no longer concealed her presence. She stepped out from behind the tree, war axe in hand, her voice raspy, "Just pretend you didn't see me, and let me go." Xia Lai shook his head. He had promised Keh to participate in the bandit hunting campaign. If he couldn't even defeat one person on his own, what would happen if Keh refused to introduce him to the priest? Seeing this, Bewley's raised her war axe and glanced at Xia Lai's longsword before taking a fighting stance. "You see my skin. As a swordsman, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Once I smash your skull, I'll still be able to leave." With that, she leaped forward, swinging her war axe toward Xia Lai's head. Xia Lai swiftly retreated, simultaneously pulling out a flask of pitch oil and pouring it over his sword. Flames instantly erupted. Xia Lai gripped his sword with both hands and lunged forward. Thrust LV for the sword tip pierced into the oak skin, but could advance no further. The flames on the blade were too small. They danced across the rough skin, leaving only shallow score marks. Row. Bewley swung her war axe viciously at Xia Lai ahead. Xia Lai crouched and bounded forward, his legs pushing off her body before he dashed away with his sword. Rolling aside to dodge Bewley's attack, the war axe grazed the sole of Xia Lai's boot and split a thigh-thick tree trunk beside him. Crack! The tree trunk snapped in two, splinters flying in all directions. A sharp fragment whistled past Xia Lai's eyebrows. Xia Lai landed lightly in a light bound, single-handedly holding his sword. Impressive strength, but slower in speed, especially in defense. Comparable to the plate armor forged by Solene. Watching Xia Lai's agile movements, Bewley spat on the ground. "Damn rabbit. She then pulled out an emerald blue potion from her bosom that Xia Lai had never seen before and drank it down. As the foul-smelling liquid went down her throat, Bewley's speed surged dramatically. Her body spun the war axe in her hand, whirling like a windmill, striking at Xia Lai with incredible speed that left him momentarily unable to react. Watching Bewley's spinning body, Xia Lai momentarily imagined a shark hunting in the ocean, with her war axe being those lethal teeth. Shark Hunt LV3. Clatter-clang, the axe blade smashed into Xia Lai's chain mail shirt, crushing and deforming the links. Fortunately, Bewley's spinning motion reduced the force of the axe blow, so Xia Lai did not suffer excessive impact. Xia Lai sidestepped to evade as Bewley's rotating body tore forward like a devouring beast. He looked at his chainmail shirt with anguish, while a large portion on his left lower abdomen had been twisted out of shape, losing most of its defensive capability. He gazed at Bewley's, who had stopped spinning nearby. That technique earlier was undoubtedly an advanced combat skill. Otherwise, it would never have inflicted such severe damage on his chainmail. After all, this very mail had withstood the Bone General's decapitation strike, a level 6 skill. Nevertheless, Xia Lai observed Bewley's status panel skill Shark Hunt LV2 to LV3 enhanced by potion. He couldn't believe that skill proficiency could be boosted from LV2 to LV3 through a potion. Was it that unknown emerald blue potion from earlier? Xia Lai pondered deeply, his expression grave as he gripped his sword with both hands. Clearly his combat experience was insufficient. He always applied the same tactics used against magical beasts when fighting humans. But one must realize that humans employ far more diverse combat methods than magical beasts. However, Xia Lai wasn't without means to deal with Bewley's. The simplest approach would be to wear her down, since both Oak's skin and the potion had limited durations. But Xia Lai had no intention of doing that. A true man must fight excitingly. Live with purpose, die without regret. Real men face each other fist to fist. Thus Xia Lai darted in with a sidestep, left leg bent, and right leg driving forward, swinging his sword from lower left to upper right in an instant. One could not see the complete swing. Only a blur of steel and glinting edges appeared. The oak skin over Bewley's chest was instantly slashed open, blood spraying outward. Instant slash LV6 instant slash was truly Xia Lai's most mastered skill. One strike and results appeared. Xia Lai looked at the crimson wound on Bewley's chest. Emerald blue light flickered within the flesh, and the wound edges were already healing rapidly. He thought to himself, still not enough. Facing Bewley's incoming war axe, Xia Lai chose to ignore it. Thousand petals, chaotic shadows, LV3 swish. 8 sword blades flew forth in the shape of the character Rice, continuing forward along the wound carved by instant slash. In an instant, with splinters and blood spray alike. By the time Bewley's war axe struck Xia Lai's body, she was already spitting blood. The axe bit into Xia Lai's left arm, blood seeping from the wound. Thud! With a crashing boom, Bewley's fell backward onto the ground, where dry yellow leaves scattered about like disorganized butterflies. Blood gushed from her mouth as her trembling hands reached for another emerald blue potion on her body. Before she could drink it, Xia Lai intervened. This is an official competition. Drinking potions will forfeit your eligibility. Xia Lai wore a vicious grin, reversed his grip on the sword, aimed directly at Bewley's bleeding mouth, and thrust inward. Not forgetting, he twisted left and right to ensure she was truly dead. He looked at the emerald blue potion seized from Bewley's in his hand, and carefully stored it away. If this potion truly could temporarily enhance skill proficiency levels, its value needed no elaboration. With a mere thought, Xia Lai's status panel appeared. Skill-boosting elixir-type potion effect enhances the consumer's physical functions and temporarily increases skill proficiency. Side effects: after the effect expires, the consumer will suffer 1 hour of stiffness, 1 hour of blindness, and ongoing bleeding. Overuse may lead to motor confusion and speech disorder. The effects were powerful, and so were the side effects. He planned to take this potion to Saifei and ask her to study it. If she could crack the formula and produce a corresponding potion, that would be ideal. After stowing the potion, Xia Lai continued looting the corpse. Indeed, Bewley's had quite a few valuable items on her. 2 skill-boosting elixirs, a gold goblet encrusted with gems, 2 D-grade magical crystals, a small pouch containing 30 gold coins, and a thumb-sized piece of mithril. These were undoubtedly stolen goods, which Xia Lai appropriated without hesitation, stuffing everything into his bosom. Don't ask, just say he found them. Xia Lai severed her head and returned to report his success. Zijin Avenue. A carriage was parked by the roadside. Scores of heads were stacked pyramid-style in the woods alongside the road, meant as a deterrent warning. The lead guild official examined Bewley's severed head, counted out 30 gold coins, and handed them to Xia Lai the Oak. Bewley's had an existing bounty on her body of 20 gold coins. Combined with this assignment's reward, you receive 30 gold in total. Xia Lai took the coins and nodded. The official said, "We are returning to Sage City. If you're traveling the same way, you may ride with us." Hearing this, Xia Lai had no objections. He was heading back to Sage City anyway. He lifted the carriage curtain and raised his leg to step inside. Then he heard a rustling sound and looked up. A group of nearly naked women, their faces filled with terror, huddled together, eyes filled with fear as they stared at him. Xia Lai withdrew his leg. I'll just walk back myself. The official shrugged and sighed. This is also our first time handling such matters. Perhaps we should have assigned more carriages. Xia Lai asked curiously. First time. Who handled the previous bandit incident? The official hesitated for a moment, but still spoke the name Gonzalez.